Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Looking for the perfect venue for your next meeting or special event? Discover History San Jose. With charming indoor spaces and beautiful outdoor settings, it's the ideal spot for meetings, weddings, corporate gatherings, or private celebrations. Nestled in the heart of History Park, you'll enjoy a unique blend of historic charm and modern amenities to make your event unforgettable. Plus, our spacious grounds offer the perfect backdrop for photos, dining, and more. Reserve your day today at History San Jose. Visit historysanjose.org or call now to book your one-of-a-kind experience. The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit BoxerLaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? at Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
Decisions determine results. So which path do I want to take? Help people in need or stand on the sidelines watching? Worry about how to pay for school or have my education paid for? Push myself and learn new skills or stay the same? My decision is to serve part-time with the Army National Guard, and my results will be life-changing. What will you decide? Go to NationalGuard.com to learn more about part-time service.
Sponsored by the California Army National Guard. Aired by the California Broadcasters.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sunny in San Jose with a high temperature of 68.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
Rise. Wake up.
It's time to wake on up.
Wake up, wake up, wake up.
With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe.
He swinged out into the end zone, wasn't open. Purdy keeping it alive. Brock Purdy lofts one. It is Tonjes. Touchdown, San Francisco. Jake Tonjes, who had never caught a pass in the NFL, has caught 3 today, including the go-ahead touchdown with 1:34 left.
Wow. All the way back on September 7th, 2025. Wow, indeed. Joe Davis and Greg Olson on the call. Fox Sports. That was the very first week of the San Francisco 49ers season. They started off 1-0 in the most craziest game we've ever seen. You lose Kittle. You have Sam Darnold a chance to win it at the end. Strip sack fumble. Nick Bosa gets the job done. You got Jake Tonjes there. Who the hell is Jake Tonjes? Had to step up when Kittle went out. Little did we know that we were going to get a Jake Tonjes type of run after that, as Kittle had to miss a few weeks with the hamstring injury. And Joe, I say good morning to you. Zach in the back for Carter. We got Sam in the building. We got a lot to get to. 49ers, Seahawks, Saturday, 5 o'clock. Chassie's going to be there. I know Bonte's going to be there. A lot of people are going to be there. And it is hate week again. It's hate week part 2, because you hate the Philadelphia Eagles for a plethora of reasons, for a multitude of reasons. The city, the fans, all of it. You hate Philadelphia. But this Seahawks hate, Joe, goes back longer than that Philadelphia Eagles hate. This goes back a decade plus to the Legion of Boom, to Pete Carroll, to Marshawn Lynch, to Russell Wilson. And I love Marshawn, Oakland, but hey, sports hate. Richard Sherman, the Aaron Andrews thing, Malcolm Smith, Cam Chancellor, I could keep naming names, Cliff Averill.
Mike Holmgren not wanting to be the Niner coach and going to Seattle.
Mike Holmgren.
I mean, I wanted Holmgren bad.
You did.
They weren't going to give him full control, and he wasn't going to work for the Yorks.
And still the worst officiated Super Bowl of my life was that Seahawks-Pittsburgh one, circa 2004, whatever it was. But yeah, you can go back there.
I mean, I remember when T.O. pulled the Sharpie out on, who was that? Sean Springs was the cornerback.
Sean Springs.
I know. I want to say that might have been Sunday night or Monday Night Football.
That's crazy.
Way back in the day.
Oh, my God.
I remember that when T.O. pulled the Sharpie out.
I did. He did so many things that we just gloss over now, but the fact that he was the one to do it, because during that time, not only did you have T.O. do that, you had Chad Ochocinco pulling out a cell phone, calling.
That was Joe Horn. I think it might have been Joe Horn.
That is that one. But Ocho did something else.
Ocho did all kinds of stuff.
Where is Joe Horn these days? We need him back on our airwaves.
I think he's under federal custody.
Well, I think that was like 6 years ago. He's probably fine now. Come on. We love your participation today. We're having hey, you know what? We have smiles on our face. Shasky's wearing pink. He's in a golf hat. Are you going golfing today? Is it a safe assumption?
No, it's just this.
You okay?
No.
You okay?
No, we're playing the Seahawks. I had to wait a long time for the tickets to clear because Seahawks fans don't want to sell to people with a 415 area code.
Oh, God. That's... Seriously?
Yeah, they cleared, though. I got them in my wallet. I'm ready to go.
So
I'm going to be up at 3:32. Let's go. Let's go. Fonte already talking smack to me. Oh, you're up in the Jesus seats. I'm in the building, baby.
Oh, well, you could have gotten a credential, too, but you chose not to.
No, they're only giving out so many. Zach behind the glass over here, I think, is one of the
so you guys are traveling together. That's awesome.
Zach is not traveling with me.
Well,
I might let him come hang out with us.
Good. He brought donuts. You better. He brought donuts this morning.
Donuts?
He did, dude. Come on.
No one can hear you, Zach.
It's all right. You have to turn on your mic. It's okay. That's called the Carter Special right there.
Hey, Jimmy Garoppolo didn't throw any touchdowns when when the Niners beat the Cowboys and the Green Bay Packers, right?
Yeah.
Jimmy was kind of a passenger. I don't know if you know this. He threw for a combined 300 yards and 0 touchdowns, and they won both those games. Zach, that could be you today.
Well, that was also the Sam Darnold recipe basically last game. He had 20 of 26, 198 yards, and 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. He did put the ball on the ground. Now, the Niners didn't jump on top of it.
Yes.
You need to capitalize this week. And that's where I want to start here. And by the way, I know, I see it from the text line, 888-957-9570, the Boxer and Gerson work injury returns text line. Happy Jonathan Kaminga could be traded day.
It's just...
Yes. He
happy
can be.
Let's destroy a 23-year-old day. He's the reason why this whole thing is stuck.
It is January 15th. He is now eligible, I think, technically at 12 o'clock to be traded. The trade deadline is February 5th. So it could happen between now and then. Yes, Jonathan Kaminga could be traded. Great.
Or he could stay.
Or he might not. There you go.
You know what I was thinking about, Joe?
I just needed to mention it. We mentioned it. All right, people? And if you would like to talk about it, text in or call in. But I kind of want to talk about a team that's playing with a lot on Saturday. They could have Fred Warner returning in this game. It's a divisional round against the number 1 seeded, hated Seahawks. You can knock out Mike McDonald, you can knock out Sam Darnold, and you'd be 1 win away from hosting a Super Bowl. That's what you'd be doing. You'd be hosting a Super Bowl.
You know, I've been thinking long and hard about what the playoffs does. The playoffs are different. That doesn't mean that the regular season doesn't matter. But if you do things in the playoffs, it magnifies your status as an icon, as a player, as a name to be remembered in these parts for a long, long time. If I say the name Sleepy Floyd, what do people think?
The game he had against the Lakers.
To stave off elimination.
Yep.
Warriors lost that series.
They got in 5, right?
Yeah. They were going to get swept.
Yeah.
He hit 12 straight field goals in the fourth quarter. He scored 51 points.
Because it was against that Lakers team. That had Magic, James Worthy, Michael Cooper. The list goes on.
They lost in 5 games.
I know.
Right? But think about how we talk about Sleepy Floyd. To this day, you bring out, Sleepy Floyd. He's Superman.
He's in movies, too.
I know. Pablo Sandoval. Now, what he did is, historic. It's Babe Ruth type stuff.
Yeah.
3 home runs in World Series.
I know.
Game 1 against that guy, Verlander.
Against one of the greatest of all time.
If I say the name Cody Ross.
All time.
Right?
Home run.
Now, there's a big difference between Cody Ross, the Giants fans, and Pablo Sandoval.
Correct.
But if you just say Cody Ross, what happens?
Love that guy.
Right?
Giant for forever giant. Is that what you guys like to say? Forever giant.
So there's
Travis Ishikawa, same
exactly.
thing. Yeah.
There are role player guys, and then there are cement your legacy guys.
Correct.
Terrell Owens, the beginning of the story of T.O. is him dropping balls in the end zone in that Packer game, in the playoffs, in the wild card. How did it finish? With him catching a pass over the middle, beating the Packers after losing 3 consecutive years in the playoffs to them.
Yep.
It started his rise to stardom.
Yep.
Okay. Game 6, Clay. Clay was a really good player. Game 6, Clay started because then the Warriors were facing elimination.
Yep.
And staring it in the eyeballs. And this guy goes 11 of 18 from 3 with 41 points. And they end up forcing a Game 7.
And they win it.
You could argue Steph was as good in that game.
Good, but
the legend of Clay starts on that day, even though he was great before that.
I will always argue when they are both at their hottest, like shooting the ball, there is not a better three-point shooter than Klay Thompson. Like, if you go heat check, Reggie Miller, Ray Allen, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, give me Klay Thompson. That was the greatest performance he's ever had in his career. Yeah.
Hands down.
That, because of the circumstances. People will go to the Kings game where he had, 30 and a quarter or whatever. I hear you on that. That's regular season against the Kings. This is Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, Game 6 in Oklahoma City.
Tim Lincecum. You bring up Tim Lincecum. Most people are going to go to the World Series. Me, I think of the game against Atlanta to start off the playoffs when he struck out 15. He was as dominant as I've ever seen anyone ever.
I still don't know how, it's funny.
He had 2 Cy Youngs.
The ball would just hit the dirt and they'd keep swinging at it. I still can see it's the nasty, so nasty.
Okay.
Continue.
Alex Smith versus the New Orleans Saints. That day, 2 people's legacies increased. Alex Smith was a loser with the Niners.
Yeah.
He threw for 299 yards and 3 touchdowns, had 2 fumbles in that game, and had the largest touchdown run and largest run of his career for 28 yards. That is remembered as the finest Alex Smith 49er moment, bar none.
And people might forget this. You won't, but the diehards might, or the diehards won't, but the casuals might. That Saints team was 2 years removed from winning a Super Bowl. They had just got one and done bounced because of the Beastquake the year prior, and then they lost to an actually legit Niners squad at Candlestick, sunny day and all. Drew Brees, Sean Payton, Jimmy Graham, Marquise Colston, Lance Moore. The list goes on and on. That team was stacked. It was.
Drew Brees went 40 of 63 for 462 yards. I'm going to say that again. He went 40 of 63, 462 yards.
That was back when you had Drew Brees as your quarterback in fantasy. You're probably winning. Like that whole stretch. If you had a Saints offensive players, you were winning your fantasy league. And you won, and you guys won that game.
Yeah, and not only did Alex Smith, that moment just lives for the rest of his career. Vernon Davis as well. Vernon had 180 yards on 7 catches and the big Vernon Davis post. It's one of the greatest football games I've ever been to, hands down. But that moment erased everything that happened for Alex prior to that. Similar to how Barry Zito's moments in the playoffs erased everything that happened prior to that. Colin Kaepernick versus the Green Bay Packers. Ran for 180, threw for 260. Need I say more? The beginning of his legacy.
And it was against, again, another team that had won a Super Bowl, the Green Bay Packers. Obviously, you mentioned the rivalry there, the rivalry factor. Aaron Rodgers, who I don't think he's officially retired. We all think he's going to retire. He was an MVP. Like that was the team at that 100%. Point. No one, not saying no one gave the Niners a shot there, but I think most people were like, oh, it's Aaron Rodgers, it's Jordy Nelson, it's Randall Cobb, right? It's all those. Randall Cobb, that's a name you haven't heard in a minute. You just keep going. You said Starks, James Starks. So yeah, I haven't heard that name in so long. Clay Matthews, yes. Right? Hey, Rodgers, discount double check. That was that era.
Jordy Nelson. Oh God, what a name.
Raider
Debo
legend.
Samuel.
Yeah.
When was the beginning really of the Debo kind of mythology?
Rookie season.
Yeah.
What game are you going to pick?
Well, I was going to go, it really elevated in the Dallas Cowboy playoff game.
Okay.
When Jimmy was just throwing up all over himself. He ran for 72 yards and a rushing touchdown, caught another 38 yards in the air, and turned to Kyle Shanahan and said, Kyle, get me the ball.
That's when we started really hearing the term wide back.
Yes.
When he was doing both. And he was literally just the best player on the field and no one could stop him.
Followed it up the next week, 10 rushes for 39 yards, 3 catches for 44 yards. Jimmy threw for a combined 290 yards in those 2 games, 0 touchdowns. Debo Samuel had the play of the year. It was a 7-yard run with Trent Williams running in motion.
7-yard run. And then as
to set up a field goal.
The funniest ending to a game I've ever seen in my life. Dak Prescott spiking it.
Oh, that was that game. I'm talking about the Green Bay game.
Yeah, no, for sure. Then there was the other one prior to it. But you're right. He had that stretch where he put the team on his back. And let's be honest, he wasn't healthy. Trent Williams wasn't healthy. No. These guys were shot physically.
No.
And Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't healthy either. His shoulder was messed up.
So I'm looking at this game this weekend, and I'm saying to myself, whose legacy is going to be elevated this weekend?
Ooh.
I'm looking at it from a Niner perspective, but it definitely can go in the other direction for Seattle as well. I mean, you got Brock Purdy, who I mean, he's got a lot of moments in the playoffs already. You got Kyle Shanahan as the coach. He's got a lot of moments.
Yeah.
You got guys like Jake Tonjes and Juwan Jennings and, Kendrick Bourne or Ricky Pearsall who could be starring roles. You got Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
And Christian's got a lot of moments, but I don't know if he has a signature moment that people remember. I would argue the Green Bay game, he was outstanding.
I think last week we're going to remember that catch, that touchdown.
Agreed.
Juwan Jennings and him.
Legacies are defined, magnified, elevated, and the prestige is built in the playoffs. And this game, this weekend, is going to elevate, magnify, add to the legacy of someone, and somebody is going to be remembered as the hero helper. I don't know who. It could be someone for Seattle, but I'm telling you right now, I think this one's going to be close. I think this is going to be huge. And I'm looking at Brock Purdy. If Brock can pull this off, the legend of Brock Purdy just continues to grow. And this guy will be Daniel Boone-esque in how we talk about him years to come.
I love that. Who's this the biggest legacy game for this Saturday? 888-957-9570. You can take the Niner angle. I do think as we take like a wider view of it, the biggest game this is for is probably Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold has the most to gain or lose, in my opinion,
That's a good point.
from anyone here.
It's a good
but
point.
if we're sticking it to the Niners, because we are, we're covering the team, I think it's Kyle Shanahan. He had a big, fat stinker offensively a couple weeks ago, Joe. That's probably the worst offensive performance I've seen from the 49ers when Kyle Shanahan was their head coach. 3 points. 3 points in a game in which you won. If you had won, you'd be at home playing this game, potentially again. You would have had more rest. You could have had guys back. Maybe, I don't know. I think Fred's playing this week anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered. But, maybe he comes back at home instead of on the road. Who knows? But I think for Kyle Shanahan, this is massive. This is where experience factors in. Mike Macdonald's never coached as a head coach in a playoff game before. Never. He is the least experienced, heading into this week, the least experienced head coach when it comes to playoff games. Ben Johnson's a rookie head coach, but he already played a game. He played last week. It's Mike Macdonald. Like, is he going to get tight? Is he going to, mess up and call a timeout when he shouldn't have, or mess up and throw a challenge flag when he should have, or let too much time run off the clock? This is when those little things, those scars that Niner fans have felt for years and years, right? What do you mean, Shanahan, you didn't know the overtime rules? Why didn't you call a timeout there? Why didn't you do that? This is where all those scars pay off. Is it a game like this, if it's tight, late, you know what? If it does go to overtime, Shanahan, you know what to do now. All right? You know what to do. And I know I keep bringing it up because I know you bring it up. This is where it matters. Same with the quarterback, Brock Purdy. You have the experience. Sam Darnold has one playoff start. That was last year, neutral site game, by the way, in Arizona against the Los Angeles Rams, and he wet the bed.
I have these stats here, 25 of 40, 245. They threw the whole game, 1 touchdown, 1 pick, but it wasn't... The stats don't indicate how ugly it looked.
He did not
in
look,
my opinion.
He did not look good that entire game. You're right. The stats make it look better than it was, and it wasn't very good.
Exactly.
It was not good enough, especially when you compare it to what Matt Stafford was doing on the other side. So you have the experience factor with the head coach, with the quarterback. But I am looking at Kyle Shanahan in this game because I think last week was about Brock. I think Brock exercised a lot of demons in the playoffs, in that building, because he got hurt in the NFC Championship game. And people had question marks. People were saying, Brock, you're 6 point. Yeah, I don't know. You're down 6. You're not going to be able to do anything. Hey, you know what, Brock? You're a game manager, not a game changer. That's the Cam Newton. That's what the Cam Newtons of the world are saying. You're a game manager. Did you look like a game manager in that final drive to you, Joe? In the wind?
He looked incredible.
In enemy territory against the defending champs at their home?
Yeah, moving around, making plays.
Looked incredible.
I loved it.
Just don't make any more mistakes.
Let me give you a good little nuggie on your boy Sam Darnold. I know your boy, my boy.
That's your boy, Sam Darnold, please.
Career playoff touchdowns, 1. Juwan Jennings, career playoff touchdowns thrown, 2.
I saw someone.
Isn't that crazy?
I think Justin Herbert also has like 1.
No.
Yeah.
In the 3 games?
I think something like that. Because there's a lot of rushing touchdowns or something. I know.
Wow.
I know. I think it's something sad like that. Juwan Jennings may have more,
so
just as many.
G zone.
I mean, I'm so excited about this game, Joe. There's so many layers to this. Who is this a legacy game for Saturday night, Niner fans? 888-957-9570. Zion Santa Clara has some very interesting names that he thinks could have legacy-type performances. We'll get into that on the other side. Plus, we got Raj Mathai joining us at 8:50. Can't wait for that one. I mean, I know he's a role model for you, for Bonte, for Sam, for Zach, for all of us here as broadcasters here in the Bay Area. So we'll talk to Raj Mathai at 8:50, Tree Fitty. And he's got a lot to say about the 49ers and this upcoming game. And it's brought to you by Surfside. The Golden State Warriors are back. Cheer on your Warriors with an ice cold Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5 grand. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The chase starts here. To make moments you'll never forget.
Chase Center is rocking.
The moment needs you on Warriors Day. Chase the moment. Buy tickets at warriors.com.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
It's not too late to kick those New Year's resolutions into gear. Sign up for the San Francisco Marathon. From 5Ks to ultra marathons, the San Francisco Marathon has a race that's perfect for you to achieve your goals. Don't wait. Register today. Get all the details at 957thegame.com.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Day? Big game tonight, Chase Center. Warriors and Knicks. 7 o'clock tip right here on 95.7 The Game. 6 o'clock, Warriors live. And the Knicks lost to the Sacramento Kings last night. Ew. 112-101. Yikes. Was not a great shooting performance from the Knicks, but it was a return for Mike Brown nonetheless, former head coach of Sacramento and former assistant coach here with Golden State, who will be saying what's up to all the players, I'm sure, tonight. Can't wait for that one. Can't wait for this game on Saturday, though, between the 49ers and Seahawks divisional round, a rivalry renewed, if you will. It's going to be loud. It's going to be crazy. If you're going to the game, 888-957-9570. I would love to hear from you. Same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. By the way, I did mention it, but I'll mention it again. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. And yes, it is January 15th, which means it is Jonathan Kaminga Day here at 95.7 The Game. He can be traded officially starting today. I believe 12 o'clock's the time. But today is the day a lot of Warriors fans have been waiting for. Just take a step back, take a deep breath, Warriors fans. I don't think he's getting traded today. They have till February 5th, which is the actual trade deadline, to get a deal consummated. We shall see. Although there was a very juicy article that was posted on The Athletic. Marcus Thompson II, Sam Amick, and Nick Friedel, our friend Nick Friedel, how Jonathan Kaminga and the Warriors drifted apart and why a split maybe isn't imminent.
Kaminga crisis.
There's a lot of juicy nuggets in this article. Perhaps the one that hit me the most, though, was this little piece, and we'll get back to the Niners in a second, but I think it's worth mentioning, as we've been talking about Jonathan Kaminga on these airways for God knows how long, 5 years, right? It says here, quote, even Lacob, one of Kaminga's long supporters, is down on the 5th year forward, according to team sources. I mean, when Joey Lightyears is down on you, it's a wrap. It's done. It's done. But again, that doesn't mean he's going to get traded. He still might be here. And then you could play that sounder even more so.
What Sammy. I think is also interesting from that piece, I'm going through it, is it mentions in the piece that his value has been declining over the last month since they stopped playing him, which, Spinoza, you'll remember, you and I were doing the show. Yeah. I asked Nick Friedel that, Nick, who's part of the three-man crew along with Marcus Thompson and Sam Amick, who wrote this story, who said that we had him on, you're either in on Kaminga or you're not, as far as the people around the league are concerned. So to go from, you're either in on him and you're not, to now his trade value is declining because they haven't been able to play him. This whole thing is just, for the light years ahead organization to allow this thing to spiral into such a sad state, like the cracks being shown in this organization right now are staggering.
Listen, there is something to be said about the valuation, I should say, of the franchise. They're one of the most valuable. They're 10 billion, something like that. Like they're the number one in the NBA. It's them and the Knicks. Like the Golden State Warriors, people. The Golden State Warriors are one of the class franchises in North American sports. It's true. But at the same time, that doesn't mean you're going to make great basketball decisions. And this Kaminga one has not been that. The Jordan Poole situation was not that. We'll continue to monitor it going forward, but I just had to mention it. It is January 15th. And if anything happens, we'll relay it to the people. In the meantime, we had Zaya and Santa Clara call in. We have Jason in Concord. We're talking about legacy games for San Francisco 49ers this Saturday in the divisional round. Is it Kyle Shanahan? Is it Brock Purdy? Is it Ricky Pearsall? Who could it be? Who could it be now? What's up, Zion Santa Clara? You're on the Morning Roast.
Good morning. I'm just having flashbacks of, one of Brock Purdy's first playoff games when he just absolutely scorched the Seattle Seahawks in their stadium. I'm looking for a breakout game from like a Ricky Pearsall or maybe possibly a Brian Robinson Jr. Kyle's got something in his bag. I mean, DeMarcus Robinson was a non-factor for a majority of the season, and he got the, Tom Brady's Let's Go Player of the Game award on Saturday versus the Eagles. Just go Niners. Let's have some more birds for dinner. Let's go.
There you go. Hey, Zion Santa Clara. I'm not mad at that. The sea chickens, they call them, the birds. Hey, is what it is. I like that. DeMarcus Robinson or Brian Robinson? DeMarcus, right? Okay. Yeah, because Brian Robinson didn't do anything except drop the ball on a return. I like DeMarcus. I know you were saying last week, Joe, Kendrick Bourne, you were circling for him to have a breakout. But you know what? You saw DeMarcus Robinson basically be that guy. Do it again. Doesn't that performance, though, from DeMarcus give you more hope this week? Doesn't it?
They attacked Quinyon Mitchell.
Who's a first-team All-Pro.
Yeah, and
Cooper DeJean.
I didn't have that on my bingo card.
No.
And, usually Kyle tells you what he thinks is the weak spot of the other team's defense by attacking that particular area. I think it's going to be Tariq Woolen again this week.
Yeah.
Because they went at him the last couple times. They're not going to go Witherspoon.
No, but Tariq Woolen had a good game. Like, that's the other thing with this. Like, Seahawks, everyone stepped up defensively.
Totally.
And Greg Cosell was
week one, he didn't.
No, you're right.
He dropped 3 picks.
He did. Greg Cosell was on yesterday, our 95.7 The Game insider, NFL insider, crunches the tape, NFL primetime on ESPN. Guy knows his stuff. What stuck out to him, and I think most of us in that second matchup a couple weeks ago at Levi Stadium, was just the physicality. You were out, you were just manhandled, straight up. To hell with the scheme, to hell with all that, I get it. That's secondary to just absolutely getting punched in the face and not getting back up. The amount of gang tackling I saw from the Seattle Seahawks, there's multiple pictures that people were just tweeting out where there was 6-7 Seahawks all on one player. That needs to be the 49ers mentality. Well, you need to meet them halfway there, Joe.
I guess I don't know what the game plan should be in terms of run pass distribution. They couldn't run at all last time they played them. Now, the same can be said for Philadelphia, but they stuck with the run, and I think it allowed them to be balanced and have third and manageables for the majority of the game.
Right.
I just think this front is way more stout than the Eagles front.
You go back to week one, so we're just diving into both those regular season games. First week and last week.
70?
Yeah, week one was 22 carries, 69 yards. And then you had Brian Robinson.
Less than I thought.
And then Brian Robinson, so you did have combined 100 with both guys, though, because B-Rob had 9 carries for 33 yards.
Wow, he had 9.
And Purdy had a couple scrambles. So you carried it 36 for 119. That's not great average. It's 3.3 yards per carry, but you stuck with it is what I'm saying.
With Kittle on the field this year, they've been averaging about 4 yards a carry. Without Kittle on the field, they've been averaging about 3 yards a carry.
Something's got to give.
I know.
That's why you paid Luke Farrell, right? I keep bringing up the guy. You paid him to be a blocking tight end. He's going to have to step in there. But that's the problem. You have a blocking tight end, and then you have a receiving tight end. But the receiving tight end can't block, and the blocking tight end can't catch. That's what George Kittle is, and that's the perfect piece and what you need.
And also, Seattle likes to stay in that nickel, and that is their base defense. Yeah. And so
they're telling you what they have. They're not going to be like that.
No.
They're just saying, this is what you get.
And I don't know, like, where. So, like, you're asking, like, you know, who are you going to go with? DeMarcus Robinson was last week. Is it Tonjes? Is it, you know, is it Kendrick Bourne? I don't know. Is it Juice? Like, I mean, Joe, I didn't have Juice having 4 for 50.
I mean, can it be Ricky Pearsall? We saw it in week 1.
Even if Pearsall doesn't catch the ball, if he just goes out there and runs 15, 20 routes, that would be huge.
4 receptions, 108 yards in week 1. 108. It was a coming out party of sorts.
He had
it was
a couple of big digs.
He did. We were talking about, I was like, God, Ricky Pearsall, I don't know about this guy. Then he shut us all up in week 1.
Yeah.
He was incredible. Christian McCaffrey, 9 receptions, 73 yards. Juszczyk in that game had a couple big catches.
He had 9 what?
He had 9 receptions for 73 yards. He had just as many catches Christian McCaffrey did as Jackson Smith and Jigba on the other side, who had 9 for 124. This is week 1, 17-13 the final. Could we be in store for another one of those crazy games? I hope your heart can take it, Joe.
Well, he's got to, you know, Shanahan's got to figure something out in this matchup with him and McDonald. Yeah. McDonald's had his number. I mean, he just has. And he's had Purdy's number, too. So I think it's a big one for both those guys. Like, that combination has got to do something. And to me, it's early in the game. Score an early one.
What do you think is the bigger storyline for this? I understand it's 3 phases. You want all 3 phases to play well. But I think we are kind of like glossing over that the Niners defense was not good. I understand they gave up 13 points in the last game.
To a Seattle game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. They were not good.
No.
Like, they
should have gave up more.
I keep hearing people talk about they gave up 13. They only gave up 13. Yeah, but they gave up like an 8-minute drive.
They gave up 200 on the ground.
Destroyed them. Yes.
They gave up 200 on the ground.
Yes.
You're not a good defense when you give up 200 on the ground.
No, I don't. It's Saquon's one thing. I get it. Like, Saquon is one of one. He's an incredible talent. He's a top 5 pick. Like, I can't have Kenneth Walker be running and Zach Charbonnet running all over us, who are good. Don't get me wrong. They're good players. They can't be rushing for 180 yards, though, dude. 180 yards.
And 18 missed tackles.
You can't be having that.
No.
And at the same time, there was one big scramble from Sam Darnold in that game. That can't be happening.
That was a really big scramble for a first down, and he slid down. He also had a play where he rolled out right on that final drive that went like 8 minutes. He rolled out right and fired over to Cooper Kupp. He only made a couple of big throws, but they were huge throws.
Who has the chance to remove all doubt about what they can be going forward? 888-957-9570. I want to get into that on the other side, because there's a lot of people telling me, you know, we talked about house money last week. A lot of people are telling me house money this week. I was like, to hell with that. I want to double down. I want to triple down. House money. No. I'm going for broke right now. I think that's how a lot of Niner fans are feeling. At least that was the feeling yesterday when we were doing that Warriors-Niners conversation. They're like, I'd give up my left pinky, Carter was saying. You kind of backtracked. You said the nub of it. Oh, come on, Carter.
I'm going to Seattle.
Real quick. The guy that said he'd give up his left pinky, who is now sick and missing a day because he has a little cough.
I'm one to talk.
Please.
These tummy aches are going around.
Oh, these tummy aches, and he can't even give. On the other side, we'll get into it. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
The smack talk has already started.
For one, we get a team that we don't like. Me personally, don't like nothing about them.
Yeah, well, we don't like you much either.
Let's go! Bring on the Hawks! Bring them on!
It's win or go home, and we are ready for it.
Let's go Niners! Let's go Niners!
Niners Seahawks Saturday at 5.
One game! One quarter! Just be your best!
We are the Bay Area's football station.
95.7 The Game!
Excuse me, can you tell me where...
I don't know. Those big box stores, they don't know. But Dolan's knows. For 60 years, Dolan's Lumber's been serving the Bay Area with the materials and the knowledge to make your next home improvement project stellar. Lumber, doors, windows, you name it. Dolan's knows exactly what you need. So skip the guessing. Go with the experts. Remember, Dolan's knows. Call now for a quote, 800-9-DOLANS, or visit DolanLumber.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do? Text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS, or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Janet from Burlingame. We had such a great experience with this company, especially with our technician, Sergio. He took the time to explain what was going on, what our options were, and how to keep everything running smoothly in the future.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A. Hi, I'm Miles. And this is Grant. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic. Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day. The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A Chicken Biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shiesky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, JK? Happy JK Day, everyone. 95.7 The Game. You can be traded officially starting today. Sounds so mean when I say it like that, but just everyone needs to just rip the Band-Aid off, please, for the love of God. What are we so afraid about? Just rip it off. Tired of it. All right.
Prediction?
What's your prediction?
We're all going to be underwhelmed.
Of course we are. I've been underwhelmed talking about him for years. Everything's underwhelming about it. This team's underwhelming.
That's been the Warriors the last 3.5 years.
Jimmy Butler said it. Mediocre.
So imagine being a Steeler fan for the last 10 years. They've been the same team for 10 straight years.
And they've had different quarterbacks in all of them.
And people make this argument we win every year. Well, if you sprinkled in a 4-win season, maybe you'd be somewhere.
It's true. Hey, Kyle Shanahan, by the way, 9-4. 9-4 in the playoffs. 3-0 in the wild card round. He's got all the experience, ladies and gentlemen. I think there's only one other head coach I want to say with more technically experience is Sean McVay. He's coached in one more playoff game, but he's 9-5. Doesn't have a better winning percentage than Kyle. He does have the Super Bowl ring. They've both been to 2 Super Bowls, but Kyle has been the guy. He's been the guy. And Mike Macdonald, quite frankly, no experience. None. I think that matters, people. I think it matters too with, you okay? You okay, dude? No. Okay. No. You're good. You're good. Hey, if you need to take a step out, you're good, bro. Greg Cosell talked about it yesterday on the Seahawks dominating 49ers physically. I don't know if that's going to happen again.
Charbonnet and Walker combined for 33 for 171, and the Seahawks have not been a great running team this year. So that was a game where they just dominated. They were able to get to the edges in the run game, which was a big problem in that game. That is more of a tactical thing that can be corrected. But overall, I thought on both sides of the ball that they were just physically handled. And normally when that happens, guys, it doesn't happen again in a short period of time.
I got a feeling that the Seahawks might be the tighter team this Saturday, just with everything going on. Sam Darnold making his first ever home playoff start. Same with Mike Macdonald. Same with a lot of these guys. They've never been here before. They've never done it at this level. The Niners, they're built for this. Even with this version of them. And I think that's what everyone needs to take a step back and just think about it for a second. I understand you have doubts about the depth of this team. But they've showed you all season long this next man up mentality. So why start doubting that they can't win this game now? I doubted last week. I think we all doubted, Sam, last week that the Philadelphia Eagles, the defending champs in Philadelphia, I didn't give them a shot. I didn't. Maybe a puncher's chance because it's football. I mean, if the New York Giants in 2007 can upset, the undefeated Patriots, anything could happen. Anything is possible, Kevin Garnett. I get it. But you win that game the way you did last week. You lost Kittle early on in it. You overcame that loss. I expect them to be right there with the Seahawks by the end of this game. And you know what? It's 2 days before the game happens. I like the Niners in this one. I do. To cover and to win. So there you go. How about that? How about them apples, Sammy?
No,
good morning.
I don't think it's, you're doing a little bit of a pitching change here.
That's okay.
Joe Shasky run on fumes, but, we'll see how he's doing there. But that's what we do. He talked about next man up. That's basically what happened. George Kittle just went out, and then here I am, Jake Ton, just coming in to cover the slack.
Are you going to have a game-winning touchdown today? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
is this going to be a game-winning touchdown performance from Sam? We'll see.
The legacy show. That's what it's going to be.
It's a legacy show. Oh, that's good.
But no, I think it's totally not super crazy to be viewing this game after what the Niners did last week and being like, you know what, I do have faith in this team, all things considered, even though you don't have George Kittle playing, who that is going to be a significant loss for them. But you've just seen what we saw from Kyle last week when he was able to cook up. It feels like faith in Kyle Shanahan is at the highest it's maybe ever been with this fan base. And you feel like he has got this anything is possible feeling going with this team.
Do you think I'm overrating the experience factor heading into this game? I think a lot of people are sleeping on it and they're not giving it enough credence to it, in my opinion. Like the fact that Kyle Shanahan is 9-4 and Mike McDonald's never coached a game. The fact that Sam Darnold is 0-1 in his only playoff start last year in a loss to the Los Angeles Rams. Brock Purdy's been to a Super Bowl. He's won an NFC championship game. He's won wild card rounds. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like we're sleeping on it. That's just me.
No, I think it absolutely plays a factor. Because it is his first game. We don't know how Darnold will play on it. You do have that home field advantage backing you up, which I don't know how much of a factor that does play in here. But
it helps. It definitely helps for like a rookie head coach. He's not. I mean, he's rookie in the playoffs, is why I'm saying that. Mike McDonald.
Yeah,
and definitely for Sam Darnold, it helps. But that being said, the biggest game of the year prior to this was at Levi's Stadium. They took the crowd out of that game immediately. They rushed down the field. Then the crowd got fired up because obviously there's a turnover on downs. But
and they immediately a 3-and-out right after. And that's going to be...
They took away the crowd is what I'm saying. Exactly. And the Niners had the opportunity to do that up there.
And that's where I think if you really want to see the experience factor come into play, obviously you need to take out the things that the Seahawks do going from... If Kyle Shanahan could cook up one of those patented 14-play, 8-minute drives to start the game off that we all love to see, and they punch it in the end zone. I mean, that was Spinoni. I thought this game against the Eagles this past Sunday... When they scored in that first drive of the game and they got the ball, usually Shanahan likes to defer, but obviously he didn't have that opportunity. Yeah. When they got that first score on that first drive, it was just like, oh, we might have something today. I mean, that first touchdown play he had, they did the fake jet sweep and then open it up there for Demarcus Robinson in the back of the end zone. You know, we're both all taxing our thread like, oh, we got in his bag Shanahan today, and that was an understatement at the time. You could set the tone if you're the 49ers on that first drive of the game, let it be known like, hey, we are them dudes. Like, we are them guys coming out. I don't want to say them boys. We are them dudes coming out here, and we're gonna shut the clink up. You know, it's like Will Gavin said, you know, we're not scared of it.
I love Will Gavin. If you guys missed any of that interview yesterday, we had the NFL UK play-by-play host for Talk Sport over across the pond. Incredible stuff. Find it on YouTube or the Odyssey app. By the way, this segment is brought to you by Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We're talking Niners. We're talking Seahawks. Who needs to have a legacy-type performance this Saturday? And it's been next man up for this team all year long. So I expect Tonjes to step up in the absence of George Kittle. I expect more from Garrett Wallow, Eric Kendricks. Hey, you know what? Maybe we get Fred Warner back this week. We'll see. I know Shanahan's still kind of poo-pooing it. He's like, next week. We'll see. I see Zach out there at the practices, our guy behind the glass today. He's recording all these.
Zach got a great video of Fred yesterday working on the sleds. I'm going to be honest. I know they're playing coy with it. I think Fred's playing on Sunday or Saturday. So. No, I actually truly think that. The way you see him moving at practice, I want to get Zach in here. Zach, you're down there more often than we are. You're seeing what's going on. The way Fred was moving at practice yesterday, just describe it for us. How did he look? How did he look physically? Does he look like a guy who's be playing on Saturday, or am I kind of getting ahead of myself here?
Yeah, he looked amazing. You could definitely tell he might not be putting as much weight on his left ankle, which makes sense. But me and Grant Cohen were actually talking about this. I think there's a real possibility he suits up. Not saying he necessarily plays, but he suits up. And another thing I'll note is just he was very vocal yesterday. He was the one leading like the team walkout.
The walkthroughs.
Very vocal.
Got you. That's Zach Green, our 95.7 The Game correspondent at 49ers practices, who's been there all season long. And Fred Warner spoke to the media yesterday, and he feels amazing.
I feel amazing. Let me just say, just so grateful, blessed to be back. And, I think obviously when all this happened, I didn't really think about the possibility of returning in season. But, the way things progressed and being able to have this opportunity to be back with my teammates and have a chance at helping them win this week and so on and so forth, that's my only goal going forward.
He feels amazing and he's blessed. And I think Niner fans would be blessed to have this guy back. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. No,
what he means for them, he is the Kittle of the defense. He's that vocal leader. And for Kittle to leave that game on top of already missing Bosa, already missing Fred, you have a hobbled Trent Williams. There's no Ayuk all season long. You're already without Ricky Pearsall. The injuries that this team has sustained, It's inspiring, man. And if he does come back from that injury, we all thought he was going to be out for the entire year. I mean, it's a Cinderella type of story, Sam. It really is.
I mean, look at it from the other way around too. Imagine if you're Sam Darnold and you come out, you get under center, you're going through your pre-snap reads and whatnot, and you look up and there's 54 right there, staring right at you, saying, "Hey, Sam, I'm coming for you." I don't know how often he'll be out on the field. I think Fred's playing. I think Ricky Pearsall is going to be playing too. I think D. Winters could even be playing. I mean, you think about the amount of guys you're going to have healthy.
Do you want D. Winters playing in this game? Given that Garrett Wallow and Eric Hendricks was pretty freaking good last week in Philadelphia.
If my three primary linebackers are Fred, D, and Eric Hendricks, I'm rolling with that, with Garrett Wallow also there. Wallow actually did play well as the game went along. He was terrible against Seattle. I did not like him in the first half against Philly. He started to put it together a little bit in the second half against Philly. I'd be fine out there. But sticking on the Fred Warner aspect of it, though, if he doesn't, I don't know if he'll come out and play every single defensive snap. I mean, it sounds like by what Zach's saying about his ankle, that is probably very likely there. Thank you for that report, Caddy Zach. But the emotional boost, but then, yeah, the emotional deflation you got to feel if you're Seattle seeing that dude out there. It's just like, yeah, man, like, we thought we were getting a hobbled Niners defense. Now we got to see that dude out there. Like, I would love to see, like, first play of the game, first, second, third play of the game. Just have Fred blitz in right at Sam Darnold and just rock him in the chest. Maybe the ball gets knocked out or something. That would be pretty cool. Won't hold my breath for it. Just something in that first defensive series for Fred to just lay the wood down on Sam Darnold, put the hurt on him, let him know, hey, this is what your evening is about to be looking like.
This game, as it always does, is going to come down to the quarterback play, and one quarterback in particular. I said it a couple weeks ago. I'll say the same today. It's Sam Darnold. Is Sam Darnold going to show up? Or is it going to be Scam Darnold? And I know it's true, though. Like, this is a guy that if he plays well and doesn't turn the ball over, Seahawks are probably going to win the game. Probably. You have to make him uncomfortable any way you can. Get bodies around him. He will be uncomfortable. He's very similar to C.J. Stroud in that regard. All the arm talent in the world. They could wow you with the throw. Like in that game on Monday night, we watched C.J. Stroud, we watched the Houston Texans and the Steelers, and the big takeaway was that Texans defense. I get it. Like, that is a Super Bowl caliber defense. And C.J. Stroud had some of the worst turnovers I've ever seen. Well, flip the game was that third down throw and catch to Christian Kirk. It was a deep bomb, boom. That's all he needed to do. And they got the momentum there. They scored, and then they let the defense just do their thing, get after Aaron Rodgers, night, see you later, the rest is history. You need to not only get the turnovers, you need to capitalize off of them. You need to score off them. That's what Pittsburgh failed to do on Monday night in Pittsburgh. Mike Tomlin's gone now. Aaron Rodgers probably gone. They're probably doing a whole rebuild over there. You need to capitalize on the mistakes that Sam Darnold gives you. Yetur Gross-Matos, getting the fumble. You got to jump on that, man. He's going to give you opportunities. You need to cash in. And that's where Fred Warner gets in. He's so good at those punches. He's so good at those. He's got good hands for a linebacker, which is saying something because not a lot of linebackers have good hands in this league. Hey, Malik Mustafa, I'm looking at the safety play. Can we get a pick? Can we do something? Can we get a fumble?
Can we not miss tackles?
Can we not miss it? Well, that's going back to that last game against Seahawks. Hell, even at halftime, when whoever it was at halftime interviewing, I think it was Laura Rutledge, was like, hey, yeah, what's going on, Kyle? Why are you guys not playing well? Missed tackles. Like, straight up, like, we're not tackling anyone.
18 against Seattle in week 18. Half of them were on that 3rd and 17 run by Kenneth Walker.
Yeah, there you go.
And that's going to be the other part about having Fred back out there is it's going to be so much harder for the Seahawks to break off those big run plays that they had against the Niners in week 18. Fred's going to be great in stopping that run game there. If you had Fred out there for that 3rd and 17, like, that's not a first down. Like, Fred is making that play. I mean, having a playmaker like that out there, even if it's for half of the defensive plays, it's going to be monumental, Spadoni. It's going to be monumental in keeping the Niners in this game. And if they are in this game late, and if it comes down to who has the tougher nerves of steel in the clutch, that I think absolutely is a situation that favors the Niners right now with regards to how battle tested they are. I mean, Shanahan the other day at his presser, he was asked just like, are you guys tired right now from the grind that they've been on? And Kyle's like, we've been in the hole for 7 months. How's now any different?
It's true.
This team is so beat up, tested, battle scarred right now. You know, like Spinelli, like whenever you're working out, you're getting into it, you're sweating.
Oh, yeah.
You just get to a point where you get that, they call it the runner's high or whatever, where it's just like you're tired, but you're not tired. And so you're just going. That's where I feel like the Niners are at right now. They're on a football high right now to where, yeah, they might be exhausted. They might be battered. They might be bruised. But they are in such a mode right now that they're just not even feeling it.
And Brian Baldinger, who joined us earlier in the week, Sam, said, as we're talking about Fred Warner right now, 888-957-9570, we love your participation. Call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. He wouldn't be afraid to play Fred Warner this week if given the opportunity.
I would, because it's a dislocated. It was a dislocated ankle, if I remember correctly. The ankle's going to heal one way or the other. If he has a setback, he has a setback. But, this could be Willis Reed coming out onto the court. I mean, the lift that you get with Fred being out there. And Seattle's seeing that. And the 49ers that are going to be in Lumen Stadium this weekend, they see Fred walk out on the field. And maybe it's not every down, but I would not have fear. If Fred signed off on it and said, guys, put me out there. I know sometimes you got to put players out of harm's way. They'll get too emotional about it. But in this case, I would not have fears. I feel like Fred's going to be back next year, being Fred, no matter what. But I would not have fear of putting Fred out there right now.
And he's already motivated the team. Just seeing him out at practice, I think, does a lot for the players. You don't believe me? Ask Trent Williams.
For me personally, I just think the fact that Fred is even has a jersey on less than 100 days after what happened to him, that's just uplift the team. That's motivation, Having him near, just having his face in his locker room, it's motivation. It helps everybody, So, yeah, I think getting him in the wake of losing Kittle doesn't make the loss any easier, no. But I do think that it does give us a little bit of boost of energy just seeing his face.
It gives a boost of energy to the team. A lot like when Filmo Mike calls into a show, it boosts the energy of a show. Filmo Mike, good morning. How we doing, man?
Out there.
Hey, what's popping? Y'all like the Niners, man. I mean, next man up. I see Love stepped up like Austin Pleasance. It's all love.
I said Jake Tonjes, but yeah. Pleasance works too.
Oh yeah, okay, got you.
He wants the touchdowns, Mike. He wants the tutties.
No, I see him been lifting his weights. He looking good. Sam loved it. Anyway, the Niners. Spadoni, you may feel this. I feel like everybody's happy, kinda, but I'm feeling like that Kobe Bryant meme. Why would I be happy? Job's not done. Job's done. Job's not done. So I think we in that mode right now. I kind of agree with you, Lubman. We've been going through it for 7 months. What the hell? What's the difference? What's 1 week later now? And personally, Fred Warner, if he plays and he plays well, that would be a legacy game for him. And I agree with you. Spadoni. Sam Darnold, he could kind of make or break how people perceive him and think of him. I would love to see a nice fashion, fourth quarter shootout duel in which kind of both teams kind of go back and back or both quarterbacks score type of situation. But then it's 28-24 Niners. That's what I hope, kind of it's like a 10-3 game early on and then the scoring picks up later on. But I wouldn't play Fred, though. Me personally, I would wait. I wouldn't play Fred.
Hey, Mike, can I ask you a question? Do you believe in teams of destiny stuff? Like they have signs throughout a season and you just knew they were going to win it. Do you believe in that?
Kind of. Sometimes, some teams of destiny, I kind of believe in it, but not. I mean, all the time. People was talking about the We Believe team. Was that a team of destiny? I guess if the circumstances from the vantage point of you not having been in the playoffs for so long, but they lost in the second round. I don't know. Who was that? Derek Fisher played us in the second round. So, I don't know. The New York Giants, the San Francisco Giants, and the New York Giants, I think the 2010 San Francisco Giants and that 2009 or whatever team, Eli with the
2007.
David Tyreek catch, that was team of destiny. That was team of destiny for sure.
Okay, that's good. That's Filmo Mike. Appreciate you calling in, Filmo. 888-957-9570. Kind of leads us to our next conversation is what I wanted to get into on the other side here, Sam. teams of destiny in our lifetime. You know, you go to the aforementioned 07 New York Giants. No one was giving them a shot. No, I mean, that Patriots team, for my money in my lifetime, I still say this. People might think it's insane. Even though they lost the Super Bowl, it's still the greatest team I've ever seen. That Randy Moss, Tom Brady season was unbelievable. Unbelievable. And they lost to Eli freaking Manning, Tom Coughlin, David Tyree with bubblegum stuck on his helmet, Plaxico Burress. I mean, that guy who's in nightclubs doing God knows what.
Well, that was after.
I mean, your boy Jeremy Shockey, all about the U.
He didn't play in that game.
Exactly.
Monty Toomer.
But there were signs throughout. They kept in the playoffs. I remember to get to the Super Bowl, didn't they have to beat old man Brett Favre in Lambeau Field?
I remember it was
and
like
Tom Coughlin had Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer all over him.
I remember
the guy
everyone
was just burnt to a crisp.
No one on the Giants wore sleeves in that game. And I always loved that. I think it was Strahan who said it was just like, yeah, no, of course we weren't going to wear long sleeves. Like, we don't want to let them know that the cold weather was bothering us. Now, of course, Eli was in sleeves because he's the quarterback. But also, you remember, Joe, as we're up against it here, but in week 17 of that year, remember this is back when the NFL had a proper 16 games over 17-week schedule. The Giants played the Patriots on Saturday night. Giants had a playoff spot wrapped up. Yep. They did not need to play anybody, but they wanted to prevent the Patriots from going 16-0. Yep. And they played them pretty damn well that night. Giants still lost, obviously, as the Patriots were undefeated.
There was a late Randy Moss deep route touchdown.
I remember that. That was the record player. Yeah, that was touchdown number 50 from Brady. But I always remember the conversation after that game was, ooh, if the Giants and the Patriots face in the Super Bowl, Giants could probably win that. There were signs from that Giants team early on, if you look closely, in hindsight now, you can see it too, that they did have something special there. And on the other side, there's always those moments we can get into that you see from these teams of destiny that make you realize, yo, we might have something here.
And is this 49ers team a potential team of destiny?
And has that moment that makes you think, whoa, something's happening here. Has that moment happened yet? I want to hear from Niner fans if they think that moment's happened. There is a moment from Sunday's game that makes me think that might have had.
Oh.
I'll tell you on the other side.
That's called a tease, people. That's Sam Lubman pulling his Jake Tonjes next man up mentality. Shasky feel better. I'm Joe Spadoni, and it's sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week and earn 4 times points on Juicy Sumo citrus fruit. Just $2.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
The smack talk has already started.
For one, we get a team that we don't like. Me personally, don't like nothing about them.
Yeah, well, we don't like you much either.
Let's go! Bring on the Hawks! Bring them on!
It's win or go home, and we are ready for it.
Let's go Niners! Let's go Niners!
Niners Seahawks Saturday at 5.
One game! One quarter! Just be your best!
We are the Bay Area's football station.
95.7 The Game!
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from our partners, Windsor One and Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
need? We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Yes!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
Get ready for Jim Gaffigan and his Everything is Wonderful tour on June 13th at the Masonic in San Francisco. A third show was just added. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for a chance to win tickets to the 5 p.m. show courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Steve? Great interview yesterday on Willard and Dibbs, as we have the head coach of the Golden State Warriors on each and every week. If you missed any of that, find that interview on YouTube or our free Odyssey app. Maybe we'll hear more from him, too, in the 9 o'clock hour, because it is Jonathan Kuminga Day.
He had some interesting stuff to say about Jonathan Kuminga, too. I think I think his feelings towards this seem very, very, very similar to, let me check my notes here, all of the other Warrior fans that are out there. I mean, he called it a very difficult situation with Kaminga, which, hey, Warrior fans have called it a difficult situation. He called it, a wait and see mode. And it's like, yeah, we've kind of been in a wait and see mode.
It's pretty incredible, Sam, to compare and contrast the two teams we talk about the most on this station, which is the 49ers and Warriors. By all accounts, if you just chronicled all the stuff that has happened to the Niners this year, injury-wise, you'd be like, oh my God, they have to be a dumpster fire, right? Like, it has to be a bleep show.
And the Warriors, who are very healthy for the most part.
Like, it's been the opposite. They've been the bleep show. They have Jimmy Butler calling them mediocre. They have Jonathan Kaminga not showing up in the locker room. You got the owner like saying he's finally out on Kaminga, who's been his biggest champion.
That's another surprising point. We are going to get into this, dive deeper, and maybe in the 9 o'clock hour, we'll dive deeper in this Kaminga story that came out.
Let me tell you this right now. This year's Warriors team is not a team of destiny. So there's, as we're talking about teams of destiny, and they have to show us that, this year's Warriors do not have those feels. The 49ers, on the other hand...
Playing team of destiny.
Yeah, relax. The 49ers, though, this year, could they be a team of destiny? 888-957-9570. That's the voice of Sam Lubman. He's in for Joe Shasky. I'm Joe Spadoni. We're locked and loaded. We got Raj Mathai, NBC, Bay Area, joining us in the 8 o'clock hour. Can't wait to talk Raj, because he's been here a long time, and he knows a thing or two about teams of destiny as well.
Oh, yeah.
One might say, Sam, as I look at that beautiful orange hair that you have on top of your head, speaking of the orange and black, the 2010 San Francisco Giants.
Yeah, he was doing pre- and post-game for the Giants back during that run. So he does know a thing or two about teams of destiny as well. So I would be curious to hear his thoughts on if there is a team of destiny with the Niners when we have him on at 8:50.
In some of those moments, right, that have to happen, we think of the playoff moments first and foremost, right? But sometimes it's in the regular season. I mean, we were bringing up the 2007 Patriots and Giants, right? And the Giants being that team of destiny that knocked off, the Goliath, if you will. And in that regular season, even in a loss, you showed the blueprint of how you could beat that Patriots team is getting pressure on the quarterback. Pressure. And that defensive line was so damn stacked. I mean, Justin Tuck, Michael Strahan,
Osi
Umenyiora. It was Jason Pierre-Paul the second go around. I think he might have been. Maybe he was there still. Like, just incredible.
Antonio Pierce, Raider legend.
Yeah, he's getting interviews too around the NFL. By the way, speaking of the Giants, the newly hired John Harbaugh is going to be the head coach over there with the Big Blue. So there you go.
Only thought I have on that, and then we'll get back to the Niners, is it's going to be an interesting clash here. What happens when good coaching meets bad ownership? I guess we see that a lot, but this would be a very stark battle here.
Well, that was the narrative with Kyle Shanahan when he took over the 49ers, right?
A good coach with bad ownership. That's a really good call there, actually.
And it's up to the head coach. The difference here, though, is they hired the head coach with the GM at the same time. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan together kind of removed all that toxicity from the organization to turn into the gold standard, the red and gold standard, as it is now today. Joe Shane, I believe, is still the GM over in New York.
Yeah, no, they're keeping a lot of the leadership there. And you talk about, I like that you mentioned the culture there, because that is part of, and I think Robert Saleh was asked about it a little bit yesterday in his presser about the culture that Kyle and John have set. But we're talking about, what creates a team of destiny? How do you become a team of destiny? There is a fact, destiny does not just happen. You do, I think, have to kind of put yourself in a position where the destiny can actually come together.
You don't get lucky winning championships. You can't luck out to win.
No, you can't. You do need, there is luck. I think every team that wins a championship has some measure of luck.
Let me be more clear. You can't get lucky every single game and expect to win a championship.
No, you can't.
Yes.
If your goal going into a game is, hey, maybe we'll just get lucky, that's not a strategy. That's
punk.
That's preparing to lose. Not get lucky. But no, if you are going to have those breaks go your way, if you are going to have these magical moments happen in your favor, they don't just happen. You need to set them up almost long in advance to where you could put yourself in a situation to where these moments can happen. And that's where you look at what Shanahan and Lynch have built culturally. I mean, think about what the Niners were like at the end of the Harbaugh era, when everyone was, talking that talk about each other behind each other's back. They had, more leaks than a person sank. It was really bad. It was really toxic. The Jim Tom Sula year, it was like remember when those cruise cars were driving around the city and crashing into stuff? a couple years ago.
Wait, what?
Those driverless cars, Cruise.
Oh, like they're like Waymo
the Giants.
version?
Yeah, the Giants.
I thought you were talking about like a cruise ship that was a car, and I was very confused.
Ooh.
It's okay.
Is that a business idea?
Like those boats that turn into cars.
Oh, like
that
those
can
duck boats?
Yeah.
Not those.
All right.
No, before there was Waymo, there was Cruise.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, those driverless cars, and they would just be crashing into things, and we would make fun of it because the Giants had them as a sponsor, and there was a very easy connection to make there. But that's kind of what the Niners were like under Jim Tom School, just a driverless car crashing into stuff. Chip Kelly's year was a mess and a half for the litany of reasons, and then you get to the quarterback problems too. When Shanahan came in, the feeling around this Niners team was so gross, so negative, so pessimistic. It were such a toxic asset, and nothing good is going to be born from that. Shanahan and Lynch really had to just turn out all the topsoil that was there when they got to this dead Niners garden that they inherited, and they have planted something so incredible that you're going to have incredible opportunities and moments start to flourish with this team, and that's what has you in the position you're in now, where you have good players who have bought into this culture, and when you have everyone bought in, moving in the same direction as a unit, that's what creates the moments like you had on Sunday when, you know, you have that reverse. Sky Moore pitches it to Juwan Jennings. Juwan Jennings then nails Christian McCaffrey in the end zone for the touchdown. The moment for me, as I teased, where I'm thinking, wow, this team might actually have something special that they're cooking up here. That was the first moment that I saw in this. If this is a team of destiny run, that play right there, the Shanahan in his bag play, like that was the moment that I think, for me personally, I'd be curious if other Niners feel the same way. I started to look at this team like, yo, something bigger than what is in front of us might actually be transpiring.
So I knew they were going to be a playoff team, Sam, a playoff team. So you got to get to the playoffs before you become a championship team of destiny.
Playoffs.
But I knew they were a playoff team back in October.
Oh, really? What was the moment?
October 2nd, 2025, SoFi Stadium against the Los Angeles Rams. Thursday Night Football. You were out everyone offensively, basically. You had Mac Jones starting in place of Brock Purdy. All your wide receivers, your tight end was hurt. Yeah, you had Christian McCaffrey, sure, but you had no one else. And then defensively, yeah, you had Fred Warner, but you already lost Nick Bosa. No one was giving this Niners team a shot against the Los Angeles Rams at that time. And what did they do? Drop 17 points in that first half. Obviously, things got tight there towards the end. You get to overtime. You get the win. Eddie Money, a.k.a. Eddie Dinero, Eddie Pinheiro, getting it done. But that was the game for me. They improved to 4-1. And you can say, Spadoni, what are you talking about? They're 4-1. They can easily fall out. No. They had the adversity of all adversity in that game. And Mac Jones, this is going to be the omen for me. When Mac Jones did his little shoulder shrug at whoever that was. Was that Jared Verse? Whoever it was, Landman, whoever. He did his little shoulder shrug. I was like, oh, I'm all in on this guy. So if Brock is going to be out for a while, I got confidence in Mac Jones.
Was that the Harvey Two-Face outfit?
Yeah,
game?
He was wearing the Two-Face walking into the arena.
Yeah, maybe that was actually the moment from that night where it's like, oh, this team's going to the playoffs, and the backup quarterback showed up dressed like Two-Face.
He was 33 of 49, 342 yards, 2 touchdowns. Christian McCaffrey, they didn't run the ball very well. 22 carries, 57 yards, but it was the Kendrick Bourne game. It was the Mac to Bourne connection that they established together back in New England. Kendrick Bourne had 10 receptions, 142 yards. He was the best receiver on the field in a game that featured Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua. It was Kendrick Bourne. That showed me. I was like, okay, this team is ridiculous. Like, how are you going to win that one? It's one thing if you beat the Rams, but on a short week, Sam, on a short week,
with your backup,
against Matt Stafford, who at the time we knew he was going to be an MVP. Almost, he was like, it was him and Baker were duking it out. Again, MVP 5 weeks in the seasons, missed me with that. But Stafford's going to win the MVP. So that you beat the MVP in his backyard on short rest without any weapons, basically. And your biggest weapon was Kendrick Bourne. Insanity. So that was an omen for me that this team has what it takes to make the playoffs.
Yeah, and 888-957-9570 is the number. Talk about all the Niners, a team of destiny, what makes a team of destiny. What is the moment that made you realize this season that the 49ers might be cooking up something special here? Another moment from that game that sticks out to me, Spadoni, in that Rams Thursday night game, was the play where Mac Jones took a hit and he's like lying on the ground.
Oh my God.
Completely like
we thought he was out for the season.
We thought he was like, oh my God, what's our guy, who's our third stringer at the time? Adrian Martinez.
He's
throwing the football on the sideline. I'm thinking, wow, we about to have Brock Purdy 2.0 here, where our third stringer is going to come in and lead the Niners to a victory, because that's the kind of delusional thoughts that we put into our heads sometimes. And he did not miss a play, Mac Jones. Adrian Martinez did not take a single snap in that game. Mac came in, finished the game out. I mean, A, that's where we realized, oh, we got a different dude here in this Mac Jones. But B, that was another moment for me where it's just like, this season, there's a lot that's going wrong, but there's still a lot that's going right at the same time. And yeah, that's kind of paradoxical, for that to be happening there. But it's just kind of one of those seasons with the Niners where it's just like something bad happens, screw it, because something good's got to be happening too. And that just kind of plays into the whole, like, when at any moment you feel like something magical can happen, like any play could be a play where something amazing happens. That's where that destiny feel, I think, really starts to kind of take hold.
Let me just ask you straight up. I don't even know if I asked you. Like, do you believe in what we're talking about? Like Team of Destiny? Do you believe in it, Sam, in your heart of hearts?
I do believe it is possible for the stars to all come together in a particular year, and everything just kind of, parts like Moses parting the Red Sea, whatever cliche you want to use to describe these things. Yes, I do believe sometimes it all just comes together. Let's go down memory lane a little bit here and talk about past Bay Area teams of destiny. Filmo Mike brought up the 2010 Giants. Obviously a very special team for me as a Giants fan growing up.
Every Giants fan, like that was the first San Francisco Giants championship.
Yeah, and there were moments, first off, throughout that entire regular season, there were so many incredible moments that took place that made you feel like something special was building up.
Down to the last weekend.
I was there to the second to last game 161, where we all booed Barry Zito off the mound. But when Jonathan Sanchez came out and had that performance in game 162, heck, I'll go back a month earlier. Darren Ford had that steal of third base. Rocky's thrown in the outfield. He dashes home. Darren's dash. That was kind of like the first moment. I mean, that 2010 run, I'm not going to go through all of them because there's so freaking many of them. Breaking news from Shams Charania. Apparently, Jonathan Kaminga has officially requested a trade. Do we need to hit the breaking news on that one?
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's news.
I don't know if that's news there, actually. I mean, can you... but yeah. It's officially official that JK wants out. This is the first time he has actually said it. I don't know. Do we pivot into that now? That was one of the most ho-hum news breaks I think we've ever done here.
Jonathan Kuminga has demanded a trade away from the Warriors as he becomes eligible to be moved Thursday. Sources are telling ESPN.
Little reverse breaking news.
All right. Well, listen.
Is Jonathan Kuminga trade a trade of destiny?
I mean, we knew this was all a possibility. We were all waiting for this day for this reason. A breakup is upon us, right? Like, we've been knowing about this for months and months and months. We had the article drop this morning from The Athletic. Marcus Thompson, who's been covering the team forever, Sam Amick, Nick Friedel, all via The Athletic. Nick Friedel, our cousin Nick, right? How Jonathan Kuminga and the Warriors drifted apart and why a split maybe isn't imminent, but you know what? Today's the day where it can finally start happening. February 5th is the actual trade deadline, so you got a couple weeks to work with here. But Sam, we've been talking about this guy for so long, and I feel like he's demanded a trade a couple different times. Maybe I could be wrong. Is this the first time he's officially demanded a trade?
As far as I can recall, this is the first time he has the words Jonathan Kuminga and requested a trade have been in the same sentence in an official capacity. As his body language has definitely shown over the last few years that he wants out. Steve Kerr's, I think, body language and the usage of Kaminga has showcased that they want him out. I don't think to this point, no one has come out and specifically said, and more to the point, Jonathan Kuminga has not come out and specifically said, get me the heck out of here.
What's been more frustrating for fans, just Bay Area fans? Has it been the Brandon Ayuk saga of this past season or the Jonathan Kuminga saga? What's been more exhausting, whatever word you want, distracting, just everything, all the toxicity around those two individuals? I think the Ayuk one is it's just sad in general because there was a huge injury attached to it. The Kaminga one, I think, is a failure on multiple levels when it comes to ownership, general manager, coaching, player, agent. I think everyone's to blame in this one. And I know that's what it's going to turn into. Oh, blame JK. He didn't want it bad enough. He didn't want to do these things. Oh, blame Steve Kerr. He didn't put him in a position to succeed. No, blame Joe Lacob because he always had his back and he gave unfair expectations about him. No, blame Mike Dunleavy. He should have traded him. There's so many different angles we've been talking about when it comes to Jonathan Kuminga for so long. So the fact that he finally has demanded a trade, according to Shams Charania at ESPN, that's the latest in breaking news from ESPN. I guess I'm not surprised. It's just sad. Like, this whole thing is just sad. And you know who loses at the end of the day, Sam? It's the fans. Like, we've lost in all of this. You as a Warriors fan, the people that pay their hard-earned money to watch the team and go to that, like, they've lost. Yes, the team to an extent, but he hasn't been a part of the team. He hasn't been a part of the team for months. I said it 2 months ago. The moment that he started getting DMPs, people didn't want to buy it. I was like, oh, they have a mutual understanding that he's just going to be put on ice until the trade deadline. And people are like,
until he's traded, yeah.
That's what I'm saying, until the trade deadline, until January 15th, which is his unofficial trade, which is his official trade deadline.
Yeah, so between now and February 5th is the actual trade deadline.
And that was the right move. You don't want him to get hurt. That's the whole point.
It's kind of derailed things last year.
Exactly.
I mean, he still could have been traded when he's hurt, but it's a lot easier to trade a healthy player than an unhealthy player, as the Dallas Mavericks and Anthony Davis are about to find out. But you asked the question, what's been more frustrating between, the Kaminga crisis or the Ayuk drama?
Yeah.
It's obviously the Kaminga crisis because, and you mentioned, it's a failure on every single level. With Brandon Ayuk, the Niners made the wrong move, I guess, paying him. But I think the Niners made the wrong move by waiting to pay him. I've always said I think the Niners should have signed him to a contract in April of that year. I thought the Amon-Ra St. Brown deal, when that came out, that kind of screwed the Niners over because I think Ayuk's stock at that time was higher than that of Amon-Ra St. Brown. So if Amon-Ra is getting a deal for X money, then Ayuk's going to want a deal for more money than that. But the Niners were right to want to hold on to Brandon Ayuk. He was their number one receiver for an offense that took him to a Super Bowl. He was brought. I called him the spark plug because he would ignite the offense so many times. It was a Brandon Ayuk first down on an out route that would get a long Niners drive going. So the Niners were right to want to have him on the team. The players were right to want to have Ayuk on the team. Ayuk really is the only one who I think really kind of screwed this thing up with that situation. Obviously, the Niners had some issues too. With the Kaminga thing, though, Kaminga screwed this up. Steve Kerr screwed this up. Joe Lacob screwed this up. Mike Dunleavy screwed this up. I don't know how much blame the players get. I don't know if there's really any blame because the players, as the Nick Friedel story on The Athletic mentions, the players were very good at separating the business nonsense that we love talking about from what's going on the court. They all still like him in that locker room. They're all still friends. They're all still tight. Jimmy's still probably putting his arm around him saying, hey, young buck, keep your head up, blah, 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 stuff like that. But in terms of just the actual acting like a basketball organization, from top to bottom, this is just a colossal failure that, again, for the light years ahead organization, this is just very unbecoming of what you expect. This is almost Chris Cohen era Warriors level of frustration and disappointment in terms of not just Kaminga, Spadoni, and I know I'm going on long here, but this is just the Kaminga thing, how that's fallen apart, how things fell apart with Jordan Poole and Draymond Green. And then it goes back to, again, the drafting of James Wiseman, who I still defend that pick. I think it was the right pick to make in that moment. Hindsight, obviously being 2020, would tell you that, that is wrong. But in the moment, yes, Wiseman was the pick. He was the correct pick. You had no way of knowing that he would not pan out like he did. But for an organization that from, basically the moment they fired Mark Jackson on to the moment that, Clay's ACL blew out in Game 6 of the finals, everything the Warriors touched turned to gold. No pun intended, Golden State. They literally did everything right. Even when they did something wrong, losing Game 7 of the finals, it was okay because that's what opened up the avenue to get Kevin Durant. To see an organization that was so good at hitting the right mark every single time, to suddenly just be on the complete opposite end of the spectrum like that, it's so jarring, it's so unsettling, it's so upsetting, really, to see happen because none of this really needed to happen like this.
This hour is brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you, here for good. If you're just joining us, that's the voice of Sam Lubman filling in for Joe Shasky. I'm Joe Spadoni. The latest breaking news from Shams Charania, ESPN. Golden State's Jonathan Kuminga has demanded a trade away from the Warriors as he becomes eligible to be moved today. And there's some juicy nuggets from this article that's attached to it via Anthony Slater, who obviously covers the Warriors for ESPN, and Shams. This one for me. Quote, the situation has deteriorated into this inactive state where team sources have said that essentially every major figure on the ground level of the operation, most notably Kaminga, Kerr, and the veterans watching a $22.5 million player rot on the bench while they're stuck in a, quote, mediocre state, as Jimmy Butler called it, agree that the cleanest resolution for all involved is a trade prior to the deadline. Every single person wants Jonathan Kuminga gone, including Jonathan Kuminga. What's the holdup?
Including Joe Lacob.
Get him out of there. Everyone's in agreement. Get him out of there. And even the owner. Yes, Joe Lacob. The ground level, the entire operation said the cleanest resolution, let's trade this guy away. It's pretty incredible because that rarely happens in sports where everyone is agreeing like, yeah, I think it's best for every single person involved. I gotta go. Usually there's a coach that like disagrees or players disagree or an owner.
Unanimity words.
Unanimity?
It's very hard to be unanimous in these situations. I know words are hard. That's why we work in radio where we have to talk.
That's right.
But again,
it's pretty crazy that everyone's on board. It's gotten so bad that everyone is saying, yeah, he's got to go.
I mean, even Joe Lacob.
Jimmy was one of his biggest defenders for a while.
Well, Jimmy is, if I'm guessing, I'm not going to report anything. This is reckless speculation, as I like to call it. My guess, I mean, Jimmy, if there's anyone who knows about needing to be out of a certain situation, it is one Jimmy Butler. I think Jimmy's probably one of those guys who, yeah, he's on board with Kaminga getting out of here because Jimmy understands the importance of what it means to find a fresh start elsewhere. Now, of course, a lot of Jimmy's fresh starts have, not been always the freshest of starts, but it's the same kind of concept. Jimmy probably gets it. Yeah, you're not working here, man. You got to go figure it out somewhere else. And that's where, again, you see the separation between the basketball side of it and the business side of it really kind of start to play in with these guys in the locker room.
If you're just joining us again, the breaking news right now, what are you talking about? You're not talking 49ers, Seahawks divisional round? I was like, no, this is breaking news. This is big. Shams Charania, ESPN, Golden State's Jonathan Kuminga has demanded a trade away from the Warriors. And according to the article, everyone is on board with this. The players, ownership, GM, everyone is now on board with JK moving away from the Warriors. And this is also part of that article, Sam. If the right star player is made available, the Warriors would be willing to move multiple first-round draft picks, team sources said, though they are more protective of their first-rounders in 2028 and beyond than their 2026 pick. Okay, first time I'm hearing that they'd be willing to part with more draft capital because the conversation for so long has been, they're coveting those first-rounders. We got to keep the future past Steph. We can't be short-sighted here, guys. Well, now I think they're all realizing when Jimmy Butler's calling the team mediocre and we're less than a month away from the trade deadline, something's got to give. Something has to change with this team. But the problem with that is it takes two to tango with any trade. And there's going to be risk involved. The Jimmy Butler trade was a huge risk for them last year. It paid off for that time, for a couple months. It absolutely paid off. And now we're kind of seeing, it's like, God, this team just a year ago, we feel like we're the exact same spot. They need to do something. Yeah. And Jonathan Kaminga needs to be a part of it.
No,
like
absolutely.
Hold on. If he is on the team past February 5th, that's a colossal disaster on all levels. No, it is. If everyone is saying he needs to be traded and he's still on the team February 6th, that's a joke. And people need to get fired for it. No, seriously.
Ooh, okay. Well, let's peel this back a little bit, layer by layer there. Let's start off with the draft picks there. And yeah, so I'm looking at the line. The line in the story is, just to reiterate what you said, if the right star player is made available, the Warriors be willing to move multiple first-round draft picks, team sources said, though they are more protective of their first-rounders in 2028 and beyond than their 2026 pick. I like to have my cake and eat it too. Obviously, those 2028 and beyond picks are considered more valuable because the Warriors are probably going to be very, very bad during that time.
Possibly.
The problem with that is those are the picks that people are going to want. This 2026 pick, it's probably going to be in either late lottery or it's going to be in that, 15 to 18 range for those teams that get knocked out in the first round of the playoffs. That's not always the most advantageous draft spot. So, yeah, you're willing to move your 2026 pick. Cool. I don't know how much that's going to move the needle on a trade for a player like Kuminga, who, despite all the potential he's showing, hasn't really shown it, and you don't know he's going to be here for next year. So that's the first part of that when I see that they're willing to move the draft picks. Like, that's great they want to hold on to those later draft picks. That seems like a big ask if you do really want to move off Kaminga.
Well, and they talked about it more in this article, and I do want to play some sound from Steve Kerr, who was asked yesterday on Willard and Dibs with his weekly interview here on 95.7 The Game, kind of just JK and where it stands with him not playing, DMPs, it being a tough situation, some really good stuff I'm going to play momentarily, but more from this article. League sources said that the Warriors have been prioritizing expiring contracts in return for Kaminga. They've declined the idea of taking back long-term contracts unless they view it as no-brainer positive value. I got to be honest, anything you get in return has to be positive value because you're not getting anything from Jonathan Kaminga. I
don't think you're
Am I taking crazy pills here?
No,
You're not playing the guy for 2 months.
I mean, yeah, you're going to get positive value in that you're going to give away a guy who isn't playing for a guy who will be on the court, but that doesn't mean you're getting the right positive value. I don't really know right now.
Give me Malik Monk in a heartbeat.
Is that really going to make the Warriors any better, though?
Yes, because you're getting something of value. You're getting a guy that can score.
I don't know if just because you're getting something doesn't mean you're getting better. There's a difference between, that's kind of one of the things that's there's those people at work who pretend like they're typing on the keyboard when the boss walks by versus the people who are actually typing on the keyboard when the boss walks by. Malik Monk feels more like the former there, where it's just if the Warriors get Malik Monk, that's just you're doing moves to make it look like you're making moves.
You could have done this over the summer.
You absolutely could have,
We all saw this coming, which is the other frustrating aspect of this, is you got to get something in return for him, and it's going to be a losing It's going to be a losing proposition.
Are they? We were talking about teams of destiny. Are the Warriors destined to lose this Jonathan Kaminga trade?
Yeah, they already have. Everyone loses. I said it at the start. Everyone has lost.
In theory, let's say it's the Kings.
And people want to say face. Oh, Jonathan Kaminga didn't lose. His agent didn't lose. He got paid over the summer. You got paid 1 year. What was it? 22
million.
Yeah,
2.5 million. $46 million contract structured with an option for the second season. So it was basically a 1 year, $22 million deal because of all the things everybody knew. But no, it's very possible, Spadoni, that let's say it is for Malik Monk. I don't think it is going to be for Malik Monk, but let's just have fun with this here.
The article specifically says they don't want to do that because they don't want more money attached.
Yes.
They want expiring deals. And I guess Keon Ellis on a cheap expiring deal, who also plays on the Kings, is a potential sweetener of interest to the Warriors if they include Malik Monk in all this. And again, this is all hypothetical. There's some sources attached to everything. There's nothing substantive yet when it comes to like a Michael Porter Jr., Trey Murphy III, any of that stuff.
Yeah, but humor me on this just for a moment, because it is possible, maybe Kuminga goes to the Kings or the Pelicans or the Nets and actually is a successful basketball player. And in that situation, yes, the team that acquired Kuminga and Kuminga himself would be winners. Kuminga could go to one of those teams or any other team in the NBA, have a good second half, hit the free agent market, and then have a successful career elsewhere. He is a guy, it's bad for him right now. He does have, it's crazy enough to say right now, I think the most potential to actually come out on top of this down the line. How much money he will have lost remains to be seen, but he'll still do very well. The Warriors, I think, are absolutely destined to lose this trade no matter what, because they're going to have to give up assets to move off an asset they don't want to bring in a guy who, at the end of the day, it'll probably be a lateral move at most.
I want to hear from the people. If you have any thoughts, you better have thoughts on this. I mean, this is the guy we've been talking about for years and years and years. We're turtling up now. He demanded to trade people. 888-957-9570. The latest breaking news. Sham Sharana at ESPN. Jonathan Kuminga has demanded a trade away from the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570. You can text us as well on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Steve Kerr yesterday on with Willard and Dibs was asked about Kuminga being the only player to not play in a game that included garbage time.
I'm just going to say it's a difficult situation. I think you guys know it. Everybody knows it. I'm just going to leave it at that. It's a difficult situation.
I got to give credit here to Steve Kerr, though, in all this. And I know a lot of people don't. And a lot of fans are mad at Steve Kerr because they feel like he's the reason Jonathan Kaminga hasn't been able to develop the way that fans think he can, right? He hasn't taken any shots at JK. He hasn't talked about him as a person. He hasn't yelled at him. He's been honest and forthright when he's doing these interviews, saying it's very difficult. Jonathan and you know what? Maybe they don't have a great relationship personally. I mean, he says they do. He says communication's been fine. Maybe they don't. But he's not going to go out there and say anything negative about it. And I actually do appreciate that part of him because in today's society, I mean, you can just look at our politics too. I'm not going to go that deep. Pettiness is everywhere. Everyone wants to be petty. That's what we're doing in society. And unfortunately, it's becoming more and more the norm with our coaches, with athletes, with everyone wants to be petty. Steve Kerr has not been that at all. He's been honest. He's been forthright, saying it's very difficult. I know what you guys like. I know I have to talk about it. He's exhausted talking about it. I know people on this station are exhausted talking about it. Shasky was losing his mind before the show today because it's Jonathan Kaminga. He's like, no, it's Niners Seahawks. I don't want to talk about that. And I get it. Like, I get the frustration and anger from the fans because they're tired of it. But now no one wants to talk about it. It's kind of interesting. No, he demanded a trade away from the Warriors. We've been asking and talking about this forever, and people are like, well.
888-957-9570. Call in, and I want to know what Warrior fans are feeling about Jonathan Kaminga officially coming out and requesting a trade. Like, let's talk about this. You don't have to wait till 10 o'clock to do this. You could talk about it right now with us because I'm looking through again.
Steiny actually, I think, hasn't asked me anything going on right now on Instagram.
Is Steiny live on Instagram right now? This is his Christmas right now. The fact that he's not like strutting around the station right now with a big smile on his face. I cannot wait to see Steiny today. Another thing you mentioned there, Spinelli, a little while ago, I wanted to peel back, is if he is still on the team after the deadline on February 5th, I mean, we think that the Kaminga crisis
failure
is that now. I might need to make a new Kaminga crisis sounder if he is still on the team on February 6th. That is, we go from Kaminga crisis to the colossal Kaminga catastrophe. That would be, I think, a fireable offense because I don't know who gets fired. I don't want to name names because I don't know who it would get fired there. You better be careful. But knowing everything that you know, if you're inside those walls, knowing how bad this situation is, where everybody is in agreement, at some point, again, I don't think the Warriors are going to be getting back in a trade for Kaminga what they think they're going to get back. I just don't.
No, they know that they're not going to get much.
So you can't stand there and stand your ground and say, then we're going to potentially not move him, because if you don't move him, then he's going to walk and you will get you will then receive in return for him leaving exactly what you are getting from him now, which is nothing. You're going to take a loss on this deal. You're going to have to do a deal you don't like. You dug yourself into a hole that you don't want to be in. You can't just look for an easy way out. You kind of have to just kind of bend over and take this one a little bit, because you put yourself, I mentioned how the Niners kind of put themselves at the start of the segment in a situation early on. They laid the foundation that will allow good things to happen. The Warriors did the exact opposite. They have created a very bad situation, a dead garden, and they have created a situation where it's very hard for anything to grow. And now they're sitting here acting like they can still get some ripe fruit from their garden. No, that's not how this works. It's just not.
So two things here. And we're talking about right now, Jonathan Kaminga demanding a trade, according to Shams Charania, ESPN, him and Anthony Slater all over it. There was the article that dropped this morning via The Athletic, how Jonathan Kaminga and the Warriors drifted apart and why a split maybe isn't imminent. That was by Marcus Thompson, Sam Amick, and Nick Friedel. They point to two different dates in this to how this soured so damn fast. First off, December 2nd, Kaminga's frustration no longer remained beneath the surface. Behind a smile summoned by his bent to stay positive, he mumbled loud enough to be heard as he rustled through the belongings at his locker inside Chase Center. A few choice words made clear his mood as he hastily dressed and departed. The Warriors had just lost to the Oklahoma City Thunder. Steph didn't play. Jimmy was knocked out. The Warriors were down 11 when Kuminga entered the game with 5:08 remaining in the third. They trimmed the deficit to 3 by the start of the fourth, but then Kuminga spent the entire fourth quarter on the bench. That pissed JK off. I understand. I get it. I'd be pissed too. And then the second date, January 2nd, the tables turned. The Warriors played their fourth game in 6 nights, rested Curry, Butler, and Draymond Green for OKC's return to San Francisco.
I was at that game. It was not fun.
Steve Kerr, on our show, told Willard and Dibbs that Kaminga would, quote, for sure get some minutes in that game. And then what happened? Oh, Kaminga popped up on the injury report about an hour before the game with some lower back soreness. Didn't play. Warriors lost the game by 37. Joe Lacob approached Kuminga moments after the game, quickly declined to comment, and was visibly irritated. Kerr was asked when Kuminga got hurt during his post-game news press conference, and he's like, just before the game, and he's like, I don't know if it's going to linger. I have no idea. And then you had the anonymous player quote, which I found fascinating in this. Quote, I wouldn't have played either. It's clear the coach doesn't believe in him. So clearly...
Who do you think that was?
I'm not going to speculate.
Obviously, Guy Santos. That's a joke. I'm not saying that it is.
I know one veteran player that has had his back no matter what.
Exactly.
And he joined the team last year at the trade deadline.
Don't need to say any names.
That's all I'm going to say.
That's kind of what I thought, too. That seems like something that kind of a veteran player would say. Again, not to name names here a little bit. Let's go to the lines here.
Let's do it.
I do want to talk about the Kerr angle of it, though, but I do want to know what Warrior fans have to say.
And they're calling. We got Josh, Chucky, and KC. Let's start it off with Chucky in Oakland. Chucky, good morning. You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning. I know you don't call on the Roaster show, man. I'll be listening to Stein and Guru, but I do listen to you guys before Stein and Guru, man.
Appreciate
I listen to all you guys, man. Appreciate the show, man. Especially how Samsky be going down Sam Loveman's road all the time.
It's next man up, man. That's how we do it, Chucky.
That's right. That's right. Hey, man, I'm just straight puzzled, man. Kerr be getting a lot of props, man, as far as him winning championships and stuff like that, but separate Kerr, man, from Jackson and Daly, you know what I mean? Cats like that, man, is that he don't get along with the personnel, man. And see, and I have a problem with Draymond and Kerr saying everything is cool, and then Butler kept it real, talking about, man, we mediocre. And I think what's up with Butler, man, is because the ace come in there where he tried to be cool with Kaminga. He tried to bring him along, and then somehow it was some pushback with Butler trying to be a mentor to Kaminga, and that it just went all bad, man. It happened with KD. It happened with Poole, and Curry even got into it with Draymond, and it's just the personnel perspective. And my deal is, man, Kaminga is just a kid, man, and he didn't I don't think he got the chance to work through the trials and tribulations of being out there on the court. He didn't get to work through his troubles on the court and try and figure them out, and Kerr didn't work with him. And my question to you guys is this. Everybody talking about Kaminga might be going to the Kings or whatnot. But my deal is, I think how my guy work in my life, man, I think a contender would love to have Kaminga, especially when they see what he did against Minnesota in the playoffs last year. So is it a...
Hey, we're up against it, Chucky. I appreciate the call. I think it's interesting, and we'll answer that question after the injury report. Zach, injury report, you got it ready? Thank you. Let's go. I'm injured. Fred Warner was not the only 49er back at practice this week. Ricky Pearsall was also back at practice after re-aggravating his PCL injury. He was listed as a limited participant in practice yesterday. He is currently considered questionable for Saturday's game against the Seahawks. The Injury Report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. As you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always on the Odyssey app, coming live from the Live Among Studios. And it's Sam Lubin filling in for Joe Shasky. I'm Joe Spadoni. Breaking news out of the NBA landscape via Shams Charania and Anthony Slater. Jonathan Kuminga has demanded a trade away from the Warriors on his first day he is eligible to be moved, which is today, January 15th. We're taking all your calls. We're taking all your texts. We just had Chucky in Oakland on, Sam, and he was just saying, hey, is it possible he gets traded to a contender? Maybe, but the contender's not giving anything of significance to get Jonathan Kuminga. The Warriors are desperate. Like everyone else is also tapped in on this situation.
Oh, everyone's been paying attention.
We're not like, and
They're not tired of it.
We do this all the time in sports, and I love it. Yeah, let's just, give Jonathan Kuminga and some potato chips so we can create like Bobby Portis.
Let's just give Jonathan Kuminga a pick for Trey Murphy III. Who says no? The Pelicans.
Exactly. There's
the other team has to. This isn't like NBA 2K where you can turn on automatic trades. Trades are actually hard.
Trades are hard. Thank you, Joe Lacob. And Joe Lacob now basically out on Jonathan Kuminga, and he was his biggest supporter in all of this. All the news coming out last 24 hours, which it's not really news because we all kind of knew about it. But like when the Anthony Slaters and the Marcus Thompsons and the Nick Friedells all come out with their piece and basically all agree on the same thing for different outlets. Like, yeah, everyone's in agreement. JK's got to go, including Jonathan Kuminga.
When it goes from unsaid to said, like it did today, that is a significant step. Because again, no one in Kaminga's side has specifically asked for a trade prior to this. I have a list here of all the other times, Kaminga has complained publicly. There was the Lost Faith report from 2024, where, again, that was the report that someone in Kaminga's camp said that Kaminga had lost faith in Steve Kerr's ability to develop him. There was the 2024 in the summer where Kaminga said that he felt singled out by Kerr's defensive demands. And then, of course, when he got traded last year and Kerr told reporters, I have no idea what he's doing in regards to Kaminga participating in drills. So there's been lots of reports of frustrations and anger from one side towards the other. Neither side has said, no one on the Warriors has said, we need to move off of him. I don't think they would say that. And no one on Kaminga's side has said, get me the heck out of here yet until today.
For nearly 2 weeks, this according to the article in The Athletic, quote, for nearly 2 weeks, Kuminga has been a non-existent presence within the Warriors locker room.
That's nuts.
At least in the windows of media access. Early in the season, the aura of the young forward was a staple before and especially after games. He could almost always be found at his locker, joking with teammates, conversing with the media. But since that January 2nd game, he's been a ghost. Kaminga sits on the bench during games and then seems to vanish.
He's been a ghost. Do you think Sam Darnold's seeing him?
Maybe Saturday night.
I mean, that's just insane, though. But to go from he was so present early on to non-existent, like I don't do the Warrior locker room access when I go to games. I don't go to games enough to do that. But I'll compare it to Giants games. When you don't see players that often, it comes what's going on here? When you do see these guys, when you don't see these guys, it does matter. When you start seeing Jock Peterson walk around the locker room, not looking like he's in game shape, you start to wonder, well, what's going on with this guy? Something's not right here. What you see in those moments matter as well as what you don't see. He hasn't been a presence in 2 weeks there as far as the media is concerned. That is shocking that it's gotten to that point to where he's that absentee.
People are fired up about it on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line as well as our phone lines. And let's go to them. KC is in Marin. What's up, KC? You're on the roast.
Gentlemen, good morning. I feel real bad for Kaminga. I blame 100% on this, on Mr. Two Timelines, Mr. Light Speed Ahead. In my opinion, he is Jerry Jones 2.0. He bought a team with little sports knowledge and hired two amazing minds in Bob Myers and Jerry West. He let them do all of the player personnel moves, and they had amazing success in the draft as well as championships. And then Joe Lacob started to do things that reminded me of Jones. He hired his son. He gave his son player personnel power. He is making now basketball decisions himself with no basketball experience. And as a person who had to live through Chris Cohan and the absolute failure that he was, I thank Lacob for buying the Warriors. He moved him out of Oakland. He's ruining this franchise from a player personnel standpoint, as well as making amazing basketball minds leave the Warriors franchise. I feel bad for Kuminga. I feel bad for Kerr that he's been put in this situation to be forced or try to be forced to play a player who does not fit into his system whatsoever. Blame goes to Lacob, 1,000%.
That's Casey Marin. He's blaming the owner and Joe Lacob. And that is not the first time I've heard a caller compare him to the owner of the Dallas Cowboys and Jerry
Jones.
Jones.
A very fun comparison for people to make.
I think that's a little premature at this point to compare him that, because we are only, 4 years removed now from a championship. Technically 4 years, 2026. But, it's a little, I'm not ready to go there yet. Jerry hasn't won anything of significance in Dallas in 30-plus years. Since I was in diapers. That's the last time. Come on. It's a little extreme. Although the basketball decisions are baffling. But at the same time, we've talked to Joe Lacob on these areas. He sat here. He lets the people do their job. He'll give his input. He'll say his thing. But ultimately, he'll always tell us straight up, yeah, I hired these people for a reason. I let them make the final say. He'll give his thoughts, and any good owner should be involved. I agree with him when he says that. Good ownership should be involved in things, but you also put people in their positions to do their jobs, and Joey Lightyears has done that. But maybe the people that have been put in position to do their jobs, maybe they're not up to snuff anymore. Maybe that's a possibility, and that is where you have to take a look in the mirror and maybe have some hard questions and hard truths, which cut both ways. Shout out Stannis of the House Baratheon. Maybe you do that this summer and say, you know what? Maybe we got to make some tough decisions. But we still got a season to go, people.
You still got Steph.
Still have a season. And yeah, you still have Steph. That's honestly, Sam, before you go, that's what's kind of hanging over everything. You still have Stephen Curry. But what version of Steph? He's been incredible this season. He's going to be 38 March 14th, same day as my sister. They're the same age.
Pi Day.
It's Pi Day, exactly.
It's endless, like Curry's greatness. No,
but there is going to be an end.
Yeah.
You know?
No, the Lacob angle, I get why people, the Jerry Jones comps, I'm not willing to go there yet either, though it is hard to deny the similarities here in terms of just how things are trending. But, we know that when they build this team, they do it as a collective. Joe Lacob is not sitting there Jerry Jones style saying, draft Jonathan Kuminga at number 7. Or it's my way or the highway.
Well, he's also not allowing his ego, because I think we're forgetting what happened with Jerry Jones in the 90s. If you guys watch the doc on Netflix, they go all into it. He had beef with the head coach. The head coach left.
And I don't think that ever happened with Lacob and Kerr. I don't think there is. I think
Lacob doesn't care about the credit of I'm the one that did all this.
He just wants to win.
I don't believe that.
No. Yeah. If there's any friction between Lacob and Kerr at any time, it's because Lacob is demanding Kerr have the team up here as I raise my hand above my head and not down here as I hold my hand below my chin, for people who are listening on the auditory medium here. But no, I don't think this decline started because of ownership decisions. It started because of bad basketball decisions, going back towards the failure of developing James Wiseman, going back towards the fact, and I'm looking at the Athletic article. We're going back and forth between two articles, an ESPN story from Slater and an Athletics article from Marcus Thompson, Sam Amick, and Nick Friedel. But there's a part here in the article that mentions that Kerr kind of wanted Franz Wagner. Franz Wagner in that 2021 draft. And the decision obviously was to go with the more athletic Jonathan Kaminga. So they made a basketball decision there that was just not going to work out.
Anthony Edwards was the guy, but you just didn't have the first pick. So you're never getting him. That was the guy in that draft. I know.
Honestly, I'm not convinced they would have drafted Anthony Edwards.
I know LaMelo Ball. People thought, we already have Jordan Poole. We don't want to get LaMelo, and we're seeing
they
LaMelo.
didn't want LeVar Ball, though.
Yeah, but
the real pick was Halliburton.
I think that was blown out of proportion, the LeVar Ball aspect of it. I just think they felt like it would have been a redundant piece getting LaMelo, point guard, shooting guy. He's going to take a lot of three-point shots. I don't think they were ever going to take him. In hindsight, do you still take him? I mean, he's getting benched now in Charlotte. I don't know. But the player to be had in that draft in hindsight was always going to be Anthony Edwards. You're going to take Tyrese Halliburton, who ended up going, 9? You said 11, whatever it was, 12.
Exactly. That's the pick in hindsight.
And then the team that drafted him traded him.
Well, the team that drafted him was the Kings. So, I mean, if literally any other team drafts him, they probably, don't do that because
But they had De'Aaron Fox,
Kings.
is why they did. They chose De'Aaron Fox over him. Not like he could have played both.
Kings are going to king. Yeah. So that's what I.
So yeah, but to your point, the Wiseman mishit.
That's where it started.
That was the domino effect
It
of
kicked
everything.
all this off. And my point is, I don't think that was all a Joe Lacob thing. That was, the Warriors brass huddling around saying, hey, the one thing we don't have on this team is a center. Let's get a legitimate center. And things started spiraling from there. And then the Kaminga thing is a part of that. So I get why people blame Joe Lacob. Maybe we can get us on the other side. Is Steve Kerr on the top of this list? I feel like Steve Kerr is at the top of this list in terms of just why this did not work out.
Steve Kerr is going to own it too. He'll own it. The GM will own it. Kaminga will own it. Everyone has some blame in all of this.
Oh, absolutely. I guess, but if you're to list it from the top to the bottom,
I do
have to do that.
Apparently. I do have to wonder though, as we saw last year with the 49ers, all the drama that took place with that team and how it did eventually bleed into on the field stuff. Is this going to bleed to on the court?
I think it already has.
I think it has too.
How could it not?
And that's why you got to get rid of him.
Yeah.
I mean, you imagine
it's split onto the court and the fact that he's literally not on the court.
When you have players that support him for basically just subbing himself out of a game and saying, oh, I got lower back tightness, I'm not going to play against OKC. And you got a player on his own team saying, yeah, I feel him on that. I got his back. There are players that support that. Then.
I'm guessing that anonymous player is not the only guy in that locker room who's thinking that too.
I agree. And if you're just joining us, that's Sam Lubman filling for Joe Shasky. I'm Joe Spadoni. We are reacting to the latest breaking news in the NBA, according to Shams Charania and Anthony Slater of ESPN. Jonathan Kuminga has demanded a trade from the Warriors on the first day he is eligible to be moved. The trade deadline is February 5th, so we have between now and then for a trade to consummate. 888-957-9570 is the number. There's so many different ways we can still peel this onion back. But Warriors fans, a lot of you have been wanting this. A lot of you have been saying, hey, JK, you need to get out of there. Let's hear from you. Coach Hall in San Diego, Josh on the 80. We'll get you on the other side. We got Raj Mathai coming up at 8:50, NBC Sports Bay Area.
Really quick, Spadoni, before you go to break. There was something else here in this Slater article that I'm looking at. And one of our former producers, Brian Iglesias, actually sent me this paragraph too to highlight it. And I'm looking at it, and there's a line here in this article that I want to peel back a little bit to at some point before we have Raj on. We can do that maybe on the other side.
There's a lot of peeling here on this conversation. Banana peel. There you go. Sam Lubman, Joe Spadoni, all of that and more. Coach Hall, Josh, more of your calls, more of your texts. And it's all going to be sponsored by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, JK. I love you. I thought this was the other version of the song. I don't like the anxiety version. I thought it was somebody that I used to know, because that's what Jonathan Kuminga is going to be to Warriors fans. Just somebody that you used to know. Yeah, you like that, Coach?
Didn't have to bench him now.
Okay, that's a little too far. Anthony Slater, Shams Charania, ESPN, the latest breaking news from the NBA landscape. Jonathan Kaminga has demanded a trade away from the Warriors on the first day he is eligible to be moved. And I'm just going to ask straight out Warriors fans, at this point, is it just addition by subtraction in Golden State? Whatever you get back, fine. An expiring contract, it doesn't matter what you get back in return. As long as JK is off the team by February 5th, where the deadline is for trades, is that okay? Addition by subtraction, is that where we are? 888-957-9570 is the number. I say that to you, Sammy? You look like you're chuckling. Did you see a comment that was very fun?
In our YouTube chat here, a rare funny from the YouTube chat. Will JK get a video tribute when he comes back to play at Shea Center? The name is not one. The name isn't radio appropriate.
Okay, fair enough.
They're from the 925. I'll just say that.
They'll get a tribute. Of course, he's forever a Warrior.
It's just a bunch of clips of him sitting on the bench.
He's a champion.
He is. No,
you can't take that away from him.
He is. I had a very cool conversation with Jonathan Kaminga that summer, actually, after they won the championship. I bumped into him at the Oakland Coliseum. He was throwing out the first pitch. And
oh, nice.
Yeah, we talked about all the different countries that he traveled to that first summer afterwards. He's 19 years old and everything seemed just ahead of him at that time. And I'm so disappointed by all of this, Spadoni. I really am. I want to get into the calls here a little bit, but
You're already becoming a parent. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
I'm so disappointed. I'm sad because, I was thinking yesterday.
Who are you most disappointed in?
The whole thing.
Okay.
I can't just single one out because it is an entire... we talk about strength in numbers. This is disappointment in numbers.
Yeah.
There is a timeline, as I look through Doctor Strange's 14 million outcomes. One of those outcomes was a future where James Wiseman, Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, and Moses Moody are ushering this Warriors organization into a new era of greatness. And that's not the timeline that we're in. We talk about two timelines. I want to be in that timeline. I don't want to be in this time. We're in the worst timeline. We really are.
Actually, people always say that. I grew up in the worst era. I grew up in this era. I grew up in that era.
I'm saying right now.
Things change.
Have you seen Gestures Wildly outside the world?
But you know what, Sam? I'll say this. The more things change, the more they stay the same. So just remember that.
So Kaminga's not going anywhere.
Let's go. We're going to the 80 because that's where Josh is. Josh on the 80 wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. Is it addition by subtraction at this point with Jonathan Kaminga? What's up, Josh?
Yeah, what's up, fellas? I mean, I guess so. You need some type of value, but this situation is funny to me that he demanded a trade today because you guys ever been on a job and you're doing poor, your manager's written you up a couple times. You're about to get fired. So what do you do before they fire you? You quit. You can't quit when we already know you're about to be fired. You're demanding a trade. We already knew you were going to be traded. When you signed the contract over summer, the whole purpose was to trade you. Everybody knows that. So you're trying to demand a trade to try to save face. I get it, JK. You're trying to do what you think is best, but you were going to be traded regardless. So that's just funny to me. Hey, you demanded a trade. You were already going to be dealt. The second part that I want to talk about is, I think KC mentioned it. I think it's interesting that Steve Kerr, he likes veteran players, man. And I think that's why it's kind of like he's not signing that last contract because all his guys are old and they're ready to go. He can't, there is a generation gap with these younger guys, how they're coming up. They're a little bit different. They need a different type of energy. And Steve, when he got Steph, he was in his prime, 25, 26, 27. He was mature when he got all those guys. They were kind of already maturing into their third, fourth year in the league when he got them, and it's easy to mold and take them. He's at a point now where he doesn't want to deal with the younger guys, which is showing specifically with JK and what's going to show more with younger guys coming into the league. Third point, Mike Dunleavy has to show us something. You know what I'm saying? He's had it for 2 years now, and he hasn't really made anything big moves to note. He sent Jordan Poole away.
Jimmy Butler's a pretty big – Josh, real quick, Jimmy Butler's a pretty big move.
Jimmy Butler was a good get, so I'll give him that. He's making some hay. I just want to know that the organization is safe, moving forward. And then my last point I'm going to make, as far as what to get for JK, right? Everybody talks about Michael Porter Jr. and Trey Murphy. Those would be the ideal situations, but you might have to give up too much. I'm going to throw out a name that I don't know how people are going to react to this, but the Sacramento Kings, right? DeMar DeRozan. I don't know what his contract necessarily looks like, But if you're going to go with the veteran strategy, you're going to go old, you're going to try to win now, go get somebody who's 6'7" and taller, who can go get me a bucket, who's a veteran player that's really ready to win right now. Get me DeMar DeRozan. The Kings already won Jonathan Kuminga. They probably would have won much back because DeRozan is getting an older player. I think that's something worth looking at, and I think it would make a lot of sense for the Warriors. Yeah, it's not a lot of shooting, but you got buckets. He can score, and that's what we really miss. We're missing a third scorer, and DeRozan can do that. So, JK is funny for this. You're going to be traded anyways. I just hope the Warriors get somebody that can come in that's not a guard, somebody that's a forward, that can play defense, that can score, and that can help us win this season. That's all I got, man.
All right, that's Josh on the 80 saying bring in DeMar DeRozan. At one point, he was nicknamed DeMar DeFrozen because he came up cold every time in the playoffs. So he's got the birth certificate. He fit in perfectly. He's 36.
There's some name.
So you know what? Sure.
There's names there.
That makes me feel better. Another 36-year-old going up against the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, he's averaging 19 a game right now for the Kings, about 33 minutes a night, which that sounds like something that sounds like a player on the Nets who's playing on a bad team.
$25 million cap hit next year. He has a 26. Yeah. So
that's the other thing. He's not an expiring contract, so you would have him for another year. Which means next year you would have a team potentially of, and the contracts do match too for the most part, so you would be able to pull that off. But yeah, you would just have another older guy, and
There's levels of veterans that I don't think I need to go that far into getting a 36-year-old.
Yeah,
I can get a guy like a Michael Porter Jr. potentially, who is 28, 29. Like I'd rather have that avenue. But I understand where Josh is coming from, saying you tried to make a young guy work on a team full of veterans when the head coach has told you forever, I am a veteran type of playing coach. That is what I do. Steve Kerr plays the vets. He leans on the vets. Whether you love him or hate him, he's always been that guy. And for any of us to think that was going to change for Jonathan Kaminga, of all people, who, again, when he came out of the G League Ignite, was very raw. And you need to play if you're a raw prospect. That's the only way you're going to get better. You don't get better by sitting on the bench. This isn't Aaron Rodgers sitting behind Brett Favre. That doesn't work in the NBA.
Yeah.
This isn't Patrick Mahomes learning behind Alex Smith for a year. That's not how this is. Jonathan didn't play that much. Mm-hmm. He didn't play at Texas Tech for 4 years as a starting quarterback prior to this. He played a year at the G League Ignite. And he's just learning to play basketball, team basketball still.
In the American sphere, yes.
Still learning, yes. I was doing the cross-sport analogy.
Yeah, I
think
get what
people seem to think in any sport you could just sit on the bench and learn, and that's not how it is in basketball. You have got to play.
You need the reps to get in, and that's where I do kind of start to side-eye Kerr a little bit. Yes, it is true he does like his veteran players, but again, this is a team that Spadoni, they used to... Joe Lacob and co. used to say, we want to do the Spurs model. We want to do what the Spurs did, where, for those who have forgotten, the Spurs had 21 straight years of making the playoffs, 18 straight years of 50-win seasons. That is very, very hard to do, and the Warriors wanted to do that. And when they said that they wanted to do that, the feeling amongst Warriors fans was, let's do it because we have the infrastructure to pull that off. And in order for that to happen, though, the reason the Spurs were able to have that run last as long as they did is obviously they had that one down year that led to them getting Tim Duncan, which kind of then spurned that run of 51 seasons. Where the Spurs hit on Duncan, the Warriors missed on Wiseman, one. But that's where if you're going to have that run, you need your younger guys that you're going to be drafting to supplement your veteran guys. And this is where Greg Popovich was so masterful. It was that he was great at adding guys that the Spurs found into the draft, into the rotations and making them key parts of those rotations. It's a skill that Steve Kerr, who, Greg Popovich was a mentor to Steve Kerr, unfortunately failed to do.
888-957-9570. Warriors fans, where are you at with Jonathan Kuminga demanding a trade? That's the latest from Sham Charania, ESPN. On the day he is eligible to start being traded, he demanded it. And are you of the mindset that you'd rather just have the addition by subtraction, get him out of here, don't care what we get in return, I just need him gone, the toxicity, that's fine? Or are you like, no, let's wait for the best deal to happen? Are you in wait and see mode, or are you in the get him out of here as soon as possible mode? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Coach Hall in San Diego. What's up, Coach?
Hey, good morning, Sports Sam. Hope you guys are well. I'm really indifferent about this. I'm happy for JK, but at the same time, our days of winning championships is over, and I think all Warriors fans need to come to terms and just admit it. We are a mediocre team. We're trading away future pieces. When I look at what Ryan Rollins is doing, granted, maybe nobody knew he could do that, but he didn't even get the chance. We didn't even get to see him, really, really develop. Wiseman he's now injured. Poole got punched in the face. And JK is just sitting on the bench, rotting away. No off-the-court issues. He ain't cussing out his boss, going into the locker room. He's not turning the ball over. He don't have 9 technical fouls. I think all the anger is directed at the wrong person. We held on to Draymond for too long, and we should have got rid of him when we had the chance. DeMar DeRozan is not going to help this team. He already said on Draymond's podcast he does not want to come play for the Warriors. I don't know what's wrong with fans. Wake up. The veterans don't want to come play for Kerr. It's like we're not a desirable destination. We need to just hold this L, develop from within, and just come to terms. Like, man, the ride is over. It was fun. It's done. Stop trading away the future. This is stupid.
Honestly, in San Diego.
I kind of agree with him. I on that last part, I don't know if I really want to start trading away the future at this point. I don't.
Unless it's the future on this team. What is the future? Quentin Post?
No, that 2028 draft pick that the Warriors are less inclined to give up. That 2029, there's some 16-year-old kid out there who has no idea that the Warriors are going to tab him as the future of the franchise. It's 2025. It's 3 years from now. So, yeah, there's some 16-year-old high school kid out there who's got a math test today, has no idea that Joe Lacob's going to pat him on the shoulder one day and say, hey, come fix the franchise. That's the future of the Warriors right now. It has to be those draft picks.
No one cares about the future of the Warriors as long as Stephen Curry is here. I'm just telling everyone right now. They want to have Steph Curry win his 5th. That's what this is all about. Steph playing meaningful basketball. It's all Warriors fans.
Well, I think there's a difference between meaningful basketball and winning a 5th.
Again.
Like, last year they played meaningful basketball.
They believe, Warriors fans, Stephen Curry fans, if you get Steph in the playoffs, he could win you potentially multiple series. If he didn't get hurt last year, people are of the mindset, Steph stays healthy, you beat the T-Wolves, you have a chance against the eventual champion Oklahoma City Thunder in the Western Conference Finals. People are of that belief. If you get him into the playoffs, he alone could still carry you to the promised land.
Yeah, and then there's what we believe, and then there's also, what's real. Like,
just telling you.
No, I understand that people believe that, but sure, it's possible in theory, but that does start, let's say if that is still the goal, which I agree it is still, I want to hold on to the future, but again, like I said, I like to have my cake and eat it too. We're talking about, the question for this that we're getting into right now, 888-957-9570. Do you care what you get back for Jonathan Kaminga? Does it matter what they get back for Jonathan Kaminga?
Or you just want to be done with them.
Exactly. Let us. We're already finishing each other's sentences.
Mm-hmm.
If the whatever the Warriors do get back for Kuminga, I don't think it's going to be something that's going to help them this year.
Correct.
They have nuked his value so much or tanked his value so much by not playing him that we all, the most optimistic people within the Warriors who can sell him on his potential, no team out there is going to buy that because the Warriors' actions have completely shown that whatever you believe how good he is, you're not actually showing that you believe it. So why should we honor how good you say he is when your actions say otherwise? So the value that they think he's going to have on the trade market isn't going to be there. They have no leverage in moving him. Take whatever you can get as long as it's an expiring contract. That is why I'm out on DeMar DeRozan. I don't want to attach a 37-year-old, $25 million contract to this team for next year. That's why I don't like Malik Monk. I think it's why they don't like Malik Monk. I don't want 3 years of Malik Monk. I want 3 months of Malik Monk. Trade him for expiring deals. Go into this summer with as clean a cap sheet as possible. Then you're going to have a 38-year-old Curry next year. You might have Jimmy back next year. And see what you can make happen in free agency this summer when you won't have a Jonathan Kuminga gumming up your process because of his whole, song and dance that he had with his contract.
I do think it's funny that this is all coming ahead, and Willard and Dibbs yesterday asked Steve Kerr, head coach of the Warriors, who joins our station every single week. Hey, could JK play it all in the future, maybe, as a Golden State Warrior?
It's just wait and see. We have to control what we can control. Try to keep moving the ship forward. And as I said, this is not an easy situation. It's not an easy one to talk about, frankly. I try to protect everybody and organizationally, and nobody's winning right now with this situation, and it's unfortunate, but it is what it is.
I think that's well said from the head coach. Nobody's winning here. No one's winning. Jonathan's not winning. Steve Kerr's not winning. Stephen Curry's not winning with this. Joe Lacob, Mike Dunleavy, the fans. No one's winning here. Aaron Turner, the agent. No, stop. No one is winning in this situation. It's been a bad look for all, and it's an unfortunate look. And you know what? We talk about drama all the time with these teams. It's been an unnecessary drama that you could have nipped in the bud last summer, and you didn't do it. And I think you thought, we all thought, hey, give Kaminga a chance as a starter. They did that early on in the season. It looked like, man, did we turn a page here? Remember the Warriors Summit we had, Sam? It was good vibes. Kaminga was playing well. We had Guru saying, I was like, I'm like a proud parent right now. JK doesn't know me, but I'm proud of him. I felt that too. We were all so proud, and it was fun, and it was just a little blip, and then it all went back down the drain. And now we're here where we've been now for years. And he's demanding a trade, and I guess that's the only thing that's kind of officially changed. The first time in the Jonathan Kuminga history as a Golden State Warrior, he's demanded a trade. And Warriors fans, are you just wanting to get rid of him? Doesn't matter what you get in return, or are you doing the wait and see game to see if you could maximize whatever is left of his value?
Can he have done this last year? And by last year, I mean,
he got hurt.
And he do it last
summer. That was the worst thing that happened
going
last season.
into the summer. He should. So I'm looking at this ESPN article that Anthony Slater wrote, and there's one paragraph that was highlighted and it was brought up to me. The Warriors spent the entire summer in contentious contract negotiations with Kaminga, using a challenging restricted free agency market to get him back on a 2-year, $46.8 million contract with a team option on the second season. That structure, which Kaminga told those around him, that structure with Kaminga told those around him he felt forced into signing, further soured his relationship with management, league sources said, but was done to deliver the Warriors a tradable contract at the deadline. So this was always kind of pre-planned, it seems like. I wonder if Kerr knew yesterday that this was coming. He probably did, that this report was going to be coming here. But he said he felt forced into signing that contract, to which I don't know how plausible would have been last summer because of NBA trade machinations being as complicated and complex as they are. But, good Lord, we couldn't have just traded him last summer.
Takes two to tango. It always does. And everyone wants to win.
We could have, these two sides couldn't, Kaminga couldn't have just made this request after the playoffs last year.
Well, my whole thing with this is, though, if you they really just didn't want to lose this deal. Well, then what was the Jordan Poole for Chris Paul thing?
That was losing the deal.
It was a glorified salary
dump. How are you going to win that? How were you going to win that? How are you expecting, when you have players who want out because you failed at developing them, how are you expecting to win a trade in that situation? It's delusional to think that.
So as we learned, in hindsight, that Jordan Poole trade was addition by subtraction. They felt like having Jordan Poole on this team was going to be too much of a distraction because of the punch. I mean, heaven forbid the guy that got punched in the face, it's all his fault. But that's what it turned into.
No, give him $100 million.
That's what it turned into. And in hindsight, it's a bad look for the organization. And this look right here for Jonathan Kuminga and all involved in the organization, it's also a bad look. Ben in Oakland wants to join in the convo. What's up, Ben? You're on the roast.
Yeah, let's see. I got a couple things. First is I think Jonathan Kuminga's trade value is higher than you might think. This whole discussion is super frustrating to listen to because it's just simply Jonathan Kuminga doesn't fit our system. Our system is based on Steph Curry. The system is not going to change. If you put Matthew Stafford in Lamar Jackson's system, he would not excel. And so the other GMs are going to know that. So it's just a bad fit. our system, our offensive systems, our defensive systems are super complicated. He could go to a bottom feeder team and score 25 and everyone thinks he's great. But it's not about that we didn't develop him. He doesn't work for our system, and he doesn't want to work in our system. So a new place would be great. Also with the trade, they didn't want to trade him this summer because they needed to pay him more money, because when they do trade him, they need to get somebody back that makes enough money to make us better. So the last thing I'll say is I think we should trade him immediately. I think if we wait too long, the pieces that we might want might get grabbed up. So let's get rid of him now. I think he has more trade value than you think. And with the money having to match, we can get more from him because we kept him this summer than if we let him go.
Thanks, Ben in Oakland. We're up against it here. I mean, if his trade value was really good, he would have been gone in the summertime. I'm just going to say straight up. I mean, I understand his whole thing is the salary spot, the salary slot.
And that's a good point.
With the new CBA and then how the apron is and the taxes and all of that, it is very difficult to absorb new money. There's a reason why the Warriors just want expiring contracts. They need that salary slot. People aren't in the business of wanting to acquire Jonathan Kuminga if it's going to cost them an arm and a leg. I don't think he has a lot of value. I just don't.
No.
What is he hanging his hat on right now?
Well, it's
potential.
Potential. Well, no, you know
potential.
We've seen him on the court. I mean, we saw him what he did against the what are they called? The Rockets. We saw him against the Timberwolves. He did have great performance there. Yeah, he has shown flashes that make you realize this guy has a lot of talent. He's just been bottled up in the Warrior system where he does not fit. And see, that's the thing. When people say the fit, this is where I get angry with that take, because I feel like that's just taking everybody off the hook. Like, come on, it is basketball at the end of the day. You have so many great basketball minds in that building. You can't figure it out. You can't figure out a way to integrate him into that system.
Ben in Oakland tried to do a comparison of Lamar Jackson and Matt Stafford. You know, Matt Stafford can't take over that.
I know, but I
don't know. But you cater the play calls to a player like Matt Stafford's skill set. Mm-hmm. So the route trees and concepts are going to look different because Matt Stafford's arm and arm talent is better than Lamar Jackson's. I'm not saying Lamar Jackson sucks at throwing a football. Careful, everyone.
Yeah.
I'm saying Matt Stafford is that elite. Probably has the best arm outside of Mahomes and Allen in the NFL. That's what you do. Jonathan Kuminga, I don't think that they catered to his skill sets because you're catering to Stephen Curry's skill sets.
Exactly.
But when he's out, that's when you have to cater to more. But that's a difficult concept. Jimmy Butler talked about this ad nauseum in the offseason. Jimmy Butler's a guy that has similar skill sets to Jonathan Kuminga. So, yes, I say all that to say, in theory, it makes sense to cater the concepts and everything to Jonathan Kuminga. In practice, clearly it's much more difficult, and Steve Kerr hasn't been able to figure that out.
And that's where it's just like, I just need better in that situation. I just don't think that's a good enough excuse there that we couldn't figure it out.
I'm not saying it's an excuse. I'm just saying that's the reality.
Yeah, no, it is the reality, and the reality is then that is a failure on the organization.
And on Steve Kerr?
Yeah, no, it's everyone down there at in Thrive City is taking this out.
What do you say to the people that say Jonathan Kuminga needed to change his skill set and try to cater to the offense? I do think,
yeah, you got to be a little bit of a team player. Again, I think JK, I'm not saying JK's blameless here. He obviously gets some blame as well. Yeah, there is a part of him that he probably needed to look himself in the mirror and be like, you know what? Maybe it would be better if I got along with Steph instead of trying to say that I'm, the guy who should be the focus over Steph.
Let's talk all about this and the 49ers taking on the Seahawks with Raj Batai. Joining us on the other side, news and anchor, sports director for NBC Bay Area, and frequent contributor on Warriors pre and post with our guy, Bonta Hill. Get his thoughts on the Kaminga, demand, all of that in this 49ers special show that's coming up. All of that with Raj on the other side. Sam Lumen in for Joe Shasky, and it's brought to you by Alameda County.
Ready to shoot your shot? Join the Alameda County team and make a real impact. With strong support, expert training, and flexible schedules, this is your chance to lead and grow. Don't sit on the sidelines. Apply now at acjobs.org. Alameda County, our community, your purpose.
The smack talk has already started.
For one, we get a team that we don't like. Me personally, don't like nothing about them.
Yeah, well, we don't like you much either. Let's go! Bring on the Hawks! Bring them on! It's win or go home, and we are ready for it.
Let's go Niners!
Let's go Niners!
Niners Seahawks Saturday at 5.
One game, one quarter. Just be your best.
We are the Bay Area's football station.
95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dips for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly flyer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. How about Post cereal, Quaker cereal, or instant oatmeal, Pop-Tarts, Rice Krispie Treats, which are amazing, Welch's Fruit Snacks, Nature Valley, Nutri-Grain, or Quaker Chewy Bars, and General Mills cereal, various sizes and varieties, all just $1.99 each when you buy 4. Now we go to 95.7 The Game's Pop-Tart, Dan Dibley.
And that was a lot of goodness, but there's more. Earn 4 times points on Juicy Sumo Citrus Fruit, just $2.99 per pound. Clip or click Lucerne Butter, 16-ounce selected varieties, or cage-free eggs, 18-count grade AA, just $3.99 each. Limit 2.
Over medium, thank you very much. Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items you already buy. Go to Safeway.com for more details. We'll see you in the aisles.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from one of our partners like Windsor One or Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Bonte here with another update about River Islands, where the good life can be your life. River Islands is growing a lifestyle community in all the best ways possible, starting out with a wide variety of home styles and prices. Whether your next home reflects a growing family with 4 to 6 bedrooms, or if you're downsizing into a 2 or 3 bedroom home for active adult living, River Islands has the kind of home styles and locations that you just don't see anywhere else. Priced from the low $600,000s to over $1 million. Best of all, you can live on a lake, across from a park, next to a trail, looking out to the San Joaquin River, or in a 55-plus Del Webb community for active adults. The town center's newest additions, an iconic restaurant, a medical office building, are underway. And an entertainment venue, major grocery store, and shops and services are all in the plans. Imagine the best in-home designs, great schools, and a town center all in one place. Your place. Go to riverislands.com to start your tour.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Refresh your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Reimagine your bathroom with up to 40% off select faucets during our Bath Savings event. Need it today? Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items, subject to availability. Fees vary. Visit Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for full terms.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Get ready for Jim Gaffigan and his Everything is Wonderful tour on June 13th at the Masonic in San Francisco. A third show was just added. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for a chance to win tickets to the 5 p.m. show courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
Bay Area, it's Stephen Curry. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Steph Curry? Wonder how he's feeling this morning. The latest breaking news from the NBA. Shams Charania, ESPN, and our guy Anthony Slater. Jonathan Kaminga has demanded a trade away from the Warriors. On the first day, he is eligible to be moved. Alongside me is Sam Lubin, filling in for Joe Shasky. And joining us now on the River Islands guest line, you can see him on YouTube as well. Big smile on his face. News anchor for NBC Bay Area, Raj Bathai. And also this is really cool what he's doing. Raj, you're going to be part of a program called 49ers Dynasty Legacy of Greatness, a half-hour special airing Monday, January 19th at 9 o'clock. I want to get your thoughts on that during this interview. But first, I got to just ask your thoughts on the breaking news that I just reiterated. Jonathan Kaminga demanding a trade. Man.
It's wild, right? Gentlemen, nice to be on the program with you. First of all, I don't really think it's breaking news. It's January 15th. We saw this coming in a certain way. I think this is more agent-driven. But I think this is great for the Warriors and for Kuminga. It's time to separate here. I don't think it's going to be a bitter divorce. I just think it's time to separate for this team to move forward.
How difficult, though, must it have been organizationally, you think? Just the last month, because we're seeing all the articles come out now, obviously, whether it's ESPN, whether it's The Athletic. It's just been, he's sitting on the bench. He's not playing. They know he's not playing. We all know the reason why. But just organizationally and business-wise, how difficult is it to work with someone where everyone knows that he wants out and that he's eventually going to go out, but you still have to work with them,
I mean, it's hard to say this. This is too harsh of a word, but to say, you have a cancer in there, because Kaminga is not a cancer. It's just not working out. And so I think it is difficult, like what you're saying. And this, like I said, you need to separate here. You need to move on. I think today's news is more just a formality. The agent saying officially, okay, let's do it. But I think it's been hard for the players. They're not going to say it publicly. Coach Kerr's not going to say it publicly. I know he's on with you guys often on the station. So I just think it's time to move on, and it's been hard. I think probably Steve has a little regret that it hasn't worked, that he hasn't been able to coach his way out of this. So I think it's the end of the road. And we've all seen it. Again, this is not breaking news. We've all seen it happen in a slow speed chase here.
Raj, this has been, I think, you said something just a minute ago. You don't believe that you don't think that this will be a bitter divorce. This has been, I think, a pretty bitter process, though, dating back to, again, when, Kuminga's camp announced that, that JK has lost faith in Kerr's ability to develop him as a player. There's clearly, a lot of frustration on both sides in terms of him not playing this year. There's all the frustrations of last summer. It has been, I think, a very bitter process. What makes you think that this will not be a bitter divorce, in your opinion?
Well, because I've lived through a lot of stuff with the Warriors stuff. You guys have too. I mean, from Chris Webber way back in the day to Spreewell, there's been bitter divorces where the players have been butting heads with the management and the coaching staff. This hasn't been the case. JK's on the bench. He's not saying anything. He's practicing hard. He's supporting his teammates. There's been a lot of reporting about what he has done And what he has done is just remain quiet in the background. His agent is chirping a bit, and that's why you pay agents. But JK, from what I understand, and the people I speak with in the organization, has been fine. And you might see some reporting now that's different, but I think overall in the last several months, he's been fine in terms of what's happening to him. So I don't think it's bitter. The process is bitter, but I don't think what he's been doing has been bitter or destructive to the team as much as it could be. And like I said, historically, what we've seen with this franchise, it doesn't match up.
It's interesting that you say that because, I'm thinking about how, the perception that this makes on the Warriors in terms of how this has played out. I'm worried that this does kind of, I look at the Warriors as the light years ahead organization. They're always making the right moves. And my concern is that this does kind of paint the organization in a very negative or damaging light in terms of how they've handled this. But when you kind of talk about it there in terms of how, everything's kind of okay behind the scenes, do I not maybe need to have that worry be as prevalent as it is right now?
I think you nailed it. Joe Lacob's sitting courtside with Kaminga several months ago. He's chatting with him. He wants him here. It's a nice relationship away from the basketball court. And I think that word gets around the NBA pretty quick. It's a small community. If it was bitter, then you would have a lot of people saying and chirping behind the scenes, off the record, sources say. That hasn't happened. Right? That has not happened. So I think it is what it is here. And the Warriors now need to find a suitable trade partner. And there's all sorts of things happening behind the scenes that we don't know. And we'll find out in the next, I don't know, whether it's hours, days, or weeks.
Raj Mathai joining us here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, news anchor, NBC Sports, plus talking Warriors right now and 49ers. We're going to dive into the Niners because before this, this trickled down the timeline, Raj, it was all Niners, Seahawks. It's the biggest game of the week. We're still in regular season mode with the Warriors, but that Niners win in Philadelphia, I just want to ask you, first and foremost, how are you feeling about that game? Did you really, be honest here, Raj, did you think they had a shot in that game against the defending champs in Philly, in the elements, against that team and head coach?
Look, we all grow up and still currently watch the NFL. Normally, no way. This is not a normal NFL season. If it was, then we would say the Niners have no chance in Philly last weekend. They've got no chance in Seattle this weekend. But this whole NFL season is wild. So if you just go on this season alone, anything can happen. And I know that's kind of the phrase of the NFL, any given Sunday, but really it hasn't been that way historically, right? You always have the Bills advancing, you always have the Chiefs advancing and so forth, and the Patriots back in the day. But this season it really is. So therefore, this weekend, I have no idea. The Bills could beat the Broncos. The 49ers could beat the Seahawks. You just never know in this season because there's so much parity in the league right now.
So, Rajkin, looking at this game for Saturday night, who do you, we had a big showing last Sunday from both Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan. Who I guess for you, is this a bigger opportunity for to kind of follow up what they did on Sunday? Is it Kyle Shanahan? Or let me rephrase this. We use a phrase here at the station, legacy game.
Oh, yeah.
Who needs to have that legacy game? Is Shanahan and Brock, it seems like we always are on them. Between the two of them, which one of the two needs to have that kind of legacy performance again this Saturday night against the Seahawks?
Well, by the way, you guys say that you use the phrase. I listen to you guys, so I know the phrases.
There we go. All righty then.
Yes. We got Raj,
He's caught
baby.
up to speed.
That's all I need. That boosted my morning.
Raj is a roaster.
Let's go.
Who is it more important for legacy? That's a hell of a question. I love that. I think Kyle Shanahan, certainly. Brock is young. No one expected anything from him anyway. Kyle comes from a royalty coaching family, so he kind of needs it. But you know what, guys? I would hate to be the Seattle Seahawks. They have all the pressure in the world on them. Top seed, at home, well-rested, and everything's in their favor. Niners have no pressure on them. So the Niners are going to go in there and just start gambling and having a great time, and they might pull this off.
I don't think we're talking enough about it, Raj, quite frankly. The experience factor in this one, the amount of big games that Kyle Shanahan has been head coach for the 49ers, the amount of big games that they've won, him and Brock Purdy, and the inexperience of Sam Darnold. This is his second ever start in the playoffs. He did it last year for the Vikings. They were one and done against the Rams at a neutral site in Arizona. Then Mike McDonald, he's the least experienced head coach now because Ben Johnson already coached last week a game. He's never coached as a head coach in the playoffs. So I think we're sleeping on that factor for sure. Tell me about what's going on with this 49ers dynasty, legacy of greatness, half-hour special airing on Monday, Raj. It sounds fascinating.
Oh man, you guys are gonna love it. Seriously. Even if it wasn't done by us over at NBC Bay Area, I watched it through. We worked on it for months. It's awesome. So we've all heard stories about the Super Bowl. First of all, it airs Monday, MLK, so it's a holiday, Monday 9 p.m. on NBC Bay Area, and we've all heard the great stories from Steve Young and Jerry Rice, Ronnie Lott about the Super Bowls the 49ers have been in. We're going to hear those stories. However, this is a different one. We're now talking to these guys later in their life, right? These guys are in their 60s. I think Ronnie's 66, Steve Young 64. And now you're getting a different perspective about what they went through winning those Super Bowls and what they're going through now in current day life. And it gets serious. Steve's talking about, was it worth it? The head injuries, the injuries to his body. Ronnie's talking about, was it worth it? All the success and fame in the last, 40, 50 years, and was it worth it? And the toll of their body and their mind. And that's when this whole documentary takes a different turn, and something that I have never heard from those guys, and I don't think any of your listeners or viewers have heard it either.
It's interesting you say that, Raj, because you grew up in an era, we grew up in an era, like even in the late 90s, early 2000s, hard hits, right? We loved it. The Brian Dawkins, the Ed Reeds, you read Ronnie Lott, all these guys, and we loved that toughness, that physicality. People like to call today's era so soft. Oh, bring back these big hits, bring back that. I was like, no, I don't do that. Because of you're having guys that played in that era tell you we can't be doing that anymore. We got to protect the head and neck area. And it's a violent sport. And I hear people get mad sometimes still about the roughing the passer calls. I'm with it. But it is fascinating to hear, as you're saying, guys even like as tough as Ronnie Lott, who might be the toughest player, got cut off his pinky. Was it all worth it? I think that's so interesting. And, another angle that I wanted to ask you about, just when it comes to storylines for this Niners year, for this season, what has been kind of the craziest storyline for you? Because you could go the injuries, you could go Mac Jones, you could go Fred Warner potentially coming back this year. What's been the story for you that's been the most, satisfying, rewarding, just interesting for you?
I think it's Kyle Shanahan, hands down. To do what he's doing, coming from the family he comes from, the past that he's had, the success/failure he had with Atlanta and the Super Bowl, and just with the Niners here. I think this is just a great season for him. And this is regardless what happens this Saturday in Seattle. Whether they win or lose, I think it's just been a great showing for Kyle Shanahan and what they've done this season. So I think he's been the storyline. I think a lot of people would agree with that.
Raj, really quick, remind me, I know you've been around in this market for a while, but remind me, when did you start in this market as a reporter?
Well, first of all, I grew up here. So
okay, well then you go way deep then.
Yeah, I'm old school. My first NFL game was at the Stanford Super Bowl, 49ers and Dolphins. And so, my career has been fascinating. I then worked for the San Diego Chargers for 5 years. But to answer your question, my first TV job was in 1995, and then I got here to NBC in the Bay Area in 1998. So man, I am ancient. That's why when I see these guys, when we're doing this documentary for Monday night, I see these guys and they're like, oh my gosh, I've interviewed them so much, but this time it just hit different, guys. I'm telling you, if you're a 49ers fan, I strongly urge you to watch Monday at 9 p.m. or watch it streaming. We'll be streaming it on NBCBayArea.com. It's a different hit of where these guys are in their life. Forget career, where these guys are in their life. And Ronnie does talk about the pinky and if it's worth it.
Yeah.
And it's fascinating.
Well, so the reason I asked that question was because, again, you've been around here for a while. I want the audience to know just how ingrained with this community that you ingrained in the community you have been. All this is to ask you, we have seen the Niners over the last 30 years come so close and fall flat on their face. Whether it's close calls during the Jeff Garcia era, there was the close calls during the Harbaugh era, there was, the first Super Bowl against the Chiefs, there was the second Super Bowl against the Chiefs. You got a Niner team this year, and we were talking earlier on the show about teams of destiny, where everything just kind of, the stars just align and everything comes together and a team just goes on a magical run. When you think of all the great Niner teams you've covered over the last 30 years and how they all fell short, what would it mean to this region, this community, this fan base, if of all the teams that actually pulled it off, it was this Niners team that has been broken, battered, bruised, and limping through the entire regular season? This team, this flawed team, without Nick Bosa, without Brandon Ayuk, if they were the ones to pull it off, what would that mean for this area?
Oh, I think it would just be fun and fabulous, right? Because we don't have these superstars. Well, excuse me, we do have these superstars, but injured. And so to have this band of players that we haven't even heard of, right, for the last several weeks, step up and do it would just be fabulous. And I think this would be the team. And yes, it's been the drought of 30 years. This would be the team that would rank right up there in terms of popularity, in terms of how it happened with all the other teams in the dynasty of yesteryear.
Yeah, do you believe in teams of destiny? First off, I should have let off with that. But yeah, do you believe in a team of destiny being a thing?
Of course. We're having this conversation right now because it's a team of destiny. Can they go all the way? I don't know. That's what's going to be awesome to be watching on Saturday. And then the following week in Chicago or LA, wherever we end up going. And then back in Santa Clara. This is already a team that's caught everyone's attention around the league. And again, I do not want to play the 49ers if I'm the Seahawks, Bears, or Rams.
Oh, wow, the Niners aren't the team you want to face after losing George Kittle for the whole season. That's just insane to me. But I'm kind of with you, Raj, which is insane to me. The Rams are the one team where they do have that edge over you, right? Sean McVay, SoFi Stadium, NFC Championship game. You had a hobbled Jimmy G. His shoulder was messed up. Trent Williams wasn't healthy. Jaquiski Tartt dropped the interception. It'd be hard for me to bet against them if that was the case. But hey, the Rams have to win in Chicago. And it's going to be sub 10 degrees down there. It's going to be snowing over. I can't wait for this weekend. This is these last 2 weekends. And then you got the national championship game on Monday. By the way, Raj, Sam Lubman, Miami graduate over here. That is the game for him. He's flying over there against Indiana. Do you have any thoughts on that national championship game at all? Mind you, Sam is the biggest diehard Miami Hurricane fan. And behind the glass, Zach Green, Indiana alum.
I love this, guys. You know what's hilarious about this matchup? And remember, I'm a news guy now, so I'm not in the sports world as much as you guys are anymore. But I didn't know so many damn people went to IU. All of a sudden, everywhere I go, there's Hoosier sweatshirts and hats and T-shirts. So either they've been hiding or everyone just got a degree from IU in the last 3 months. It's been really fun to watch.
It's been incredible. Hey, we really enjoyed your time this morning, Roger.
Really quick, before we go, I got to throw 2 prediction requests at you. First one's an easy one. Just give me a prediction for what you think happens on Saturday night. And the second one, we got the Super Bowl here on February 8th at Levi's. I got to have one last Jonathan Kaminga thing here. Since the trade deadline is on the 5th, do you think that Jonathan Kaminga is a Warrior when the Super Bowl kicks off at Levi's?
No, Kaminga will not be a Warrior when the Super Bowl kicks off. My prediction Saturday night, if the Niners are going to win, it's going to be one of those kind of ugly games, right? It's going to get squirrely. So I think the Niners will beat the Seahawks, because I don't think you can lose twice in the division with the Kyle Shanahan team. Something like 22-19. And what was the final? The national championship. IU all the way. I'm sorry about the Miami alum.
All right, we can go now.
Miami against the world, baby. There you go. Hey, Raj, great stuff this morning, man. We appreciate the time. Let's do it again soon.
Anytime. Pleasure and honor to be on with you guys. Take care.
Thank you so much. That is Raj Mathai, news anchor for NBC Bay Area. And check out 49ers Dynasty, Legacy of Greatness, half-hour special airing this Monday, January 19th on MLK Day, 9 o'clock. The program is hosted by Raj. It's a great personality, great presence about him. I understand now why Bonte and Joe wax poetically about him.
Yeah,
he's got what the kids say, aura.
Yeah, he's got aura. He's got moxie. A very good dresser, too. Some of the best suits that you will see on TV. When Bonte Hill is talking about how great Raj dresses, and Bonte, a guy who on TV dresses very well, on radio,
Wow, shots fired.
We don't need to dress well. We're sitting here, you're in a Rolling Stone shirt, and I'm in a Jurassic Park shirt. Who are we dressing to impress?
What's wrong with Rolling Stones and Jurassic Park?
Nothing.
Thank you.
We're dressing to be chill. That's what we do.
Needed. All right, Sam, we got one more segment basically to go here. You've done a hell of a job filling in for Shasky.
I do a pitching change today.
Kaminga has dominated early on here. He's demanded a trade away from the Warriors on the first day he is eligible to be moved. This according to ESPN. So we've talked a lot about that. We have the biggest game in the Bay Area happening this Saturday against the Seahawks. Everyone's going to be watching that. All eyes on Tom Brady, Kevin Burkhardt, and that game, Fox Sports. Where do we go from here? Well, just open it up for everyone. I think we do that. Let's open it up.
It's kind of like an Ask Us Anything segment here. 888-957-9570 is the number. Yeah, I still think there's so much going on with this Kaminga thing here. Raj really thinks it's going to be an amicable divorce, which is good. I like that.
Can you demand a trade away if you have to demand it? Is it amicable? I demand you to let me get out of this situation.
That's a question I would probably more be willing to throw at you than the other way around.
Wasn't so much demanding as just saying deuces, but yes.
Sometimes you just say, maybe that's just how it happened. I don't, because this has been a very toxic situation. I was listening to Willard and Dibbs yesterday after they talked to Kerr, and Willard had a good point. He was just like, with all that's gone on here, he really just doesn't want this to be the kind of divorce where all these hit pieces come out where, Kaminga's camp says that Steve Kerr did him dirty, or, someone within the Warriors organization said that Jonathan Kaminga was doing, unsavory things at the building, whatever, those headlines end up actually looking like there. And when Raj says that he feels comfortable that it will be, amicable, it won't be bitter, it won't be gross. Okay. That's a good thing.
He also said,
recognize the good things.
He also said in that, as we're talking Warriors, and we also asked some Niner questions, he does believe this is a team of destiny. He's like, he's a believer in that. He believes this 49ers team is a team of destiny and that no one wants to face the 49ers. Is that true? Are the Niners the team no one wants to play right now in the playoffs? They just lost their best player potentially on offense and George Kittle for the rest of the season. Now, the reverse side, could they be getting back their best defensive player this week or next week in Fred Warner? Okay. I find it hard to believe that you could say that's the one team you don't want to face when a team that's actually won a Super Bowl is still playing in your conference and the guy that's about to win the MVP is playing quarterback, and that's Matt Stafford with Sean McVay. That's probably the team you don't want to face.
Who do people want less? To face the Niners or Jonathan Kaminga?
Face the music.
888-957-9570 is the number there.
He didn't believe in that. He tried to sell it.
I want to make a funny little question there. It's, as far as not facing the Warriors here, it's like the whole concept of like the wounded animal in a corner has nothing to lose. It's going to lash out and be more dangerous.
Right.
Is that the Niners? Are they just kind of the wounded animal in a corner that's about to just go feral to defend themselves? I mean, what do the Niners really have to lose at this point? Like, they've accomplished so much this year. Obviously a chance to win a Super Bowl. That's what they have to lose. But
we always say fan base, though, they'll be freaking. If it's Monday and it's a loss, they're going to be freaking out saying, oh, great.
I don't know they're going to be upset about losing, obviously. You have a golden opportunity sitting in your lap, and there's going to be just some disappointment that you didn't seize it. But considering everything that's gone through this year, I don't think you can really be angry that this team fell short like you would have been angry at that team that lost the Super Bowl. Or last year's team that failed to run it back.
They're going to be angry about the injuries, though. That's going to be the conversation when it pivots to. I'm going to be pissed off because the injuries, because, hey, if these guys were healthy, then we could have won it all. But that's football. That's sports.
And when that happens, we'll find someone who works at that power station. We'll have them on, and we'll ask them the tough questions, like, why are you poisoning our 49ers? And we'll do some hard-hitting journalism here. Why are you guys killing the trees?
Oh, my God.
I don't believe in this. Before we hit the break, I don't believe in the substation theory, but I would really we got our crack reporter here, Steven Risotto. Maybe I'll put him on the case. Do some hard-hitting journalism.
Steven Risotto.
Our own Woodward and Bernstein.
Yeah, he'll do that. We got Alex, we got Cameron, we got James. We'll get to all of you on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Where do the Warriors go from here as Jonathan Kaminga has demanded a trade? Is it addition by subtraction? You just get rid of him for nothing, whatever. Let's open up a roster spot. Let's play someone that actually can play. Or are you waiting for the best deal available? Plus, you just heard from Raj Mathai. He says the 49ers are the team that no one wants to face right now in the playoffs. Are you buying that? 888-957-9570. It's all brought to you by, I got my reads right here. Kalshi, trade on anything.
Make money trading on sports, politics, culture, and more legally nationwide with Kalshi. From sports to Bitcoin and even the Oscars. If it matters, you can trade on it. Trade the game, player props, and more. Use code FAN for $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877-CARDS for kids. Donate your card today.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to the Big Game, brought to you by Hyundai. Last week's games were wild, to say the least, but this week we get to see 2 of the favorites to win it all back in action. The time off gave some key players a chance to rest for Seattle and Denver. But will it be enough to take on teams who are coming in off huge wins? Will the rest be beneficial, or will the rust set in for Seattle and Denver? Brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
Let's go!
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Hi, I'm Patrick Willis, and welcome back to the Morning Roast.
P. Willie. What's up, Pat? It's a 49er legend. Maybe he was interviewed on the 49ers Dynasty Legacy of Greatness half-hour special. We just had Raj Mathai on, who's going to be hosting said program Monday, January 19th at 9 p.m. is where it airs. And Raj had something interesting to say. He's like, the Niners, they're the team no one wants to face in these playoffs right now. Really? I mean, the team that doesn't have Nick Bosa, a team that might not have Fred Warner this week, team that just lost George Kittle. You telling me that teams don't want to face them? Why would that be? Well, one would be the head coach, Kyle Shanahan, who's done an unbelievable job this season. I think he's the coach of the year. Maybe he lost it in that last week to like Mike Vrabel or something. Whatever. I don't think anyone's done more with less when it comes to injuries and the injury front than Kyle Shanahan has done this season. He's been incredible. Brock Purdy, since coming back from that injury, there was a lot of question marks about that guy. Durability-wise, confidence-wise, did we pay the right quarterback? I don't know. Mac Jones looked pretty good. Like, did we do the right thing? I don't know. And you know what? He shut up a lot of people last week. Hell, Nick Wright, of all people, who's been Nick wrong a lot when it comes to his Bay Area sports takes. He's like, hey, maybe I'm going to change my opinion on it. Maybe. I'm open to it. It's a start. But I think it's a little strong for me, Sammy, to just say outright the 49ers are the team that no one wants to face. I have one team in mind that no one wants to face. But how do you feel about that before I get to mine?
I mean, again, I kind of said before the break, I do think there is some validity to that statement because I do think the Niners are playing with, a level of desperation and at the same time a level of what do we have to lose to where you could just kind of go all out really right now if you're the Niners. Like you've gotten further than I think anyone would have expected you to do. You've had a season that has far exceeded the expectations that we had at the beginning of this year. I mean, Kyle Shanahan before the year, when he was doing all of his, pre-training camp rounds, it seemed like he was really downplaying what this year was all about. He was made this seem out like this was going to be a development year with the last two draft classes. That's what this was about. And any success that came on top of that would just be extra credit. Joe, I think most people are looking at 9 to 10 wins this year for the 49ers, not a 12-5 win season where they had a chance to get the 1 seed. They've been playing with so much of that house money we love talking about this year that, they're, as Raj said, all the pressure is on the Seahawks. I think the Niners are a team with no pressure at all right now. And when you're able to play that loose, that free, I do think that makes you a more dangerous team on the field.
As we're bouncing back between Warriors and Niners this morning, and we're still talking about Jonathan Kuminga, and if you're just joining us, Jonathan Kuminga has demanded a trade, according to Shams Charania and Anthony Slater of ESPN. So Kaminga wants bye-bye from Golden State. This is the day he would be first eligible to be traded. And obviously
today at noon.
Today at noon. The trade deadline, though, is February 5th. So between now and February 5th, will Kaminga be traded? Do you want him gone? Just addition by subtraction? Or are you waiting for the best deal possible? 888-957-9570. If I were to ask you, though, before both of these seasons started, what would be more improbable? The Niners losing Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, and George Kittle, and still making the divisional round of the playoffs? or Jonathan Kuminga asking for a trade on January 15th, he would have said easily, oh, the Niners. Like, there's no shot for the Niners. The Kaminga thing, I think most people saw a mile away. Like, that, you wouldn't have been shocked. Would you have been disappointed? Sure. But shocked? No.
I'll be honest.
Are you shocked by this, by the man of the trade?
I'll be honest, Spadoni. Call me naive. I'm going to call myself a Warriors fan. I came into this season believing that they were going to figure out a way to make this work. I really did.
God bless you.
Did I believe it? Did I want to believe it? When Steve Kerr said, I'm going to try and make it work with JK, did I believe him? Again, I attribute it to Dad, can we go get McDonald's on the way? When Benny asked Dad, can we get McDonald's on the way home? And you say, I'll think about it. Like, that's what that.
It's always maybe as a parent.
Yeah.
Because maybe could be one or the other.
And no, it's always
maybe.
no. Maybe always means no. I'll try to make. Don't worry, Benny. We can try and stop by.
It's not true. Maybe for Dad means yes. Sam, I'm going to be honest. I do like me some McDonald's. So there you go.
You do like them golden arches. You always ask Carter in the morning if you can get them.
McCafe, my points. Dude, I got like 9,000 points on my app. I'm crushing it.
Hey, if I'm Joe Spadoni, I go to McDonald's. You should too. But you know what? I decided to take Kerr's words at face value. And the first couple weeks of the season, I'm like, yo, are they actually going to do this? Are we going to have a happy ending here? Like, are they actually, oh, no, we're not. Okay, no, he's going to be done playing here. And what was the last game, what was the last game that Jonathan Kuminga actually played in?
What is the last game Jonathan Kuminga has actually played and suited up in? I have it for you right here. Back on December 18th.
Yeah, I wonder, so... We'll go to the calls here.
Christmas. Merry Christmas, Jonathan. You're not playing anymore.
Yeah, so 9 minutes against the Suns and a loss. The prior game before that, he did play was that win in Cleveland, played 21 minutes there. I asked the question, do you think Steve Kerr knew that this was coming? I wonder if, this is my theory, not reporting anything. This is just as I read the tea leaves, piece the puzzle pieces together, connect my strings of yarn on my conspiracy board. I wonder if the request was made around mid-December and they're just reporting it now, and that is why Kaminga has not been playing.
Let's go to the phones because they are packed right now. We'll take all your calls, all your texts in regards to Jonathan Kaminga. Let's start off with Cameron in Antioch. What's up, Cam? You're on the roast.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Doing all right.
Doing terrible, man. This team is crazy. I don't know how we are still in this same position. The most logical, smart thing to do, which always should be the case, never choose the coach over the potential superstar player. Why are we letting Kerr dictate what's going on? Kerr is going to be gone after this year. They need to fire Kerr, either trade Draymond or tell Draymond he's going to the bench with significantly reduced minutes.
Hey, Cameron, I'll let you finish. Hold on. I'll let you finish, Cameron. We don't know that this is a Steve Kerr move. What if heaven forbid, what if Steph Curry is saying, go get me someone else, and JK can be a part of it? What if Steph is saying it?
Steph is not saying that. Steph can't even tell Steve Kerr to play his brother. We know Steph does not interfere with decisions like this. We cannot try to give Steve Kerr a pass. He has been doing this for 3 to 4 years, doing crazy things, trying to play this small ball lineup that has not worked. He should have been called out on this. He should have been stopped. He should have never got an extension when we were the 10th seed. He did great things in the past. Not really, but I give it to the people that say that. But
you've never liked Steve Kerr, then, Cameron. You're going to sit there and deny that Steve Kerr has done good things for the Warriors organization, Cam?
Bump me. Please don't bump me. Please let me talk.
Well, yeah, I need you to know. I'm sorry, Cameron. I wanted to hear what you have to say, but then you turned this in a different direction here.
I'm not
taking away. I wanted to hear Cameron defend that here, but we could have a conversation about it. Don't come on here and say that Steve Kerr did not do great things. Steve Kerr is an all-time minted, build him a statue legend here in Bay Area sports.
As
you
a
got
head
Bill
coach,
Walsh, you got Bruce Bochy, you got Steve Kerr. Yes, it's ugly right now here in the present. What is happening right now, though, in my opinion, in no way, shape, or form clouds, takes away, or deconstructs any of the amazing accomplishments that Steve Kerr has done. People forget this organization used to be a doormat of a dumpster fire. It was, the Billy Bean scene from Moneyball. There's, 50 feet of crap, and then there's the Warriors. Like, that is how bad it used to be, how disastrous it used to be. And Steve Kerr completely flipped that after Mark Jackson and put us on one of the greatest runs we've ever had as Warrior fans. You could be mad at him right now. And Cam, I'm not angry at your take, by the way. It sounds like I am.
We had to move on, though. We have a lot of calls.
Yeah, but in no way, shape, or form is this deconstructor take away from anything out of the greatness of Steve Kerr. He is a legend. It's bad now. Don't come out here and say that it in any way try to take away the amazing things that he has done. I will not stand for that.
There is a minority part of the fan base, a small bit, that would say, hey, Mark Jackson could have done that, what Steve Kerr did. If you just let Mark Jackson do this thing, I was like, no, Mark Jackson did help change the culture around this team.
He taught him how to play defense.
That was big.
Yeah, YouTube chat's bringing up Mark Jackson. And yeah, don't forget Mark Jackson. I credited Mark Jackson there very quickly. He taught this team how to play defense and play team-oriented ball. And
they needed a next level, though. Mm-hmm. And they needed to unlock the ball movement and the pace of play and the style of play around Stephen Curry, get away from the ISO basketball late in games. And it changed it. They did change the game.
Yeah, he was the caterpillar to Steve Kerr's butterfly. And that's Mark Jackson's own analogy.
And there you go.
So let's go back to the calls.
Let's go to the phones. James in Antioch. We're staying in Antioch today. What's up, James?
What's up, guys? You can hear me?
Got you.
You guys hear me? I was going to say, we got to wait and get the most value out of this man because we've seen what he can do given consistent minutes. That's the thing that kills me the most. When he's given a consistent role, consistent minutes, the guy gives 18 and 8. Any team can use that. And I just feel like it's a lot of picking and choosing on this organization. We pick and choose on who we want to blame and who gets all the criticism when things aren't good. I looked up on the stats, and top 10 mid-ranges taken this season, Pods is in the top 10 of the worst percentages. Does that affect his play style? Has Steve Kerr came out and criticized him how he does Jonathan Kaminga? No. And this is really a disgusting look. Any 6'8" wings that are in college, they do not want to come here. Why would they want to come here and play for this man? Why would any free agent that's going to get traded for Jonathan Kaminga feel even confident that he could come in and break the rotation?
That's James in Antioch, and I think James speaks for a lot of people that really like Jonathan Kaminga and the upside that he can bring potentially. And I hate that what we do is what James just did. You bring up Brandon Pajemski. No one talked about Brandon Pajemski at all.
One doesn't need to impact the other.
No, but for people it is. They favorite Pods. Yeah. Kerr favorites him over Jonathan Kaminga.
Which is, it is true, though.
One of them can handle the ball. One of them can dribble. One of them does something that clearly Steve Kerr values more to this iteration of the Golden State Warriors than what Jonathan Kaminga can do.
But to James's point, Pods goes out there and makes lots of mistakes.
I don't think Pods is the answer either for a lot of people.
See, I never looked at that. That's the difference, though, is that Kuminga was the 7th pick in the draft and was looked at as part of a future core of the next great Warriors team. Again, the theory was it was going to be Wiseman, Poole, Kuminga, and Moody. That was going to be your young core that went into the future. I don't think Pods came around a little bit later. Pods is not a guy you look at as the future core of this franchise. He's not. He is a role player. He is a 6th man off the bench. And despite what he thinks he's going to get, he's not getting the keys to an organization someday. Like, Jonathan Kaminga was looked at as a talent that could have been on that level. Pajemski has never been looked at on that level.
And again, it always got so toxic comparing and contrasting both guys when if you're a Warriors fan, you want both of them to do well. Ideally, you want them to play together. And then there was some reports or speculation that maybe those guys don't vibe together, all the conversation and the favoritism. I have no idea about that. I just hate when it turns into this guy better, this guy sucks. But again, that's sports talk radio sometimes in a nutshell. Let's go to Eric in Shasta County. Wants to join in on Kaminga v. Kerr. We got full phone lines. If you can't get on the phone lines, you can text in 888-957-9570. The Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. What's up, Eric? You're on the roast.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking the call. So, 2 things. I want to congratulate the Niners as a displaced Raider fan for what they've accomplished in the organization.
I feel that.
It's amazing, and I wish the Raiders could be there, but they left me twice, so, whatever, they get what they got.
Yeah.
The second thing is Kuminga, Kerr, Pods. Look, I don't know why people hate Kerr. I don't understand how you could hate Kerr. I understand the flashes of brilliance from Kaminga, but he just didn't fit in the rotation, and there's only three people that it's Steph's team. Draymond, dribble handoffs, screens, pin downs. The same with Looney, but we traded him away, and then maybe Gary Payton to some degree. But it's Steph's team, and I wish people would acknowledge that, and they won't win the championship, but they'll be entertaining.
And listen, Eric, and I think that's kind of how a lot of people feel right now nationally. The Warriors are fun. They're entertaining. They have Stephen Curry, they got Jimmy Butler. Are they going to win a title? Probably not. But again, let's wait and see. This time last year, I thought the same thing. There's no chance they're even going to make the playoffs. They made it to the second round of the Western Conference semis.
They had us believing last year for a minute.
And then if they can go on a run here again and maybe D'Anthony Melton gets his minute allocation boost up and he keeps playing well, who knows?
D'Anthony Melton's the difference between the Warriors now and a title.
Well, honestly, he's played well. But
I love when D'Anthony Melton's out there, but I think
the notion that Jonathan Kaminga now is going to be all of a sudden, we got to find a way to keep him still and do that ship has sailed. He's not coming back to play on this team. He's told you that basically through his lower back injury against OKC a couple weeks ago on January 2nd. That's not happening. He does not want to play here anymore. So that in and of itself has tanked his value because other teams know that. Other teams know it's like, dude, you got a player that doesn't want to play on your team. So why would I give up something of like true significance for that player? Like this whole thing should have been dealt with in the summertime. And I was with you, Sam. Maybe this could be different. Maybe if you give him, some runway at the start of the season with the starting lineup, and it did work. It did for a little bit. Because of the injury to Moses Moody to start the season, the calf, that allowed Jonathan Kuminga to have his starting role on this team. And, they started off pretty well. Some big wins against the Lakers, against the Nuggets. He was closing those games with the likes of all those other greats on the floor. He was closing those games. And then he got hurt. And then
it all just got derailed.
It all just got derailed again. And now we're back to square one with this. And we're saying, just move on from Jonathan Kuminga, addition by subtraction. Who cares?
One thing I'm seeing, I've heard some callers say it a little bit. I'm seeing a lot in our YouTube chat as well. Just happiness for Kaminga that he'll finally be out of here. I'm seeing right now from Guru QL8XI on YouTube, free Kaminga. And there's been a lot of other free Kamingas in this YouTube chat. That's just the one that I'm seeing first off right now as I look through the chat there. I'm kind of there too. I want Kaminga out of here just because I want him in a better place. Like I want him to go to a team where he can actually truly thrive like he's meant to. And hopefully we get answers to the great Jonathan Kaminga question of just how good is he actually?
Going to tell you this right now. Jonathan Kaminga, once he leaves the Warriors, do not care what he does. Same with Jordan Poole. He's not on the team. That's great. You can.
I root for Jordan Poole's success.
I am not invested emotionally in Jonathan Kuminga if I'm a Warriors fan once he leaves the Warriors. I'm just not.
I think you're still going to have some investment.
Oh, that means you're a Jonathan Kuminga fan.
Well, no, you could be a Warriors fan and still root for guys who used to play for your team.
Sure, but I think for a lot of the fans, they don't care.
It sucks watching Jordan Poole, be miserable in Washington. Now he's on New Orleans having it's been very disappointing for me as a Warrior fan for how I felt about Jordan Poole. And I'll never forget watching, running around after him during that 2022 parade when he had a little squirt gun and he's yelling pool party all the time. Like, he seemed like a guy like, man, fans are going to love this guy. And I cannot wait to watch him cook on this team for years to come. And now it's sad. It saddens me as a Warrior fan to see what his career has become. I hope that does not happen for Jonathan Kuminga.
If you're just joining us, the latest from ESPN, Jonathan Kuminga has demanded a trade away from the Warriors on the first day he is eligible to be moved. Starting at 12 o'clock noon today, he is eligible to be traded. And the trade deadline is February 5th here in the NBA. We're taking your calls and taking your texts on it. 888-957-9570. Let's go back to the phone lines with Alex in Chicago. What's up, Alex?
Yo, what's going on, guys? Can y'all hear me?
Got you. Hey, Alex.
Hey, man, the situation with, and by the way, the Chicago Bears, we want the 49ers, by the way, but we ain't proud to talk about that. But the situation with the Jonathan Kuminga trade, right? Here's what I'm saying. I think they should get the trade done because you had an opportunity last summer. You could have got off of Kaminga for the Malik Monk situation and 1 first-round pick, right? So that the whole situation before that, it was we're going to keep them. We're going to try to get more value out of them and see what we get later. Now we're in another situation where you got this Michael Porter Jr. situation, and they want 2 first-round picks for the guy with some guys. So here's what I'm saying. My first thing is this, right? What if we actually went through with the trade for Malik Monk? You know what I'm saying? Would we be in a better trade case scenario at that point in time with us getting to this particular point now if we had Malik Monk? And then my second question or situation is the trade needs to get done, and it needs to not be at the fault of it being for picks. That would be my second thing, and then that's all I have to say.
That's Alex in Chicago. 888-957-9570. Malik Monk this season, I just look at the three-point shooting because if we're bringing Malik Monk, he's going to score. Not going to play a lot of defense. He's 6'3". I want him to score.
Oh, he's
and
perfect for the Warriors.
Beyond the arc, shooting 41%. Yeah, I could use that right now. But the problem is, as we've seen from the articles from Anthony Slater, Shams, via ESPN or in The Athletic, Marcus Thompson, Sam Amick, Nick Friedel, like they're not interested in taking back a couple years and more salary. They want expiring contracts.
They want what it sounds like to me is, and this is what I want them to want, is as much free money as possible going into this next free agency run here, because the Warriors could not really have a free agency last year because of Jonathan Kuminga. And if they have money to spend, I don't know how much money they'll have to spend. We can take a call here and I can look up the numbers really quick. But if they could have a cleanish cap sheet going into this offseason, throw some money around with some of these expired contracts off the book, then I think that gives them as good of a chance as any to reload this roster and hopefully put a much better this year I feel like a shot. Now, I'll leave open the possibility that they get rid of Kaminga. It's addition by subtraction. Whoever comes in helps up. It's very possible that
you'll talk yourself into it if it's around one.
How about this? It's very possible that removing the Kaminga crisis from the Warriors and the cloud that it has created, that alone could be a boost for this team more so than whoever they bring in. I'll allow for that possibility, but right now for me in this moment, January 15th at 9:39, 28 seconds in the morning, I feel like this season is just kind of shot, and everything the rest of this year is all about what can we take away from this year to set us up for next season.
All right, let's get through these calls before we hit our final thoughts. Let's go to Richard in Los Altos. Let's talk about Kaminga demanding a trade. What's up, Rich?
Yeah, so I'm hearing the word toxic a lot, and I would agree with that. I think I got a solution for that. Steph's got, 2 good years left, realistically. And I think, speaking for myself and a lot of Warriors fans, I'm willing to trade the future for one more ring. So that said, I think, there's another toxic player out there, John Morant. I think if you put Kaminga, and people are going to get mad, but Draymond and a handful of first-round picks for John Morant and a few good pieces, I think that's a win for the Warriors. And not only will they have a real shot at the playoffs and maybe making a run, but, Ja, if they can lock him down, they'll have a cornerstone player moving forward.
That would be fascinating on a multitude of levels, and thank you for the call, Richard. I'm here for it. I am. John Morant coming here. Please give me all of it. Does it make you an instant, contender in the West? I'm not sure. The key to that one, though, as you just said, and I just don't think the organization is going to do it, is moving off Draymond Green. The only time that it's been reported this season that they'd be willing to move off of Draymond in a trade was with who? Giannis Antetokounmpo. That was the only guy that they'd be willing to move on from him. And that's going to be a name to watch here the next couple weeks. The Greek freak that everyone is infatuated here. I feel like we've never gone a full summer or year without talking about Giannis potentially being traded to the Golden State Warriors, because I do think that is the dream for Warriors fans is, can we get Steph and Giannis to play together on the same court outside of an all-star game, which still seems kind of crazy right now. But as we've seen in the NBA,
anything's possible.
If you're willing to give up picks, I don't think it's that crazy.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that crazy if you're willing to give up 3, 4 first rounders, whatever. But God, everyone's so scared to do that. No one wants to. Hell, you just saw a trade consummated between the Hawks and the Wizards. There are no picks involved. Oh, you want Trae Young? Here you go. Just come to these players. Here you go. We don't want them. That's what we're doing now. So,
really quick, again, I'm looking at the Warriors roster here for next year in terms of how much cap space they're going to have. And the answer is not much.
Great.
Yeah, so,
that's good.
Obviously, Steph and Jimmy, they're locked in for next year. Moses Moody is locked in for next year. And Pods is locked in for next year. And obviously, Will Richard is locked in for next year. DeAnthony Melton, Al Horford, and Draymond Green have player options. My guess is Draymond will say yes to his player option. Horford and Melton, we'll see. Everybody else, though, is GP2 unrestricted, Keith Santos restricted. TJD is got a club option for next year.
TJD is TBD.
That's a good one.
Thank you.
Quentin Post is a restricted free agent. My guess, again, he's not making a whole lot, though. My guess is it won't be hard to have him back. Seth Curry, if he ever plays for the Warriors, he's an unrestricted free agent next year. Pat Spencer, he's a restricted free agent. But again, these two-way not clogging up that much money. So all told, I'm going off a SPO track here. Cap space, they are $94 million over the cap, $3 million over the first apron, and they're about $9 million under the second apron. So as of right now, not a ton of financial flexibility. If they could find more ways to get off some of these contracts for expiring, obviously that will help. So case in point, I don't want anyone in return for Jonathan Kuminga who has a contract for next year.
That's Sam Lubin. Let's go to Timo in Rohnert Park. Timo, you're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. It's actually T-Bone.
T-Bone, like a steak. Okay, I like that even way more. What's up, T-Bone?
There you go. Hey, so I find it really comical that Jonathan Kaminga is going to demand a trade on the day that Warriors fans, or at least Warriors fans like myself, have had this date circled on my calendar for days. At this point, we really just got to get rid of the guy. I understand he's tried his best, but he just doesn't fit the system. He hasn't done anything to improve his game. Come on, man. You're 6'8", with length, and you can't even get 10 rebounds? Dude, come on. So, like I said, at this point, it's just time to be amicable and split ways. But what I want in return is a position that, if you look at Warriors history, especially with their title teams, every team has had a defensive center who just literally rebounds and sets picks for Steph Curry. A la Bogut. We had Zaza Pachulia. We had Varejao, JaVale McGee. All those guys won rings with us, and I think that's what we need for this team to, go over the hump and make a deep run. What do you guys think?
I like that, T-Bone. I will also say this outside of that first championship and losing in 2016. Kevin Durant, that significantly helps a lot of those situations.
Let's go and get one of those again.
Yeah, but I think his point's well taken. There are a lot of Warriors fans that feel that way, and I get that. But Andrew Bogut was a hell of a player. Zaza was a veteran that clearly fit the mold of the team. JaVale McGee was a guy that had a lot of risk because he was kind of a laughingstock before he got to the Warriors. Quite frankly, he was. Well, he was on Shaqtin' a Fool all the time. He was turned into a joke, but he fit perfectly for what the team needed. And, I'm watching this team right now. I don't know if they're a big man away from that's what they're hoping Al Horford was going to be, right? They were hoping he was going to be.
That's ridiculous to say.
I know, but that's what they were hoping. I get it,
but I know, and
they tried.
It's ridiculous. It is.
To T-Bone's point, they tried to do that with Al Horford, but the guy has a sciatica. He's doing this. You can't play on back-to-back.
39.
He's 40 years old.
We're shocked about that,
and he's about to be 40, and he has a player option to pick up next year.
And I hope he doesn't.
He's going to.
I don't want Al Horford on this team anymore.
It's not going to turn out.
I don't care that. It's right. He's been playing He's been playing greatly. Yeah, it's because the schedule is set up in a way that it's allowing him to play lately. The fact that that's part of it. I don't want old people. I don't. It's no one. Next year's Warriors team, outside of Steph and Jimmy, no one on the team should be older than me.
You're
I would be the 8th oldest person on the Warriors.
You're Happy Gilmore when the tax collector's coming to pick it. Look at her. Look at my grandma. She's old. She can't do anything. She's
so old.
It's so good. That's how you feel right now. Let's go to Sushi Steve in San Francisco. And you know what, Sushi Steve? I've talked to you in the past, and you have my back. I can go for a spicy tuna roll right now at 9:46 a.m. Am I right?
A spider roll.
Very Japanese of you.
Thank you.
So listen, guys, I don't know if this is probably an unpopular take, but I can't stop thinking about it. Like, and I think I know basketball pretty well just from watching the NBA a lot. I watch a lot of other teams play. And correct. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you think that Jonathan Kaminga has a lot of value even on a not great roster like the Wizards or something? I think the teams have seen what he does. Like, he's, at the end of the day, this is what I always tell people. Like, people rip on Steve Kerr. It's like, Steve Kerr has to know what the player's going to, like, if he puts a player out there, he has to know what he's going to expect. No one knows. We all don't know. Like, every time Kaminga goes in, it's like, which Kaminga are we going to see? Like, takes a couple plays off, or the guy that just jumps like crazy and go, is aggressive. Like, you don't know which guy you're going to see. And I think that's a very logical reason why Steve Kerr can't play him. But I don't know how any other coach is going to really. I'm not saying he's not going to be in the league. I think he could stay in the league, but a starter, no, I don't see it.
No, I'm with you, Steve. I said it months ago that whatever you think about JK, you think about JK. And Friedell's been on this for a long time. Our Odyssey NBA insider covers the Warriors for The Athletic. He's like, the league execs around that have their opinion on Jonathan Kaminga have had their opinion on him. Like, the last couple of months hasn't changed anything. You either like him or you don't. You see him as a certain player or you don't. That has not changed around the league circles. The only problem is for the Warriors, are the teams and executives on said teams that like Jonathan Kaminga willing to give up anything of significance? Mm-hmm. And the answer is no. We've learned that.
Any team getting Kaminga is going to be buying an asset
I don't think he has a lot of value. To your point, Steve, when you're asking, I don't think he has a lot of value. That's why I said I didn't really mind them basically just benching him and keeping him on ice so he doesn't get hurt. I didn't have a problem with it. Yeah. I don't.
No, it's a buy low asset right now.
By the way, Steve Kerr on yesterday with Willard and Dibbs was asked whether or not Jonathan Kaminga could play at all in the future.
It's just wait and see. We have to control what we can control. Try to keep moving the ship forward. And as I said, this is not an easy situation. It's not an easy one to talk about, frankly. I try to protect everybody and organizationally, and it's nobody's winning right now with this situation, and it's unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Yeah, man, you seem very emotional regarding this.
He definitely does, Joe. He definitely seems emotional. I think everyone's emotional regarding this. I've heard anger at Steve Kerr. I've heard anger at Jonathan Kaminga. I've heard anger about Brandon Pajemski.
Joe Lacob, Mike Dunleavy.
Yeah, I always go to the Bonte drop. Nobody's mad. No, everybody's mad. Everyone's mad. Final thoughts time, Zach? Let's do it. Let's go. Oh, let's go. Yeah, Jonathan Kaminga, baby. Whenever I hear that eagle or hawk, whatever
Kaminga
it is,
crisis.
I will think of the Kaminga crisis. What do you want to kick off today, Sam, and your final thought?
Oh, my final thought, I guess it has to be about Kaminga. I guess it doesn't have to be, but no, my final thought is about Kaminga. It comes down to the fact that I just can't believe that it's come to this situation. Thinking back to just all the things that could have been with this organization, with this run, with this core of guys. And, again, so what I said earlier in the show, there's another timeline where James Wiseman, Jonathan Kaminga, Jordan Poole, and Moses Moody are the next generation of Warriors. And I like to think that it would have been great to see. Unfortunately, that's not the life that we get to live. And so it's a very predictable conclusion that we all saw coming. And, I hope that he finds success elsewhere in the league after the Warriors trade him. And I just hope it is in the Eastern Conference where we would have to see him a lot less than the West. I would want him to go to the Kings, too. He deserves better than the Kings.
So in Bay Area sports, I'm just going to let's stick him in the last 15 years, last decade plus. The ones that got away. How many of them are there really? DeForest Buckner, okay, you traded him though, but you chose that. Yeah. You traded him away. Are we going to say Kevin Durant? Because a lot of Warriors fans feel like, hey, Draymond was the reason. We could have still had KD if it wasn't for Draymond. I think KD was always going to leave personally. Because
Bay Area's been very fortunate of late to avoid those.
Kevin Gosman, I guess, with the Giants.
No one's...
But that's not on the level. But Gosman was good. Yeah, he was good in the playoffs. He's been really good for the Toronto Blue Jays.
Brian Reynolds?
Exactly.
So, no, but this could be potentially the biggest name.
Is going to be there?
He could be. He very well could be.
Because you don't miss Jordan Poole because of what Poole's done.
I mean, yes and no, but that's
I think he's changed ever since he got punched, and that's a different level.
He punched the basketball out of him, exactly. Yes. Zach, what do you got? How bad is Indiana going to lose by on Monday?
Damn.
My final thought is not that. I mean, that's just too obvious. But
by a lot,
I know. What's the spread, by the way, right now?
It's 8 points.
8.5.
8.5 still? It's been there for the last couple of days.
Yeah.
Okay.
Put it on Miami.
My final thought is the GOAT movie coming out. I think it's next month. It's like Steph Curry's.
My son's excited about that.
Yeah. The cast is stacked. I'm really excited for this, and I can't wait. GOAT movie.
So it's basically from the same creators as Into the Spider-Verse, that kind of art style. A small goat named Will gets a once-in-a-lifetime shot to join the pros and play rollerball, basketball in the animal world, I guess. You got Stephen Curry. You got David Harbour, who I guess is one of the dads on Stranger Things.
He's Hopper.
Jelly Roll. Yeah, that guy.
That's a person.
His music.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of him.
Gabrielle Union, I know her.
Oh, hey, she's been in stuff.
You said it was a stacked guest list, Zach. I'm trying to, find them. Andrew Santino, Bobby Lee. We got the comedians on there. Love that podcast. Nick Kroll, Patton Oswalt, Jennifer Hudson. Okay, here we go. Wayne Knight. There we go. Okay, there we go. Wayne Knight, let's go. Hey,
Wayne Knight Newman?
Not Wayne. Wayne Newton is the singer from...
Newman from Seinfeld.
Yes.
That's Wayne Knight, right?
That's Wayne Knight, yes.
Yeah, the dude who got chewed up by the Dilophosaurus in Jurassic Park. The shirt I'm wearing.
Wayne Newton is a singer from Las Vegas.
Well, yeah, I know that. Yes. That's why I said Wayne Knight is Newman.
There you go.
From Seinfeld.
And Wayne Newton, obviously, in Vegas Vacation once upon a time. So there you go. Lucas Alexander taking over in the back, Fight On University. Go Caleb Williams over this weekend.
Okay, that means I can go home.
There you go. That's what's coming up. Steiny and Goo, brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good. Good job today, Sammy.
The smack talk has already started.
For one, we get a team that we don't like. Me personally, don't like nothing about them.
Yeah, well, we don't like you much either. Let's go! Bring on the Hawks! Bring them on! It's win or go home, and we are ready for it.
Let's go Niners! Let's go Niners!
Niners Seahawks Saturday at 5.
One game! One quarter! Just be your best!
We are the Bay Area's football station.
95.7 The Game!
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from our partners, Windsor One and Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. with 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Yes!
One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-894-3737. That's 800-894-3737.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is Carrie Cooper. The Foo Fighters have gone on to become one of modern rock's most successful bands, and Everlong is lyrically and sonically perfectly formed and depicts that kind of insatiable love that everyone hopes to find one day. But why has it resonated with so many? More at FocusOnRock.com.
We talk a lot about defense on this show. But how's the defense on your actual house? I'm talking about your windows. If you're feeling a draft or your energy bill is higher than a Steph Curry three-pointer, it's time to sub in the pros. That's why I'm sending you to my friends at Ashby Lumber. Ashby Lumber has been the Bay Area's heavy hitter since 1968. And right now, they're featuring the best in the business, Milgard windows and doors. Whether you want that classic look with the Milgard Tuscany series, or you want the modern sleek vibes of the Trinsic series, Milgard has you covered. And let's talk about durability. Milgard's Ultra Series fiberglass windows are built to handle whatever the Bay Area weather throws at them. Plus, they come with lifetime warranty options for the total peace of mind. Go see the experts at the Ashby Lumber showrooms in Berkeley or Concord. They'll walk you through the entire Milgard lineup so you can win big on your next home project. Check them out online at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber and Milgard, that's a championship combo. Get it done today.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Kaylin Moore. Each week, I'll take you on a dark journey through terrifying true urban legends, bizarre true crime cases, chilling tales of backwoods horror, and more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community of the darkly curious, check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
I love Kaminga.
And together, There's Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, now it starts. All right, now it starts.
The baby is the baby here?
No. But the Warriors are pregnant. They've just gotten pregnant, maybe.
They've been pregnant. How you doing?
Boy.
How you doing, baby? We got a rooftop meeting party today. I am juiced.
Okay.
But Evan won't be there, so I ain't that juiced.
Yeah. We'll save him a spot if he can.
Right,
he's going to the game tonight.
Yeah. Warriors calling the game.
Warriors Knicks.
Yeah.
Have a broadcast tonight.
Know your team.
No.
Yeah, they got a college broadcast.
Okay.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Evan,
I was like, wait, he's doing the Warriors again.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I thought.
No.
Your day will come. There's just no doubt about it.
Back to Wiggins.
It's funny. Here's how I'll start. Jonathan Kaminga is in the news. He can be traded today, first day, but apparently he's already told the Warriors, get me out of here.
Willard sent us the article this morning. Thank you, Mark, all of us. He demanded a trade. What happened?
Well, I don't think I got it.
What's the Marcus Thompson article in the Athletic?
He sent a text?
Yeah, to all of us. No, you ain't up and running yet, huh?
I thought I got it all figured out last night.
They said this morning.
All right.
But what if I told you it was a great piece and I told you and Evan, I feel like I knew everything. And I'm frustrated. I just think now the optics make the Warriors look bad because they've had ample time to tackle this beast of a decision to trade them, get them out of here. You don't want them. I mean, I already told you they're Operation Play-In right now. It is what it is. You're over 500. But Steiny, I'm just fatigued. I know you think I'm just talking. Listen to your boy. I'm fatigued of this. Take pennies on the dollar. Just get them out of here. So we don't got to do what we're doing. Speculating. Watching him like a bump on a pickle. We're not good enough. We need somebody that can contribute.
Well,
401k.
I actually thought there was a lot of stuff in the two stories, one in the Athletic and one on ESPN that maybe we didn't know it, but we've got it confirmed. And then there's some other stuff that, I thought was relatively new. I mean, the fact that now this is the first time Kuminga said, get me out of here, or has told the Warriors, get me out of here. That's a step beyond where we've gone.
But we knew we wanted out, though, right?
I mean, I've always thought he wanted out the last year or two. The other thing is the Warriors haven't talked to the Nets about
that hurt me.
Michael Porter Jr. in a month.
Yeah, that part hurt.
According to that story. Also, the fact that there are questions inside the organization about whether Jonathan Kuminga was hurt the second game against Oklahoma City when the three stars sat out, and Kerr, prior to the game, said he was going to play him. And then right before the game, he said he couldn't go because of his back. And, that to me is news and more tangible. And then lastly, just kind of stuck in Slater's story was somebody asked one of the Warrior players about Kaminga and his back. And according to Slater, a Warrior teammate of Kaminga said, I wouldn't have played either.
Wow.
It's clear the coach doesn't believe in him. Like, to me, that's one of the bigger things that we've, gleaned from this whole situation is maybe this is affecting players. And if you're telling me some players are supporting Kaminga, well, that's not good.
Oh, I hadn't thought. So you're talking about other players on the team.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought of that.
One of Kaminga's teammates said, I wouldn't have played either that game against Oklahoma City. He hasn't played in 16 of the last 17 games.
So what we do know is Coach Kerr has not believed in him for a while. You know what? Just by the actions of not putting him in the game. And he was on, Coach Kerr. We love him with Willard and Dibbs. And Dibbs and Willard asked him about, this situation, him not playing in quote-unquote garbage time. And I played that for you. Steve Kerr says, it's difficult right now to talk about. It's a difficult situation. I know I'm a fan. Who cares? I'll be at the game Monday. But you got to have this. What are we waiting on? Like, this thing has been here for a while.
Well, first of all, like, this is the first day he can be traded. Like, did people really believe that he was already going to be moved today?
And which still could happen. I get what you're saying, but in that story, Marcus Thompson said, basically, I'm paraphrasing, for Warrior fans to possibly get ready for him to remain on the team after the deadline. That would be a colossal failure.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of that is just talk to maybe try to get people to believe that they're not desperate for moving him. But I think the league probably knows that the Warriors want to deal him. They probably have to deal him. And why would any team want to give up a lot of substance when they know the Warriors got to make a move? This was Steve Kerr yesterday with Willard and Dibbs. I'm going to play them both about Kaminga, and this is the day you got to talk about Kaminga. It's January 15th.
It's just wait and see. We have to control what we can control. Try to keep moving the ship forward. And as I said, this is not an easy situation. It's not an easy one to talk about, frankly. I try to protect everybody and organizationally, and nobody's winning right now with this situation, and it's unfortunate, but it is what it is.
All right, that was Steve Kerr talking about the Jonathan Kaminga situation, and I'll play one more. This one actually was the first comment by Steve Kerr on, why Kaminga's not playing.
I'm just going to say it's a difficult situation. I think you guys know it. Everybody knows it. I'm just going to leave it at that. It's a difficult situation.
All right.
I will say this, though. One of the leaders on the team, one of the guys that beats to his own drum, has taken Kaminga under his wing and befriended him and Jimmy Butler. And, just my 2 cents, nobody cares, Donnie. When I hear anonymous with that much mustard on it, I have no proof and will never have it, but I feel like that damn well could be Jimmy Butler saying, I understand I wouldn't have played. And I get the decision, too.
Well, it probably wasn't Guy Santos.
Right.
Because Guy Santos would have played.
Right.
But I don't know who it was. I don't know if, I don't know if it was Jimmy Butler. I don't know, Draymond Green. Who knows? Maybe it was Steph Curry.
Uncle Looney saying,
nobody knows.
Goo, you can't sell something, I want your opinion, that has no value. And I get the value's not high. But, Stoney, as I talk to you today on this Thursday before the Niners Saturday playoff game in Seattle, are you calling him a net? Do you think no team would covet Jonathan Kaminga?
No. Nobody covets Jonathan Kaminga. Teams might be intrigued by him and want to give him a chance. Covet means that you're going to go out of your way to try to get the guy. Covet to me means there's a guy on another team that you have singled out as to a guy, if you could get him, that it would change your franchise. So I don't think he's coveted. I do think there's some intrigue around him. I think there's a lot of people around the league that wonder what's going on. And, is this guy a functional player in a bad situation? Is he? Unfortunately, the questions are probably all up and down the board. I'm sure some executives think he's an attitude problem. I'm sure some executives think that the Warriors messed this up. I'm sure some executives think Kaminga's got an upside, and some might think he's not very good.
Yeah.
So you got to find out the team that thinks the most of him and see if he can get something done.
Because I think he has an upside. It damn sure has not reared its head here, but I'm rooting for him if he does go somewhere. But damn, Steiny, you got me thinking yesterday when I looked at the standings and the Warriors had, they're playing better. They're winning games. But, man, they got a long haul to go and pop no bubbly to get out of the play-in. And Marcus Thompson did cite that in that piece, that right now that's what they are, Steiny, a play-in team without the services of a dude with, the talent I think he possesses. So I want this done from a Warrior fan standpoint so we can get some production from whoever or whomever, the guy or guys are that would come back in a trade.
Yeah, to me, the other thing that now it's becoming almost like conventional wisdom is during the Kaminga draft, the Warriors front office was split.
Well, right.
Now we're hearing that some of the front office may not have wanted Kaminga. They wanted Franz Wagner.
Yeah, Steve Kerr was one of them, maybe, allegedly.
Apparently.
Yeah, but that would make sense, though, right, Donnie?
I mean, it's it feels like it's conventional wisdom right now.
It's a difficult situation.
There you go.
Damn.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's January 15th. It's finally here. What do you guys think's going to happen, and how you feeling about it right now after you learned some more info today? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And I've covered the Bay Area for a while, and I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, and when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes somebody you love, that's when Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they are there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of the family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions for clients recovered across the region, and it's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS. I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexity of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today.
Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight?
I mean, you said it. I think that was it for me. Factor. I was feeling strong. Had plenty in the tank for overtime.
Wait, Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great, and they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
Let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player. Basketball doesn't work that way.
It's a difficult situation.
Hey, it's Ryan Rollins with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Oh, thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it. I don't know why you're doing this. Former Warrior.
Yeah. Now he's where Giannis is booing the fans. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, can you help me with my iPhone at some point?
I got you.
So, real quick, I got the new phone. I thought I backed it up, and which I did.
Okay.
But, so now on my computer, like I can send texts and get texts.
Okay.
But clearly my phone's not set up because I'm sending text over my phone.
But the backup's not complete. It's gotta be completed.
Right. It's like my phone doesn't know my number yet. My phone number.
Have you tried turning it off and turning it back on?
I have, actually.
Since you updated it.
I think I did, yeah. But we can move on.
But to the Warriors, you haven't updated it. You're just doing a traditional backup because you got a new phone.
Right.
Okay, so that's got to be complete for everything to run its course. So right now, that's why they're unfamiliar because you have
So if I just plug this into my computer, it should start syncing and that's it, or?
Right now, you only have the iMessage set up.
Correct.
You don't have your actual texts.
Like, you got to sit still and let that bad boy back up.
For how long do you think?
Until it's complete. It'll tell you on the phone.
Less than however long you didn't have access to your phone.
Right. And I'm getting mad.
Where's Mole?
Yeah.
Oh, man. All right. Jonathan Kaminga apparently wants out. And he wants out doing. This time he's serious.
I mean, shocker. It's you asked me something yesterday, and I got to just blow past everything because where I'm at is what I want to ask you all. Is there a scenario where they don't trade him and he gets reinserted back into the line? That's where I'm at right now. Vern, I'm like, seriously. Come on, man.
I mean, look, yes, I think it's possible. Like, I think
they really butchered this because you win 15 to 16 games. What is it that he hasn't played? Without his services, without that player trying to help you win more games. That's what would signal to me. It's like you really went out Shasky-like. You butchered this to the utmost. And now the whole basketball world's honed in on this story. And Dibbs just texted us. He said some stuff we knew and some nuggets we did know. And I won't dispute that because you kind of said it. But the bottom line is, if he were my son or friend, I would have advised him that OKC game. My ass ain't going out there. Like, you've cut me enough to where you're not about to set me up and I look bad against OKC and then my value, So I get that. And now we got anonymous players saying they would have did the same thing. But, I mean, when does this thing end? And like you said, I did wake up thinking, man, am I going to pick up the phone and there's a trade done?
Yeah. In case you're just joining us, today's January 15th, the first day that Jonathan Kaminga can be traded. And I don't think it's any coincidence that both ESPN and The Athletic, ESPN first reporting that Kaminga's told the Warriors he wants to be traded. He wants out of here. And then there was a very lengthy piece in The Athletic about Kaminga, and it just had a lot of, a lot, and this is what happens. This is what happens the closer you get to trading a guy, and then after you trade a guy is you start to hear all these things that they were trying to keep under wraps, but now that it's gotten to this point, each side is going to kind of do their thing to stick up for themselves, and I think that's where we're at right now. Do I think the Warriors would keep Kuminga to the end of the year?
And use him.
I mean, if he's here after the trade deadline, you may as well use him. Okay. But I do find it hard to believe that the Warriors want to continue down this road.
Yeah, and in that piece that Marcus wrote was something that we talked about before even knowing the 4-1-1. And, Kaminga played in that OKC game, Stein. He didn't have the best shooting night from the field, but he was rebounding, got in the game, and they cut that lead to 3. Remember that? He had some turnovers, wasn't perfect, but he was instrumental to me in causing some turnovers and rebounds. At the end of the third quarter ends, he plays not 1 second in the fourth, and they say in the locker room, you could just tell by his mannerisms how he got dressed, he got up out of there. Like, for him, he was hot. And we came in here, and I said the same thing. Why didn't he reemerge? Why didn't he play? So, I mean, he's been a good soldier up until this point, so it's got to be, to me, new scenery.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I mean, I think it's time, but I also know that nothing's happened up to this point, and obviously nothing could have happened after he got the extension this summer, but now we're at a point where it could be time. Here's what I think's at the heart of everything. And we can go back to we can go to Myers, we can go to Kerr. We can go to Dunleavy. I believe guys like Myers, not that Laco hasn't been around the NBA, but Myers, Kerr, and Dunleavy, who've seen a lot in this league. I think they look at the Warriors and they say, we had a dynasty. We were a dynasty, flat out, no doubt about it. But having watched basketball for as long as we have, I'm lumping these 3 guys together, there's got to be there's got to start to be a redo to try to get this team back. And I think that,
but you don't have those picks that you kind of squandered.
Well, that's after the fact. I think Joe Lacob believes. And he might be right. I don't know. Joe Lacob believes that the Warriors can win 4 titles, stay in contention, and get right back on top. And I think guys like Dunleavy and guys like Kerr and maybe Myers said, realistically, that doesn't happen. We're going to have to take a step back as these old guys retire or these veterans retire or get older. And I just don't think Lacob's open to it right now. I just don't. I think he's really, he's asking the front office and the coach to do something that is whatever the hardest thing is next to impossible. And that is to have a dynasty, to stay in contention, and then to rebuild something that resembles a dynasty. Okay. It just doesn't happen very often, if at all.
And the way that you described that, I feel like you're telling somebody, hey, you got to go to the back of the line because you've been at the front, Now it's time to go to the back of the line, and your time will come again. But when you look at this roster outside of the big 3, I would tell Joe, pour me a double. Because what do you have that makes you think after those 3 that could carry or have Steph go to 1A or 1B or 2 as an option? You've butchered that part of it. So I don't want to say easy sale. What more proof does Joe Lacob need for the blunders in regard to this construction of this roster to where you don't have that Jonathan Kaminga, had he been getting this Franz Wagner on and people were thinking, okay, this dude might be part of the next, then I could understand that mindset. But right now, I think fans are starving for the next iteration, not named Steph, Dre, and Jimmy.
Right. And what I think is they missed.
That's
their opportunities done.
A few times.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
Right.
But, okay, if you're saying...
But it hurts more, I think, Steiny.
Look, the San Antonio Spurs had a great team with David Robinson. He got hurt. They got the number 1 pick. They got Tim Duncan, and they won more titles. The LA Lakers in the early mid-'80s were really, really good, and somehow they got the number 3 pick, and they took James Worthy. And they kept winning for years and years. The Boston Celtics somehow in 1986 got the whatever pick it was. I don't know if Worthy was the third, actually, but they got a high draft pick. They traded for Len Bias, and he passed away. You just don't recover from that. Wow. You just don't. And right now, the Golden State Warriors have a team that's getting up there, if not up there already, and the 3 guys who should be carrying them into the back half of the decade aren't good enough to, or they pick the wrong guys, or they don't want to be here, or, whatever the situation is. So don't we got to recalibrate at some point? Maybe now's not the time with Steph, but that's why I think.
But you're not getting a number 2 pick. You're not getting a number 7 pick.
Right.
So when you say recalibrate, it's going to be a lot slower than I think Joe. That's why I would question, why would Joe think you could do this overnight? Like getting your phone up and running.
Well, he would say that it's not really happened overnight. We won a title, then we hung in there, and now, this year's team's going to the Western Conference Finals.
Wow.
Okay, well, if this team goes to the Western Conference Finals, that means they were better than last year, and they're back on the ascent maybe. But for how long?
I have to tell you, in life, things happen in sports, outside of the world, Steiny, corporate, whatever, life, where special things happen and we remember them because they were special and they don't happen all the time. But you just hit me like a bag full of watermelons when you brought up the Spurs. Steiny, you didn't even talk about how perfect it was for them to pass the baton to Kawhi Leonard, hitting on that pick and what he turned into and what role he played as the older OGs got older and gray. But it was a perfect blend. I look at Kaminga like that, like that's how it was supposed to be. But it's the exact opposite, and now we're sitting here waiting for a trade after the Wiseman debacle.
Well, the other thing that came out in this story was the Kaminga draft. Apparently, the veterans wanted them to trade the pick for a veteran player who could help them right away. So, I mean, we don't have a complete picture of the puzzle, but I think we've got enough pieces put together that we know the bulk of the story. And it is what it is. And now they've got to figure out a way out of it. I'm skeptical that he's going to be on the team after the trading deadline, but I mean, we've been saying this for a year or two now.
But what if I told you that I don't want that for both parties? Like too much water is under the bridge, that would be nightmare on Warrior Street. And maybe you know what I mean? Like, Snyder, you can't fix what's been done. And if I'm Jonathan Kuminga, I'm his camp, Aaron Turner, if your girl's not coming home at night or she's coming home late, you know what? And it keeps happening, she's probably got somebody else. And that would constitute cheating. And that's what, I don't think this can be fixed. I don't think there's any amount of minutes that can fix how this guy has been, just taken out of the rotation and not playing for the team that drafted him.
Well, listen.
Am I being dramatic?
No, I mean, what's happening is all happening in front of our eyes. And I'm not taking sides here, but I'll bet you the Warriors feel like Kaminga doesn't want to play, so they ain't playing him. And you know what's funny is I mentioned this a few days ago, and sure enough, it was in Marcus's story. I'm at that game last week against the Kings, and Kaminga didn't come out to warm up till like 90 seconds were left.
You told us.
He took 2 shots where he tried to basically throw it as high as the scoreboard and see if it would swish. It didn't. Then he went to half court with Santos and some of the other guys, the Stay Ready crew or whatever, and they're playing hacky sack with the basketball.
That was in the story, yes.
So, you might think, we didn't learn a lot, and maybe we didn't, but what we learned was, this thing's over.
Okay,
and I think it's been over, and when you hear Steve Kerr
I'm just going to say it's a difficult situation. I think you guys know it. Everybody knows it. I'm just going to leave it at that. It's a difficult situation. It's a difficult situation.
What more do you need to hear? I guess. And I'm not saying it's right. It's not right. I think, congratulations.
I'm not obsessed with cheating.
Kaminga and the Warriors both took an L on this one as of now.
And the fan base. And the fan base. Because it does hurt that he's not going to be part of the next iteration, that he didn't pan out in the Warrior uniform. It does hurt. It truly does. And it's incredible, really, that you came back from the game you went to against Sac, and you said as much. But I'm not going to defend not being ready or lack of preparation. But Kaminga drove knowing I'm not going to play. So as far as Steiny, what you want me to come out there, shoot 50, like Buddy Hield, shoot 50 shots and not get in the game? So I guess, and you said, hey, Goo, I'm being fair, but I don't want to come down this road for that. It's like, what more does he need to see to get the hint? Like, dude, you ain't playing tonight, even if we're up 50. Okay, that's how y'all doing me? I'll go play soccer and Steiny will see me take 2 shots.
I mean, look, if I put myself into Kaminga's spot, I don't want to play garbage time either right now. I wouldn't. So, I really hesitate. I don't think Jonathan Kaminga, from everything we've seen, if stuff's happening behind closed doors, that's one thing. But I don't think Jonathan Kaminga is an attitude problem. I think he's really frustrated. I think he's down. I think he's questioning his ability. I think he wants to change his scenery. And he's just not bought in here, and they're not bought into him because of all the water under the bridge.
Tell me this. The fact that he demanded a trade.
Well, that means nothing.
And there, I got my answer.
That means nothing.
But it is more an eyesore and lightweight embarrassment for the organization now that that's out there. We all knew it. But the fact that he demanded a trade, everybody's running with it. And you can say, what do I say? Norm says, worry about what's going on in your own backyard. But now when the Warriors take on when they play tonight against the New York Knicks, Donnie, a lot of it's going to be a disgruntled Warrior, young, wants to get up out of here, and it's almost like he's being held captive.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, in fairness, the Warriors have won 9 of 12, 9 of 13. So they're playing okay.
Still in the box.
They're playing all right, and I don't think Kaminga's dominated. Like when you go to the arena, I don't think people are waiting on pins and needles to see Kaminga play. They'd like to see him play. They wonder what happens, but I don't know. Let's start out with Brian in Palo Alto.
BPA style.
Hey, Brian, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Good. Anybody believe in Lake Up anymore?
Wow, B.
I think, we've gone from 2 timelines to 1 time, and the second timeline's done, right? I mean, whether or not Kuminga's here after the deadline or not, right? The era of Kuminga, Pods, Moody is not a second timeline, right? They're just role players of varying degrees. And if they're not going to move Kuminga and get a good, truly try to get a good player back, not just an expiring contract,
right?
That means Lake Up is now on a no timeline agenda, right? There's no timelines. He's not committed to the present or the future. And, I would rather give up 2 first-round picks and get Michael Porter Jr., who is almost a 40-40-90 guy, by the way. He's 27, he's 6'10", he's a two-way guy, he's a 40+% three-point shooter who can play in this kind of offense and could, I think, legitimately make us a contending team. And I would rather have a 27-year-old Michael Porter Jr. than Joe Lakeup with 2 first-round draft picks in 2029 and 2030 because he's smoked those, smoked them.
No, real quick. I mean, now that Dunleavy didn't make those picks, though. You know what I mean?
But he's calling Joe the overs, right?
Lakeup made those picks.
Yeah. Okay,
that's what I believe. Lakeup made those picks. He smoked the Kuminga pick and then massively overvalued him. If Kuminga had a ton of value, there'd be a ton of suitors, right? I mean, he wouldn't be the first player that was underutilized or misutilized that was coveted in a trade.
Right.
But the fact that he doesn't have a lot of interest around the league is indicative that most people don't value Kuminga that highly, and you can't just always blame everybody else for Kuminga's shortcomings. Like, he's just not good enough, right? Like, he's a fifth-year player. He's a 29% three-point shooter. It's not going to cut it. And so, yeah, that's it. That's my take. Have a good day, guys.
Yeah, appreciate it, Brian. Thanks
he went Mark Jones on ESPN. He smoked the layup. He said Joe smoked the picks.
I wanted to ask Brian what he thought of the part of the story that said the Warriors haven't talked to the Nets about Michael Porter Jr.
Well, then that would be negligence, right?
Unless there's something.
Closed mouth does not get fed.
Unless there's something about Michael Porter Jr. that they don't want any part of. I don't know.
Oh, Stoney, my day just got worse.
Why?
Kevon Looney got waived.
There you go.
Dude, how can you do that to Loon Dog?
Now, what does that tell you right there?
Evan,
what does that tell you right there?
Who are the Pelicans to waive Looney?
He wants to go to a contender. Well, that rules the Warriors out.
It's a difficult situation.
Loon Dog.
Here's the other thing. It's interesting that Brian said there's no timetable now. And
there he is.
Well, I don't know. Because here's where I went to when he said that. The other thing that's hamstringing the Warriors, apparently, is they don't want to trade for a guy who's got a lot of years left in his deal. It is clear that after next season, they want to have a ton of flexibility. So they are not going to bring anybody onto this team unless they are absolutely positively sure that the guy's going to be a fixture or a foundation in like 2028. Now, the one thing that surprises me is I'm looking at Michael Porter Jr.'s contract. He's up at the end of next year. So you go and if you try to get a guy like Porter, bring him in here, and then you can figure out whether he can be a permanent member of the team or not.
Well, my timeline is Steph Curry, how long he's going to play and put up with this and put up with being, a fixture in the play-in and then, not realistically having a chance to get past the divisional round in the playoffs. So there is a timeline, and there is a guy that I feel like the Warriors moves have to appease, and that's the Chef.
Yeah. I'm like this story also kind of indicates that, there's been a little bit of a push-pull between the veterans and the front office as to, the kind of player they want to bring in. And it feels like the Warriors are really looking at the players wanted a veteran guy in here when they were drafting Kaminga and Wiseman and Moody.
Maybe we'll do this on the other side. And I'm doing you and Evan a disservice here. But in that interview on Willard and Dibbs yesterday with Coach Kerr, I believe Willard Dibbs asked him, one of them asked him about how he thought the first half went and where the team's at. And Steiny, they asked him about Jimmy Butler's word of mediocre. And what if I told you Steve Kerr, as presidential as he is, maybe we could play his answer on the other side. Sure. But there really wasn't an answer to the question. It's just so many guys get to beat at their own drum to where I felt like Steve didn't have a sword to combat. Well, one of my star players thinks we're worse than I do. I want to hear that math. I don't want to hear, well, Evans like Steiny. That's kicking the can down the road. No, there's a disconnect in regard to your star player saying he thinks currently you guys are average and you think you're better. Like, why? Let's talk about why there's two different answers. But there's just, again, they do it to Frankenstein, which is Draymond. Now we got another, what I believe, personality, Frankenstein. Jimmy's like he go down. Like, what is it? No, what about what he said?
But I can rationalize it. Jimmy Butler sees they're 22-19 and says we're mediocre. And Steve Kerr looks at the last 13 games and says, you know what? We're making strides. It's a coach doesn't want to say we stink. A player can say we stink. I don't know if Kerr wants to get into that, though. But 888-957-9570 is the number. And the Golden State Warriors, they have a game tonight against the New York Knicks. 7 o'clock at Chase Center. Warriors live at 6 o'clock. Jalen Brunson, I can't imagine he's going to play. He got hurt last night in Sacramento and came out early in that game. That might not be good news for the Warriors. They struggle when the opposing team stars out, as we found this year. But Knicks in town tonight. Should be fun out there at Chase Center. What you got a look of disgust.
Yeah.
How you doing? What's up?
I'll let you know after the break. But I might have ran with the wrong info on them, dog.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Let's hope I'm wrong.
All right. So don't go anywhere. Hold on to your hats. That segment, because Goo's got a. I don't know if it's a retraction or it's an embellishment or he's going to give us more information, but don't go anywhere. That segment is sponsored by the Super Bowl Experience, presented by Jersey Mike's.
Yep.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area. Experience football like never before with Super Bowl Experience, presented by Jersey Mike's, February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
The Smack Talk has already started.
For one, we get a team that we don't like. Me personally, don't like nothing about them.
Yeah, well, we don't like you much either.
Let's go! Bring on the Hawks! Bring them on!
It's win or go home, and we are ready for it.
Let's go Niners! Let's go Niners!
Niners Seahawks Saturday at 5.
One game! One quarter! Just be your best!
We are the Bay Area's football station.
95.7 The Game!
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft chews, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hi,
I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Lowe's knows how to turn big plans into real results. Whether it's new appliances or a home refresh, get started with 12-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more with a MyLowe's Rewards credit card, January 15th through the 30th. So you can invest in your upgrade now and pay over time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer subject to credit approval and cannot be combined. Minimum monthly payment required. See store or Lowe's.com for details.
I will never get duped again.
Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh
boy.
Who's got it worse, you or me?
iCloud paused.
But you threw a celebration with the boss in here, and Evan had to bring you back down to earth. You are not back. You're still sending from your email.
I was wrong. So
you were happy too. Let's get to me. Kevon Looney is still a New Orleans Pelican. Okay. I'm done with AI.
What happened?
It's got its own mind.
I was wrong.
Yeah, I got duped. He's still, Evan, I'm done with
Looney's still on the Pelicans.
I feel better.
There's
That's
nothing
good
wrong
news.
with AI. You just have to fact check the check.
Okay, but what makes it make up that false news?
It's because it takes what's available to it, which is the internet, which means the internet lies.
And it had Facebook as it went to Facebook.
Yeah, it uses Facebook.
We got another name for it on my Uline. Yeah, my son just texted me, little Daryl, like, dude, I'm done, Steiny, but your phone, you got to fix it.
I will. I'm close. I'm knocking on the door. It is funny.
So just last night you got home, you didn't just plug it in and let
I went to the Apple store. And I started.
So you left too early. You could have did it there. Didn't they say, Mr. Steinmetz, you can stay?
Yeah, they did. Well, how long does it take, do you think? Like, it feels like it takes a few hours.
Yeah, well, 23rd, I would have stayed, and I do, but yeah.
Takes like 15 minutes, dude.
Well, then something's wrong.
User error.
And it's more than just Jonathan Kaminga not being traded today.
Thank God for Looney. Yeah.
It's a difficult situation.
All right. You wanted to play. Jimmy Butler was asked what he thought about the Warriors season, and he said, mediocre. I think this is the one you want.
His response to Willard and Dibbs asking him about your players saying mediocre.
All right. So there you heard Goose set it up.
I just laugh. I mean, Jimmy's he's an interesting guy. He's brilliant. He is, he reminds me of Andre Iguodala. He doesn't, doesn't suffer fools. He understands the league. He understands, he's been around for a long time. So he knows, like, we're doing fine, but we can do better. And I didn't mind him saying we're mediocre, because 22-19 is not where we expected to be and hope to be. But, I just feel like we're pretty close, and we just have to keep going. You guys know this. We've lost 4 or 5 games. We probably should have won. But you got to win those games. And so second half of the season, we got to be much better, closing games out.
All right, so that's what you were talking about with Kerr and Butler.
I do have to admit, in real time, Steiny, I didn't hear him say he had no problem, with him saying it's mediocre. But again, Jimmy Butler's out there on the court being as real as all outdoors. And Coach Kerr, you're right. He's got a team to lead. But, I just was like, man, if somebody asked me, hey, how you think the show's doing? And I said, man, I think we're doing well, And then somebody tells me, Steiny says, man, you guys got problems. I mean, that wouldn't sit well with me. And I'd double back to you like, hey, let's get on the same page. Or is it a nothing burger?
I don't think this is a big deal at all. I really don't.
But they are, would you call them, they're 22-19, but they're the A spot.
All right.
That mediocre?
Yeah. How many teams are there in the league?
30.
Okay. And how many teams are there in each conference?
I got you.
15?
I got you.
So they're in 8th place out of 15. It's pretty ordinary.
He said Jimmy's an interesting guy.
Yeah. You haven't been able to tell that in a year? I think we've all been able to tell that Jimmy Butler's a little bit different. And not necessarily in a bad way. Leroy's in Oakland. Hey, Leroy, how you doing? What's up?
Lee.
Hey, what's up, Steiny? What's up, Goo?
You got it, baby.
Happy Thursday. So you guys want the good news about the Warriors or the bad news first?
Always bad
Always
news.
bad first.
Yeah,
End on a good note. Yes, sir.
I am so glad that Jonathan Kaminga is going to be leaving the Golden State
Not so fast, my friend.
Yeah. We don't know, Lee.
You know something we don't? I love Kuminga.
It's just a feeling. It's just a feeling. And personally, I need him to go. I talked to you guys last year, and I called, and I was so perplexed because I said, in the NBA, has there ever been a more mediocre player talked about more than Jonathan Kaminga? Career 12.5 score, and we have just been talking about this guy like he is a future Hall of Famer. And I get it, but come on. The people in the league that average what Kaminga is averaging, I mean, it's a list. I can't even name them all. And we talked about this guy like he was just the second coming. And so I'm glad he's going. Go. Bye-bye, Kaminga. I asked you, Goo, a long time ago, hey, 5 years with Kaminga, and what has he brought to his game each season? Has his handle got better?
No, I'm disappointed, Lee, in that. Yes, no doubt.
Has his fadeaway got better? He brought nothing to the table each year for people to go, we should keep him. He's getting better. He's getting better. He just wanted to rest on his laurels. So, bye-bye, Kaminga. Now, here is the good news. Have you guys seen GP3 and Moody when they're on the court together defensively? We might have something there.
Who?
Keep watching it.
GP2 and Moody.
When they're on the court defensively.
Okay.
They are studs.
All right.
That's a good place to start. I like those two on the court defensively. And, hey, we've been on a little roll, so go Warriors. But bye-bye, Kaminga.
Thanks, Leroy.
So we think, though. I hear Lee talking.
It's just a feeling.
That was great.
I don't know how long this is going to go. I think it's just starting.
Well, in the piece, I think Marcus is laying the foundation, not that it's up to him, that this thing might run its course and he go nowhere.
I do think what's going to happen is, here's what I think's going on, and it's just speculation, but the whole league knows the Warriors want to trade Kaminga and probably need to.
Okay.
So the offers probably aren't great. Here's the other thing. If you use the word covet Kaminga, and I said I don't think anybody covets Kaminga, but let's say there's a team out there that wants him or that's intrigued by him. Why would you give up anything right now when at the end of the year the Warriors got to make a decision on him? He might be a free agent.
Wow.
So they've put themselves in a position where they're almost getting tested by the league. And if the Warriors want to maintain, well, we'll hold on to Kuminga even into the offseason. And I'm not a guy who is bending over backwards for Kuminga. I'm saying, go ahead, dare you. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Like you can't. Now, I think what's going to happen is at some point, somebody's going to say, let's go get the kid. We'll give up this. And if it doesn't work out, what we gave up's not going to hurt us very much. But then the Warriors are getting a player that another team really didn't feel great about.
And again, maybe it'll just be the byproduct of you're somewhere new, and you could tap into that because that's what it boils down to. But again, I'm trying to be Woody Harrelson in True Detective, Stoney. Okay, I get the Kerr, and I'm going back to Butler's comments on mediocre. In that story, they talk about basically how he's taken J.K. under his wing and befriended him, okay? And I'm sure he's got more friends on the team. But now I'm starting to just think, so here's Jimmy Butler saying the team's mediocre. Stoney, I'm starting to believe he doesn't agree with Kaminga not being played. Now, you can say, Goo, what you're getting at, what does that mean in the grand scheme of things? Could be nothing. But if that dude is saying he thinks the team with Steph and Dre are mediocre and the team knows he's taking them under his wing, I got to feel like Jimmy Butler's like, why the hell is he not playing? And you could say it's nothing, but it could grow into something if it's not already, and he could be the anonymous.
Well, I
think like that.
If Jimmy Butler, who's been here 1 year, actually believes, I wouldn't have played either if I were Jonathan Kuminga, I don't think and I don't care who the player was. Any player on the team saying, if I were Kuminga, I wouldn't have played either. Like, that's, to me, not an insignificant issue. Because that speaks to, do a few guys on the team think that Kerr's
let's say there are. What does that mean?
What's that?
Let's say there are a couple. What does that mean?
To me, what it means is they don't have any chance for success this year.
Wow.
And, there may be a play-in team, and we'll see what happens, but Kerr's done then at the end of the year.
And maybe
that's what's becoming more and more obvious to me also is, Steve Kerr's winding down.
So if Joe Lacob is like, I'm not taking pennies on the dollar, this dude, we might have a new coach.
You know what? That's a good point.
I might just hang on to it. Hey, this is a mulligan, but there'll be, what's the little sign when you go to the new bistros or places under new management?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the worst idea that if this is Steve Kerr's last year, then
you could demand all you want if we don't get anything we like.
Exactly. And then Kuminga will be playing for a different coach next year. The problem will still be probably that Draymond and Butler and Steph are still on the team.
Now, I will say this to Leroy. He didn't move me with the GP2 and Moody. That didn't do it for me.
No, me neither.
But I will say this. As much as I was on the Kaminga train, what you control is you going to feel handy. You going to somebody on that Warrior staff and working on those handles, all the stuff Leroy mentioned, Stoney, that's on him. That is on. Well, so why hasn't that gotten better? In the first 5 games, from a great Concito in Vegas, a Mirage, it looked like he had fixed that. But you know what? Those were 5 games, 20 quarters. I am really disappointed, and I would tell JK, how has this part of your game not gotten better? The stuff you could control, and you get to watch Steph work out all day, every day, and prepare. Like, that bothers me from a Kaminga standpoint of, Now, it's one thing if you went and we seen the improvement. We're not seeing it.
We haven't, to the degree that I think some fans wanted and the team wanted. I think Kaminga is probably someone who'll say, I can't improve more than I have when I'm not playing in games.
That don't mean you can't work on your game, though, Steiny.
No doubt. This on the YouTube chat from the Trick era. Stop. JK stays and Kerr goes. Just stop.
Oh.
No, what I'm saying is I don't think Kerr's going to be the coach of this team next year. Do you?
And that has nothing to do with Kuminga.
Exactly. So if
in regard to the decision,
I mean, it would take out of the equation the possibility that you move Kaminga to another team and he flourishes under another coach. And now we're thinking, well, what did happen here? So if they don't like a deal for Kaminga, they don't like any of the deals for Kaminga, they think they're getting raked over the coals, then maybe they don't trade him. They finish out the year as best they can, and then they got to make another decision on Kaminga and Kerr. Well, Kaminga, and then they have to make a decision on Kerr at the end of the season. But I kind of think that decision's been made. That's just me. Let's go to Coach. Coach is in Vallejo.
Oh, man.
What's going on, Coach? How you doing, my main man?
Hey, guys, I'm doing great, and thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
And as usual, my take is a little different, being an older brother. And here's, what? Steve Kerr has actually made Jonathan Kaminga into a martyr, a basketball martyr, okay? He's made Kaminga actually better probably than what he really is. Kaminga right now is the second most popular player on the Warriors, and you guys know this, okay? And the less he plays, the better he is. It's like the guy who's gone fishing, the fish gets bigger every time, you ask him about it. And that's where Kaminga is right now. So the fans can identify with Kaminga and sympathize with Kaminga, and I think Coach Kerr has done that. Now, by the same token, Goo, I want you to listen to this too.
Okay.
Pods. And it's not Pods' fault, okay? I know you're a Pods fan, but Pods represents to a lot of us fans, I'm not going to say all.
No, I said it before.
He's everything with what's wrong with America, okay? I mean, he appears to be privileged. He appears to be able to say anything he wants, good or bad play. He's going to play anyway. So, and people say, well, that's not fair. Kuminga and Moody, they make one or two errors, they're gone. Fans have forgotten how well Kuminga played at the beginning of the season, okay? I mean, he was probably the Warriors' most consistent player for the first 2 weeks of the season. He never got a chance to regain that form. He came back after injury, and he was hurt, and he had a couple of 3 bad games. Kerr took him completely out the rotation. Now, being an older brother, I'm 70 years old, I know how that feels, okay? And that's not fair where Pods can stumble all over himself and he still plays, okay? So I think Kerr has made Kaminga a hero. Kerr has tarnished his reputation, okay? Those 4 championships or whatever, that's ancient history. Like you say, Janet Jackson, what have you done for me lately? Okay, Coach, what have you done for me lately, Janet Jackson? Kerr hasn't done anything for the Warriors lately. And lastly, I want to say it was never about Kerr's system. It was about those 4 Hall of Famers in their prime while they won those championships. You and I could have coached those championship teams, okay? So that's my take on it. I'm proud of Kaminga for the young man that he is, what he's done coming from the Congo and made himself a very good basketball player, and I know he's going to embarrass Coach Kerr. Wherever Kaminga goes, it's going to be an embarrassment to Coach Kerr. The way I'm 70 years old. I've never seen a basketball player blackballed the way Kaminga has been blackballed. The closest I've seen to that was Marcus Allen when Al Davis blackballed him, and that's kind of before you guys' time. A healthy Marcus Allen on the sideline, suited up every game, but Al Davis wouldn't let him play. So that's my take on it, guys, and I appreciate you guys hearing me. I know what I say is kind of hard, but that's the way I feel, and that's the way a lot of brothers feel in this area.
Thanks, Coach. I appreciate it, Coach.
Appreciate it.
Started, not that I need it, but I've said as much. I've told you that, and it's not. He's right. It's not Pods' fault, and I'm not a Pods fan. I just give Pods credit for hustling, and I have seen his dip in minutes. But the bottom line, Coach, and I just said it before you called, there was a lot of stuff you said that is correct in there that I agree with, but the bottom line is he hasn't went to the lab when it's his responsibility, the offseason. And for that part, Coach, Kerr told Willard and Dibbs, last offseason that he hadn't been around. That meant something. What, I don't know. But for him not to have his handles where they're at, Coach, that's on Kaminga, not the Warriors. But the Pods thing, and it did Pods no favors, I wholeheartedly agree. Stoney, it felt like he was getting stuff or privileges that Moody and Kaminga hadn't been afforded.
I don't know if, that's where we'll disagree to an extent.
A lot of people say Pods. The position.
Yeah, and that's what I believe. The other thing is, just lately anyway, Pods, the last 5 games.
I noticed it.
22 minutes is the most he's gotten in the last 4 games,
But I think Anthony Melton's a big part of that.
Well, there you go. If somebody's better than Pods, then Kerr will play him. So I guess Pods is off scholarship now because they finally have somebody who can compete with him. For those minutes.
I will say this about, and I remember, Coach, the Marcus Allen thing. I never understood it, but what's maddening and what basketball hurts about this whole conundrum in regard to the Warriors and Kaminga is I've heard, Steiny, as you have, Steve Kerr go to a podium, talk about basically giving the keys to Kaminga. I've heard Draymond Green say it's his time. I've heard Stephen Wardell Curry say the same thing. So that's pretty much the heavyweights of the team. We know Joe Lacob's thoughts. So we heard the words. So why didn't it happen? Why? We heard Steph say it's his time. We need what he brings. Draymond, everybody said, what Kaminga's been yearning for. So why didn't it manifest?
Maybe the kid wasn't good enough. Maybe the kid's not good enough right now. But I know what you're talking about, and you're right. Over the last year or two.
Oh, my gosh.
Everybody seemed to say that Kaminga's time is either coming or has come. And they've never found a consistent spot for him in his 5 years here. And, I think the last straw was when the Warriors acquired Jimmy Butler. Because that put the writing on the wall for the for the Warriors. Because if Kaminga was struggling to get minutes behind Wiggins, he's going to struggle even more to get minutes behind a guy like Jimmy Butler.
And it's funny when he plays. Jimmy doesn't look at JK as a threat, but I keep going to this because it was in the story and it's something we know and it's something that Jimmy shared even when Steph was out of the Minnesota series. He still took him under his wing.
Yeah, I don't think Kuminga's not a bad guy. He's definitely not a bad guy, and Jimmy likes him and they're friends, but just because they're friends doesn't mean Kuminga's going to, Butler's going to rub off on Kaminga or Kuminga's going to get better or Kaminga deserves to play more. It's just, that's, a guy I think looking out for another guy. I think Butler's looking out for Kaminga and good for him. But where this goes from here, I think is anybody's guess. The other thing is, and, we've been, everybody deserves blame in this. But
and that's where I'm at.
Well, these stories are saying that there were whispers on the team that Kaminga could have played the second Oklahoma City Thunder game. And before the game, Kerr said he was going to use Kaminga.
Evan and Bonte on our show.
Right. And then right before the game, Kaminga said he couldn't go because of his back. And after the game, Kerr said, when asked when he's ready, I don't know. I don't know when he's ready. So he clearly didn't know that Kaminga was either dealing with a back issue or was using a back issue as a way, not to play.
And I'm being real, Stoney, because if my kids had done this, I'd be like, I don't know, but I know. I would tell them do the same thing. Have your thoughts of Kaminga changed? Because it's a hell of an allegation. We'll never know, but don't you understand it?
No.
A team that said you are not going to play for whatever reason, and then now our OGs are out, and we want you to go play against the best team in the league. to maybe fall on your face, and then people go say that's why you didn't like.
Well, I wouldn't have looked at it as falling on your face. The three stars weren't playing, so it's up to the next 11, and Kaminga could have been one of those 11.
And let's say he scores 30, and I'm just trying to put myself in his shoes. He scores 30, the guys come back, and I'm back a bump on the pickle on the bench. Like, that would hurt more again.
Well, I mean, if you do something like that, then maybe you interject yourself back into some kind of rotation, but you're not going to inject. Like, I'm sorry. This is where you can lose me. Whether you like it or not, Kaminga was making $7 million last year. They paid him. He's making $25 million. And if he's healthy, he should play. Period. He's not Jimmy Butler or Draymond Green who can say, yeah, you know what? I'm not. He's not. So that's where, I kind of hope that story's not true, quite frankly. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Jonathan Kaminga can be traded today, but who knows when it's all going to come down. We got Niners and Seahawks Saturday at 5. We're going to definitely get into the San Francisco 49ers. The Fred Warner situation's kind of interesting on how he's feeling these days. But the number right now is 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game? It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
It's a difficult situation.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area Bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
That hit the center divide.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Where the 2 right lanes are blocked off.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Fit your crew and save on fuel? There's a Honda for that. The Honda CR-V Hybrid from your Northern California Honda dealers.
Your home is your sanctuary. Keep it that way with the beauty and performance of Milgard windows and doors. From the elegant Tuscany series to the modern slim profile Trinsic series, Milgard offers energy-efficient solutions and lifetime warranty options. At Ashby Lumber, our experts are here to help you find the perfect Milgard fit for your project, whether you're a DIYer or a professional contractor. Visit our dedicated door and window showrooms in Berkeley or Concord to see the Milgard difference in person. Start your project today at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber, your trusted building partner since 1968.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Championship coming soon.
The audacity.
You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Jimmy. All right, thanks, Jimmy. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Great idea from the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Somebody get Nahigian on the horn. With the amount of bump on a pickle references Guru has been dropping lately, it wouldn't be a bad idea to try to find a pickle company for an additional sponsor. That's from Roe from the SCO.
Man.
Not a bad idea.
Because our sales team here is elite.
Vlasic.
Dale.
What?
Dale Pickle.
Dill. D-I-L.
Dale.
Like D-A-L-E?
Like Kerr's dad.
I think it's Dill.
All right. You a pickle guy?
No.
You could tell I'm not.
Not at all. Not at all.
But we will be.
I don't follow.
Because we're looking for a pickle sponsor.
Right. We love pickles, right?
You guys are huge pickle fans.
I'm 11 years boy. Good Lord.
Go ahead, layout. I'm a freaking idiot. I'm an idiot.
But don't play that for the boss. Oh, having a good. Yeah. Anyway,
you know what? I think I might have been thinking of cucumbers. Pickles I like.
Yeah, I like the sweet pickles too, Steiny.
Oh, I love those.
Yeah, the hot ones. Hey, I had an anonymous person reach out to me for what this is worth and tell me a lot of times at Warrior games, Draymond and Jimmy come out late.
Yeah, but they actually do layups. I watched both those guys. Yeah, Draymond came out with about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Butler was out there for most of the time. No, he was, he got all his jewelry on and stuff, but
don't
he's
hate.
not the only one.
Why you hating on the jewels? Dude, we got to get out of the plane.
When back in the day, you weren't allowed to wear any kind of jewelry onto the floor.
I saw Aaron Rodgers quarterbacking with his wedding ring on. I'm like, dude, where's your cane? Just take it off and put it back on after the game. Josh Allen's married. He ain't got his wedding ring on out there. Dudes do that in pickup. Take your jewels off.
Yeah, you got to take your wedding ring off if you play basketball. I know that. Because that thing gets stuck on the rim. You can rip a finger off easy.
Yeah.
I think a lot of guys wear a band.
Band.
Oh, one of those plastic ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, the black ones
A lot of the athletes do, yeah.
Yeah. All right, we're talking about Jonathan Kuminga. January 5th has arrived. 15th, rather. Warriors might do anything under the sun, quite frankly.
Would you have a problem with me saying, regardless of what pops off, today being the day that it could officially pop off, this is just a bad look all the way around for the Warriors? Forget blame. Just the fact that they got a disgruntled young stud who hasn't played in forever. This is not good, right?
It's not ideal. It's not ideal, but hey.
This thing started in the offseason, Stoney. You could have got something done then. He's just taking up a jersey in a spot. That's where I'm at. Like, we need help.
Yeah, it's not hard to understand or disagree with people that say the Warriors haven't handled it well. They haven't, and neither is Kaminga, and here's where they're at. Let's go to AJ in L.A. He wants to jump into the conversation. What's up, AJ?
Yo.
Hey, man.
What's going on? Before I get through my spiel, man, I have to shout out a coach who just called. I don't know the man, but I respect you, my brother, and I honor you. And your call, it touched my spirit. And I want to say for a guy that's 70 years old, I think he mentioned, to go through life and then turn on the television to watch basketball for joy, and you watch a 23-year-old man or kid go through this, it has to be an eye-opener because we know it has absolutely nothing to do with basketball. So I'm going to lean into about 98% blame to the Golden State Warriors, particularly Steve Kerr. Before I go through, I was reading a story, I want to say a few days ago, about how Jonathan Kuminga's jerseys, for God's sake, was pulled out of the stores at Chase Arena a long time ago. So the oppression, the suppression for this kid has started a long time ago. I heard you guys mention, well, darn, it'd have been nice for him to practice on his dribbles. Well, hell, we never heard anyone mention Klay Thompson should practice on his dribbles 10 years ago. He's still one of the worst ball handlers in the NBA, probably in history. So it has nothing to do with basketball, guys, and we know that. Listen, Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb, a guy with off-the-court issues, he's not even in the league anymore. We know Pies is not an NBA player. We know he's not. He shouldn't be in the league. We know Guy Santos is a guy that was lifted on a pedestal to shade Jonathan Kuminga. He's not that good. Why are we playing these games? Okay, the bad juju on this organization starts and finish how they handled this situation alone. And I also want to lean into the leadership and players on this roster. It is absolutely insane because Jimmy Butler is an outsider. He's not part of this organization for real. He's an outsider. So he's able to see how things function from an outside perspective. So for him to come from the outside and embrace this kid and bring him under his wing while the leadership on the players on this roster just sit with their hands between their laps and just watch this fool coach this team is disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting, okay? And for him to be the only one to lead the charge and be a leader, I am embarrassed to be a fan of Steph Curry and Draymond Green. And I'll hang up from that, guys. It's frustrating, but I'll tell you one thing. This kid is going to have a successful career because if you can go through this, you can go through anything. Take it easy.
Appreciate it, AJ.
Yeah, he had a lot to say.
Well, I actually, that's going to be the next step eventually when it occurs, is when he's traded. How's he going to play on his new team? Is he going to play a lot? Is he going to play a little? Is he going to run into the same issues? Is he going to emerge? Is he going to start reaching his potential? Is he going to show us that he is who he is? That's really the next step in this evolution. And I'm with kind of everybody. I think it's time, obviously, to part ways with Kaminga, but I also have watched the Warriors do business over the last few years, and they've always made it clear that if they don't like what they're getting coming in, that they're not just going to move a guy for the sake of moving him.
Yeah, and I can't sit up here in front like I didn't almost have a heart attack and Evan clipped me and put me on socials when I went, why wasn't he playing? So I'll just say this, and I'll take inventory, and we already know what the roster looks like and who does what. But what hurts me and pains me about this whole situation, Stoney, and I've been consistent, I have, is this team and roster is not deep and good enough for Jonathan Kuminga to be to be a DNP. So, the team has its reasons. I don't agree with it, and that's why I'm hoping there's some type of closure or finality to this all. But you see Coach and AJ right there emotional, just talking about the situation because I think other stuff is at play in this, and that's her prerogative. But I will stand on the side of it. I would run him out there every night because he can be no worse than what we got in regard to the others. And then you talk about a guy in Draymond Green. Just real quick here, we know what the net rating is when he's out there, or the month of December, -65, and the rest of the team is a +90, but he's still getting his piece of the pizza. It just has you scratching your head. So, again, Stoney, partner, I want closure because I want a guy, whoever it is, to come in and be able to at least help and contribute and be put in the game, as opposed to what Kaminga has been, positioned to do, and that's basically nothing.
So, it's been 2 years since my dad died.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, and there's always how you always remember things here or there about your dad, and the way you were brought up influences the way you think about some things. And the one thing that my dad used to tell me, and I'm not Jonathan Kuminga, but whenever I was mad about playing time or I thought the coach was screwing me, he would just say, son, you got to make yourself so valuable that the coach has to play you, that he has to play you. And I'm not sure Kaminga has made himself so valuable that Steve Kerr ever felt like he had to play him.
Man, and my only retort to that is, I'll just run down the list AJ ran down, Stoney, and I know Kaminga's had a higher upside, especially with where he was drafted. Has GP2 done that or Guy Santos and Pods? But the bottom line is, I don't want to be hypocritical. If I'm Jonathan Kaminga and I don't like the way he's being treated, I would have liked to follow up with AJ and said, so what do you think about the day? And it was one game. It was only one game where his back supposedly was hurt against OKC. Do you like that was an opportunity to go out there and eat?
I mean,
I understand him doing that if he wasn't hurt. We'll never know.
I mean, I understand is a really strong word. I mean, I get why he did it, but I can't condone it if that was the case. But yeah, I mean, that's where we're at. That's why when these stories came out, we're talking about Kaminga, who can be traded today. Today's stories shed to me more light on the entire situation. There was an anecdote in the story where a couple weeks back, Kerr praised Jonathan Kuminga for staying ready and, doing what he had been asked. And then the writer, I think Marcus Thompson, then went up to Kuminga and said, hey, Steve just had some real nice things to say about you, and Kuminga chuckled and rolled his eyes. So, we can try to pretend that there's not more to it, but there's a lot going on. And what we found out, I think, today is that, some of our worst fears have been realized about this situation. Kaminga doesn't want to play here. He said he wants the Warriors to get him out. The Warriors haven't, it's unreal. They haven't played him in 16 of 17 games.
Man, think about that.
So that's where we're at. C is in Vallejo. Hey, C, how you doing? Hey, C.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How we doing?
Doing well, thank you.
All right, so I heard two of the callers, one of a 70-year-old brother who was pretty passionate, another brother from L.A. who was passionate. Well, I'm 48 years old. I still bring pro-am players into San Quentin State Prison. We play against the inmates, and I'm playing against 20-year-olds. I'm 5'8", and I am 48, and I'm playing against 6'3", 6'4" guys. I played against Chris Jackson and other players back in the NBA. And so the point is that let's stop talking about all the things we're talking about. Let's just talk about basketball. If you look at basketball, the only reason why he still has hope for playing is that he was a high draft pick. He doesn't pass the eye test. He has no bag. You can tell it looks as if he hasn't been working on his game. He may have, but there's no bag. There's no development. And as a result, it looks as if he's a pro-am player, but yet he was picked so high that they're forcing to play him. They're forced to try to figure it out. And one thing that I've heard in the news, but as well as what we know about young players, they're entitled. So there's this expectation or this entitlement that I should be playing, I should be doing this, and I should be doing that. And then with the attitude, and then you're not, I believe, not that good, and it's creating this tension between him and the organization. I believe that the Warriors should just sail high, and I believe that they're doing right by not playing him, because if you put him in the game, he's going to be exposed, and his value is going to go down, and you're not going to get anything for him. So just sit him on the bench, allow his value to stay what it is, start creating a narrative that he's disgruntled, that he's unhappy, and that can trade and get a good player. But if he's getting out on the court and getting exposed, then you're not going to get anything from him. So, sell high now while you can. If you look at the eye test, he's not the player that everyone keeps saying that he is. But at the same time, we know many young players bring a lot of attitude and entitlement. So that can add to a lot of what we actually see between him and Kerr.
Let me ask you this. You don't allow for the fact that I agree with you. He's not that player in this system for him to be able to go somewhere else and show what he has, because I will say this. I disagree with you on this. That, to me, that Minnesota series is all you need to see if you like him. You know what I mean? Like him playing 1 or 2, 3 games, I don't think is going to change what you kind of foresee and hope he grows into. But I think this system doesn't fit JK. That's all I'm holding on for right now is maybe if you go somewhere where they run up and down, we see it a lot, maybe that'll be the best version of him.
So to what you're saying, one of the things that I've seen on the podcast where you have Richard Jefferson and Kenyon Martin said the greatest thing that could have ever happened to them was when they played with Jason Kidd. Because Jason Kidd said, I'm going to get you 6 points. Just go ahead and add that to your stats. So if he plays with a great point guard where they're going to be running and all they're doing, for instance, look at Tyson Chandler when he played with Kidd. Look at, all these players who played with Kidd or played with Chris Paul, how when they went to other teams offensively, they really weren't that productive. But when they played with great point guards, they automatically shot up 6 to 12 points. So if you can get them in a system like that, but then where are those point guards at? If you can get him in a system like that, then he can use his athletic ability to be able to play like a Sean Marion or to play like a Stoudemire, get dunk after dunk after dunk and easy bucket. Yeah. But in our system, he can't get that.
Thanks, C. Appreciate the call.
It's funny. He brings up Marion. So did Kerr for a JK Cup. Well, hoping. Remember that? Kerr had brought up Sean Marion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sean Marion was a borderline Hall of Famer. Not quite, I didn't think, but real good player. But, yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure about what's going on with Kaminga.
It's not good. And that's what I told you and Evan. It's not good. And I think Dub fans are tired of it. I'm tired of talking about it. And what pains me the most is when he's in that black sweatshirt that he wears during the game for what seems like to be an eternity. I mean, like, I know you're going to throw something at me, and Warrior fans might disagree, but I might take something just a tad bit less. What's the old adage? Addition by subtraction. Like, Stoney, this is an eyesore. This whole situation's right on the table.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder how much, if at all, this situation's playing in the locker room.
I hadn't even.
But the other thing is then you look at the team and it's Horford, Green, Butler, and Steph. They've seen it all. And so I'd be surprised if they are impacted in their play. I don't know what the other guys think, but it does seem to me like the Warriors feel like he's just not ready to play for us. He doesn't want to play for us. He's not motivated.
Well, it sounds like they don't want him to play. Steve Kerr doesn't want him to play for him. Dude, don't forget that part.
Well, maybe the last straw was him.
OKC.
Maybe the last straw is that the Warriors organization believes that he wasn't hurt against OKC.
You could be right.
And at that point, they said, you know what? If you don't want to play, then let's just we'll keep you on ice and we'll keep working on a deal.
Wouldn't that incentivize the organization to kind of let's get his ass out of here?
Well, I'm sure they're trying. I'm sure they're trying. But I'm sure what they're finding is they're not going to get a haul for Jonathan Kuminga. They didn't do him any favors, and he hasn't done himself any favors.
Now, I do have to say something real quick on that. I guess, Donnie, how are you going to get a haul when he wasn't a haul when he was on the court?
Exactly. So that's why I don't think this trade for Kaminga is going to be a pivotal moment in terms of the Warriors' kind of progression.
I just look at the body and the roster spot he's taken.
Right. But I think you got to be prepared that the player coming back is going to be, I think, at best, a role player. At best. Let's go to D in Washington. What's up, D? How you doing, man?
Not Tribe. How you doing?
Hey.
Doing well. Thank you.
My guy, Goo. What's up,
sir.
Guru?
What's up? How are we trying to figure it out, man?
Hey, Guru. But let me tell you, just because a dude can dunk or jump high and dunk, that does not make him a great basketball player.
You know I know that.
You
Come
need
on. to
stop making that mistake, man. Listen. I blame Lacob and his sons for the debacle that we're seeing right now with the Warriors. They went out a couple of years ago and drafted a whole bunch of raw young talents who can't even play basketball. These dudes couldn't put the ball on the floor. They can dribble and drive. They're not even good shooters, right? Lacob decided to draft these dudes, and now we're paying the price for it. Now, what Lacob needs to do is undo the nonsense that he did 3 or 4 years ago. Trade the draft picks that we have, the future draft picks that we have, and bring in a young talent who you can play next to Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. Once you do that, you'll be right back to contending again.
But where do you find that? I'm agreeing with where do you find that? It's easier said than done, obviously. I'm with you.
Go to New Orleans. Go to New Jersey, to the Nets. Go find a young talent. There are plenty of young talents out there that we can have, man. Plenty of young talents.
Yeah, I want it.
And hey, thanks,
Anyway.
Steve. Yeah. No, thanks, Steve. But the problem is, young talent doesn't get it done here. Young talent has to know how to play here. that's what we found out, right, in the last 5-10 years. Just because
how
the guy's
did we not
young,
know, or how did we miss on Ryan Rollins? Like, how did we know that he was capable? What, you know what I mean? I'm just asking, but damn.
Well, first of all, that was a money dump with Chris Paul, right? He was in the Chris Paul trade. So whether we like it or not, they had to get off Chris Paul's money. And it was a financial move, and it cost them Rollins. Now, in fairness, Rollins got waived by the Wizards before he ended up in Milwaukee. But, I think the other problem the Warriors are running into is the longer we go, and I'm talking about, in the last few years, but now where we're at in 2026 is we have a 22-19 team. We don't really know how good they are. They could, in theory, go in either direction. So that makes these first-round picks, these draft picks, so dicey. So dicey. And I know that people say, let's worry about after Steph, but you don't want to be done with Steph and not have picks, because then if you can't get a free agent in here, we might be looking at something like we saw in around the year 2000. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. This is the day the Warriors, in theory, could trade Jonathan Kuminga. It's January 15th. He wants out, and he has made the Warriors, he's made it clear to the Warriors that he wants to get out of here. He demanded a trade. I don't know what that means. It doesn't mean, okay, we'll do it as fast as possible. But there's a lot going on with the Warriors. There's also a ton going on, obviously, with the San Francisco 49ers. I say we got a full lines here, Goo. I say we go, one more Warriors, and let's get to the...
Because they got some good news, it looks like, Niners. Yeah, looks like. We'll get to it.
I'm looking forward to hearing what that good news is. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors play the Knicks tonight. Don't forget, Warriors live at 6 and tip-off at 7. Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game.
The smack talk has already started.
For one, we get a team that we don't like. Me personally, don't like nothing about them.
Yeah, well, we don't like you much either. Let's go! Bring on the Hawks! Bring them on! It's win or go home, and we are ready for it.
Let's go Niners! Let's go Niners!
Niners Seahawks Saturday at 5.
One game, one quarter. Just be your best.
We are the Bay Area's football station.
95.7 The Game.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your...
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org. Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Fonte here with an update about River Islands, where the good life can be your life. River Islands is growing a lifestyle community in all the best ways possible, starting out with a wide variety of home styles and prices. Whether your next home reflects a growing family with 4 to 6 bedrooms, or if you're downsizing into a 2 or 3 bedroom home for active adult living, River Islands has the kind of home styles and locations that you just don't see anywhere else. Priced from the low $600,000s to over $1 million. Best of all, you can live on a lake, across from a park, next to a trail, looking out to the San Joaquin River, or in a 55-plus Del Webb community for active adults. The town center's newest additions, an iconic restaurant, a medical office building, are underway. And an entertainment venue, major grocery store, and shops and services are all in the plans. Imagine the best in-home designs, great schools, and a town center all in one place. Your place. Go to riverislands.com to start your tour.
At Big O Tires, now through January 25th, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tire store for pricing and book an appointment online today.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Sunny in San Francisco, high temperature 64.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
This is Macklin Celebrini, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru.
Macklin, I need to read something to you tell me when to go. Go.
It's a difficult situation.
This is from the 415 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney text line. And this hits because, one, it hurts. But, two, this is the beauty of what we do. People get to come in and share what's in their heart. AJ, Coach, Steiny and Guru, I love you guys. But I'm a bit disappointed with you both. I'm hearing ignorant callers attack Steve Kerr, and you guys are allowing it. You should be standing up for Kerr. He brought 4 rings and is a legendary coach and deserves better than that. We can't tell people how to feel, and I got Kerr right there with where you have him, 415, but the beauty of sports talk radio, Steiny, is you allow people to get off what's on their chest, and that's what we've been doing. I mean, yeah, I didn't say Kerr's a bum. I said he's missed. I don't know why. Everybody's to blame in Warrior World. Shout out Sheed with this situation, including Kaminga. I'll take to my grave.
Yeah, and I blame the organization more than Steve Kerr for the Kaminga issue.
Isn't he a part of the organization?
That's my point. Is the philosophy of this team was anything for Steph after 2022. And when you say that, that means Kerr's got to lean on the veterans, and he's still leaning on the veterans because I guess they still think they got a shot at a title. So, that's where Steve Kerr is just a cog in the organizational wheel where he might just be playing into what he thinks the philosophy of the team is, which is we got to win as many games as possible to set us up in the postseason, and Kaminga doesn't fit our plans. And what's all the hubbub? Because we telegraphed that we were going in this direction, in support of staff.
Right. And my thing about being where they're at in regard to being in the box in the play-in is we're not good enough and deep enough to look at that player, Jonathan Kuminga, and say, you're not playing. So that's they have their reasoning, but basketball-wise, Steiny, yeah, we're missing out. The team, Steph, Jimmy, Dre, everybody's missing out by having a guy that's just, again, a bump on a pickle when it comes to, not being able to go in the game.
Yeah, well, that's where I don't blame the Warriors is, when people say it's personal, the guy's been here 5 years, and he's had a lot of chances. And I don't think that he just, when you say they're a play-in team, how they can't afford not to play him, I don't see any tangible results that he's costing them one way or the other. You know what I mean? I don't really believe that they're a significantly better team with Kaminga. I don't know that they're that much worse.
I mean, what was the game against Toronto? We couldn't get it's just one game, but there's been many we can go through and just say, well, maybe he could have did better or did this. The game they blew against Toronto, man, maybe he can get us some rebounds that we couldn't get. And the Toronto Raptors were playing volleyball as they came back. So I know we'll see them this weekend, but yeah, partner, I'm just disappointed in it all. And again, back to Marcus Thompson's piece in The Athletic this morning that Willard sent us. What really, really is eating at me is after all this, and when I say all this, I'm talking off-season that we've invested time, fielded calls, read texts or whatnot, all the stories. You're telling me now there's a scenario to where he might not be moved? Wow. Then I'm like, it's like a gremlin. It just keeps reproducing.
Yeah. A couple of updates on Kaminga. So the Warriors have had shoot around today. He was there, but he left immediately after the media was allowed in, so he clearly did not want to talk to the media after shoot around today. But he was there, and if you're just joining us, the latest, obviously today is January 15th. If you're a Warrior fan, it's the first day Kaminga can be traded. And we were greeted this morning by a couple stories, essentially, that said Jonathan Kuminga told the Warriors, get me out of here. Demanded to be traded. I think that's an interesting word because whether he demands or whether he asks, it's the same boat. But I think it's clear now, there was a little doubt, and maybe he's really solidified his position, but I think now we can say, without a doubt, he doesn't want to play for the Golden State Warriors.
And then, okay.
And I thought that all summer.
There we go.
But, some people were like, no, it's not that. He just wants an opportunity. Well, I think now it's a fait accompli.
Evan came in during the break and asked us just about that word. Does it hit, and I'm paraphrasing, does it hit different that he used the word demanded? And obviously he's got Aaron Turner and a team. But I would say, I'm going movie now, Steiny, movies. Kaminga's like Denzel in Glory when he was taking the punishment, because the fact that you did not put him in all those games, he's bleeding inside.
Well, I don't know. For him to come out, he knew they weren't going to play him.
But I'm just saying it's plus versus plus. Okay, we don't know how he feels, but that cut the hell out of me if I were him. So he's being a good soldier, whatnot. And then now he comes out and says what we all pretty much would expect because of that, and that he demands to get traded. I feel like it's equal. It's the same, He had to endure the pain of not even being a thought to be put in a game. And then now, here we go. He demands to be traded. Okay, cool. That don't mean they're going to do it.
Yeah, and the reality, I think, of the situation is, anybody out there who was watching the last month or so and watching Kaminga log these DNPs game after game, I do think they have some kind of agreement. I do. And I'm not talking about a deal.
Oh.
I just think both sides are okay with him not playing right now. I don't think he wants to play for this team, and I don't think they want to put him on the court for this team.
Well, his agent, and I'll just go here real quick. I keep saying it, but I couldn't believe it after the Atlanta game that they got thoroughly dealt with. The Hawks came in here and beat the Warriors. You know, if there was an agreement, I think, Steiny, when I hear agreement, I think of professionalism. I think of being professional. But he went to Twitter to put up JK stats to basically, to me, when I saw that, he's perplexed as to why JK didn't play. So if you had an agreement, that wouldn't happen, right? Somebody representing you?
Well, maybe they just made the agreement with Kaminga. I mean, I can see how the Warriors, the minute that contract was signed with Kaminga, them saying, we're not dealing with this agent anymore. Let's go to Dylan in Modesto. Hey, Dylan, how you doing?
No, I'm doing good. I hope you guys are doing good.
Thank you.
To be honest with you, I want to trade Kaminga, and I want to just pull the Band-Aid off. I don't have I think that the organization, they've never really built something ground up. Joe Lacob bought the team. They had Steph Curry and Draymond Green, and they're kind of selling us like that they know how to win a championship. I don't believe they know how to build a team from ground up to win a championship.
Well, hey.
It's kind of like the same thing every year. You're kind of like putting makeup on like a pig, as they say. Like, oh yeah, let's get this player, let's get that player. Like, it's not going to work with that nucleus, I believe.
Well, I appreciate
you guys.
No, thank you, Dylan. I mean, yeah,
there's lipstick on the pig, but yeah.
I mean,
But Joe Lacob's a legend, Stoney.
Well, but he's right. The caller's right. He's never built a team from the ground up.
I understand.
Right. And so I am firmly with the caller in that, yes, Joe Lacob has been a
godsend.
Yeah, but
no, I hear you.
All bets are off when Curry's gone.
But we're not there yet.
You're right.
It's trying to keep it going.
But he's right.
He's opened his wallet. He brought in there, like, Joe Lacob is. Now, this is the first time I'm like, Joe, are you still pro Kaminga? Because in that story, Stoney had talked about Joe might have been turned off that he didn't play against OKC. And neither here nor there, I am fascinated. Are we at the point now to where one decision by Kaminga or the team is going to turn off the other to the point to where, so you're saying it was salvageable, the relationship? Or no, you're mad and nothing's going to change. So why would the Warriors be so disappointed that he quote-unquote faked an injury against OKC when you weren't putting his ass in the game?
I mean,
and you can't say he was doing it for
faking an injury,
right? So,
under any circumstances.
But we can't put anybody in fake the injury jail because it's something you could think, but you can't say it, and you can't.
Well, it was in the story. It was in the story. Yeah, we have a teammate saying, "I wouldn't have played either." That to me might mean that.
Now, how did you take when you say that? Well, I'm sure there were more like I wouldn't have played either.
Okay. And if that's today's NBA, Jimmy Butler could say that. Draymond Green can say it. You think Jonathan Kuminga can say that? And to me, I'm not holding it against the kid. It's just an indication of how everything has deteriorated.
Would you call this relationship between Kaminga and the Warriors, let's just do it, toxic?
I just think it's over. It's over. And it's been over, and both sides, I think, have known it, but they're
what's the solution?
They got to trade him. It's really that simple. Question is when. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Real quick, getting back to Lacob in the last call, I mean, it is true. I mean, when Steph is gone, all bets are off. But we have learned something about Joe Lacob, though, and that is he had a championship team, and he has chosen to try to extend that with middling luck, really. And this thing. What shocks me is I feel like there's Warrior fans that don't think this can get worse. And the reality is most teams in their situation, it gets worse.
Now, would you mind me asking you, because I've shared with you All I care about at this point now is the basketball from the Golden State Warriors, and Jonathan Kuminga is not playing basketball for the Warriors. So I want a resolution so we can get that roster spot from, I don't care how good the guy is, somebody that can be productive. I ask you if you can elaborate on what you mean it can get worse, because to me it can't get any worse than him not playing, but still putting on a Warrior uniform.
So the Warriors as good as last year? For the second half of the season with Butler? No.
I'm waiting on that team.
Okay, they're not right now. Do you think the Warriors will be better next year? Do you think the Golden State Warriors will be a better team next year than they are right now? And if so, how?
I feel like I reserve the right to say with some enhancements, and one could be this trade. You could say I'm in denial, but Steiner, I don't feel like that's a fair question because there's an off season, there's free agency, anything could pop off.
But my point is I think people are so enamored with the past. It's not even on their bingo card that the Warriors may have to rebuild and miss the playoffs for a few years.
Well, that's my nightmare.
But you do realize if that's your nightmare, what do you expect to happen?
At this level,
but
that's my nightmare. And right now, the nightmare for me, I'm being real, is I was boo-boo the fool thinking they were going to be able to duplicate last season, the second half of it, to where we would be out of the play-in early. And you said something to me as I walked to the caddy, and I thought, and I go, whoa, it hit me like a bag of bricks. We have been relatively healthy, the OGs. So, I mean, Steiner, you got to do something to... Yeah.
What if there's nothing to do? What if the trade you have for Kaminga is a trade that you know really isn't going to help?
Then you got to play him. You got to play him.
Well, and I think...
What do you say to that?
I think it's too late for that now. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I know we got calls because of him or the team saying...
Both. Kaminga doesn't want to play here. Like, that's the other reason I think he's on ice, is because he's probably, I shouldn't say this, but they probably aren't crazy about the way he's practicing. I'm sure his attitude's taking a hit, all that kind of stuff. And I think right now, when Kerr says it's a tough situation, he knows that right now there's no solution one way or the other. He's not going to play him.
Second half of the season left.
So you're going to sit him 16 of 17 games, and maybe you're going to sit him 23 of 24. Trade deadline comes and goes, and now you're going to say, we need you for 25 minutes a game. Like, that to me is a joke. Like, I mean, how serious are we about the year then if we're going to do that?
Also, what if there's another situation, which there will be, like Oklahoma City,
right, where
it doesn't really feel like he wants to play? I mean, you could say play him if he's still on the team, but he has to want to play. I don't think he wants to play for this team. And why would he?
I'm
with you. And, they got a back-to-back coming up, I think, at the end of this weekend. So what are the Stars going to do that day?
Yeah. And
so much for...
I was going to say, is he still going to be here,
Well, here's one that has gone by the wayside. This will be good because when the veterans sit,
watch out.
Let Kaminga cook.
Yeah.
Let's go to Isaac is in Oakland. What's up, Isaac? How you doing, man?
Hey, man. Happy New Year, you fellas.
Back at you.
Hey, it starts off with coach, and I think, in the beginning with Kevin Durant, anybody got a chance to win a championship. And he got 4 of them because of Kevin Durant and a few other Hall of Famers. He hasn't been able to develop a player since he's been there. I think if you get Malone, get rid of Steve Kerr, his time's up. I think I will go that route and develop the young player. He's 21. All you need is a little jump shot. About it, and everything else will work out for the young man.
You talking about Kaminga?
That's my opinion. Yeah.
I appreciate the call.
Well, he's older than 21, but yeah. I like, again, there's a saying in the streets, gang talks, Donnie. I'm not set tripping, but if we did an actual basketball draft between Will Richard and Jonathan Kuminga, who would you take if you had the first pick? And again, there's no loser in this, but it just goes to different paths. I know Will Richard, and I like Will Richard, and I think he ain't even scratched the surface, but he has been seasoned, and he's went through 4 years of college. But, Stoney, I got to tell you, I would take Kaminga.
Well, of course. Will Richard's got,
But why can't he pick it up? I guess I just explained the why.
Played 4 years of college. Yeah. And you know what? Will Richard goes into a game as an 8th or 9th man, and he does his job, and he's done what the team has asked, and he knows how to fit in because he's got a ton of experience. And I guarantee you, Steve Kerr's like, Kaminga can't do that. Yeah. He just can't do that. He can't do the little things. He just wants to score and put up numbers. And again, I'm kind of paraphrasing what I think the organization may think of him.
But you've had 5 years to kind of and you can say it means nothing, and it's fine, but because Kuminga has some responsibility. But how much responsibility does Kerr and the Warriors themselves to where they haven't been able to bridge that gap? I mean, you knew he was raw. You knew he was this and that. How are we still here to this day to where he can't pick up the system? I would say that to both parties.
I don't find there to be a reason to parcel out blame. It's over. It is over.
So we think.
I don't care if you blame Kerr. I don't care if you blame Kuminga. I don't care if you blame ownership. I don't care if you blame the veterans. It's over. It's over. He's net I mean, cut off my legs and call me Stumpy.
That's what Low Neal is.
He's not going to stay on the Warriors and end up being a productive player for him. That's the one scenario I cannot see at this point. Ryan is in L.A. Hey, Ryan, how you doing, man?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Doing well, thanks.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you guys are saying in terms of doling out blame. But one thing I want to talk about is ownership's role in this ordeal, because when you earlier mentioned Lacob trying to extend our championship window.
Yes.
And I kind of wonder if he really has tried to extend it. Because what he's done is he's kind of drafted, he drafted Kaminga, he drafted Wiseman, he did the 2 timelines thing instead of trying to focus on that championship window now. It feels to me like his eyes were set on the future, on the after part, right? The New York Times article mentions that Kerr wanted Wagner, but ownership wanted the sort of flashy, sexy player for the future that would put butts in seats when Steph left. But when you run a specific system like we do, it's kind of incumbent on ownership and management to draft players who are going to fit that system, right? It's football, if you run a 3-4 defense, it's kind of a low percentage move to draft a 4-3 defensive end and hope he can somehow learn to play outside linebacker with his hands up, right? We drafted Jonathan Kuminga, a player who was a raw project from the G League Ignite, didn't get that sort of college experience or in Europe, the way that those players come up through those systems and are trained how to play team basketball from day one. We draft this flashy, athletic, explosive, raw player and hope that he's just going to kind of fit. That feels like a really bad move to me. So I don't blame Kaminga for his role in this. I don't necessarily blame coaching. They wanted to make him fit, but it was putting a square peg into a round hole. And it sounds like ownership and staff had sort of different visions for what they wanted to do. And then the 22 championship kind of muddies that up even further, where we think that we were on third base and we hit a home run or a triple, whatever the saying is, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, I don't think anybody comes out of this looking good, which is the most unfortunate part. And hopefully it is over. But the fact that supposedly management is saying we're willing to keep him past the deadline is scary to me, right? That just I can't see any situation where that ends up looking good for anyone.
Yeah. I agree with that, Ryan.
Hey, Ron, before you go, just real quick from a Joe Lacob perspective, what did the Jimmy Butler trade signal to you? Because even if it doesn't pan out, that let me know he's still going all in, and I think he thought Jimmy might be enough to get this team over the top.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And I think that it was, to me, it was the last breaths of a dying monster. You know what I mean? It's he's we tried to do the 2 timelines thing and it didn't work out. And to me, that kind of felt like a half step where it's we can maybe continue to try to make the now happen because we've already kind of pricked off the future. You know what I mean? So this is our chance to kind of go all in now. But ultimately, we've seen since there's plenty of us fans and, people in the media and stuff who have said Kaminga doesn't fit from day one. And there's been points where his stock was really high and we could have sold, but we didn't, right? So that to me signals that they still they're, they're holding on to their assets because they believe that they have like this value and they want to extract maximum value of it because they drafted the guy and they're tied to him for whatever reason. They can see that potential when like the reality hitting us square in the face was like, this guy doesn't fit in the system and we run a specific system. If we want to win a championship now, we should move our assets when they have value, not wait until they've created their value and we got nothing left and all we can do is send them for Malik Monk or something, you know?
Yeah. Hey, Ryan, appreciate the call. And I always come back to this.
Give it to me.
They
didn't think
they thought they're tight. Joe Lacob did not believe they were going to win another title with this core after they lost to Toronto in 19. That's the one thing that I am absolutely convinced of. And everything I've read since then makes me believe it. For example, the Warriors veterans wanting a veteran rather than drafting a young player.
We heard Iguodala and Curry on a podcast say it.
Yeah, if the Golden State Warriors, truly believed they could still win another title, why did they draft 3 projects in 2 years? Why did they draft 2 guys who'd never played college, essentially, and 1 guy who played only 1 year? And then what happened? They won a title. And then at that point, guess what? They changed everything and said, well, now we've got, but the problem is for 2 years, they didn't think they were going to win a title. And then they drafted projects, and then they won a title and thought, oh, man, well, now we got to go all in. Well, but you've got young players who have no seasoning, but you are on a title quest.
Now,
good luck with that.
I know we're up against it, but what about the fact that you're coming off 3 chips? And what if Joe Lacob really felt like they were light years ahead and thought Moody, Kuminga, and Wiseman, they could turn them into something?
Well, they should have known that it wasn't going to happen for 5 years because they were all projects. All right, hey, tune in for Warrior Live today, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. I've been covering the Bay Area forever, guys. You know that, and I've seen athletes go through it all. Highs, lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down, but when it's not just a game and when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes somebody you love, that's when Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm, and whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they are there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly has voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or you've lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com. LiftMaster.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center, North and South. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much more. It's the ultimate Super Bowl week event with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Dub Nation, this is Moses Moody, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. It's January 15th. Jonathan Kaminga eligible to be traded and hasn't played in 16 of the last 17 games. He wants out. He's made that clear to the organization and to the media. Here's a line from, I think this is Shams. This is Shams Charania and Anthony Slater. Listen to this line. Team sources said that essentially every major figure on the ground level of the operation, most notably Kaminga, Kerr, and the veterans watching a $22.5 million player sit on the bench while the team is stuck in a mediocre state, as Jimmy Butler called it, all agree that the best resolution is to trade Kaminga prior to the deadline. That's why it's over.
Okay.
I'm sure the team doesn't dislike.
But that's 12:01 a.m. over last night or this morning.
I think it's been over, though.
Okay, I'm with you. But every day that goes by and thereafter, you kind of scratch your head as to what I was saying Star Trek-wise yesterday. You saw this thing coming. I mean, man, this should be the first trade consummated, right? I know it's more difficult but good Lord.
See, I
agree with that, and we've talked about it, like, where's the trade? And it's still early, but damn.
I mean, I firmly believe that some teams have no interest. I think there's some teams with some interest, but they want to get Kaminga on their terms.
Yeah.
Why would you give up anything of value when you know that they need to move him anyway? 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Paul's in Oakland. Hey, Paul, how you doing, man?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How are we doing today?
Hey.
Doing well, thank you.
So let me ask you guys a quick question. Did y'all like the Warriors when they were 4-1, coming back when the season started?
I loved it.
Okay, they're 22-19, which is essentially 4-1 moved out over half of a season. Okay, that's one thing just to kind of marinate on. Second thing, if you go back to the 22-23 playoff loss to the Lakers, they got beat 4-1 in that series.
Right.
One of the games was a blowout. That's when Lonnie Walker III, wherever the heck he is now, went off.
Right.
All the other games in that series that they lost were relatively competitive games. And what did the Warriors not do in that series? They did not shoot well. I think moving beyond the last championship, and if you take a deep dive into their performances since then, over the last 4 seasons, when they shoot acceptable and they take care of the basketball, they win way more often than not. I've been maintaining since that Lakers series, if they had shot the ball decently in that Lakers series, they're going to win that series. Now, they were old then, they're older now, but they didn't shoot well in that series then. And what dogs them now is when they turn the ball over and don't shoot. Their defensive metrics, I think, are in the top 10. They don't get out rebounded on a nightly basis. Yeah, you got to absorb, a loss like they had against OKC the other night. That Hawks thing on Sunday was embarrassing. That's unacceptable. But I think if they shoot the ball reasonably better, I'm not talking magnificently better, I'm just talking more reasonable, I think they're going to get better results. And I also think they're going to avoid being in those clutch games. And then last thing I'm going to say, I'm going to go back to George Allen, the old coach of the Washington Redskins back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
The future is now. And I think the player that's out there that they could get that fits best and gives them what they need, and if you go back to the championship era, it was what Clay brought, and I think that guy is Michael Porter Jr. He's a volume shooter. He's long. He can defend. He's got a championship under his belt. I think he's a fit. And then my last quick point is, if OKC is the deal right now, they better win at least one more championship, or they are just going to be in that group of teams that won and then never got back to it.
All right. Thanks, Paul. Appreciate the call.
But we got Paul's math. That wasn't right. The 4-1 was a higher winning percentage than 22-19. He said that was. Yeah.
They're 500 since they started 4-1, and essentially they're, that's what they are right now. 500.
They're 9-9 with Kaminga this year. They're 13-10 without him. So it's kind of the same.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of that.
Well, no, I know what it is. He's a DMP right now.
It's a difficult situation.
Man.
Let's go to our friend Tim in Raleigh. Hey,
Timmy.
Tim, what's going on, man?
Fellas, hey, Stoney, I'm like you, bro. Listen, I think what everybody is missing out on is, look, Jimmy and Dre, behind the scenes, guys, Jimmy is helping Kaminga navigate through all of this. Y'all know those guys are close. Jimmy just said it like 10 days ago. If you don't think behind the scenes he's helping Kaminga navigate this, when to say things, what to say, this whole thing, he's helping him with this, man. And this whole thing about, I'm glad this kid finally, all the nice guy stuff, oh, he's so professional, oh, he's so this and that. I'm glad he came and put something on print this morning. What has nice guy got this guy? Besides the local media blasting him that he can't play, Kerr is right about everything. All the everybody calling in and blasting him. What else can happen instead of the nice guy stuff? And then the last thing, when you got National Hall of Famers, and we got to think about this. We got National Hall of Famers. This is already a national type of story with the 13 DMPs and not even knowing what's going on with them. When you got Isaiah Thomas going on shows talking about at some point it's going to be a spree wheel on the coach, can you imagine keeping this guy on this team past the deadline? Now the veterans, the Jimmy, the Dre's, now this whole organization is going to look slimy, bullyish. At some point, you turn it to just ruining somebody's career. And it's going to get to the point, if this guy was to put his hands on this coach, people are almost going to get to the point where they can understand it. I mean, you got people literally out there saying this type of stuff. So the nice guy stuff and the Kaminga, listen, I'm glad, hey, put it out there, put it on print. It's over. Stoney is 100% right. Ain't no coming back. And he needs it. The only thing he got to do, and it's almost like the Warriors are baiting him to do something stupid so they can get their money back and suspend him. But that's where Jimmy's going to come in. Jimmy's not going to let him do it. Listen to how Jimmy talks. He told him in the last interview, Jimmy was like, nope, he's staying professional. He's coming in. He's putting in his work. Jimmy's not going to let him do something stupid to lose his money. But he's helping him through this. I guarantee it, guys.
You know what, Tim? I actually agree with you on that. Hey, Anthony Slater of ESPN covers the Golden State Warriors. He's going to join us in 5 minutes. Anthony Slater, he wrote the story. He broke the story along with Shams about Jonathan Kaminga demanding a trade, and we'll get caught up with Anthony Slater in just 5 minutes.
Yeah,
so good pull there.
Yeah, Tim brought that up, Sonny. Yeah. And I got to tell you, I kind of alluded to that earlier about, does that mean something to you, the Jimmy Butler component to all this?
Yeah, and you know what? I know you're going to hate this, but yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a good thing.
No, that's what I was exactly.
Like, to me, we heard Kerr compare Butler to Iguodala. Well, you know, Iguodala was kind of known for making sure the young teammates understood, hey, this is a business.
Right.
You know, I mean,
no doubt.
Iguodala had something with Jordan Poole when he was going through his something. But no, I mean, and I'm not saying it's bad, but no, Jimmy Butler, I do believe, has Jonathan Kaminga's best interest at heart.
Yeah, could be advising him.
Probably trying to, facilitate something. I mean, even if it's just between Kaminga and the organization. Lewis in Daly City. Hey, Lewis, how you doing, man? Lewis.
Man, I just wanted to say, man, that the fan on here saying we should try to get MPJ, I think that's almost delusional because, man, MPJ, if you're talking about locker room cancers like Kaminga was when he held our whole front office hostage and his agent wasn't speaking to them for months or whatever that was, I mean, think of Steve Kerr compared to a guy like MPJ who says a bunch of despicable things on podcasts, et cetera, et cetera. I doubt the Bay Area would be on that kind of politics and want to root for a guy like that. I mean, I can just see that becoming a whole disaster. If I'm the Warriors, I'd rather get a guy like Nick Claxton off the Nets and send Kaminga to a team like the Nets where he can drop 20 a night and they lose every game. That, to me, sounds like a perfect bet. Nick Claxton, I would never want MPJ, but I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Appreciate it, Lewis. I don't think they can get MPJ.
Well, I want him. Yeah, exactly. What did my mom used to say? You got a champagne taste with beer money.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, Michael Porter Jr. is really talented. There's obviously no doubt about that. There's something about him, though, that I'm not crazy about, but he can play. He can score. Taylor's in Concord. Hey, Taylor, how you doing? Anthony Slater. Oh, okay. Actually, let's hold on, Taylor, because we got Anthony Slater. Google like this.
What I got?
Yeah, just a little piece of white.
No, I had a donut.
It's
while you're
fine.
out. Yeah.
All right, Anthony Slater needs a couple minutes. Let's go to Taylor in Concord. What's going on, Taylor? How you doing?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I just want to express I am so tired of hearing about a guy. 95% of the conversation about the Warriors is about a guy who's not playing.
Right.
And, it's just like, I'm done. The other is, on the Niners side, we don't have Debo, we don't have Ayuk, and the Niners are playing like a team. Is it part of that because the guys who were unhappy and making the most noise are not in the locker room? I don't know, but I hope they can get decent value and they can trade him as quick as possible.
Yeah,
that's my thought.
I think a lot of people are with you there, Taylor. For sure. They're ready to move on. The problem is the Warriors might not have a deal so that they can move on.
Well, I'll tell you, every day that goes by and he's still on this team and he's not playing in his status quo, I don't think this team becomes more connected. And now the whole Jimmy Butler thing of mediocre and Kerr having a different adjective for where they're at, now that's starting. I'm starting to wonder what was that about, and it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. But man, there's no doubt in my mind, Stoney, for the best of both worlds. Just R. Kelly and Jay-Z did the album, but that was the title. You got to do something here to get him out of here.
Absolutely. Anthony Slater of ESPN joining us momentarily. Broke the story today about J.K. telling the Warriors, get me out of here pronto. We'll see if the Warriors can accommodate him. James is in Antioch. Hey, James. What's up, man?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Doing well.
This is not about business. If it was about business, Kerr would have been fired a long time ago. We got to really look at this. Do y'all think trading J.K. is going to stop Steve Kerr from bringing Geed, the seventh man off the bench, playing GP2, playing these small lineups? Kaminga is not the problem. The problem is Kerr and Draymond. Draymond is stopping up the offense. The ball should be in Jimmy's hands. Draymond should be coming off the bench. Draymond should be one of the last people off the bench. You see what happens when Draymond is not playing. We do great. It is not about Kaminga. It's about Kerr playing Pajimski and playing GP2, all these small guards at the same time. That's why we always lose games, because we close them with small lineups, because Kerr has been doing the same thing for the last 3 years, and where has that gotten us? It is not about J.K. Y'all keep saying J.K. is a cancer. No, he is not.
I never used that word.
He just want to play.
I don't think anybody used the word cancer.
Paul, I'm just saying that's what most of the fan base is saying.
Yeah.
Kerr is the problem. Kerr should be fired, and Draymond should be traded. And I guarantee you that's championship run.
Thanks, James.
Nobody coming into this situation is going to – if we get MPJ, Draymond is still going to be hogging the ball. MPJ is not going to be free-flowing like he's doing at the moment. So nothing we could do besides getting Giannis is going to help Steve Kerr stop doing the things he's been doing these last few years.
Good call. Appreciate it, James, if that's the way you feel.
Yeah.
You're not alone.
Yeah.
So Anthony Slater's going to join us momentarily. But the big news today breaking is Jonathan Kuminga. Let me answer that. Nobody has ever said cancer.
Oh, yeah.
I've never used that word for Jonathan Kuminga.
But there have been some words,
All right.
I get it.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's welcome in Anthony Slater of ESPN. He broke the story today about Jonathan Kuminga demanding a trade from the Golden State Warriors. Anthony, thank you so much for joining us, man. Appreciate it.
What's up, fellas? How are you?
We're doing well. Do you know how new this demand was? And, was this something that's been brought up or that he demanded a couple weeks ago, or is it pretty new?
Well, couldn't have been traded yesterday, can't be traded today. It's a kind of a declaration on the clock, really.
Right.
It's 3 weeks. Deadline's in 3 weeks. You can now move them. And, there's many dynamics at play, which we've discussed for years, which is part of the problem here, right? This is a 5-year story. But, yeah, this is something that clearly Kaminga wants done, but also there's a lot of other people who would like it done as well.
Man, Slate's good to talk to you. You know I'm rooting for the Warriors all day, every day, and I told Stoney and the listeners, this team is not deep and good enough to have Jonathan Kaminga just be a DMP, a nothing burger. Slates, how is this a bad look for the organization as a whole? Forget blame. Is this a bad look that nothing's been rectified and this has been going on since the offseason?
Yeah, look, it's probably not good for the organization that we just let off NBA Today for, 15 minutes in the A block talking about, the reason it's devolved to this point where their former lottery pick, who has had the backing of ownership but has never really gained the trust of the coach, yet they've had these contentious negotiations. We spent all summer talking about this. None of that is good, right? Now, I will say, if they come out of this with like a decent value trade, it'll, as cold-blooded as the business this summer might have been, as anxious as these months might have felt, you'd say, hey, look, you didn't have great offers this summer. You kind of forced, using the tricky restricted free agent market, you forced this team-friendly, very tradable contract onto the books. You absorbed what has been an awkward few months, but if Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob, that front office can come out of it with a better value trade than they would have got this past summer, and it helps this team right now and maybe gains them an asset or something, or a very, a player that's helping them more, maybe it'll be worth it. But at this moment, of course, it doesn't look great.
Anthony Slater joining us on 95.7 The Game, works for ESPN, covers the Golden State Warriors. One of the things I saw that's, to me kind of interesting about this is, you say Dallas has emerged a little bit and Sacramento has emerged a little bit. And then I'm reading where Michael Porter Jr. in Brooklyn, they may have interest in him, but haven't talked. Like, how far along do you think the Warriors are, or get the sense they are?
Not that far along. It seems to me they're letting the market materialize. There's some big fish out there. And, while I'm not sitting here saying, they're going after John Moran or Anthony Davis, like, those big dominoes impact a lot of things. Everybody knows how, the NBA marketplace is always a domino world where this leads to this, leads to this. So we're in the early days of the trade deadline. To the Michael Porter question, look, we've sources on, across the league on all sides of that are just saying they haven't shown any real level of interest in Michael Porter Jr.
Slates, I'm not trying to be Skip Bayless. This is just who I am by nature. I know Jimmy Butler since his inception as being a Golden State Warrior. He's different. He beats, to his own drum. But Coach Kerr joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday and said he liked where the Warriors were at. And they asked Jimmy Butler the same thing, reporters did, and he used the word mediocre. And I thought to myself, I told Stanley, I don't know what to make of it, but I felt like there was a little message in there. And with all this going on with Kaminga, I read Marcus Thompson's article in The Athletic, and he cites that Butler is kind of taking Kaminga under their wing. They got a friendship. All that said, is that interesting or weird to you in this whole dynamic that Butler and Kaminga are friends? No shocker. But when you hear all this, what do you make of it, or is it a nothing burger?
Look, Jimmy Butler's taking him under his wing. That's not new. I sat down with Jimmy Butler in New Orleans for about 45 minutes and discussed, his desire to still kind of bring Kaminga into the fold. Now, this was back in November. Everything's devolved even more since then. The mediocre comment, Jimmy Butler's a very raw wins and losses type. Yeah. That's his analysis on a team at all times. And what's their record right now? 22-19, yes. I believe. That's a mediocre team. And I think that was generally his point. I don't know that it was some subliminal shot. He's just saying they're playing mediocre basketball. Now, I think we as analysts can take two steps back and go, this team is not in that upper echelon or even in the fringe contention category. And for them to even get in the fringe contention category, I think they either need to, you would say, either if you're a believer in Jonathan Kuminga, you would say try to utilize the $22.5 million wing that you have on the roster. If you're not a believer in him, you would say go out to the trade market, attach an asset to him, whatever, find a deal that allows you to use that $22.5 million to help your rotation, because your rotation needs a boost if you really want to be in the conversation beyond the mediocre into that fringe contention category. So that's what's really at play in the next few weeks.
Anthony Slater joining us on 95.7 The Game, covers the Warriors for ESPN. Like, can we assume Kuminga's going to be on the bench tonight, for example? The way Steve Kerr's answering question, it feels like they may just not use him. But there doesn't seem to be
used for 13 games.
Right.
I mean, he's sitting over there. I've had conversations with Kaminga over the last few weeks. He's in a fine mood. He seems to think this, it's ending in a trade. We'll see. I mean, that's part of some of the angst you're feeling is the Warriors are certainly signaling to the league that, hey, they don't have to. But February 7th or February 6th, whatever the day after the deadline, if he's still on the team, I feel like the story, that'll be the next chapter of what is an insane, never-ending story. But, Kaminga, in a sense, has been a good soldier if he's just sitting over there and clapping when they make shots, and, he's in the huddle, and I expect that to continue tonight. He's at shoot-around this morning. I don't know that today's news alters any of that. And then as far as, Steve Kerr's answers, he said it. He said just in a tricky spot. He's probably going to get asked tonight in his pregame presser about, the trade demand. But, what is he – he can't – I don't really know what he can necessarily say.
Slates, I'm 50-50 when you look at the totality of the draft pick, why they drafted him, what they thought he could be, and where he's at and where he's not. With that said, when you look at the whole experience of Jonathan Kuminga as a Warrior up until now, I told Steiny I'm 50-50 in regard to blame on why it hasn't been better. How would you assess that? Is it more on JK or more on the organization, both?
I think everybody involved is at fault. I think in retrospect, it's pretty obvious to say the split should have happened a few years ago. We've reported over the summer that there was definitely a feeling that when an Alex Caruso trade was on the table a few years ago, that's the one that I think a lot of people in retrospect feel like should have been, acted upon. And Caruso would theoretically be in a rotation, and Kuminga would have, been in year, whatever, 3, of trying out, himself in a rebuild situation. But it's here. The summer, I can understand why they didn't act upon what was on the table to them this summer. But again, I think it'll look, if they don't get at least that value, and we'll see. The market's going to say this. It is. I think this contract is more tradable than people realize, because even if you don't like Jonathan Kuminga, the wing, he can be an expiring contract. If the Warriors are willing to attach an asset and go try to get a player, expiring contracts are valuable regardless of the player. Teams will be interested. So I'm waiting. It's kind of a wait and see of what they get, and then I feel like we can retell the story of how poorly it was managed.
Yeah, Anthony Slater joining us on 95.7 The Game, covers the Warriors for ESPN. Is it safe to assume that, I'm looking at the Warriors a little bit into the future. Is it safe to assume they're looking at a free agent signing after the 2027 year, and it's why they don't want to accumulate a lot of salaries that are guaranteed at that point?
Optionality is one of their words, right? That's certainly on the table. We'll see. I think everything we've talked in our past conversations, Steve Kerr's future, for example, right? It's unsolved. It's open-ended. How this season ends, how the next season and a half go, I think dictates a lot. And sure, maybe, 2 years from now when all those contracts are up, lined up with each other purposely, of course, and the books are clear, maybe they go free agent hunting. Maybe it's a full rebuild situation. A lot of times, and I'm not saying in our old reporting that this is the Warriors' plan, but a lot of times if teams do hit full rebuilds now in the NBA, they don't go free agent hunting. They start absorbing contracts and taking picks with it, right? That's what the Nets did with Michael Porter Jr. You take Michael Porter Jr. and a first-round pick in, and then you try to rehabilitate him and trade him out for a first-round pick. Yeah. I don't I would say they don't have a set plan for that year, but I do know part of, their flexibility is the fact that a lot of those big contracts are coming off the books.
Slates, I told everybody that would listen, watch out for the Warriors. That second half after the Jimmy Butler trade, and I stay awake at night thinking about if Curry's hammy wouldn't have went out, what would have been. But I'm shocked that they're 22-19 and currently the 8th seed in the West. Where are you at through 41 games, this team being 22-19, and just the look and feel they have?
I'm not that shocked. I would say 22-19 could have been, 25-16. There's definitely some giveaway games they've had, some, the turnover issues. I mean, all the stuff that we talk about on a daily basis that I think has led to probably a worse record than I would have predicted. If they were 25-16, how would you feel?
I would feel like, you know what, we got some action because I can remember those, losses to Milwaukee, Indiana, but the one the other night, Atlanta, was sobering of what we don't have and how that can just come, bite us.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would say their upside right now, as they're currently constructed, is in that 5-6 seed type range, maybe be a threat. And then I think some of their foibles in the early part of the season and the losses that they, kind of kicked away is why they're more looking like a play-in team, having a play-in type record than where they probably should be, which is like a 5-6 seed. But again, that's not where they want to be. And maybe in the next month they can do something to get closer to where they want to be.
Anthony, last one from me. Steph Curry, he's under contract this year at 60 or 50 something. Then next year at 62. You have any clue with how the Warriors are going to navigate past that year with Steph Curry, what he might want and how they may want to handle it, assuming he's not going to retire, which I'd be surprised if he did at this point.
Look, Steph Curry's extremely practical and in the moment. And even when at times you try to have big picture or legacy conversations with him, it's he's just so disciplined about the daily work, and it might sound monotonous or skirting the question, but the way he's put it is he's got, for this season, he has 2 years left on the deal. He views it as a 2-year window, and then we'll see. And because of who he is and his status, if he says, hey, let's push the conversations for later, we'll see when we get there, the Warriors just kind of have to go, okay, Steph Curry, because if Steph Curry requests something, you kind of just got to go, okay.
Well, what if he, at the end of the year,
look at signing,
asks for one more year at 68?
I can't report if they'd say yes or no.
Right.
My educated guess would be they would probably say yes because he's Steph Curry, and he's probably all NBA second team this year, all NBA first team maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, typically a guy like that who means as much as he does comes and says, hey, I want to tack on one more year. You probably just say yes. But again, that's not, nobody told me they would say yes. But
and who knows who knows if Steph will even ask for it if that's the case, all of the max.
Yeah.
Slade, let me ask you this one. The deadline here is here or almost here, and the Warriors are in the lab. What type of player should they be targeting, you think?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of opinions on that. Some would say a big man, but then it's do you need a big who can shoot? They seem to at this point be prioritizing stretch fives in their lineups. A wing that does, they've always talked about wanting Kuminga to play more like an Aaron Gordon, right? Okay, if you get a kind of a role-playing wing that could point of attack, defend, and secondary offensive create, that helps everybody in the league if you could go find that. Ball handler, scorer. There's a lot of flaws within the roster that could be shored up. I just think they got to find the right contract and the right player and make a move.
Hey, Anthony, thanks so much for joining us.
You,
I know you did it on the spur of the moment. You're busy today, so we really appreciate it, man.
All right, fellas.
Yes, sir. That's Anthony Slater, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line.
He had a little list on what they need.
Well,
I was I can't keep going.
If a guy can play, that's what they need. They need a guy who can play.
But I just think about how he said it. Aaron Gordon was a baby when he don't even look the same. But why couldn't we get those return on dividends when you draft it, you fertilize it, and then that seed just grows to, the best mango tree in the world? That's what Denver got with that pick. Why did ours go the other way? 3 of them.
Well, I'm going to give Aaron Gordon credit. I got to give Aaron Gordon credit. He's a significantly better player now than he was 5 years ago.
Man, oh, man.
So, Aaron Gordon was the main reason that Aaron Gordon got better.
But we got to give Denver some, too.
Yeah, well, you divvy it up however you want. Gordon, Kaminga's not in Gordon's league. That's the other thing.
It's not about that. You needed him. I want the jump.
They blew it, okay? He's not Aaron Gordon. He can't play like Aaron Gordon. No, they drafted a guy who can't play consistently at the pro level.
No, is that okay? But my issue is forget Gordon, AG, Stoney. It's the fact that why are our young guys not making those jumps? If you're going to tell me, they're not good enough, okay, but why are there no jumps?
Because you still think you're in a championship window, quite frankly. And you thought you were in a championship window for the last 3 or 4 years.
But that doesn't speak to instruction and the guys getting better.
Okay, then blame the Warriors. To me, I don't think it matters anymore. He didn't do it. They didn't do it. It's over.
And the right on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control as everybody's talking about, these future picks. I mean, who's not lost confidence that they're going to get it right?
Okay, can I say this? Why does Mike Dunleavy pay the price for 3 lottery picks that didn't work out? Mike Dunleavy didn't make those picks.
Yeah, but Joe is a killer, so he was in on it. Okay. That's where I would go, but you make a fair point in regard to Mike D, and I like Will Richard, but I'm just telling you, it still hurts. And Joe was in the room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't buy. We blew 3 lottery picks, so we don't need them. Well, you got Mike Dunleavy, who's never had a lottery pick before. So I wouldn't rule, I wouldn't rob from Mike Dunleavy that if he got a high pick, he couldn't do a lot of damage with it. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. And we just heard from Anthony Slater. He broke the story. Kaminga has told the Warriors, get me out of here. I'm sure that's not something that they didn't know before he said it. Question now becomes, how do you figure this situation out with Jonathan Kuminga and the Golden State Warriors still on the team, not playing, doesn't want to be there, but they got to look for the right deal? 888-957-9570. By the way, I'm looking up at ESPN, and they have a big headline. Golden State standoff.
Oh, man.
I mean,
I'm going to give you a 3.
No, I'll give ESPN a 3.
That's what I'm doing.
That's what they just said. All right, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was also brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Make money trading on sports, politics, culture, and more legally nationwide with Kalshi. From sports to Bitcoin and even the Oscars. If it matters, you can trade on it. Trade the game, player props, and more. Use code FAN for $20 when you trade 100. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
The smack talk has already started.
For one, we get a team that we don't like. Me personally, don't like nothing about them.
Yeah, well, we don't like you much either.
Let's go! Bring on the Hawks! Bring them on!
It's win or go home, and we are ready for it.
Let's go Niners! Let's go Niners!
Niners Seahawks Saturday at 5.
One game! One quarter! Just be your best!
We are the Bay Area's football station.
95.7 The Game!
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
every fight.
Bam! Let's go.
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go.
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Hey! Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K. Team up with Stanford Blood Center and the Golden State Warriors this winter to save lives. From January 2nd to 31st, every donor who presents to donate blood at any center or drive will receive a special redemption card for a co-branded SBC Warriors sweatshirt. Wear your new sweatshirt with pride, knowing that you contributed to both the Warriors community and the life-saving work of the Stanford Blood Center. Don't miss this chance to give back and get rewarded in style. Donating blood is easy, and your gift could save a life. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org/promotions for more information.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
It's not too late to kick those New Year's resolutions into gear. Sign up for the San Francisco Marathon. From 5Ks to ultra marathons, the San Francisco Marathon has a race that's perfect for you to achieve your goals. Don't wait. Register today. Get all the details at 957thegame.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I'm Batman. I saved the day. Perhaps. I'm nice.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Jalen Brunson out tonight for the Knicks. They play the Warriors. And then coming up in an hour, Willard and Dibbs from Splash.
Oh, I forgot we're not going to see him.
Yeah.
But they're having a splash.
Yeah.
A splash. I will say this, to Brunson being out, kind of saw that last night. He went out early against the Steiny, the Warriors got an opportunity to get fat. They've been putting some wins together. But you really honed it in for me in regard to how far they're 3.5 back of Phoenix. So these are, you need to win the games, duh. But you think, no, Brunson, we're sitting pretty.
Yeah, I mean, they had eight home games.
But you got Miami and Toronto coming up.
I know, that's the thing. I mean, 6-2 would be great. But the Knicks have some good players, even without Brunson.
Something's going on, and I hope Mike Brown's not. They're 6 of 8. I mean, they're not playing. It ain't they're losing. It's the way they're playing. They came back and lost by 11. But I do want to say this. Guru, Orlando drafted Gordon. I know that, but he went through his football puberty in Denver, to me, and changed his body and game. So kudos to him, mainly. But don't tell me the Nuggets staff and all that, the players, the stuff the Warriors have at their disposal didn't play a part in that too.
I mean, And
what's our coach's name they fired? Your boy.
No, I like the guy there now, R.J. Adelman.
Dude, he looks like Alfred E. Newman from Mad Magazine.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We got full phone lines. So,
Man, struck a nerve.
We'll stick on this.
Yeah. We'll get Niners tomorrow.
The news is that Jonathan Kaminga, surprise, surprise, has told the Warriors, get me out of here.
Is that really news, though, to you? Be honest. Not to me.
It takes it one step further. It means that, I remember saying over the summer, he doesn't want to be here. You don't know that, Steiny. Okay. Well, he doesn't want to be here.
Right.
That's official.
Right.
He does not want to play for the Golden State Warriors. Let's go to Zoe in Oakland.
Hey.
Hey, Zoe. How you doing? Hey, Zoe.
I'm good.
Hey.
Good. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, you're on. We got you.
Oh, hi. So I had a couple of things to say. One is, I believe that Will Richardson is everything the Warriors wanted Jonathan Kaminga to be. But I think Jonathan Kaminga lacks the discipline and understanding of team ball. And I think we forget that he didn't start playing basketball until he was 13.
Right.
He never played college basketball. So where he should have developed, he didn't get the opportunity to do so. I'm also kind of curious to know why the Warriors have never sent him down to the G League, to their G League team to play, since it's the same system in essence, where he could develop, he could get playing time, and he might fit in a little bit more seamlessly on, the professional team.
That's not a bad question at all, Zoe. And I can't remember if when Kuminga was a rookie, he played any games in Santa Cruz or not, to tell you the truth. I don't remember him playing a lot of games in Santa Cruz. I know that, right?
Yeah. Wiseman either. We know either. Hey, I got you. I get it. I get what she's putting down. But 4 years of college to none, right? And the G League, that whole thing has been scrapped. They don't even have that. No, I read that in the story. I was like, whoa. Yeah.
Oscar is in Stockton. Hey, Oscar, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How you fellas doing?
Hey.
Doing well, thank you.
All right. I just wanted to call in, man. I wasn't going to call in. I usually call in the morning. But my thing is that this Jonathan Kuminga situation, we keep on trying to blame Steve Kerr, but you got to understand, you guys understand that already. You came into a winning organization, played AAU basketball, only played high school basketball for a minute. So we cannot expect Kaminga to come in and play like that. But on the other end, you're supposed to work on your weaknesses. And like you said, Goo, you got to have handles, man. And none of our wing players can create their own shot. So we can't keep on trying to blame Steve Kerr for them not working on their weaknesses. And another thing, people don't understand. I got to understand. This is Steph Curry team. And the rest of the players that play on our team, Will Richardson and them, of course, college always helped, and it shows. I've been playing ball and coaching ball for a long time. And, Guru, I think you may know one of my friends, Gerard Arsenault. He went to
South Florida. That's my dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I raised Gerard. I raised Gerard from He's from Stockton. So I've been coaching. But I'm from Oakland. I grew up all my life out there. And my thing is that it's a headache. So, like you said, Steiny, it's over with. We can't keep on trying to go back and forth. We're not an organization that grew up to raise young players. When you're in a women's organization, you don't have time for that. So I commend Kaminga. I like him. But this AAU brand of basketball, these kids are always promise, and not working for stuff. So my thing is that, hey, he has to go. So the Warriors got to get a draft pick out of this. But my whole thing is that we messed up when we drafted Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman. Yeah. So you can't blame that. You cannot blame that on
Dunleavy.
Dunleavy.
Yeah.
Or Dunleavy,
You can't blame it on Dunleavy. You guys, you have a good day. But you know one thing, Guru, I just talked to Gerard about you too, man. So you have a nice day, my brother.
Wow. All right. I appreciate the love. I hear you in the morning call, Oscar. He's got a distinct voice. Remember my boy G? I said he played in South Florida. He was dunking back then.
What was his last name?
Arcement. Arcement.
Where did he went to Union City?
No, he's from Stockton.
I mean, Logan?
No, he's from Stockton. Yeah. Played at
South Florida.
Yeah, South Florida, but
that's
via
D1.
Yeah, via he started at junior college, Skyline Junior College. Coach I think it's Poncac. Have you heard the name Coach Poncac? He's a legend out here. I'm butchering his name.
I would never dismiss a Division I player. Arcement?
Yeah. You can look up his stats. He was tall, could shoot it.
D1, that's all you need to know.
Hey, I will say this. I'm not mad at Moses Moody, but I overgraded his ability to put it on the floor and create because I wanted that type player for the Warriors. Pods, every now and again. But, Steiny, we are deficient. We are devoid of that skill to where guys can go out and cook outside of Steph and get busy because Dre ain't doing it.
Yeah. Kevin in Louisiana. What's up, Kevin? How you doing, man?
Okay, how you guys doing?
Hey.
I was just thinking about what Guru said. Imagine this, we're 3 games behind Phoenix. Come on, man. That's the coaching.
Yeah.
3 games behind Phoenix? That's just like the 49ers when they went and got Salah. Look what the 49ers are doing now. So I mark this down. Salah will not be with the 49ers next season. I guarantee you. He's going to get another head coaching job. He's gone.
I think you might be right.
Him, we wouldn't have never beat Philly without Salah there. If we had the same defensive coordinator that we had last year, there's no way in the world we won that game. But back to the Warriors. Man, I'm a Warriors fan 10 toes down. I've been the Warriors fan since you name it. When they had Chamberlain, when we won the championships, I was living in San Francisco.
Wow.
When we beat DC 4 straight, everybody had us not even winning a game against. They had Alvin Hayes and Wesley Unseld.
Okay.
It's the team we have. Man, Trace Jackson Davis came to us, man, at 20-10 player.
In college.
Huh?
He was in college, right? Didn't go to...
He averaged 20 and 10.
Yeah.
20 points, 10 rebounds.
Indiana.
Look, when we won the championship, I'm going to make this short right now. When we won the championship in 22, with the addition of 2 players, we won a championship. Look at that team we had.
Yeah. Hey, it was a surprise.
Look at what Jordan Poole's doing now with New Orleans. I'm down here watching him, man. He looks horrible.
Yeah, he's terrible.
He's miserable in New Orleans.
Yeah. All right, Kevin, thanks a lot for the call. You know what? You got me curious now. All right, let's look at the Phoenix Suns. Who are the Warriors' best 2 players?
Curry and Butler.
Okay. And who are Phoenix's best 2 players?
Devin Booker and who would I give?
Dillon Brooks.
Yeah, Dillon Brooks.
Okay.
Yeah, my guy.
How much better are Curry and Butler than Booker and Brooks, if at all?
Well, wow. Yeah, they're younger. All right, I see what you're putting down.
Okay. Who's their third best player? Grayson Allen.
Yeah.
Guess what?
I'm telling you, Phoenix, I told you that trade, they weren't going to.
No, you were on him.
Remember I said it.
Royce O'Neal.
Dude,
Royce O'Neal. But he's got a role, and he knows how to play it.
Man.
You know what?
And they got a center. To talk to about our center. Their center. From Charlotte went to the Lakers, and they got Knicks. Who you got?
You want to talk about a good pick? How about Colin Gillespie? Third year now starting to emerge. They didn't draft him.
But still, they got him. I know 24-16 they are.
Who?
24-16.
Man, they're on a 50-win pace if they win their next game.
And Steiny, you're going to laugh. I like Mark Williams. I see why the Lakers tried to get him. But
you all right?
And Jalen Green.
Yeah, he hadn't even played yet for him, right? Or
would you say he's better than Dylan Brooks, or no? Dylan's giving us more.
I take Dylan Brooks.
Right. I love him.
I mean, Gerald
He's
Green's got
Draymond Green with offense. Dylan Brooks.
Dylan Brooks is averaging 21 a game. Dylan Brooks averages more than Butler.
I've always liked him, Steiny.
I mean, it's pretty amazing.
Hold on, rewind that. What?
Dylan Brooks averages more points than Jimmy Butler.
Evan, I don't like the sound of that.
He's not a better player.
I didn't say that. I just said he's averaging 21 a game.
Jimmy's waiting for the
what's he shooting?
46, 35.
35 from three?
Yeah, 34-6.
That's not that great.
No.
Well, Jimmy don't shoot him at all. I mean, he shoots him.
But
I hear you.
I think Jimmy Butler's a better player too. But just think about this for a sec. Dylan Brooks averages more points than Butler, and now I'll just say who's a better defensive player.
I got you. Used to be Jimmy.
And I'm not saying that Butler's not as good as Dylan Brooks. I'm just saying other teams have players that are pretty good, or almost on the same level or at the same level as some of the Warriors' best players.
Oh my gosh, Uncle Looney's like, Goo hates Jimmy. No, I love Jimmy to the point that I think there's more Jimmy to give. I know you don't agree with me there. I think Jimmy could be more demonstrative.
He could be. But that's a dangerous game.
But I don't like whatever your answer is to why, I don't like it.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile.
Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data to H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from one of our partners like Windsor One or Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop.
As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog. As we know, these football playoffs, hot and heavy, they're underway. So let's keep playing here on Underdog, the best place to get in on the action, because you can make picks and win money right now in California. Playing on Underdog, as I've been telling you, is easy. You pick your favorite players and their stats. You go higher or lower, pair them together. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. This week on Underdog, I'm looking at these 2 1 seeds and their quarterbacks, and I'm thinking defensive struggles, so I'm going lower on passing yardage for both Bo Nix and Sam Darnold. What are you waiting for? Download the app today. Use my promo code, Willard, to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code, my last name, Willard. Underdog, make picks, win money. Got to be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play-and-get-terms_DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin with our New Year's clearance sale. Get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. It's our way of saying Happy New Year. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight?
I mean, you said it. I think that was it for me. Factor. I was feeling strong. Had plenty in the tank for overtime.
Wait, Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great, and they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
It all comes down to this, folks. Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Get ready for Jim Gaffigan and his Everything is Wonderful tour on June 13th at the Masonic in San Francisco. A third show was just added. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. And for a chance to win tickets to the 5 p.m. show courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
So we got to keep fighting.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
That was a stupid question, Steiny. Stupid.
Dub Nation, this is Quentin Post, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thanks, Quentin. Appreciate the call.
This is Quentin Post. Our man.
I didn't hear this one, Steve Kerr, on how the team's playing right now.
I think so. I mean, you know, if you just look at in aggregate, the last 5 or 6 games, numbers have really improved, and no surprise, as those numbers have improved, our offensive rating has gone up. We're winning more games.
How well do you think the Warriors are playing right now?
All right, I'm gonna be real. I feel like against the lower tier teams, they're playing. But then when you play the Clippers without James Harden and smoke that one, since that's the word of the day, then Atlanta comes to town, the new Hawks, with their length, athleticism, ability to shut off the paint, I say below standards to me. And I have this team, I'm holding them to a different standard, the one from last year, the second half. I don't like 22-19. But you are who you are, Steiny. So to answer that question, I'm fixated on that Atlanta game, the Clipper game, and when we play top-tier talent, it feels like we can't defend. But then when we snuff out the lower-end teams, then we're giving out kudos to everybody that was guarding and locking dudes up. And it's just kind of, to me, I'm taking in everything, and I get tricked sometimes. And that's why, after they just debacled the Sacramento Kings, that score was 84-84 late, or it was close, and then it got ugly. So you ask me how good they're playing, Stoney, I'm just saying so-so.
Not for nothing. So this is a non sequitur here. So I was watching a replay of the Houston Texans-Steelers game.
Okay, man.
So there was like a minute left in the third quarter.
All right. I'm trying to see if I know where you're going.
It was 7-6.
Yeah.
And they lost 30-6?
Right.
I don't know. I just don't think that's a blowout. I just don't. Like, how can you be 1 point down in the third? So you're one play away from going up.
I'm going to use Evan, in your word, context.
Okay.
If you saw defensively what Houston had did,
well, that's
defensively,
true. I just saw the score.
That 6 was like a 0. But Stroud was fumbling the ball left and right. So they finally got it right, and then there was a couple pick six too. Yeah.
That I know. That I know. City Boys in San Francisco.
Man, how's he feeling?
What's up, City? How you doing?
Oh, man, I just cannot wait to get Jonathan Kuminga off of this team. It's funny. It felt a little bit like Christmas Eve last night thinking about a trade. And then you wake up today and Kuminga's, letting it be known he wants to be traded, which everybody knew. So him coming out and saying that tells me that Dunleavy is sitting on his hands and trying to act like he's not in any big hurry so that he doesn't get fleeced. The problem is the longer he waits, the less leverage he has, because everyone knows we have to trade this guy. You can't pick up his option. I mean, I think you guys will agree. Like, yeah, we have an option. They cannot pick up that option. So if they don't trade him by the 7th, you lose him for nothing, which has been the whole thing all along. They can't lose him for nothing, right? So, like, you got to trade him. You have to. And the longer you wait, the less options there will be, because other trades are going to happen. Other teams are going to make their moves, and there will be less options. I like something Slate said. I was really thinking about this. It's actually like Kaminga is very appealing as a trade asset for a number of reasons, but mostly what Slate said. The team has 3 options, right? They can watch him play and then decline the option and create cap space if they want. They can watch him play and then pick up the option and then see him next year. And then if they really like him, offer him a contract, but they might lose him. Or they can tear up the option and sign him at the end of the year. If they think he's real good, they can say, hey, we'll tear up this option and let's give you a contract. So there's a lot of options for the team picking him up. So, I mean, either you can, if you don't want to give up draft capital, you're going to get a really mediocre player back, right? But somebody that could at least play. I mean, right now he's not playing. So you got to get him off of this team and get somebody in here that can play, for one thing. I personally, with the level that Steph's playing at, I would give up picks. I mean, you gotta go swing for the fences. I mean, I know MPJ is a long shot, and Trey Murphy, and now there's rumblings that they're going to trade him straight up for Klay Thompson.
I didn't see that.
Which is interesting too.
What's Klay making?
Yeah, no, that's out there. So, I mean, I'll tell you what, but I'd take Klay on this team over nothing, and Klay's contract expires after next year too, doesn't it? Is it next year or is it 2 years?
Yeah, it's one of those two. Yeah. I mean, this is second year
I'm
now.
not saying, I don't love that. I don't love Clay coming back, but he could help. I mean, the guy can still shoot it. I mean, I know he's having a rough year, but anyway, but they got to get him off this team. And I would implore Dunleavy, just do it. Just stop acting like you have leverage and stop acting like you don't need to trade him. You got to trade him. The only team that might need to trade their star worse is John Morant. Boy, Memphis got to get rid of him too. You know.
Yeah, appreciate it, City Boy.
Right on, man.
Hey, like, guys are who they are, and Mike Dunleavy doesn't, like, think about him as a player. Very unemotional. Extremely, almost to a fault, some people would say.
But he has a boss, though, Steiny.
Yeah, he does. He does have a boss. And
this active, you know?
I'd like to think the boss knew Dunleavy's personality when he hired him, which was, you know, Mike's gonna be even Steven. Mike is gonna say, oh, we could still work something out with Kaminga because his dad's been in the league and he knows you don't burn any bridges and things can change. And, you know, Mike Dunleavy knows how to answer questions, but I don't think he's going to be rushed into something that he's not crazy about.
I'm sure Kaminga wants it to be rushed so he can resume playing basketball, the game he loves.
Yeah. The one thing is like if they didn't pick up, you know, if Kaminga's on the team at the end of the year and then they don't pick up his option, they're not gonna get space. They're just their salary will be brought down, but they'll still be in a position where they couldn't go after a big free agent after next year. Right now, they have the ability to.
But it still would be a failure, though, that pick. The 7th pick to not be a part of your future.
Yeah.
And go through what we're going through now.
Yeah, it doesn't look good right now for the Warriors, and I get that, but I am with Slater. You know, if in 2 weeks go by and we're like, I can't believe this, and all of a sudden they say Kaminga's been traded, who's to say we won't look at the deal and say, damn, they ended up getting something for him.
That's what we're hoping.
Yeah.
And that players can hit the ground running like ASAP.
Let's go to Tom in Sonoma. Hey, Tom, how are you?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru.
Hey.
Let me tell you, man, any day I get up and take a deep breath is a good day.
Yeah,
there it is.
Right? So, so let me just tell you, we're in a bind, man. Nobody should be surprised by this day. Everybody knew this day was coming. I got to give KJ his kudos, man. He sat on the bench, getting blisters in his butt and taking his lumps professionally. Okay, he didn't cry to the media. You know, I got to give the guy, A+ on being a professional. My big thing is if we're going to make this deal, we better make it for a good person. Because if we get a mediocre guy, we're going nowhere, man. My top of the guy I want is Trey Murphy III. If I was Mike Dunleavy, I'd call that guy. I would call the Pelicans right now and try to get the sweetest deal for him because he is going to take us to the playoffs. We need a guy that's going to take us to the playoffs. Not mediocrity. We already have that. So Trey Murphy III is my guy. What do you guys think?
Well, I'll tell you what I think. I'll read you a little passage from Anthony Slater's story on ESPN.
All right.
This is from today. Anthony Slater. As of this week, the Warriors hadn't talked to the Brooklyn Nets in more than a month and have never shown real interest in a trade for wing Michael Porter Jr., league sources said. The Warriors have been fond of Trey Murphy III in the past, but the New Orleans Pelicans are rebuffing calls about all of their young wings, league sources said.
Wow. And I love the player. We all do, body type and all. So I get why New Orleans would not be trying to move him if that's real.
Yeah, I mean, again, like when we're talking about a guy like Trey Murphy, who's already established himself, you might be able to get Kaminga. You might be able to get Trey Murphy for Kaminga, but you're going to have to give him more than that.
Yeah, had a great game the other night, too.
A couple picks.
And that's what, I don't know, how do you say that? Like, you're not separating it, but everything for Steph means picks to me. Because you can't expect to get anything without giving that up.
You mean trading picks?
Yeah, trading picks.
Yeah, I know. And that's a very dicey situation as far as I'm concerned. But
Aren't they in a dicey place right now, though?
Not really. I mean, I get it. It feels like the ship's sinking, but they, here's the other thing. Remember when Dunleavy took the job? We were like, oh, boy, this is a thankless job.
Yeah.
This is, you want to talk about a guy that's, going to have trouble succeeding, taking over this team at this point. And that's still true today. Ed in Petaluma. Hey, Ed, how you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Same to you.
I want to look at this from a different perspective. I looked up last night when Lakeup took over the team. Since then, they've been almost to $670 million in the salary luxury tax.
Yep.
I think at the end of the day, he's going to milk Curry for all it's worth, because when Curry's gone, who are you going to pay to see? Actually, nobody. So I think this is more about dollars, that he has to recoup some of that money.
Ed, he is the cash cow right now, still giving you 29 a game.
Yeah, Ed, there's no doubt that that's got to be factored in when you're talking about, Steph Curry and where you want to go. Like you said, they're desperate. They got to make a move. I could look at it from the other side and say, yeah, we'll try. We're going to try to get better. We are trying to get better. We really are. But in the meantime, we still have Steph Curry, and we're going to sell out for the next 2 or 3 years.
Well, you're trying to make a move because you got a disgruntled player who doesn't play.
Well, you know what? And what do I care if I have a disgruntled guy who doesn't play? I get it. They have to trade him, Goo. You're right. There's no doubt. But that is a factor if you're Joe Lacob.
I'll say this about Mike D. You guys are right, and we're all right, saying, those draft picks, Wiseman, Moody, and Kaminga are not on his ledger. But I do really believe, partner, this whole situation with Kaminga is. And how it plays out is someone can make, he passed his first test. We needed help. He brought in Butler. But, Steiny, you saw this thing coming. I keep saying that. I know it's, easier said than done. But, damn, man. I mean, how long is this thing going to take? And what are you really – obviously, it's about getting better, but if this thing is as toxic as they're making it out to be, then you got to get rid of them for the sake of the team, the locker room, all that stuff.
I mean –
I hate hearing the anonymous player saying he would – I hate that stuff.
I mean, again, just as somebody who's watched Mike Dunleavy's career and watched him as a player, if you ask me to describe how he was as a player, one of the phrases I would use is, he always let the game come to him. He let the game come to him.
He wasn't super aggressive.
Not really. No. He let the game come to him. And I can't believe that part of his personality as a player doesn't manifest itself into the part of the way he is as a general manager. I mean, he's very deliberate. He's very patient. And I would not be surprised if, he's not feeling pressure right now, believe it or not. Let's go to Phil. Phil's in the city. Hey, Phil, how you doing?
Yeah.
Phil.
I'm good, you guys. Sonny and Guru. Yeah, this whole thing with Kuminga, I have to say, you're talking about what can we get for him in a trade, and we're going to have to trade him, of course, now and everything. But, a player like Guy Santos has greater trade value now than Kuminga. You could get somebody viable. You throw him in there with Kuminga and maybe another piece in this current puzzle that we have. But I'm just saying, Kuminga's, stock has gone way down over the last couple of years, and there's teams they're willing to take a chance on him, but he's a high-risk player. He's a guy that should have played at least, if not at least one year of college. He should have played at least 2. And, and who drafted him? As somebody who's conveniently gone now from the organization. We're talking Bob Myers. He swung and missed on that, and he certainly swung and missed on Wiseman. This propensity that he had to, gamble on 19-year-old players that haven't played a lick of college ball,
Yeah.
It's a recipe for disaster. And here we are now. But, the good part of it is we're above 500 and, poised to hopefully make a move here that, that effectively and practically is going to work. That's kind of my 2 cents, I guess, that I wanted to give on that about Kaminga.
No.
And, they should have known better.
I don't disagree with that. A couple pieces of Niners news. Fred Warner is officially out for Saturday's game against the Seahawks. Also, Jair Brown also out.
Okay.
For Saturday's game against the Seattle Seahawks.
It looks like Pearsall might have some action, huh? We'll see more tomorrow, but Jennifer Lee Chan was saying there's a possibility.
Well, that's good news for the San Francisco 49ers.
Kyle Shanahan also added he feels confident that a Warner would be available next week if they win in Seattle on Saturday.
Can you imagine?
That'd be incredible.
Incredible. That's the word. Wow. In LA, or Chicago.
Yeah. All right, let's finish up with Frank in Atlanta.
Our man.
Hey, Frank, how are you?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey.
Hope everybody's okay.
All right.
Hey, it's not going to come to an end. This is just another piece in the saga. I told you guys 4 months ago. Nobody is going to allow the Warriors off the hook for this. The best you could get in a deal for Jonathan Kaminga would be Monk and Keon Ellis, because Sacramento can't get rid of them. I have a family member who works in an NBA front office. Nobody wants Jonathan Kuminga unless they can fleece the Warriors.
I don't doubt that.
Like you said, Frank, watch my lips. They're going to fleece the Warriors. And that fleece is going to be 2 first-round draft picks. And the Warriors aren't going to go for it because they value those more than they value anything. So nothing's going to happen. They'll try to trade him at the end of the year as an expiring contract. That's where we're at. He won't play this year. So we have to, I'll say, move off of Jonathan Kuminga. It's not a story anymore. It's just a mistake. The Warriors overplayed their hand. They tried to have their cake and eat it too, and that's not cool.
Wow.
Thanks, Frank. Appreciate the call.
Let's hope he's wrong, Stoney.
Let's
hope he's wrong.
I'm going to hold out, and I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility where in the next month it becomes, maybe they're not getting great deals, but all it's going to take is one team to say, the hell, let's go out and get Kaminga. And if they offer a serviceable player, I mean, how do the Warriors say no at that point?
Yeah, because you're getting disservice right now, which is nothing from Kaminga.
I mean, I don't know who the player is off the top of my head, but what I could almost see him doing is trading Kaminga for another 34-year-old at this point.
I'll say this. I feel foolish, and it was out there, and I know I stay getting duped on the internet. But, Stoney, I really thought, and I don't know what Brooklyn's trying to do, but when you read these, reports from nobodies, I really thought Michael Porter Jr. might be a possibility, man.
Well, I mean, he might be. He might be. They just haven't. If the reports are true, they just haven't talked to him in a while. But I think we know Porter's going to cost more than just Jonathan Kuminga.
And can you understand that the Warriors have been devoid of a player like that for a while?
Well, not really. What about Kevin Durant?
Well, I'm saying a young, I got you.
Hey, Kevin Durant's a pretty good player.
No, a young guy, though.
Well, he was like 32.
Yeah. You know what I mean. No Brunson tonight, another win.
Oh, really?
That's how I feel. Dude,
another win for who?
The Warriors.
Okay, so you don't put any credence into Steve Kerr saying that when the other team is missing a star player, we tend to stink. Remember, that was one of the things he was saying early.
Not the last couple.
Yeah, give them to me, because I was trying to go to him. Who we got? Before sack.
They all stink. the problem.
Yeah. Dude, Giannis is out of there. Look for him, not here or some.
Didn't he just say that he will never request a trade?
Yeah, but Evan, then he booed the fans back and said, if you boo me, it's toxic.
They were booing
Look at
the
their
team.
rate. But
Right.
He booed them.
Okay.
Just
I'll bet he's not traded.
Take some lighter fluids in
he's not
your
traded.
relationship. It's a matter of time. I'll give you that. But I'm just saying.
Well, you just said he's out of here.
That's rocky roads ahead, baby. If you start booing the fan base, I'm telling you.
It's just a feeling.
Wow.
That was a
yeah.
That was a piece of work.
Our guys are at Splash.
Oh, that's right.
They're actually at Kaya, a restaurant that's in Thrive City. It's delicious. Kaya.
Yeah. That's I think 1 or 2 up from Gott's.
Yep. Right by the team store.
Look at my man.
Yeah. The Warriors Gott's, a hamburger place at Thrive City.
Give you 3.
Oh yeah. That's what it.
Get your phone fixed.
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
It's a Burmese restaurant, boys.
My favorite.
Okay. Well.
Okay.
Now for
name me a
Evan,
Burmese dish.
You guys
name me one Burmese
I'm telling you,
dish.
the profiling on this show has got to stop. And for Evan not even to wait 5 seconds and say, yeah, I'm hurt.
It's just a feeling.
Let me see something here. Let me Google it. Burmese.
Good God. Wow. Evan couldn't even hold it before you even got to me.
I won't ask a follow-up.
Please.
I won't.
No, I can't.
All right. What do you think? What do you think is in? Since you love it, what's? Give me some ingredients in Burmese. By the way, we should be calling it Myanmar. It's not Burma anymore. Give me some. What's your favorite part of Burmese food? What food itself? Because it encompasses a lot of foods. Do you like the complex textures?
Yeah, I do. Keep going.
Well, I'm sure you like the balance of sour, spicy, and sweet, right?
The pot sticker's my favorite.
Pot stickers.
Yeah.
Let's see. I got fish. I got fermented tea leaves. I got chickpeas, fresh herbs.
Give it to me.
See.
Yeah.
It's the same Thai. Yeah. What'd you say? I don't think they have pot stickers.
The profiling now has entered the chat.
I think pot stickers
you guys are bad, man.
Is not from
Whoa. Yeah.
Southeast Asian.
Oh, man.
That's actually on my bucket list, but you can't really go there.
I'm mad Evan ain't going to be able to, and Willard and Dibbs, go to our company rooftop party. I'll put it on IG.
All right. We got the crossover next. Willard and Dibbs from Thrive City. So what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
It's just a feeling.
The smack talk has already started.
For one, we get a team that we don't like. Me personally, don't like nothing about them.
Yeah, well, we don't like you much either.
Let's go! Bring on the Hawks! Bring them on!
It's win or go home, and we are ready for it.
Let's go Niners! Let's go Niners!
Niners Seahawks Saturday at 5.
One game! One quarter! Just be your best!
We are the Bay Area's football station.
95.7 The Game!
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Fonte here with an update about River Islands, where the good life can be your life. River Islands is growing a lifestyle community in all the best ways possible, starting out with a wide variety of home styles and prices. Whether your next home reflects a growing family with 4 to 6 bedrooms, or if you're downsizing into a 2 or 3 bedroom home for active adult living, River Islands has the kind of home styles and locations that you just don't see anywhere else. Priced from the low $600,000s to over $1 million. Best of all, you can live on a lake, across from a park, next to a trail, looking out to the San Joaquin River, or in a 55-plus Del Webb community for active adults. The town center's newest additions, an iconic restaurant, a medical office building, are underway. And an entertainment venue, major grocery store, and shops and services are all in the plans. Imagine the best in-home designs, great schools, and a town center all in one place. Your place. Go to riverislands.com to start your tour.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code EVENT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EVENT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code EVENT. Code EVENT.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
At Big O Tires, now through January 25th, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tire store for pricing and book an appointment online today.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See, doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
He cannot be that guy. So we got to keep fighting. It's a difficult situation.
Yo, Nation, this is Moses Moody, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's crossover time, and that means it is brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We've got you covered, bayalarm.com, and I'll just let these guys know the latest. Sam Darnold was listed as questionable with an oblique, but he said he expects to play on Saturday against the 49ers. So let's welcome in Dibbs and Willard with that.
Who look like they're on a ship. Look at them. Sunglasses out, guns out. Man.
They really look
My
like...
gosh, yeah.
They
we
really look like they like themselves right now.
Look at them.
It's pretty sun-splashed, beautiful day out here. We have not quite figured out this Thrive City process, though. When we show up in T-shirts, it's wind-whipped and awful, and when we bring layers and gloves... we're on a boat. That's pretty much we're on a boat, right? Take a good hard look at the mother bleeping boat. That's what we're doing.
All right.
Yeah. Hi, Steiny.
How you guys doing?
We're great.
Doing great. Yeah, looking forward to the Knicks coming to town, and all focus on no focus on Kaminga. I mean, just where does he sit on the bench? Is he still at the end? Does he stay in the locker room? Guys, so much has gone on today already.
Right next to Jalen Brunson. That's where he'll sit.
How big of an eyesore do you guys think this is for the organization, or at all? Because I think, man, I know it wasn't Christmas last night, but I was hoping, Will, when you text us on the thread, thank you, that there was a trade. I said there's a trade. And, is it a bad look? What?
It's been a bad look.
Yeah,
it's
totally.
been a bad look.
The one thing that we're going to kind of focus on is not looking back, but kind of taking a look at all the things that we thought this whole time and whether or not that article in The Athletic, which was tremendous, Marcus Thompson, Sam Amick, of course, Nick Friedel, how many of those things, according to sources, proved what we thought or actually made us raise our eyebrows about all the things we've thought for all these years?
I mean, I think, if you can kind of take out a machete and work our way through the drama of it all, the bad look is that this is going to be, once he's traded, it's kind of the final analysis on your two timelines thing, the draft picks that you made, the moves that you made, even, don't forget that Buddy Hield is another $9+ million right now that's watching basketball for the Warriors. So they've laid out a lot of plans that haven't worked. And that's what today means to me. Once you work your way through all of the whose side are you on,
right?
Because there's plenty of mistakes to go around in the JK saga on both sides, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, a couple things about the stories. Slater had one on ESPN, and The Athletic had one. There were a couple things that raised my eyebrows a little bit, and one was in the Athletic story. They're quoting a Kaminga teammate. That means one of his Warriors teammates against Oklahoma City. Apparently, there were whispers in the organization that he wasn't hurt, that he said, his back hurt right before a game and he was going to play because the three veterans weren't. And a teammate apparently said, I wouldn't have played either.
Yeah.
Right. So.
Yeah. I don't think it's whispers anymore, Steiny. I think that we all had our thoughts, and I think the article confirmed it. Jonathan told the Warriors that he wasn't going to play that night.
It feels like that.
Yeah. And I think that's what, that one teammate, unnamed, is basically saying, I understand. And that's a piece of the article, which is that on a personal level, he's still well-liked.
Yeah.
His teammates, he's not made a fuss. He's not turned this into what it could have been. And so his teammates still like him. But at the same time, I think everybody has arrived at this agreement that, you got to get him out of here for his sake and for the Warriors' sake. You got to get something out of that salary slot.
Yeah, and I find it fascinating because, we're all Warrior fans, lifelong Warrior fans, and I'm not happy this is happening at all. I like Jimmy Butler. I know he beats to his own drum, but, when I read that article, I'm thinking, wow, not what a leader, but I love the fact that Butler's being a big brother to Kuminga, and you guys did a great job with Kerr yesterday, and like you always do, but when he said he likes where they're at, I just thought to myself, well, one of the best players on your team said they're mediocre, which is not we suck, and I'm thinking to myself, guys, tell me if you give me a nickel for this, is he saying they're mediocre because he's kind of symboled or, said as much, Jimmy, that Kaminga should be playing, and I thought to myself, was that his version of sour grapes, that his guy's not playing, so they're mediocre? I don't know.
I think that he said they're mediocre because they are, and Steiny, you said something yesterday, might have been the day before, about Jimmy Butler, and this is who Jimmy is, and I even said this to Steve yesterday. One of my favorite moments in that blowout against Portland was he clearly didn't want to play anymore. The play before, Pods throws a terrible pass in Jimmy's direction. Jimmy's mad, so Jimmy runs over and fouls a guy and points to Steve and says, basically, I'm done with tonight. And so Steve is like, all right, you're coming out. Jimmy says they're mediocre because they are, and I do believe that when we get to April again, that's when Jimmy's going to flip the switch. He's a guy who doesn't suffer fools, and by fools, I mean January and February basketball.
Yeah, he's a piece of work.
He sure is.
That's the way I look at him, but not necessarily a bad piece of work. You know what I was thinking about Kaminga, and let's just use the word or the phrase jerked around. Oh, Kaminga's been jerked around because I think a lot of some fans feel that way. Has Kaminga been jerked around more than Moses Moody?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think so because, Kaminga, last year in the playoffs, you needed him to start. He started, he balled out, and then this year it's like, all right, we're going to go ahead and give this a try. And so Kuminga, and I'm reading some of the quotes in the article in The Athletic where, Jonathan's saying it feels good to know that somebody's behind me and this and that. And, he plays, and then all of a sudden you're on the bench, and then now it's DNPs. And I think he's been jerked around more than Moses because I think he was given more of an opportunity to be something. Moses, it's just been, you play well, you're going to start, and then he's earned it.
And don't forget the Wiggins sabbatical, too. Kaminga balled out, went right back to the bench, Willard.
I don't agree with that. If you had just ended the sentence, has Kaminga been jerked around, I'd have said yes. Has he been jerked around more than Moses Moody? No. The only reason we perceive it that way is because he has expressed a desire to be a bigger part of things. And to have a very, very, not just a role, but a large role. And we see him as a potential 20-point per game kind of a guy. So then, therefore, there is this big sort of discord and fight over whether or not he should kind of have a huge role or no role or be traded. Moses is just in the weeds. But Steiny, you're absolutely, again, I don't want to say that you're expressing an opinion, you're just asking a question, but I love that you bring it up because he's been through all of that. Moses is also a lottery pick. He's been through lengthy periods of DNP. Then you're a starter, then you're not. He's openly talked about it, but we don't see him through the same prison, so it doesn't bother anybody.
Yeah, I mean, over the years, Moody has, in his way, made it clear that he thinks, there were times when he thought he was going to play and then Kerr didn't play him and, questions about his role. But Moody obviously, can handle it a little bit better or is handling it a little bit better than Kuminga.
Well, just when I look at it from this year, which is why I answered the way I did, Steve comes out and says, he's back in the rotation. 9 minutes and 41 seconds, and he doesn't play again. So for me, if you're back in the rotation, you get more than 9 minutes and 41, no matter how poorly you play. And I'm not saying he was awesome, and he hasn't really been much of the year, but when you give a guy another chance to do it, give him a chance to do it and fail more than 9:41. That, to me, is the epitome of getting jerked around.
I got you. I
mean, like I said, I agree that he's been jerked around. I just think that this is part of the process for a lot of players in the NBA. Nobody even wants to acknowledge this or hear it because it's going to resonate to Warriors fans as funny. But that Draymond Green story that he shared on his podcast last week about how JK was kind of emotionally consoling Brandon Pajemski because Pods was ticked off about how quickly he got yanked from a game. No Warrior fan wants to hear that because he's represented the guy who's gotten too many minutes. But show me the young player that loves being on the bench for even 25 minutes a night, 30 minutes a night, any DNPs. Most of them get them. None of them like them.
Yeah, Kerr said he likes where they're at. Jimmy said they're mediocre. What word would you two describe, the first 41 for the Golden State Warriors? Because the Jonathan Kaminga thing has not been figured out before you answer, I'll go. I'm disappointed. I think they're better than what their record is.
I don't think they're in a good spot.
Okay. All right.
I you know what I mean? I hope they are, but how can you not accept at least the word mediocre, and how can you not think that they've kind of won whatever it is, 8 out of 10 or whatever, because a bunch of cupcakes have come in.
No.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe you get another break tonight. Mitchell Robinson and Jalen Brunson aren't playing, and so you're a big favorite, and maybe that 7-1 homestand is still on tap. And maybe a trade happens somewhere in the next 5 days that revitalizes all of this. So therefore, maybe you are in a good spot. But I mean, we're 4 days removed from an embarrassing home loss against the Atlanta Hawks. I don't love where they're at.
I think both of them are equally accurate. I like where they're at, considering it's 41 games in. You are the 8th seed. You're 22-19, but you are mediocre. And I thought Anthony Slater had a good answer for you guys earlier when he talked about, what if you were 25-16? How would you feel? And they've kicked away 3 games for sure that you shouldn't have lost. And so we'd all be singing a little bit of a different tune. And I don't think that they ever were going to be a top 4 seed. Can they still be up in the top 6? Maybe, but they're probably going to be a play-in team. And at 22-19, you're very much in the thick of it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. I'm sure to Jimmy Butler and to Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Al Horford, this is a mediocre year because of the success that all those guys have had. And I'm kind of with you, Dibs. Like, you can be mediocre and, you know, be playing okay over the last 12 or 13 games. The question is, what happens after this homestand, and can they finish this homestand off with, let's say, 3 out of 4 victories on the way home so that they can go out on the road after a 6-2 trip?
What do you guys think is the urgency on the JK thing? You know what I mean? Is this like, you got to do this here in the next 6 days or less? Do you give him the whole deadline? Do you buy that they could keep him?
I'll go first. I think this is the ultimate right on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. You saw it coming. You heard it in the walls. Will this should have been done and expedited? It's not, but I'll take that window within the next 6 days. You're not good or deep enough, if you want to just go from a production standpoint, to give this guy a mulligan. So I told Steiny, maybe take something less than what you thought you were going to get just by some addition by subtraction.
I would say, I think they're posturing that that they don't have to make a move, but I think deep down they know they got to move him. But if there's a bet to be made, I would say not in the next 6 days, but before the deadline. And how come? I don't know.
I think it's going to be. I think it'll be right up to the deadline, because I think about Joe Lacob and the one thing that he hates more than probably anything in the world, and that's losing. So if you make a deal in the next 6 days and it's a bad deal, I don't think that he could stomach it. He'd be more apt, I think, to stomach another 3 weeks of, there's JK at the end of the bench in his warm-up outfit, and even beyond the deadline. If they don't like the deal, I think that they go ahead and hold on to him, and I don't think that Joe Lacob wants to take an L on this.
Can I just say, though, I think the posturing is happening on all sides right now. I agree with you, Steiny. Sure. I think the Warriors are posturing. So's the rest of the league. I'm out on this. Nobody's interested. Nobody's interested in a 22.5 double expiring contract of a 23-year-old who just last year in the playoffs had a 4-game stretch of 23 a night. No one's interested? Really? I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all.
I don't either. Like, I think, there's going to be a couple. I think there are teams that don't have a lot of interest. And I don't think there's a team saying we got to go get him. But I think a lot of teams are looking at the situation, and, another week or two goes by. Some team may go, you know what, let's go get him. And we'll give up this guy and this, and, we'll bet on the future with this kid.
The contract alone is interesting.
Yeah.
Even don't attach a name to it at all. Just be like $22.5 million this year, $24 million next year, and you can duck out of it either year you want. That's super valuable to NBA teams.
Yeah. I also think, and I don't know, you might say this doesn't matter, you might say it's no factor, but I really do think Kerr is winding down here. And I think it's, I think this is going to be his last year. So maybe that's why they think, if they're telling the truth, that they're saying we could keep him till the end of the year and give him a crack under another coach.
Well, did you catch? There's all kinds of little nuggets, and Dibs and I are going to play with them coming up at about 2:30. But among the nuggets that I think are very, very important in that Athletic article, and Nick Friedell's one of the writers on it, and he joins us live in person at 4:15, by the way. But one of the nuggets is that even long-time known Kaminga supporter within the walls, Joe Lacob, is recently, quote, down on Kaminga.
Yeah.
Joe Lacob.
Joe Lacob.
Joe Lacob will still be here next year. I'm quite confident.
True. That's true.
Yeah.
I don't know, guys. I mean, I actually feel like it's kind of just beginning, and it's going to last a month, and we might want to get used to it.
Is it like, what, it's 4 weeks, Steiny, until the deadline? Is that right?
It's something like maybe 3.5.
3.5, okay. Yeah.
Prop bet for the day. What happens first? Fred Warner plays in a football game, or Jonathan Kuminga plays a game for a different team?
I'm going to go.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
Hey, what do you want?
I thought Fred might have had some action, but it looks like no, for Saturday.
He's out.
Yeah.
He's out,
let's see.
But in for next week, they think.
Yeah.
Will
Could you imagine?
Will Kaminga be a warrior when the Niners open their season next year? I don't know.
That's tough. I actually put out a Twitter poll, the rare Twitter poll, and when Kaminga eventually is traded and he comes back here with his new team, will there be a video tribute for Kaminga?
No.
Absolutely. There
I'm
will
on
be.
90-10 against right now, Steiny.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll be short. It'll be a short one.
What would be in the video? See, this is where we can get started.
I mean, he's
the Minnesota playoff series that you spoke about, Willard. He was balling.
I'm gonna put my partner out on one, because before we got on the air, he joked, "What if it's just video shots of him on the bench?"
Yeah.
I mean, honestly,
I think you could find enough dunks.
There's no. You could, but they won't.
Maybe the play against was it against Houston when he turned his back to the ball and the guy was that game?
No, that was the Laker Christmas game.
The Laker Christmas.
But he was guarding the out of bounds, and they threw it, and Reeves scored.
Oh,
hey,
God.
I know you're underdog. You represent underdog. I do the prize picks, and Dibs, we all play the ponies. But I just want to switch it up real quick here. Dude, when you play the ponies and like to gamble, you see a lot. You see a lot throughout the game, the end. What do you make of this situation with 26 college D1 athletes getting charged and fixing games?
I'm not surprised. I mean, honestly,
26 means there's 56.
It means there's 1,026. And, you know, the whole thing about player props, and I love Prize Picks and Underdog equally, without a doubt, and I'm happy that you guys are able to be on the teat, ... However, the player props market makes it so it's too ripe. So take Johnny Power Forward for, I don't know, Drexel. You know I like the small schools.
I love it.
So you're Johnny Power Forward at Drexel. You're not in the portal. You don't have NIL money. And Jimmy the Rat comes to you, or Billy the Neck. Hey, I see your line's at 8.5 points tonight. We like the under, Johnny Power Forward. Here's $1,000. Why don't you go ahead and score 7 tonight and pop a hammy? It's too easy for these young athletes to be gotten to, basically with player props.
Wow.
I was talking about this with Evan before the show, and he's also like, okay, if you're Joe Forward from Drexel, you also probably know you're not going to go to the NBA.
That's what he just said.
Oh, did he? I thought that was my bad, Dibs.
No, I didn't say that, but that's kind of the nature of it, right? Because if you are, I don't know, Mendoza in Indiana, and you're already making $3 million in NIL or whatever it is, you're going to be number one overall pick.
To you.
You can't get to it.
Right.
But if you're, some tiny tot from Oral Roberts, a guy who normally goes for 13 a night, all of a sudden, coach, my elbow hurts 8 minutes in, and, you can make a little bit of that chicken.
I mean, does it make you hesitate on making plays, knowing that there is that chance? I mean, what do you think the chances are that in your past...
Look at my boy Evan for the win.
That was a stupid question by me. But
5 with the buzzer, Evan. That's really good.
What are the chances that you've laid a bet on something that's crooked?
I feel like I've seen it 20 times. I mean that. That's why I brought it up to you. And I'm sorry. I'm going to go pros too. Because Dibs, they got player props, and we already seen what happened with Porter Jr.'s brother and... Who's our other guy? Snotty, the guard. They got popped from my Rozier. So, I mean, if we really found out what was going down, it's easy for me to say a guy from Union City, I just would not risk jail time to do that stuff for Jimmy the Rat Dibs. I just wouldn't.
But it happens all the time, and sometimes it's because, Johnny Power Forward's brother is in for 20 large to Jimmy the Rat.
Yep,
and so now it's, Billy Power Forward.
Wow.
Hey, Johnny, if you don't help us out, Billy may lose a finger here in a woodworking accident. And I don't know, you hate to see that happen to a good young kid like your brother.
Yeah.
So here's what we're going to do. You're going to go ahead and take the dive here against Penn. You got to score 6 points, and that will take care of you, and everything will be done. And so he does it, and then 7 days later, it's like, your brother's into us for another $7,000. I know you guys got Hofstra tonight. We're going to need you to do it again.
Wow.
Hey, Bob movies are based on a true story.
No, Willard, hey.
Did you guys ever see the movie The Gambler with James Caan?
Come on now.
Incredible. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you might want to revisit it, Gil. Because there was some fixing in that. He was a professor at that school.
But even in my beloved horse racing, you can see races where the jockey kind of, you might pull the reins a little bit when you're mid-stretch, and as opposed to, going to the whip one more time, going to the stick. So it happens across, I don't know about all platforms,
everything.
But pretty much.
There's always more than meets the eye.
And that's why, remember back with Stern and, Donahue? He said some stuff, and I'm like, I don't believe him, but Willard, he was saying it ain't just me, man.
Of course it's not. You think that him and Scott Foster have dinner together that often?
Man,
Come on.
Like we're not ready for the truth, I believe, Willard. We're not ready for the truth.
Right. Or we don't want it.
We don't want
it.
You can't handle it.
We don't want to lose our gambling.
Wow, man.
We don't want to lose our ignorance is bliss.
Wow.
We reach out for it, whether we want to admit it or not. No question. No question.
Man. Even at that,
jacket's on.
Maybe you're on the other side of it, and you happen to be on the under, and you might win one because the fix is in.
Yeah, might help you.
There you go, Tim's analytics.
I mean, that's no different than how. And I know this makes you mad. Like you ever play blackjack, and then there's that dummy at third base who hits on 15 with a 6 showing that could just as easily help you.
Man.
That could, right? What if that next card's a 5 and dummy takes it and then the dealer busts?
Yeah,
just hearing you guys talk, I don't want to know.
That guy's got to go.
Yeah, I don't want to
know. You need a new third baseman.
Of course that guy's got to go.
Yeah.
Process versus results.
He's like the Red Sox.
That's
he needs
right.
a new third baseman.
It's all about the natural progression of the cards.
Yeah.
The natural.
Yeah.
Don't mess with the gods, Steiny.
Exactly.
We're headed to the rooftop company party. I'll put it on IG.
Right.
I'll put it on IG for
and
you guys.
I hear you're all broken up that we can't be here. Guru, do me a favor. Stop lying.
I thought, what? I don't even know how to react.
Well, here's the reaction. If you're that broken up, don't go.
Well, I'm not that broken.
Exactly.
It's an open bar, Diz. Come on now. You boy hurt these days.
You better drink our drink.
There you go. I can do that.
You drink our drink.
If I see 2 envelopes with your names on it, and I know there's 2 tickets in there, I'm going to take them.
Oh, so you are going after all? The whole iPhone conundrum got solved?
No, I'm going to get the iPhone finished today.
Oh, that's pretty good, Diz.
All right, guys. Have a good time out
We'll
there.
be listening.
Put the sunscreen on.
No doubt.
It's on.
On 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny dudes.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. It is a monstrous day, obviously, and yes, special hello to our YouTube audience. If you are there, you are seeing live 2 incredibly sun-splashed white people right here live on the internet because we're out at Thrive City, and it happens to be, I don't know, the most beautiful day that I've seen in a long time here in the Bay.
Spectacular. It's probably 78 in the sun, 45 in the shade. Resplendent sun. Thrive City is just starting to get some people trickling in for a basketball game, but it feels like a tertiary thing today. Primary, the Kaminga, secondary. Oh, there's a playoff football game, and Fred is not going to play in it.
Yeah, I think actually let's start there. Let's let everybody know the Jonathan Kaminga thing we're going to get to in a minute, and I think the conversation centers around that urgency. Do you want to see the Warriors do this week? Do you give the Warriors the entire deadline, or are you open to the idea that the Warriors are putting out there to the media that Jonathan could actually still stay beyond the deadline? We'll get to it. That was obviously the news of the morning. The news of the afternoon is that Fred Warner was out at practice for the 49ers, but he didn't bring a helmet. He didn't even bring regular football pants. He wore sweats. He had a hoodie. He stayed out on the field with his defense, but did not participate. Kyle Shanahan has spoken. Fred Warner will not play this weekend at Seattle. However, they said if the Niners do win, they actually feel very strongly that he will play in the NFC Championship game. I kind of love the way they split the difference here. Some people wanted the 49ers to play coy so the Seahawks wouldn't know what was going on, but they get definitive on it and now basically get to do this for their own players, which is don't win with Fred, go win for Fred, because if you can just win one more, you get him back.
Yep.
And so that's the way they inspire their team on Saturday night.
And I think that he inspires them today, even being out there in sweats and his jersey with a hoodie underneath. And they all knew probably by today that it wasn't going to happen. So it's no surprise to, Wallow or Kendricks, like, okay, we need you again.
Yeah.
They were all geared up and ready coming off of last weekend, so I don't think it changes much in the way the defense approaches things. But, yeah, win one for Fred. You're going to win it for yourselves, but you also have this motivation, and I guarantee Fred will make the trip. I doubt George will, coming off the surgery.
Just had the surgery, I think, yesterday.
He'll still have the inspiration of Fred being in the locker room and being at the game to help you if you need extra motivation, which you don't.
Yeah. Now, as far as other sort of designations for the game, because, again, with a Saturday game, today's kind of like a Friday. You got all the injury designations. The only other player ruled out is Jair Brown. So we are going to see some more of Marquise Siegel for sure, but you might see some other people get thrown into the mix here. Fingers crossed. D. Winters is listed as questionable and could be ready to go in this game. Ricky Pearsall is listed as questionable. Oh, by the way, one other player listed as questionable.
Who's that?
Just doesn't happen to be a 49er.
Oh.
His name's Sam Darnold.
Oh.
He has been listed as questionable for this game, and backup quarterback Drew Lock took some of the first-team reps today at Seahawks practice.
I actually saw the injury report for Darnold, and it's questionable, sees ghosts. So he's a little bit afraid of possible ghosts on Saturday, so that's why he's questionable. He's not sure if he wants to go out there to Lumen and see ghosts on Saturday.
He was bouncing around practice with a Theragun. It's an oblique injury, but he also did say after practice he's expecting to play, and so maybe this is just kind of a procedural thing. They get him there on the injury list as questionable, but we all have the expectation that we will see Sam Darnold. Although, anytime you've got something bothering you, it does always up the possibility that you get hit in the wrong spot. I don't know if that's true for Sam, because the Niners don't rush the quarterback.
True.
But if he were actually to get touched in this game, it might be that much easier to knock him out.
And I know you don't like this, but go after the oblique. Let's get somebody right in there in that rib area, left side, right side. I don't know. How about a sandwich maneuver like happened to Brock Purdy in Week 18 on the final throw of the game when he got absolutely squished between two Seahawks? Let's go out there and let's put a little test on that oblique.
I don't think you even need to think about. First of all, I would just take somebody getting to the quarterback, just move him off of his spot. But sure, that's like you're right. That's not me, but that's football. There's no question that that's football. If somebody did actually have an opportunity, and I don't know that you do, to measure out where you want to hit somebody, like they're just trying to get him down. But it's part of the story as this whole thing starts to unfold. But the Fred Warner thing, I think, especially with the loss of George Kittle, Fred Warner's not going to play in this game, but Fred Warner is going to be in this game just because the specter of what they saw him do, having their leader out on the field during the practice week, and that knowledge that you become that much better of a defense if you can just win one more game. If there's a way to do this, and it's going to be so hard, but if there's a way to do this, then Fred Warner is either at SoFi or Soldier Field the next week, and you become a very, very different animal. I think it's sort of, to me, there's a different view from 10,000 feet now on the Niners playoffs because we're taking it week by week, and so we'll do that, and I still think this is going to be really hard, but if the Niners do it, well, now their Super Bowl victory chances go way up because you become a completely different football team if you were to win this one.
Depends on how close to Fred he actually is. And, you wouldn't expect him to be 100%. And I don't even know if he'd be able to make it through the whole game. But the idea of that as a possibility, yeah, I'm here for it, and that would be a huge boost to have 8 days between games, which would mean probably 3 or 4 practices, and he would get a little bit closer to being the old Fred. But, yeah, I think that serves as some motivation, but ultimately when the anthem is over and the coin toss is done, you've got 60 minutes to go out there and prove that you can beat Seattle. And if you look at the 2 games so far this year, it's not like Seattle's absolutely run you off the field. In the first game, it was close. You made the plays late. You won. In the second game, you just couldn't make the play you needed to make. You only lost by 11. And I know missed field goals, but if you want to play that game, the Niners missed 2 field goals in the first game, Jake Moody.
Yep, that's true.
R.I.P., not rest in peace, but
he didn't die.
Rest in place, rest in a different place, so R.I.D.P. So they missed 2. Seattle missed 2, so it's all equally true.
I'm stuck on what Greg Cosell said to us yesterday, and in fact, guys, if we could let everybody hear that, I think that this is, you could take it one of 2 ways, but his point being that what won that game for Seattle a couple of weeks ago is that they just overwhelmed the 49ers physically, and when 2 teams play each other twice in a short span, that doesn't often go that way. You could take that optimistically and go, oh, okay, so structurally and schematically, maybe you can still win this football game. I've heard others say, I don't like that. That doesn't make me feel better that they got overwhelmed physically. But again, from a physical standpoint, this is a different 49er team, at least in spots, that'll be heading to Seattle on Saturday night. Trent Williams is going to play in this football game. Ricky Pearsall, you've got... What?
Ricky Pearsall. Pause.
Maybe.
I know, but...
that changes your wide receiver group.
I mean, it does if he's able to do Ricky Pearsall things. I'm laughing just because...
It's all ifs.
You did what you're supposed to do, which is Ricky Pearsall... I mean, you have to pause, unfortunately, because you just don't know.
No, you don't know. But if he does play, that changes
Absolutely.
the 49er offense, as does Trent Williams. And I do feel like the 49ers, from a linebacking core, have found something that is a little bit more effective in this moment than having Tatum Bethune on the green dot. And so take a listen to what Greg said to us yesterday, NFL Films.
Charbonnet and Walker combined for 33 for 171, and the Seahawks have not been a great running team this year. So that was a game where they just dominated. They were able to get to the edges in the run game, which was a big problem in that game. That is more of a tactical thing that can be corrected. But overall, I thought on both sides of the ball that they were just physically handled. And normally when that happens, guys, it doesn't happen again in a short period of time.
Okay. So A, when that happens, it normally doesn't happen again in a short period of time. And B, the spot where Seattle really kind of dragged the 49ers and got an edge on them is correctable. It's correctable. He's absolutely right. I haven't seen anybody even in this battered state, I haven't seen anybody else run the football against the 49ers the way Seattle did in that game 2 weeks ago.
A lot of that was what we always talk about, complementary football, because early on you couldn't stop the run. They marched down, and they went for it on fourth and didn't get it, and you went 3 and out. So your defense that was probably not totally gassed, but not fresh after a 12 or 13 play drive, get back out there. And again, Seattle, run it. And it was tough. And then the Niners went 3 and out again. So the defense struggled in large part because they were out there a ton. The thing that has me most worried is not so much the defense. I do like the linebackers. They are fresher. They haven't played a lot. It's the other side of the ball and what Seattle does with their 3 safeties. Their base package is 3 safeties who are all great run stoppers, 2 corners, and an interior D-line that is nasty. Their defense is very unique, and they play that too high shell, but when they see run, they fly up, and that's what they're able to do against the Niners.
They're really good.
Really good.
They're really, really good. I sort of feel like 20 points is going to win the football game.
Agreed. And that's why I agree with your Pearsall point where if you have Ricky, now you've got an X receiver, or if you play him on the other side, you have somebody who can get down the field and get open and help to keep those safeties back. And you didn't have that in Week 18. Week 1, you had Pearsall, you drove down, you got a touchdown. Seattle has to respect you more without Kittle. If you have Pearsall, if you don't have Pearsall or Kittle, Seattle doesn't really have to respect you that much in the past.
Look, we're 1 week away, I think, from this actually being a real talking point. But I do think a lot of times when championships happen, there's a little bit of a Disney script that sort of feels like it unfolds. Not always. Oklahoma City won the title last year, and they were just the best team, and they went, okay, we're just going to win the whole thing. And I know the Halliburton and all of that stuff, they almost lost. But sometimes it's just kind of straightforward. But that's when there's a dominant team, and we all agree there isn't that this year. And sometimes, whether it's, every time there's a team that's like, ooh, they've either got a lot of injuries or I don't know who these people are, they always get branded the misfits. I don't know if anyone's calling this group the misfits, but the Niners are kind of that team out of the remaining 8. They are the little Disney story. And sometimes that can really become a thing. I think their hardest game is going to be this game.
Agreed.
But if they can somehow come out of Seattle with more points than the other team and Fred returns, I do believe they become that story.
They're dangerous, and if you look at all 8 teams, I think that there's 8 storylines, 8 stories you could tell. If Chicago were to win with Caleb Williams, their first title since the Chicago Bears shuffling crew, imagine that. Drake May wins one after Tommy in New England. The Hollywood Stars down in L.A., if they get it done. Seattle hasn't had a home playoff game in 10 years. If they're able to do it with Sam Darnold, who goes from seeing ghosts to being the champ. D'Amico Ryan's the first team to win the Super Bowl without scoring a point. I think that there's a lot of fun stories for every team.
No question about it. All right. But with all that said, we all woke up to the news. Jonathan Kuminga's demanding a trade. I kind of was like, thanks, Jonathan. We got that already.
I was going to break news to you guys earlier today. I'm bald.
Exactly.
Breaking news.
Exactly.
So Jonathan wants to be traded?
Jonathan doesn't want to be here. I was like, wait, what?
Shock.
Talk about a plot twist. So, what is your urgency level, Warriors fans? We'd love to hear from as many of you as possible. So the Warriors need to do this right now. Do they need to just do it over the next 3 weeks? Do they not need to do it at all? We're sponsored by Surfside. The Golden State Warriors are back. Cheer on your Warriors with an ice-cold Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. Not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. We're out at Thrive City. The Knicks are here. A couple of their best players aren't playing. Warriors play tonight. We are all over your calls right now. What's the urgency level on the Kaminga deal? Does it need to be this week? Can it be over the next 3 weeks? Does it not need to come at all? We're taking your calls right now, 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs. It's also Willard for Underdog Fantasy, the best place to get in on these football playoffs that are ongoing, that have our attention. You can make picks and win money right now in California. Playing on Underdog, very easy. You pick your favorite players. You look for the stats you like to go higher or lower on any of their stats, touchdowns, rush yards, whatever. Get them all right. Pair a few together. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. This week on Underdog, I think the Seahawks running backs numbers are inflated because of what happened last time. Give me lower than 57.5 rushing yards for Kenneth Walker. That's one that I really like. So do this with me. Download the Underdog app. Use my promo code, Willard, to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code is Willard. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Got to be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms. _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin. With our New Year's clearance sale, get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. It's our way of saying Happy New Year. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Ready to shoot your shot? Join the Alameda County team and make a real impact. With strong support, expert training, and flexible schedules, this is your chance to lead and grow. Don't sit on the sidelines. Apply now at acjobs.org. Alameda County, our community, your purpose.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
All right, guys. Injuries for the game. Jair Brown will be out. Ricky Purcell, questionable. Luke Gifford, questionable. D. Winters, questionable. Fred Warner out. Jacob Cowing, questionable.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I'm not a doctor, so it's questionable. Questionable concern.
All right.
On 95.7 The Game.
Okay, more on that in a second. That's the injury list from Kyle Shanahan. Fred Warner will not play this week, but he probably will next week. You know, if there's a game. But we got a lot that we're going to bat back and forth with Fred and Kyle and the Niners, and then the JK situation with the Warriors. If you didn't see it today, we wake up to the news that Jonathan has, quote, demanded a trade, which, I mean, you and I can get into it here in a little bit. I think it's kind of funny, to be honest with you, because of the obvious nature of it. And to me, it simply screams that Jonathan's party is a little concerned that the Warriors may continue to be as stubborn as they've always been and be like, if we don't have a good deal, then we'll just keep you, which is horrible for Jonathan, obviously, and the Warriors, by the way.
Well, they made their bed, and now they may have to lie in it. And they could have gone total hardball, we're playing on the QO, but they chose to, at the 11th hour in the offseason, take this deal, which is a 1 plus a team option, and you did that hoping, expecting, all but guaranteeing that they were going to trade you. And here we are 3 weeks from today, as Grandy reminded me. 3 weeks from today is the deadline. Forget JK Day. 3 weeks from today, they either trade him or they keep him. And, you know, they could go ahead and pick up the option and run it back next year. Man. They're allowed to, Mark.
Yes, they are.
Your words.
Yes, they are.
But so they made their bed. Anyway, that's my point.
On that front, Dub Nation, let's get engaged. Before every game, vote in our engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page, which is brought to you by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler. Well, you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings, and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com today. All right, so JK Day's here. In your opinion, how quickly do the Warriors need to trade Jonathan Kaminga? Today, by the end of the homestand next Tuesday, by the trade deadline February 5th, as Dibs just mentioned, or do they not need to trade him at all? Those are your options. We want to get a little bit of an idea of what you're thinking. Vote that on Twitter. Obviously, you can also call us with that thought, and we will share the results later. Again, your options. Today, by the end of the homestand next Tuesday, simply by the deadline on February 5th, or not at all. How would you answer that?
Before the deadline.
I'm with you.
Just wait until the deadline. See who out there is going to be getting rid of what they're going to get rid of. Because right now, you don't have a full list of sellers, and you don't have a full idea of what's going to be out there. And I do think some big boys are going to be on the move. Not that you necessarily want to be a part of it, but you know the old NBA 3-team, 4-team, not 5, not 6. Some of these mega deals are out there, and you could be a part of it. And, you know, it'd be great if you could get Michael Porter Jr. back as a part of a 3 or 4-team shuffle, or you get the kid Murphy from New Orleans, although they said that they're not moving their young players.
Those don't sound like possibilities right now, but who knows? Because everybody's lying.
Exactly.
Everybody's lying. Yeah.
So, yeah, but before the deadline, and I don't think that you want this to drag on into the summer again, and part of it is what we've talked about with this Niner team. They're playing better than their parts because, in part, they're a unified club.
Well, I'm glad you just brought that up because I thought Kyle Shanahan said some things today that really kind of speak to that. So we'll get to your JK calls as the day unfolds. Your Niners calls are absolutely welcome as well. 48-plus hours, I guess about 50 hours away from kickoff here in Seattle as the Niners try to get put it to the test once again. But let's hear from Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the Niners. And first, he was asked if just having Warner out there on the practice field this week was any sort of a lift to the guys.
I don't pay attention much to that. I mean, he was an individual and stuff, so I don't really, in the meetings and everything, anytime Fred's around, they feel it. So, love having Fred around.
All right, so a very typical kind of robotic answer from Kyle there. If you were expecting a Dick Vermeil answer where he would start to cry and just be overwhelmed with joy that Fred was out on the field, that's not your coach, 49er fans.
No, it's not how it's happening. And, we like having him out there and stuff. And, he can help some of the younger guys with the scheme and stuff. But ultimately, I want 54 on the field and stuff. And he's not going to do that on Saturdays. But it's good to have him out.
That's 54. What about number 1? What did Kyle see from Ricky Pearsall this week? And if he plays, what would that look like?
We want to put him on a snap count, but I saw improvement. He's still battling it, so that's why he's still questionable. But, we would never put a guy on an exact snap count, especially in a playoff game. But we also understand where he's at, and that it would probably have to be different than his just true status of when he's 100% healthy.
You know what my mind pops to there when he says we definitely wouldn't put a guy on a specific snap count, not in the playoffs. Does that apply to Fred, too? And maybe that's why Fred, you kind of mentioned this yesterday, we're all familiar now with the green dot and who's the leader and everything. Can you put Fred in if you're not all the way in? Maybe not.
No, and the way they run their scheme is mostly 2 linebacker sets. Occasionally they'll go with a base of a 4-3 with a third linebacker, but when they have the 2 linebackers, those guys play 100% of the snaps, and that's just the way it goes unless there's an injury. They don't sub those guys out. In the front, you sub them out. And even in the secondary, Lenore always plays, but beyond that, Pinnock may come in for the big nickel, and Stout's going to be in there for the majority of it. But the linebackers, you play. So if that's the situation and Fred comes back, you want him to play 100% of the snaps.
Brock Purdy has never lost in the city of Seattle, Washington. I don't know if that matters at all in this football game, but Brock Purdy has never lost in Seattle at Lumen Field against the Seahawks. And Kyle was asked about this, and I think you all should tell whoever's in your car with you if you're driving around, shh, you want to hear this answer. Listen to Kyle.
I think the big thing is Brock doesn't get rattled. You can be as loud as you want. They're still probably not going to hear you there, especially if you're in the gun. And then we know they'll be that much louder this week. But I think it's nothing really rattles Brock. He stays the same. As you guys gotten to know Brock in all the situations, I don't think when you guys talk to him, whether he's had a good game, a bad game, I don't think he ever seems much different. He's always Brock. And you feel that on the sidelines throughout a game. You felt that last week. That's what I thought was so impressive, having that interception with 8 minutes to go and we lose the lead. And the way he came back and played the next drive after that is the perfect example of, that's what I mean by you can kind of see people's character, what type of people they are on the silent tape. And a guy who can act like that on that silent tape describes exactly the type of dude he is.
I mean, I love that. I know that obviously he's more emotional than he looks because he does the Dougie sometimes now after scores and things like that. He is a very, very good competitor, but that's also another characteristic that I think serves him very well. Someone asked me this week about the whole Brock Purdy dynamic that we all know so well. And someone also listed yesterday on Twitter of the 8 quarterbacks remaining, where each of them were drafted in the NFL draft. And let me think about it. I think Bo Nix is the next lowest. And what was he, 10th? Right? Sam Darnold was 3rd. Caleb Williams, 1. Matt Stafford, 1. Josh Allen, 7, I think.
Yep.
Who am I forgetting?
C.J. Stroud was 2.
C.J. Stroud, 2. Drake May, 3, I think.
Sounds about right.
And then Bo Nix, 10. And then Brock Purdy, 272.
Yeah.
Or whatever it is. That's the company right now that he keeps. And I the best of my ability to describe why there is always this kind of yin-yang conversation after each one of his performances, even though at age, I think 25, is that where he is right now? He's flying up the boards of like how many playoff victories and fourth quarter winning drives in the playoffs. The people that he's next to on that list are some of the greats of the game and people who've been around the game for 10, 15 years. And I said, I just think that Brock is one of these weird human beings who is a bunch of things that he doesn't look like he would be. First of all, he does not look like he would be a quarterback. If you just looked at him when he walked, he didn't look like he'd be a quarterback, but he is.
He looks like he would work at your local hardware store as a guy maybe helping you out in the paint department.
Doesn't look like he'd be very athletic, but he is.
Sneaky quick in a 10-yard burst.
Doesn't look like he would be very competitive. He's very shucks.
Also very commanding in the huddle. They all say
there you go.
Like, it seems like he'd come in the huddle and be like, guys, I think this play might work. We're going to do 23, skedaddle left, and, man, hope you guys can block, because if not, I don't like my chances of being able to make this work. On one? Show of hands. On one? Okay, guys, break?
Ready, break. Okay. Yeah, that's Brock looks like he would walk into a huddle and be like, I think we can do
it.
And that would be his rallying cry. But aren't we forced to listen to the people who actually do this with him? Because what we're constantly being told, and also even what Kyle just said, he never gets rattled. Does Brock look like somebody who will go into the loudest environment in the NFL and never get rattled and have a 4-0 record in the building against a divisional opponent? It don't look like that to me. He looks very rattleable, but he's not. And aren't we forced to listen to the people who actually do this with him? I really think that is sort of the straw that stirs the drink of the entire Brock Purdy conversation. He is a bunch of things that he doesn't look like he would be.
And part of that is draftism, because he did play, if you want to like reverse engineer it, he played 4 years at Iowa State, which is a lot of football, a lot of time to go out there and do well, do poorly, win and lose. He went to bowl games and the whole thing. So that's experience. And I always focus on Mitchell Trubisky, who played 12 games at North Carolina, and he's never been able to make it in the NFL because he didn't have enough background, enough experience, enough of the intangibles. And what Kyle said in that cut is what I've always believed about Brock, and you see it week in and week out. He throws a pick, and by the time he gets to the sideline and he looks at the tablet with Channy and Kubi, he goes, oh, yeah, okay, what's next? And just move on to the next. And that's something that it's hard to teach. And, you know, some of these young quarterbacks, they make a mistake, and what happens? Their head drops. So now we get back to our spot, and we're looking for the check down right away because we've made a mistake, and I don't want to make another one. Brock never does that.
I mean, the only time I saw anything that even felt like that, and I don't know if it was necessarily from Brock or if it was from Kyle, we were out there together. What'd you think in the Carolina game when he gets picked 3 times in the first half of that football game? What was it, over a span of 8 throws?
8 throws, yeah.
8 throws, he gets picked 3 times. And but the 49ers are leading the whole time. And the play calling in the second half, to me, did feel, let's call it safer than it usually is. So I don't know if those were decisions by Brock or calls by Kyle. I'm not going to say that means that the Panthers got to him, but it did look like the 49ers kind of, I don't know, they changed their philosophy a little bit on the fly.
A little bit, but also they were just managing the game, and they managed to win the game. So, you know, you look at that game, or you go back to the Chicago game where it was pretty clear that you were going to need to score just about every time, other than the opening throw where, well, somebody scored, and it was Chicago. So you're down 7-0, and from then on it was just confidence, and you knew in that game you had to put up 40, and so they acted accordingly. I know what you're saying about Carolina, and you're not wrong. They did get a little bit conservative, but they also realized that they could and still win because the D was playing great.
The drive that Brock had in Philadelphia on Sunday is one that is going to me, really stick. It's going to really stick and stay. I don't know what's going to happen this weekend, but I think we've undersold the boxes that drive check for the 49ers and for Brock Purdy. It's his first road playoff win. I think that if they lose that football game, if they don't score on that drive, I think Brock is the number one talking point the next day as to why the 49ers lost in Philadelphia. right as he's starting his new bajillion-dollar contract. That drive comes at a moment where the 49ers trailed in the fourth quarter, which is supposedly what Kyle Shanahan is no good at, even though his quarterback is now one of the all-time leaders in fourth quarter game-winning drives in the playoffs. So I just think that game on Sunday, not to spend too much time looking backward, it truly was one of the games that has taken the wind out of the sails of some of the concerns that people had about the people who are currently up front for the 49ers.
And you had 8 minutes. Philadelphia gets the field goal. They're up 19-17. So you've got 8 minutes and you've got 2 timeouts. So it's not desperation, but it's one of those things where you're on the road. Now you got to go out there and do it. And, you know, he had a completion to Juice, a completion to D-Rob, a throwaway, a screen to McCaffrey. They blitzed him. That was the big play, if you remember, 2nd and 6. They blitz. He gets sacked. Oh, defensive holding on Tonjes because Tonjes went down the middle, and it was holding. But that was a big-time pivotal play where Philly made a mistake. Credit the Niners for not making those mistakes. That kept the drive alive, and 4 plays later, they cashed it in. But Purdy was great on that drive.
One of his biggest plays on that drive is a play that will never be spoken about again, and it was his ability to avoid a sack and throw a ball away. There was a total jailbreak, and the moment he got the ball, he was in trouble. And I know a lot of quarterbacks in this league that would not have had the presence nor the athleticism to avoid the sack long enough to be able to legally throw the ball away. You could ground it, but to legally throw the ball away out of bounds, Brock was able to do that before anybody could get to him, and they were able to live to fight another day and see another down, and obviously they did good things with that down.
Yeah, mistake-free on that drive. That was a first-down play. You had gotten to the Philly 41, and you're absolutely right. And the next play, Shanahan dials up a screen. So on the previous play, he's pressured. So here comes Philly again. We're putting the heat on you. Let him through. Whoop! Little dump-down screen. McCaffrey goes for a dozen. Now you're just outside the red zone. It's the Shanahan-Purdy marriage, the way Purdy knows the play calls, and he's able to execute it. That's why I'm a little bit interested to watch on Saturday because, first of all, getting the play in, there can be a lot of holding of the helmet, and he has until the 15-second mark to get it. You're going to have to get the play in early, get in the huddle, communicate it, get to the line, and all the checks, you know, all the checks, you know, like we heard Phillip Rivers.
But they've done this, right? But they've done this before.
But that's the thing. The audible levels here are going to be different than a week one crowd noise, I would bet.
Yes, they are. It's a playoff game. There's no doubt. But at the same time, like, you know, Seattle is always loud. And let's not act like week one is just any other week. That's like the NFL opener.
Right.
He's now been to Philly on a windy day in a playoff game. Is it going to be that much louder than it is in Philadelphia?
Depends on how they have the speakers turned up.
Exactly right. Like I'm trying to think now. And again, I keep saying he's 25. Is he? Is Brock Purdy 25? Is he 26? What's the age? Okay, he's 26. He just turned 26, I guess, like 2-3 weeks ago. For a 26-year-old quarterback, think of what the NFL has to offer that he has experienced. Or maybe can I ask it a different way? What has he not experienced in terms of what the NFL has to throw at you? I know he hasn't won a Super Bowl, but this guy at age 26 has already played in, 7 playoff games. He has played, albeit I know that one of them was very brief, but he's played in 2 NFC championship games. He has played in a Super Bowl in overtime against Patrick Mahomes. He has gone to Seattle and got a 4-0 record. Like, what does... You know, he's done it with the Avengers, and now he's doing it without the Avengers.
Yeah. There's one clear-cut thing he hasn't done.
What has not been thrown at him?
Seattle on the road in the playoffs. And Seattle hasn't had a home playoff game in 10 years. So to think that it's going to be week one noise, I don't think it's going to be week one noise. I think it's going to be we haven't had this in 10 years noise. And I heard a report that the Seattle front office or the ticketing department is searching the internet for season ticket holders who are selling their tickets and basically sending them a warning saying, if you do this, you might lose your season tickets next year. In other words...
Are you for real?
For real. For real. If you're a Seahawks season ticket holder and you post your tickets, for example, in Sunnyvale, and they catch you, they're sending you a cease and desist type letter saying, don't do that.
Why?
We're going to pull your season tickets.
Why?
They don't want Niner fans in the building.
But that's completely against how do they have the authority to say that? Well, you buy the tickets, you can do whatever the hell you want.
I'm with you, and they're not stopping you from selling them, but they are kind of threatening people from selling them. Hey, maybe you won't get your season tickets next year.
You know what I'd like to say about that? Exactly. That's some pretty soft crap right there, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know.
Soft AS.
Is this confirmed, or is this
source?
Is this internet rumor?
I'm not going to reveal my sources.
Because remember, the internet, open your laptop, and apparently there's an electric magnetic field that ripped George Kittle's leg in half that's been there since 1988, but is only now rearing its head today.
I mean, you don't know that there isn't. You don't watch Stranger Things, do you?
No, okay. I don't watch
the Upside Down
Stranger
and Hawkins, Indiana. There's a lot of stuff going on out there, Mark.
I'm aware of Stranger Things.
I had somebody slide into my DMs, and I actually gave him a call.
Yeah.
And so I have sources on this ticketing bullying scandal.
That's hilarious. That's soft.
I also think
that's an advantage for the 49ers. That means that Seattle is scared.
Yeah.
Like, that's ridiculous.
I'm totally with you.
Can you imagine a California team? Can you imagine the Rams or the 49ers, threatening their own fans because somebody might show up that's going to root for the other team?
Stunning.
That's in their head.
It's in their head.
That's completely in their head.
I don't know what the percentage of fan breakdown will be. We'll get into that a little bit more tomorrow, but it's going to be loud, and that is something that Brock has not had to face. And, we were talking to people. Matt Barrows actually was on with Steiny and Goose saying the crowd in Philly was much more tepid. Normally they turn around in the press box and they're pounding on the glass and middle fingering the traveling writers from the Niners. This last weekend, fans weren't doing that.
Was that because it was 7-0 before they could get warm?
That, and I don't think that they had the belief in their team.
Yeah, they don't like this team.
The Seattle fans, I think, and we met somebody yesterday in the office who they believe. I mean, first home game in 10 years.
They're good.
They're the 1 seed, so I do think it's going to be a whole different level.
What's up, Grady?
I saw this on Twitter, and it was actually posted 6 days ago, so this was leading up to the postseason. This was a message that I think Seahawks, there's ticket sales department sent out to a certain season ticket holder that has their tickets for sale. And here's what it says. Our records indicate that your seats for the upcoming divisional round playoff game are currently posted for resale. As communicated prior to the 2025 season, 2026 renewal eligibility may be impacted if it is determined that your season tickets, including any playoff games, were used primarily for resale purposes. And
primarily.
Yes, that's what it says. And then they continue and they say, we encourage you to distribute your tickets to friends, family members, neighbors, or community groups that will help us pack Lumen Field with blue and green.
Wow. Soft, hilarious, disastrous, a joke, completely rent-free in your head. Because, by the way, that says primarily.
Well, this is
There's
the first home game.
no evidence that they've done this any other time this year.
This is the first home game, so if you do it once, that would be primarily.
No, they're talking about, the note was about season tickets.
It was about the postseason tickets.
I mean.
That's next level proactivity.
Oh, God.
I got to tip my cap.
That's next level. Scared them. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. The Knicks are in town. JK has demanded a trade. Fred Warner is not playing. We are moving closer to Niners and Seahawks. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly flyer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. How about Post cereal, Quaker cereal, or instant oatmeal, Pop-Tarts, Rice Krispie Treats, which are amazing, Welch's Fruit Snacks, Nature Valley, Nutri-Grain, or Quaker Chewy Bars, and General Mills cereal, various sizes and varieties, all just $1.99 each when you buy 4. Now we go to 95.7 The Game's Pop-Tart, Dan Dibley.
And that was a lot of goodness, but there's more. Earn 4 times points on Juicy Sumo citrus fruit, just $2.99 per pound. Clip or click Lucerne butter, 16-ounce selected varieties, or cage-free eggs, 18-count grade AA, just $3.99 each.
Limit 2. Over medium, thank you very much. Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items you already buy. Go to Safeway.com for more details. We'll see you in the aisle.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent sin. All over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need. Sales, inventory, accounting on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hola, amigos! It's the big noise, Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday, starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
I mean, Mark, it's so good to hear y'all's voices. And Mr. Dibbs, I mean, it's just been way too damn long. So it puts a smile on my face.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, those are the dulcet tones of one Nick Friedel, the Athletic, and an Odyssey NBA insider. And he's so inside, in fact, that he's going to be sitting at this table with us in an hour and 15 minutes. His name is one of three on the most detailed Jonathan Kaminga blow-by-blow report I have seen all year long. You should read it. He will talk to us about it in an hour and 15 minutes here at Thrive City Knicks in town.
It's worth the subscription to The Athletic. So many other things are, but this is just kind of it's an A to Z, and it weaves you through unnamed players, named players, coaches named, other sources. It's a great kind of catch-all on what started to where we are today.
Fred Warner is not going to play. We still got a lot to do on the Niners, but speaking of where we are sitting right now, we did want to take a minute and do a shout-out. A little bit of a new spot for us out here at Thrive City. This is, if you're all watching on YouTube, this is Kaya by Burma Love, directly across from Splash. And so we want to thank them, A, for their hospitality today.
Of course, yeah.
And then we also want to thank them. I'm actually going to show this to our YouTube audience. Yeah, I'm sorry and apologies that it is partially eaten already. I don't want to spill anything. But I think everybody can take a look at that. And what that's called right there, that is called the Game Day Burma Box.
Game Day Burma Box.
Game Day Burma Box, which is...
Gang Burma Box. I had to. It's the same tempo. Game Day Burma Box.
Why is that now going to be in my head on Saturday night? First person that's like, bang, bang, Niner game. I'm going to be like, gang, bang, baby, Burma Box.
Game Day Burma Box. I mean,
that's so stupid.
But you love it.
I do.
Especially later in the week. Well, stupid plays with you.
I'm actually liking it early because right now we're eating it, and it's a choice of either curry or noodles with a side.
Say it the right way.
What?
Curry!
Game Day Burma Box.
Thank you.
Curry or noodles with a side of rice, veggies, vegetarian samosas, and house tangy spicy sauce. And I just want to look in the camera and say something for a second.
Okay.
I know y'all listen on the radio or you on YouTube, and you're like, well, they're there, so they have to say that. And the truth of the matter is sometimes you're right. Like you've never heard a radio show where someone's like, so they just fed us and it sucked. I'm going to go to Yelp later and tell everybody how awful it was. That's true. You'll never hear that.
Yep.
But if we have built any trust with you at all, can you allow us to tell you today, dude, those were really good.
Oh, yeah.
The Game Day Burma Box.
Game Day Burma Box.
Really, really good. I'm like excited about commercial breaks.
Yep.
Because we're going to eat some more of it.
We're going to eat it.
We're going to eat it.
The garlic noodles, it's easy to make mediocre, hard to make great, and these are great. Just the right amount of red chili pepper flakes. Game Day Burma Box.
There you go. And by the way, if you're going to come here to eat, let's not be stupid. You're also going to have a drink. So we should mention that they feature Warriors-themed items like the Los Warriors cocktail.
Okay.
Which features tequila blanco, Thai chili-infused mango pulp, mango liqueur, triple sec, and lime with a blue agave salt rim, which, by the way, that kind of drink, it very much appeals to me. It very much appeals to our producer, Lucas Alexander. We are not like, I want my coffee all black type people.
Right.
Get all kinds of stuff in there, make it sweet, and I'm in. So give me a Los Warriors cocktail, please.
I love it. And,
after the show.
You know, mango is great, but mango pulp is better. You take that mango and you just pulp it. You just beat that mango into a pulp, put it in my drink, mix it in, drink it down. Good.
Yeah. Thank you, Kaya by Burma Love, for your hospitality today. This has been
when
great.
you come here for a Warrior game, what should you get?
Game Day Burma Box.
See, it's even getting better.
Absolutely. Oh, by the way, one other quick thing I wanted to say that has nothing to do with Kaya, even though we love Kaya by Burma Love. I just want to mention one other spot that I just happened by today. Have you seen Quick Dog? Is over by Oracle Park. It's only been there for a couple of months. I just happened through there earlier today, kind of on my way in. And the vibes are absolutely immaculate. They've kind of built it to where there's two sides. One side looks just like your burger restaurant. The other side has a sports bar, kind of a feel to it, to where you could kind of rent that space and do a party there or just hang out. What an unbelievable game day spot. They got a beautiful patio on a day like today. It is tremendous. So, it's kind of right. It's a little closer to Oracle Park than it is here to Chase Center.
Yeah.
But right in the middle of the two. It's brand new, and I had a chance to say hi to the gentleman Josh who runs the place.
Good pull.
I just think he's got a jamming idea because it's right in between the two spots, and so I think it's got a good shot to be a real sports hub here in the Bay.
Great shot to be a spot, and for those of you who do take Caltrain to the game and you're strolling on down 3rd Street, you just bop right in there to Quick Dog, make your way on down here to Chase Center, or in a few months, if you're going to Oracle Park, it's
Giants
not
baseball.
too far from there either. So, man, that's great Quick Dog shout out.
Yeah,
right
you
there.
could sit there on the patio and watch splash hits fly over the wall. If Rafi Devers will ever hit one, for crying out loud.
Yeah, I mean, it could happen. And that new, a new third baseman, right? Or they got a new second baseman.
Not yet.
Recently. I thought they just signed some guy.
No.
In the international pool.
Yeah, that kid's at least 17 years old.
Put him in the lineup. Oh, we don't want to start his clock. He's a Super 2. Whatever. Here's an idea. Let's just put him in the Luciano file and have him play 8 years of minors, and then we're going to DFA him.
He is the top, for whatever this, Matt, he is the top-ranked international player, and today was International Signing Day, and the Giants got the number one player, and they used $5 million of their international bonus pool money, second largest international signing that they've ever done in their history, and they got the number one guy. He is a power-hitting middle infielder.
Sure. I thought today was trade your lottery pick day. I didn't know it was International Signing Day as well. Today is 2 different days because today's JK Day.
It is.
So it's also International Signing Day.
Anyway, Luis Hernandez is his name.
Love him. I like the player.
No, he will not be playing at Oracle Park this year. Sorry to be a hater.
Yeah, well, he probably won't be playing at Oracle Park ever based on their track record with international players.
My gosh, really?
Does the name Angel Villalona ring a bell?
No.
Yes, he does.
Does the name Marco Luciano ring a bell?
That rings many bells.
How about Lucius
Warning
Fox?
bells. Lucius Fox.
Yeah.
Anyway, was he an international guy, too?
He got $6 million. He was the number one overall signing they've ever done.
Wow.
Anyway, that's enough baseball for the rest of our lives. So, Fred Warner is out, and the Jonathan Kaminga day and trade demand is kind of upon us. So we're going to get to the JK stuff in just a little bit because, as I think we mentioned off the top of the show and on the crossover, you and I kind of highlighted this athletic article that Nick Friedel was involved in. Again, the most detailed one I've seen yet. And I think coming out of it, there's 6 or 7 kind of specific points that are not about, how did we get here, and let's scream and yell, and Steve Kerr's awful, no, JK doesn't know what he's doing. That whole argument that this city's been having for months, if not years, it's more about, okay, we're here, what matters right now? And there's a bunch of stuff in there that I think a lot of Warrior fans don't know.
Right, and the thing that we do know is either Kerr screwed it up, Kaminga's awesome, or Kaminga's not good enough, and Kerr did what he was supposed to do, and I'm with you. All of that race is run. JK doesn't play anymore. He sits on the bench in a uniform under warm-ups. Steve Kerr is still the coach, ... for now. I think Steiny's been at the front of the this might be it campaign, and the more I think about it, he might be right, he might be wrong. We won't know until later in the year or at the end of the year, and Steve decides or they decide. But for now, the whose fault is it portion of the program for me, it's done.
Yeah.
He's not playing. Steve's not playing him. He doesn't really want to play. So whatever happens next is going to be Kaminga in a different uniform.
It's always going to be relevant, but it's irrelevant in this moment, I believe. I'm with you. It's always going to be relevant because we'll see what they're able to turn him into. We'll see what kind of player he becomes somewhere else. And if egg ends up all over someone's face, sure, like, we'll discuss that. I think it's already true that both sides, all parties, have not played this as well as they could have. But that part of it, for the moment, is irrelevant. Jonathan needs to play somewhere else, and the Warriors need a player who will play.
They need $23 million worth of actual basketball players.
Yeah.
And so hopefully that happens sooner rather than later, but the next part of the saga is here. It's JK Day, people.
Okay, and you are welcome to weigh in on this conversation, not only about how we got here, but what you want to see next. How quickly do you need this deal to go down from the Warriors' perspective or the fan perspective? But coming up next, we're going to dive into about 5, 6, 7 things that we think you either don't know, or even if you think them, you're kind of waiting for them to be confirmed or denied. And we're going to go through all of that for you coming up next. We are out live at Thrive City. The Knicks are in town. We're sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Make money trading on sports, politics, culture, and more legally nationwide with Kalshi. From sports to Bitcoin and even the Oscars. If it matters, you can trade on it. Trade the game, player props, and more. Use code FAN for $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley. You know what I love about heading to Chase Center? The energy, the excitement, and doing it all without sitting in traffic. That's why so many fans hop on Caltrain. It's the easy, stress-free way to get to the action. Instead of fighting for parking or staring at brake lights, you can relax, scroll your phone, grab a snack, or just kick back and enjoy the ride. Caltrain drops you right in San Francisco, steps away from great food, entertainment, and of course the big event at Chase Center. Skip the traffic, skip the parking. Take Caltrain, your ride to what matters.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
The Golden State Warriors are back, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your Warriors. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. Sold in arena and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Refresh your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Reimagine your bathroom with up to 40% off select faucets during our Bath Savings event. Need it today? Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items, subject to availability. Fees vary. Visit Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for full terms.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we are live out at Thrive City. Kaya by Burma Love is the spot as we get ready for the New York Knickerbockers coming to town. But we're also talking out a bunch of other stuff. Fred Warner is not going to play. I haven't had a chance to mention that the San Francisco Giants have announced that they will retire Jeff Kent's number 21 in late August this year. And as somebody pointed out, they're starting to run out of the 20 numbers in the San Francisco Giants.
22's gone, 24, 25.
28.
28, yeah, good call.
28 will be soon.
Look at you with the numerology.
Yeah, and there goes 21 as Jeff Kent's number will be retired. Jair Brown will not play. Sam Darnold has been listed as questionable, but told reporters is a very low percentage, closer to 0, that he will sit this one out on Saturday night.
I can't imagine how he would, and I think that with an oblique, you can shoot that up, and, you know, normally with a rib, you go with the flak jacket. I don't know with an oblique if you need the protective covering. It's usually just, you know, that muscle, and I don't know if it's the right oblique or the left, but definitely something to keep an eye on throughout the remainder of the week, and we are now, 2 hours and 2 days away from a kick?
Yep, we definitely are. I do think it is on his right side.
Okay.
I saw some pictures of him at practice using the Theragun on his right side as he was running around, which obviously is his throwing side for whatever that's worth. Also, how hot of a prospect in the coaching search is Robert Saleh? Just yesterday, he said, I'm not doing any interviews until Sunday after the game. A day later, he did 2 interviews today.
Today, right? Yeah.
One of them today, one of them tonight. Now, obviously, they're on Zoom. Robert's not going anywhere. But he interviewed online with the Dolphins today and will so with the Arizona Cardinals later on tonight.
Yeah, man, I wonder.
That's the job, Robert, I wouldn't take.
Of course, I wouldn't take Miami either. And
Miami, I mean, yeah, no quarterback, I get it.
And you're in a division with Josh Allen and Buffalo. They're always good, even though they don't have a lot of weaponry. And New England, man, they look good this year, and their quarterback is on a rookie deal, and they look like they're here to stay. And Arizona, you want to go against Seattle, L.A., and the Niners? That one feels to me like an Arizona Rooney Rule interview. Like, let's zoom it up with Robert. That way we can move on and hire somebody who will fire again in 30 games.
I hate that this is part of the deal in the NFL, but it is. And Robert is going to potentially interview for every single one of the openings. And for some, maybe that is the reason why. But Arizona, based on ownership, is one that if I were him, I would stay far away from. He does not need that job. Baltimore or Pittsburgh for me. And those would be the ones. And honestly, I kind of like Baltimore a little bit more. And, just being in that division, Cincinnati, sure, Burrow always gets hurt. Cleveland, you're a joke. So it's kind of a more winnable spot than certainly if you go to Arizona. All right. For weeks now, my partner here, Dan Dibley, has been circling on his calendar January 15th because today is JK Day. And things have gone from bad to better, back to bad to worse. And we sit here right now at the trade deadline 3 weeks from today, I would argue, with as bad as this has ever been in terms of and I don't want to use the word toxic because I actually don't think that this is a toxic situation. In other words, I don't think people are at each other's throats. I don't think people are inside the hallways of the facility just hating each other and at each other's throats. There is no reporting that would suggest that. Are there hurt feelings? Is there annoyances? Of course. Hello, have you ever been to a job before? So, I don't think this is too hot to touch, but this is as far gone, if you will, as it's ever been in terms of is there any road to turning back. So before we kind of go through the things that we learned today, and a lot of us, maybe you thought these things already, but they weren't confirmed. Before we go through that today, I just want to say, I don't think this is so toxic that they need to get JK out of the building right now. But also at the same time, in my opinion, you cannot keep him past February 5th. That is an absolute 100% hard no. It is just the mismanagement of an asset. You are not good enough to not get something out of that salary slot, in addition to the fact that I think it's just such a hard negative for Jonathan. He's not making waves now. I think he will if that were to happen. And we don't know what is happening behind closed doors as far as waves. We know that the veterans, and Jimmy Butler was quoted in the piece in The Athletic, he still is rallying behind. He's actually doubling down on JK, saying wherever he winds up, he will always be my brother. I will always be in touch with him and his family, and that's great. I wonder about some of the other younger players, and we talked in the crossover about the idea of jacked around. Is he more jacked around than Moses Moody? If you're a younger player and you see the way that Kaminga has been, I won't say jacked around, but you see the way he's been used and not used, started and then sat, DNP'd and all the rest of it. If you're a younger player, you got to be thinking, is this how things go around here? And I wonder if they do think that. At the same time, though, when you question that, it sort of makes me think about the stars who are in the building. It's like they're NBA dignitaries. They're part of this conversation. Right, but they know the business of the NBA. Of course they do. But at the same time, if this was like something, the hardest part for me, and I know what the label is, oh gosh, Steve Kerr can never do anything wrong. I don't think that Steve Kerr did nothing wrong here. I just don't understand the concept that so many Warriors have over the idea that Steve Kerr acted alone. That's what I don't understand. Everybody circles Steve Kerr screwed this up. Steve Kerr is the one who hates Jonathan Kuminga. Steve Kerr is the one who's office rocker. You think that's the only voice in the building? There's no Lacob. There's no Dunleavy. There's no Steph. Sure. There's no Draymond. There's no Jimmy. There's none of them. None of the coaches, none of them have a voice in this. They all have a voice, and we'll get into the particulars of all the things that we thought we knew and whether or not they've been
confirmed in this article through sources, or if eyebrows were raised on new things that maybe we learned. But one thing is for sure, the franchise mismanaged the asset. Sure. They should have traded him probably 2 years ago. They should have been done with it when they realized that he probably wasn't a fit. They should have made something happen. And even last offseason, I don't think that they managed it correctly, where it could have been a sign and trade. And I know that maybe you didn't have the deal back that you wanted, but everything that's happened from the Warriors side and Kuminga's side and his agent and that video and the interview with Steiny and Goo and everything else that's happened has led us to this point where now he can be traded. And so, yeah, the Warriors are either going to still hold out for a supreme deal or they're just going to cut bait.
I agree with you on all of those fronts. At the same time, when you say this could have been done a couple years ago, let us share with you one of the first things that we learned today, as confirmed at least by source reporting. Maybe this marriage never should have happened in the first place. And again, for those who want to only point to Steve Kerr, the report suggests Steve Kerr told the Warriors not to draft Jonathan Kuminga. Steve Kerr told the Warriors to draft Franz Wagner, and they did not, which is fascinating because it makes me want to know, well, who was it to override Steve Kerr? I mean, obviously Bob Myers is the GM at that time. Joe Lacob clearly has a voice in the room, as did many others. But Steve Kerr, who, by the way, reportedly was not alone, wanted the Warriors to draft Franz Wagner. He ended up going next at the number 8 pick and is now a pretty major player for the Orlando Magic.
So that is one of those things that we always kind of thought was the truth, and through this reporting in The Athletic, it seems like that's been confirmed through sources. Kerr wanted Wagner. Other people wanted Kaminga, and I can't help but think that it was probably the owner, and we could go back to the James Wiseman pick where you're looking at tantalizing young players, and the phrase 2 timelines was never uttered by Lacob or any Warrior, but it felt like that was the course they were trying to chart, so that at the end of next year, let's just say Draymond and Steph are done. Even if you would have gotten Jimmy, okay, now you've got Wiseman in his 7th year. You got Kuminga and Moody and Poole. You've got the next group, the core group, ready to roll. That, I think, was the whiteboarded vision 5 years ago, and Wiseman was a bust. And the Kaminga thing now is going to end this way. Poole got knocked out of town. Yep. And Moses Moody, he's a lottery pick, but Moses Moody is basically the player that you thought that he was going to be. But all of the things that we thought are now kind of being confirmed that it probably came from even above Bob Myers.
And then the next thing, if we do this basically on a timeline, and by the way, your calls are completely welcome throughout this in terms of your reaction to it or the urgency with which you think the Warriors need to operate right now with Jonathan trade eligible. 888-957-9570. We're live at Thrive City, and we're taking your calls, 888-957-9570. The next thing that happens on the timeline, let's go back toward the beginning of the season. Jonathan is playing a lot at that time. You may remember a game. The Warriors lost this game, but there was a little bit of a load management deal in Sacramento. The Warriors go play against the Sacramento Kings. Steve Kerr, pregame, is gassing up Kaminga. He is congratulating him for the way that he is playing to start the season. He is complimenting him profusely. Well, reporters then take that information to Kaminga's locker, and they relay, hey, Jonathan, here's what Coach Kerr just said about you in the other room. And what they immediately observed from Jonathan was an eye roll and a head shake. So,
like a nod?
No.
Oh, horizontal, not vertical.
Like a eye roll, this frickin' guy.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So this is happening all the way back at the beginning of the year, even when Jonathan is playing. Basically, the idea that distrust overwhelmed everything in the relationship.
Yeah, and that's interesting because Kuminga's quoted in the piece having said, it really means a lot that, they have the faith in me to go out there and start, and that's, the kind of vote of confidence I was looking for. So, obviously subsequent to that, this happens, and the comments from Kerr are relayed, and it's an eye roll. And, yeah, I understand where, even last year, you had the big game before the playoffs, and he caught a DNP in that game. And so it's been on again, off again. It's not only Kerr. It's not only Kaminga. The truth between who is at fault lies in between. And so now you get to year 5. I'm sure Kaminga's like, yeah, I've heard this before, you know?
Flash forward then to a month and a half ago. This is the breaking point for Jonathan and his representatives. December 2nd, the Warriors are playing against Oklahoma City. Steph Curry is not in the game. Jimmy Butler is, but gets knocked out with injury. JK starts to get some minutes. The Warriors, without their 2 biggest stars, start to rally back against OKC. But they arrive at the start of the 4th quarter, and JK never gets back in the game. Even though they were making a move with him on the court, he never gets back in the game. The Warriors end up losing by 11. That's the game where Aaron Turner tweets from the seats, "What are we doing here?" And that was, according to these reports, basically the last straw from Jonathan Kaminga. And as we know, he's played 9.5 minutes since.
Yeah, and it's understandable, the frustration, and ultimately Kerr, I don't think in the moment is thinking, you know what, we're going to sit JK because I want to keep him down. I want to keep his value down, and I want to see how he responds to this. He tries to go out and win games, and that one went the other way, where Kaminga in that 3rd quarter played pretty well, and he came off the bench and he played 5 minutes. He had 6 points. He had 3 rebounds in those 5 minutes. And so JK's probably thinking, I did everything you wanted me to do. I was a +8. We're back in this game. Ride with me. And he gets no more minutes.
So that's the breaking point for Jonathan. The breaking point for the Warriors happens exactly a month later against the very same opponent. And this, to me, was one of the more, I thought that was true, and now it got confirmed. January 2nd, this is obviously just 13 days ago. You remember it. The Thunder are here. The Warriors sit all of their guys. Steve Kerr is asked shortly before the game, will Jonathan be playing in the game? Steve says he will be playing major minutes because all of our guys are sitting this one out. And then moments before the game tips off, all of a sudden, nope, he's got a back injury. He is out. Steve Kerr is asked, is this going to linger? And his response is basically, I have no idea, in such a way that made it very, very clear that this was happening against the Warriors' will, or at least outside of the purview of their information. It has been confirmed, basically, when you start putting 2 and 2 together, that Jonathan simply went straight to the Warriors and said, no, I am not going out there to play. And there's even an unnamed teammate who was quoted in this article saying, I get it. I wouldn't have played either in this situation.
And I understand it from the player's standpoint because you haven't played, and you mentioned it, after December 2nd in the OKC game, he played 20 and then 21 minutes. He actually started against Cleveland in that game and then the 9-minute game. So he basically was shuttled to the end of the bench. And so now, now you need me? So now you need me? Because these guys are out. And so now after, the last game was December 18th. And so you're looking at basically 2 full weeks of DNPs. And now you're going to get me in there for what? So I can play 9 minutes and 31 seconds? You yank me again? Ouch. My back. My neck and my back. I'm out. I mean, and so from the team standpoint, they're thinking, that's not very professional of you. But from his standpoint, it's like, for who, for what?
Exactly,
you know?
Yeah. And so that's why you get to a point now where Jonathan is barely even showing up for pregame warm-ups. He's the first one to leave. He's the last one in. He's not hanging out for when the media is around. It happened again just a few hours ago. He did participate at shoot-around. The moment reporters get let in the building toward the end of shoot-around, Kaminga was seen sprinting off of the court to the locker room. He is not going to answer any questions, and quite frankly, he is only sort of loosely part of the team right now, to be honest with you.
Right, at least in the front-facing part of the team, and this is a couple of the ones that I thought stood out. One was the idea of Kaminga's value, because I've been saying all along that the league knows what they think about Kaminga already, and yet in this article, you read that other teams now have changed their offer. They're downgrading their offers in part because they understand where the Warriors are and how much the Warriors are going to be motivated now to make a move. So maybe it's not so much that Kaminga's value has dropped, but the trade compensation coming back has certainly dropped.
Well, I think that's just all negotiating ploys, though, as well. Like, I do think the Warriors are posturing. I think that the Warriors absolutely know that he must be gone by the end of the deadline. I don't think there's any way in hell that they're keeping him here, but I also think that the rest of the teams around the league are going to say what they're saying, which is, we're not giving you anything for Kaminga now because we know you have to trade him.
Right.
But I think they are interested in him. I think they're also interested in his contract. I believe that there is plenty of smoke for a deal to get done over these next 3 weeks and probably on the front half of that. Now, 3 other footnotes that we wanted to share with you coming from this. Number one, the Lakers are reportedly one of the interested parties now getting into these conversations. They're going into their own sort of mini rebuild around Luka and away from LeBron. There has not been any report in terms of who the Warriors would get back, which is why I believe there's smoke here. I'm so done with all of so the Warriors offered this and then the other team offered that. It's like they don't tell you that when they're actually doing it. So the Lakers are interested, leave it at that. That's one footnote that is of interest. 2 others, and I think this is all where it comes from the emotional side of this. The reports very much suggest that the players in the locker room, there is no tension. They understand that this is a relationship gone wrong. It's a business, but if you want the players to sort of turn on Jonathan or think that he's doing something wrong or they don't like him for the way this is played, there's none of that going on in the Warrior locker room, which is why I do not think that the word toxic fits here.
I agree with that, but I do think that there's a distraction, and I'm going to go back to the article. An unnamed player says we've got $33 million sitting on the bench, and they're including Buddy Hield in that. So you're a player on the team, and you want to win, and you want to be able to use your assets to bring in guys who actually are going to play. Buddy Hield's not playing either, and he's making roughly $9 million. So a player saying we got $33 million sitting on the bench, that to me is at the very least a distraction because you want to get somebody who you can play because you got Buddy who used to play, now he doesn't, and Kaminga making 23 and he's not playing. So, the fact that a player came out and said that to me speaks to not discord or a disruptive locker room, but certainly a distracted one.
Last piece of the puzzle, and this is why to me I know that on February 5th, Jonathan Kaminga is not going to be a Warrior anymore. It has long been suggested that Joe Lacob is Jonathan Kaminga's biggest fan in the organization. I don't think that that's untrue at all. But the report suggests that on that night of January 2nd, when Kaminga asked out of playing against Oklahoma City, Lacob was asked about it. He said no comment and showed visible frustration with the situation. And bringing it to the current, Joe Lacob is, quote, down on Kaminga. Even Joe. Now, that I don't even know if that's necessarily about sides or how we got here. That's just truly in the moment that Jonathan was asked to play, and he didn't play.
Yeah.
And Joe Lacob did not take that well. And so Joe Lacob, maybe the last big fan of Jonathan organizationally, is now, quote, down on Kaminga.
And how could you not be? And I understand Kaminga's side of it because you're frustrated at getting jacked around for maybe your whole career, but then you get to a spot where the team needs you, and we're down 3 guys. This is your time to shine. And I know that you're hurt about all the other times that you didn't get to play, but now you get to go out there and show us the ha-ha. Go out there and cook, and my back hurts. I mean, that's not a good look.
No, not at all. So what that brings us to, and hopefully you were able to kind of, maybe you're on your way somewhere or whatever during that entire conversation, but to us, that is at minimum a little bit of new information, or at least confirmation of information sensation that you already thought you knew. I certainly, for example, he doesn't play on January 2nd. I'm like, something's up there.
Yeah.
But you don't have it confirmed. So that is the absolute up to the minute information as reported by those who are knee deep in this story. With all of that there, A, what is your reaction to it? But maybe more importantly, B, what do the Warriors have to do now? What exactly is, because I think we've arrived at, there's one more tweet, and then this story is over. What is it? What is it that the Warriors need to do now, going forward, now that you, the fans, have all the information that we are able to give you. We would love to hear as many calls as possible from you Warrior fans right now. We're live out at Thrive City Chase Center. The Knicks in town tonight. And Nick Friedel, who contributed to this report, is joining us in person in a little bit over a half hour. So right now it's your turn. You've got the inside scoop. What do the Warriors have to do now? What do you want to see them do? 888-957-9570. That is the number. We will take your calls. Friedel here in a half hour. This is Willard and Tibbs. Also, it's Willard for Habas Law. Do you ever study the coaches who win relentlessly, the legends, the dynasties? They are systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, outlast everybody for pure domination. That's also Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law. They fight to make it right.
The smack talk has already started.
For one, we get a team that we don't like. Me personally, don't like nothing about them.
Yeah, well, we don't like you much either.
Let's go! Bring on the Hawks! Bring them on!
It's win or go home, and we are ready for it.
Let's go Niners! Let's go Niners!
Niners Seahawks Saturday at 5.
One game! One quarter! Just be your best!
We are the Bay Area's football station.
95.7 The Game!
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Boom! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-894-3737. That's 800-894-3737.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7 so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week, new segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to the Big Game brought to you by Hyundai. Last week's games were wild, to say the least. But this week, we get to see 2 of the favorites to win it all back in action. The time off gave some key players a chance to rest for Seattle and Denver. But will it be enough to take on teams who are coming in off huge wins? Will the rest be beneficial, or will the rust set in for Seattle and Denver? Brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325.
Boom!
On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Yes!
One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
I'm just going to say it's a difficult situation. I think you guys know it. Everybody knows it. You know, I'm just going to leave it at that. It's a difficult situation. It's just wait and see. We have to control what we can control, try to keep moving the ship forward. And as I said, this is not an easy situation. It's not an easy one to talk about, frankly. I try to protect everybody and organizationally, and nobody's winning right now with this situation. And it's unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Bay Area, it's Steve Kerr. It's game day, Dub Nation. Mark Grandy is on the pre and post tonight. Get locked in.
Fair statement by Steve Kerr from this perspective. And this is kind of where I'm at. Nobody's winning right now. Someone asked me today, hey, Joe Lacob's mad about the OKC thing back on January 2nd. In this situation, what does Jonathan owe the Warriors? And I was like, I guess nothing. But my response was, and the Warriors owe Jonathan?
Right, nothing. Other than his salary.
Whatever your answer to that is, to me, they're the same. That's it. Like, yeah, the Warriors owe Jonathan his salary. Some people will say, well, then you're getting that salary. You need to play when we tell you to play. At the same time, I would understand the reverse, which is that, yes, Jonathan has been jerked around some. So I don't know, man. You arrive at this moment, and in this moment, whatever you feel about what got us here, Steve's right. We have arrived at the no-win situation. And what the Warriors have to do right now, and it is a hard assignment, but hey, you got to be able to do hard things to be good. The 49ers have a hard assignment this week, too. This is a hard assignment, but you have got to turn this in the next 3 weeks into something where somebody wins. Right now, Jonathan doesn't get to play basketball. You could argue that smear campaigns are happening a little bit on both sides. Right now, the Warriors have $33 million on the bench, watching, staring at basketball while they're a mediocre team. Who is winning here? It is often like this.
Guy Santos is winning.
Yeah.
I mean, Guy's getting JK's minutes because he's doing the things that Steve likes. and that's not.
And what does that do for anybody?
Well, it makes you a mediocre team, 22-19. Not that if JK was playing, you'd be better. You might be worse. We don't know, but you're right. You need to get to a spot where this is officially behind you, and it's hard because I don't think that Joe Lacob wants to take an L. He's already taken a lot of L's in this where you drafted him. He never developed to the point you wanted him to. He won a title as a rookie. He's been in, he's been out, he's been up, he's been down. You should have traded him. You didn't. You should have done whatever you should have done, and all that's in the past. Right now, you have to get to a spot where you can move forward, and if that means losing the deal, then maybe you lose the deal.
What does that mean, losing the deal?
That means you trade him for less than you think he's worth, and you trade him for less than you actually think that you deserve to get back.
But that usually a win or a loss is a factor of fiction. Whether or not they win the deal, lose the deal, A, is going to be a matter of opinion, and B, it's not going to be evident the day that they do it. People will have that opinion the day that they do it, but we got to see then what happens next. Half this world thinks Jonathan's about to go be a star.
Right.
The other half thinks he's going to go end up not being in someone else's rotation. Do you know what I mean? And this happens all the time with young players. It was a completely different situation, but look at Jordan Poole. I mean, everybody looks at that, and the only thing that I think that everyone sort of agrees upon is, maybe don't punch your teammates. Maybe don't do that. Maybe that's awful. But the whole idea of Jordan is this or Jordan is that, he went to another team. He maybe won you some stuff on Underdog. He didn't do anything that mattered.
Yeah, you lost that deal. You had to attach picks and players for Chris Paul and a salary slot.
I'm not going to disagree with that. That's not even my point. My point is more about, did Jordan leave and become a star for someone else?
No.
Not yet.
Not really. No.
Not yet, and that team now gave up on him too.
Right, but you had to trade him and you had to attach things to get rid of him. And so for me, that was one of those ones that you lost the deal. And with Kuminga, you probably could have made this deal before, either this past off season or further in the past, and you didn't. And so here we are. JK Day, January 15, you can now trade him. So what can you get back for him? Probably not as much as you could have in the summer or a year ago or 2 years ago.
Well, I just think that people need to stop thinking about this in terms of name value. I really think all the stuff you hear, and this tends to be the case. I think there are rare exceptions. Jimmy Butler last year was one of them, where it was that was telegraphed. The whole world knew that Jimmy was going to maybe get traded somewhere. But right now, when we're doing the whole Trey Murphy, Michael Porter Jr., Malik Monk stuff, I don't think any of that is where this is going. I think that there is a trade. I think it's probably for some names that you might not be thinking about. And, oh, by the way, that's fine. I'm not going to rate this trade based on the name value of who the Warriors get back. I'm going to rate this trade based on what the Warriors get in the box score with regard to after they make this trade. What if there was a name like Nick Claxton, for example? I think that could be a really productive addition to the Warriors roster right now. But that's not a name that anyone's thinking about, and it's not sexy. But that's okay to me, especially in the situation they're in.
Depends on what you have to attach to Kaminga. If it's, Buddy Hield or picks, Buddy Hield and picks, or just picks. I don't think you're going to be able to just trade Kaminga for a Nick Claxton or a good, solid rotational player. You're going to have to probably attach something to it. So, yeah, you won't really know about the net result of the trade. It'll partly depend on how Kaminga does and what you do with the salary slot of the player you bring in. I would expect them to try to trade for some sort of an expiring player. I don't think you want to, unless you can really get a guy who is under good, solid team control for 2 or 3 years. But this one feels to me like, the old expression, fish or cut bait. This feels like you're just cutting bait.
Yeah, maybe. But again, I do think that the other side is posturing as well. When I say the other side, I'm talking about the rest of the league. I do think that there's interest in Jonathan. I think there's interest in his contract. I think there are multiple deals out there that could help the Warriors. Maybe not be sexy, maybe not win the headline, but help the Warriors win basketball games. And so, are they maximizing it? Probably not. Probably not. I get that. But, imagine this, and I bet you've been in this situation. I know I have. You're sitting there with a friend that's at a blackjack table. They were up $1,000. Now they've given half of it back. They're still up $500, but they've given half of it back. what advice would you give that friend?
Walk away.
Thank you.
Walk away.
Let's go home. And by the way, I've been there and I've said that to a friend who didn't and ended up down another $1,000.
Right.
Like,
or you take that 500 and now you're up 1,400 and all of a sudden you're rolling again.
You could, but the Warriors are not in that situation.
And they have not done that with this situation.
Correct.
It's been loss after loss after loss, and now you can keep chasing it, and you can not trade him at the deadline, and you can let him walk in the offseason, and you still have that salary slot to use next year. That, to me, is not really what you want to do, and I said that this last summer as well.
I don't know that there's a move the Warriors could make on any front that would have me be more critical of them than to still have Jonathan Kaminga on February 6th. If the Warriors do that, they're wrong. And I say that without being in the front office. I don't know what phone calls you're making or taking. I don't know who's actually available. But if they still have Jonathan Kaminga on February 6th, I think it is open season on criticism of the front office from ownership all the way down to everybody who doesn't have a uniform, because that to me would represent some next level destructive stubbornness.
Yeah, and they've been stubborn, and this whole thing is born out of a vision about the next thing, the two timelines, the young players, and each one of them has gone the way of the dodo bird in their own way. James Wiseman, he did not fit, and so he had to go, and Jordan Poole, that went the way that went, and that's really the most upsetting one, because what would he be like here as a third guard if none of the bad stuff ever happened? And now Kaminga, the number 7 overall pick, he's going to be traded somewhere, and whoever you get back, and I'm looking at guys who are in his price range, like Nikola Vucevic, expiring 21.4. You could trade Kaminga for him for, 40 games or 35 games, and then that salary slot goes away. You're looking at something probably like that.
I wonder. I mean, you're comparing that basically to the Jordan Poole, Chris Paul trade all over again. If that's the best the Warriors can do, I do think they think that that's better than the idea of taking on salary beyond 2 years from now.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's not going to land. It's not going to land with the fan base. More importantly, that's not going to land with Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. Like, you have got to, and I just have to believe this is still the case. You've got to go do something here that helps you win basketball games. It's out there. I feel it in my gut, like there's something that they can do to make this team better through this process.
Well, if you just get a human being who wears a uniform and dribbles, passes, and shoots, then yes, that would be a thing. And honestly, if you want to look at the machinations of what a trade would be, ideally it would be 2 or 3 guys traded for one player. That way you can kind of alleviate some of your roster glut, because you still have 11 or 12 guys who are playable, and you can't play them all the time.
And Pat Spencer is on that two-way. Like, you're going to, I don't know if that matters to people as much as it did 4 or 5 weeks ago, but he's going to run out of games where he's eligible and whatnot if you don't sort of address that roster issue. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And in fact, we're coming to you live right now from Kaya by Burma Love. Thrive City, that's where we sit, getting ready for Warriors-Knicks tonight and talking out the Kaminga situation, which is all the things we already knew it to be, other than waking up to the fact that he demanded a trade earlier today, which I think you and I had the exact same reaction to. Is kind of like, and I don't mean to be crass, but it's funny.
Yeah.
I've never seen someone demand a trade where everyone's like, dog, we know.
Yeah.
Like, we're working on it. Just stand by,
right.
Okay? Like, we're not disagreeing with you. We're demanding a trade too, actually.
Right. We demand that you demand a trade. How about that?
That would have been the best response. The Shams, about 10 minutes later, the Warriors also demand that Jonathan Kaminga is traded by February 5th.
Would have been great if they had that first. The Warriors are demanding that Kuminga demand to be traded. That's breaking. And with that, maybe he had the scoop. It's Nick Friedel, friend of the program, cousin Nick from The Athletic. First from me, congrats on that 3-headed monster of an article. You guys did a great job with that thing.
I appreciate it. We put a lot of time into it. Marcus, Sam, and I, everything we had went into that, and I'm like you guys. I sat there an hour and a half, 2 hours later, because nobody had really been sleeping too much the last few days. And I'm sitting there, and I see that report pop up, and I'm like, huh? They're already trying to trade you. Like, they're working on it right now. They're trying to trade you. And then you come out with, well, we demand a trade. Okay. Everybody's on the same page in that regard. They're all trying to make it work.
I mean, like, usually when there's discord and someone demands a trade, you'll see a team come out and say, we have no plans to trade. We like this player, right? Deebo Samuel. We are planning to have Deebo Samuel on this team next year. I've never seen a trade demand where the team's like, yeah. Correct. We know. Like, what are we talking about here?
On top of that, Mark, what was even stranger is we get to shoot around. And it was the first time the Warriors have had like a full shoot around at home in at least a month and a half. So of all the days for everybody to kind of be walking off the floor, you're waiting to see how everyone responds. We get in there and Kerr's talking to Dunleavy, and clearly there was just tension for the whole group because everybody woke up reading that story. Reading everything that has been going on, and then you're waiting for Kaminga, and Kaminga sees there were a couple reporters there, and I've never
has he ever run that fast in his life?
I've never seen any player just whoosh, because it wasn't even like I'm kind of gonna walk by you guys and no comment, and sure, it was. I tried to get the words out like, hey, Jonathan, would you like to comment on your trade request? Gone down the tunnel.
Did you yell at him? What about that back injury? You look healthy now.
That was, guys, there are so many different layers to this, at which we tried to outline, me, Marcus, and Sam. But the thing that really, I was about to say broke the back of this whole ordeal, but truly was when Kuminga decided not to play in that OKC game.
Yep.
Once that happened, and everybody saw the ramifications of that, it was kind of like, okay, which makes today and everything that has happened even in the last few hours just kind of funny in hindsight, because it's like Kerr comes on here on the station and says, Kuminga's going to play. And so everybody's waiting, what's going to happen? And then he doesn't play. And then he kind of disappears from the public portions of the media access points in the locker room, and you go, okay, that is what did it. Because I think top down in the organization, even the people that really like Kaminga, were sitting there going, all right, you're not going to play? This thing really is over. But the weirdest part, though, I'd add, even in the last couple days, I think there is a feeling within the organization that he may still be here after the deadline, which is going to make the next 2.5 weeks at least a lot more of a headache than it could be.
Let's dig into that a little bit. We're on the River Islands guest line and talking with our buddy Nick Friedel, Odyssey Sports NBA Insider. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcast. And Nick, along with Sam Amick and Marcus Thompson, the authors of just what I think was the most in-depth blow-by-blow of the whole Kaminga situation. It's on The Athletic. First thing this morning. It's the first thing I read when I woke up. I was still in bed and read it on my phone and was gripped by the whole thing, and we just shared a lot of it with our audience. So, Nick, to the point you just made, I think a lot of people hear this threat that the Warriors are going to be stubborn. We're going to get the right deal. We will keep them past the deadline if we have to. Posturing, right? They can't, Nick.
I think there is absolutely part of posturing. As the days go on, though, guys, I think it becomes at least a little bit more of a reality. Because they've made it very, very clear reported in there, they're not just going to move him to move him. And that's what makes this particular whole back and forth very fascinating, because in a lot of ways, you'd say, all right, you've got a disgruntled player. It could be a headache for the rest of the locker room. The reality, though, is a lot of the guys in there really like him. And he likes a lot of the guys, and he can still learn from them. He's not playing. This is not the type of guy where you're going, all right, we have to get rid of him because this is just too much. It's like he just is lingering in the shadows now. But I would still expect something to happen before the deadline, because All the feelings are kind of known at this point, but I don't think it is out of the realm of possibility at all that we're sitting here in the second week of February and he's still here and they figure out whatever is going to happen at the end of the year.
Well, there's the players in the locker room and them not really having hard feelings. And then there's the coach who has to come on with us and he has to face you guys and Dunleavy and the front office and ownership. Isn't there two different, not two timelines, but two different camps of how annoying this is? Because the players, and Jimmy in your piece talked about how he's my brother and I will always be friends with him. And the other side is, hey, Steve, just one more follow-up on that guy at the end of the bench. So doesn't that become an equal motivator for them to do something?
Mr. Dibbs, there really are two timelines as far as
right?
it's concerned within the organization right now. As far as Kerr is concerned, I thought you guys asked him what you needed to last night, and he responded the way he needed to last night. And I'm sure that's going to continue in a couple hours here when we talk to him before the game. But that is part of the issue here. It's like on the front office side, everybody's like, all right, let's do whatever we can. But the reality is, if there were so many great deals for Kaminga, we would have been hearing about him going back to the summer. So I understand from the Warriors' position of, we are not just going to sit there and say, all right, we're out of this. We are done. I think it is going to weigh on Steve Kerr the most because Steve Kerr is the public face of the team every single day. Steph is the face of the team and does all that he does, but Kerr is the one every single day that walks out there and gives his updates to the media and shares what he feels he wants to in the best interest of his team. I'll tell you anecdotally, and this is the part that really cracked me up before the other report came out this morning. I'm walking into the Duke, California game last night, and all this stuff is brewing, and I'm thinking, all right, who's going to be out here? And by absolute chance, I almost run smack dab into Mike Dunleavy. And I see Mike, and I'm like, Mike, tomorrow's the day. What's going on? And Mike just looks at me, and he just kind of shrugs, and he's got a smile on his face and his Duke windbreaker on, and he walks into the game. And so this morning, I'm sitting there thinking, all right, maybe Mike wants to comment. Obviously, this is all kind of out there now. And I look at Mike, and I'm like, Mike, would you like to say anything? And he looks at me. He's got this wry smile on his face, and he's like, big Dookie win last night. And he just keeps walking into the locker room. So as far as the front office and the mood within, I don't think they're sitting there going, oh, my gosh, we've got to do something right now. They understand the situation. They put themselves in it. Kaminga did as well with the way he hasn't produced when he's been out there recently. And the day-to-day is going to be awkward, but I think the person who will feel the brunt of that absolutely is Steve Kerr and then everybody else.
I mean, he already has been. There's no question. Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel, of course, you know the voice, is with us. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. And by the way, Nick's going to hang with us all the way until 4:45. So we want to let everybody listening, a few of you are already queued up and ready to go. But if you would like to either weigh in or ask Nick a question, go ahead and line up 888-957-9570. You are literally having an opportunity right now to talk to one of the reporters who is closest to this situation. So 888-957-9570 if you would like to weigh in or ask Nick a question. Here's my next one, Nick. If the Warriors are posturing with the idea that they would keep him, is the league also posturing with this idea that they're not interested? Because this contract alone, Nick, has got to be attractive to teams.
Mark, I'm with you, and that's what I'm most curious about in the next couple of weeks. Because, again, as we outlined in that piece, the best, in theory, quote-unquote offer is the Kings, but the Warriors wanted no part of Malik Monk's money. Right. It just was a non-starter, like in some pick that is a few years off. They don't want to take back money if they can help it. I think they feel even stronger about it now because of the fact that they're hard capped and the salary ramifications that go on there. But we're going to find out just how much the league thinks of Jonathan Kuminga right now in the next couple weeks. And I've never bought, all right, well, he's not playing now, so nobody's going to be interesting. I think it's all a staring contest. Yep. The Warriors are looking out saying, hey, what are you going to offer us? And the rest of the league saying, well, you guys aren't going to play him, so why should we run into anything? What's most fascinating to me, and all of this, guys, and it ties into the idea, Mark, that in a couple more weeks, Kaminga may still be here post-deadline. What happens if they end up needing him? What happens if you come back and you say, all right, we are not going to make a move, and then at some point between the middle of February and April, depending on how far they go, he needs to be out there again. I mean, he's got to play. That part is very intriguing, but I just don't think when you start talking to people around the league that there's going to be no other offers between now and then. It's just a matter of waiting it out right now, and it's a staring contest that the Warriors in the moment are going to have to get used to.
We got a lot more questions for Nick. We bet you do too. 888-957-9570. If you want to fire one off, give us a call. We're sponsored by Surfside. The Golden State Warriors are back. Cheer on your Dubs with an ice-cold Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. So it's easy to sip and enjoy. It is not a seltzer. It's Surfside, proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. There is no one better on planet Earth to pass along the information, the perspective, and where we're at on JK Day. That is Nick Friedel, The Athletic, our Odyssey NBA insider, and we continue to talk to him all the way until 4:45 with your calls and questions. Welcome at 888-957-9570. Live at Kaya by Burma Love, Thrive City, getting ready for Warriors and Knicks. This is Willard and Dibs. And this is Willard for Underdog. I don't need to tell you that the football playoffs are here. Hello, the Niners are in it, and the Underdog is the best place to get in on this action from your standpoint. You can make picks and win money right now in California. Playing on Underdog is easy. You gather up some of your favorite players, or hell, even the ones you don't like, and pick if they're going to go higher or lower on their stats, touchdowns, yards, you get it. Pair them up, get them all right. You could win up to 5,000 times your cash. This week on Underdog, I, for instance, am looking at Kenneth Walker of the Seahawks lower than his 57.5 rushing yard total. I think that's inflated from 2 weeks ago. I like Brock Purdy higher than his passing total. Let's pair them up. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app today. Use my promo code Willard to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code is my last name. It'll get you free money. Willard, Underdog. Make picks, win money. Got to be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Your home is your sanctuary. Keep it that way with the beauty and performance of Milgard windows and doors. From the elegant Tuscany series to the modern slim profile Trinsic series, Milgard offers energy-efficient solutions and lifetime warranty options. At Ashby Lumber, our experts are here to help you find the perfect Milgard fit for your project, whether you're a DIYer or a professional contractor. Visit our dedicated door and window showrooms in Berkeley or Concord to see the Milgard difference in person. Start your project today at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber, your trusted building partner since 1968.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Bonte here with an update about River Islands, where the good life can be your life. River Islands is growing a lifestyle community in all the best ways possible, starting out with a wide variety of home styles and prices. Whether your next home reflects a growing family with 4 to 6 bedrooms, or if you're downsizing into a 2 or 3 bedroom home for active adult living, River Islands has the kind of home styles and locations that you just don't see anywhere else. Priced from the low $600,000s to over $1 million. Best of all, you can live on a lake, across from a park, next to a trail, looking out to the San Joaquin River, or in a 55-plus Del Webb community for active adults. The town center's newest additions, an iconic restaurant and medical office building, are underway. And an entertainment venue, major grocery store, and shops and services are all in the plans. Imagine the best in-home designs, great schools, and a town center all in one place. Your place. Go to riverislands.com to start your tour.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin with our New Year's clearance sale. Get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. It's our way of saying Happy New Year. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness, so you can smell unstoppable.
San Francisco will see clear skies tonight with a low of 49.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $120 off HP Smart Tank printers. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31. Get ready for Jim Gaffigan and his Everything is Wonderful tour on June 13th at the Masonic in San Francisco. A third show was just added. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for a chance to win tickets to the 5 p.m. show courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
I mean, Mark, it's so good to hear y'all's voices. And Mr. Dibbs, I mean, it's just been way too damn long. So it puts a smile on my face.
On 95.7 The Game.
I mean, forget just hearing our voices. We're sitting next to you, Nick Friedel. We're here. We're here. Let's do this. The Knicks are in town, and Jonathan Kaminga is trade eligible. So, you know, tick-tock, and we are about to take some of your calls. 888-957-9570. Odyssey NBA insider, The Athletic reporter on the Warriors, the JK situation. Nick Friedel is sitting with us. We're out here at Thrive City getting ready for the game. Would you expand, please, on what you were just talking about? Let's go to the world where the Warriors are that stubborn, and Jonathan is still on the team on February 6th. What happens then? Both in terms of what do you think he would do, and would the Warriors play him?
I actually think they would play him if they needed him, Mark, if we got to that point.
Would he play?
Would he play is the larger question, given everything that's happened. If they're making a good faith effort to try and move him, and they just don't get what they feel is value in return, I mean, that's business. And if you're Kaminga, I think it would be in your best interest to play at that point if after the deadline happens, there's nowhere for you to go because you still want to show other teams what you feel like you're made out of, and you don't want to rock the boat that badly because then they're going to look around and be like, what's going on? I would tell you all, though, and it's the part that stuck with me the most as I was putting together that piece with Marcus and Sam the last few days. I'm sitting there on Tuesday night before that Portland game, and I'm watching all the Warriors players walk out onto the floor, one after another, and there's one person that did not get there yet. with a minute left on that clock before the starting introductions and the national anthem, here comes Kaminga just strolling out there with a huge smile on his face. And I'm going, huh? What? I can never remember a player with a minute left being like, okay, I guess it's time to walk out there. And I watch him, and he took 2 jumpers, and he started kicking the ball around like a soccer ball with Guy Santos and GP2. And I went, oh, man, he is all the way gone. He is all the way checked out of this particular situation. So, Mark, tying it back around to what we're talking about, I think there would have to be a sit-down for everybody involved and say, look, JK, Aaron Turner, we tried. We really tried to make something happen. We don't like what we're getting back in return. We need you at some point. We're going to at this playoff push that they're about to really be in, and we want you to still be here and help. I don't think the locker room would have any problem accepting him because, again, they really like him.
Right.
The issue would be, does Kuminga want to play and do things for this team, to play for Kerr, and would everybody from a personal feeling standpoint be able to move past what's going on? I can only speak from talking to enough people in the Warriors organization. I think they could. The question is, would Kuminga and the people around him be okay with that?
Yeah, the real question, though, is that back that could flare up at any moment. Backs are tricky. I'm saying, you get into that spot.
Only Dan Dibley.
Well, and it's March.
Only Dan Dibley.
It's March 4th, and you got.
We were waiting 8 weeks for this day for a question, and that's when he hucks at Nick Friedel. You know that back? Am I right?
Steve, Dan Dibley, 957 the game. How's JK's back? Is it better?
That's what you should have come out with last night. That would have been.
What's funny because we hit him with one. Mark tiptoes in with one, and we're thinking, okay, let's see how this goes. And then I hit him with number 2, and we come at number 3, and already I'm looking at Mark like another one. I don't know how this is going to go, and his connection fuzzed out.
Yeah.
We lost him right in question 3, so a little bit curious, but the idea of him staying and subsequently playing, to me, I can't see it just because everything that's happened, and if you're in JK's camp and the legendary Aaron Turner on Twitter, you're probably thinking one tweaked knee or one bum ankle, now we're in a real world of hurt, you know?
It is going to be extremely tricky if it gets to that point. Again, the betting money would be that it wouldn't. And, Mark, one of these teams, like we were talking about before the break, comes in and says, all right, let's play ball here. Let's see if we can work something out. But that's why the next couple of weeks, this is just going to hover over everything. I think we'd all agree that on some level this has been hovering over everybody since the summer, every day. But when Kaminga was playing well, there were no issues. Then he got hurt, then he came back, he didn't play well, then he got taken out of the rotation, then he didn't go back into that game, or didn't play in the OKC game. I think that is something that they can get through, but again, it's going to depend on, can they get him to lock in and focus again on the greater good of the Warriors, and only he knows the answer to that question.
What does Steph Curry want here?
I think Steph, knowing that he has the shelf life that he does, I think he, like a lot of the veterans probably are leaning towards, hey, we really like this guy a lot. They've watched him grow. Steph and Draymond have watched him the whole time. Yep. I mean, they've lived the experience with him. But they all see the writing on the wall. Everybody, and I would say it's broader than just Steph, Mark. I'd say everybody wants a resolution here. They want JK to go and find his way somewhere and have success. They want the Warriors to get in a more veteran guy who can help them right now because they need it if they're going to do anything in the postseason. But it's just the business of basketball. But that is what's fascinating most to me, guys, and we started to outline it there. You have one side in the organization that is just kind of done with all of it. He didn't come into that game when they needed a healthy body to pick up some minutes. That was kind of it. Then you've got the players, and for the players, they've always separated the personal and the professional, and that goes back a long time. So as far as Steph goes, I'm sure we'll hear from him tonight. I'm sure he'll handle it in a professional manner. What I'm curious most about is, will Kaminga actually speak?
Yeah.
Because from the time he didn't play in that OKC game, he truly, in the public windows that the media can see before and after games, he's gone. He is not in there. He ran by everybody this morning. If that continues, if you have your agent put out, hey, I demand a trade, and then you don't want to discuss the demand or what the future may hold, that's where it could get trickier as far as the distraction this can continue to become over time.
Let's take some calls. I think a lot of people want to either weigh in or ask Nick a question. Nick Friedel, Odyssey NBA Insider. Great stuff on The Athletic about Kaminga and the Warriors. 888-957-9570. If you want to get in, let's go to Pat in Foster City. Hey, Pat, thank you for calling. What's on your mind?
Hey, thanks for taking the call. Hey, I had a question. Is it possible in the NBA to make a trade that's contingent on how an acquired player performs? We'll trade Kaminga, and if he gets, averages 17 points and 4 rebounds for the rest of the season, then you owe us a first round instead of a second round, or some, hypothetically. Is there a way to make that happen? Because it seems like Kuminga is a big risk and an unknown, and maybe this would be a way that the Warriors and some other acquiring team could be satisfied if something could be worked out that way.
Pat, thanks. Pat's basically asking about something we see in the NFL. That's an NFL deal where it's like if you play this many games, we get a fourth. If you don't, we get a fifth, kind of a thing. That doesn't exist in the NBA.
The answer in the NBA is no.
No, yeah.
And Mark, again, this is a reminder for everybody that's trying to come up with what trade works. Let's remember something, and as somebody who covers the league, I'm not fully versed on all the I's in crossing the T's, but this team is hard capped. You have to match up salary to make it all happen. They cannot just take anybody, throw in a pick, and be done. All the salaries have to align because of how high they are financially and what they have to offer. So it is just more difficult. Not that it can't happen, it's just more difficult to pull off in the cap situation they're in.
Real quick, who else is available along with Jonathan? And I know, I'm going to take away the answer of everybody not named Steph. Mm-hmm. Like, realistically, Buddy, who else might go?
I think the answer to that question is if we take out Steph, I don't think Draymond's going anywhere. I know there's speculation. That would stun me. I don't think Jimmy's going anywhere. So, boom, boom, boom. And as we know, there's 50-50 in wherever Draymond's at right now, like 25-30. I think it's probably just about anybody else. I don't think they're sitting there saying, we've got to protect A, B, and C. But, again, are you going to mortgage some part of your future with some guy you actually like to get Kaminga out of here? It would have to be somebody who makes a difference for them right now. And, guys, I cannot stress this enough. We've been talking about it for weeks now. I just don't see that person out there. It's not that there's no deal to be had.
Right.
It's that you've got to take somebody, and they've got to really get you to some next step or level. I don't see that, and that's why I know everybody wants to see a deal happen. I just would tell you, get ready to be underwhelmed if and when it ever does.
There's a guy who makes about the same amount of money who probably wouldn't help you much. It's Kyle Kuzma. He's at least somebody who plays basketball. So I don't know if he fits. That's what we've been saying.
So does Steiny and Goo. What the hell?
And you had this in your piece, an unnamed player saying, we've got $33 million sitting on the bench, and that includes Buddy. And so I wonder if Buddy wouldn't be aggregated in one of these deals because suddenly now he's fallen out of favor. Do you think that Buddy might possibly get thrown into a Kaminga deal just to try to, move up the salary schedule?
Dibs, the answer to that is yes. If Buddy had shot it well this season, maybe we're not having this conversation. He hasn't. He's largely been out of the rotation recently. Absolutely, yes. To the point, though, about some of the quotes in our story, I have always felt that NBA players didn't get enough credit for how perceptive they actually are. These guys are well aware of what's happening day to day, how much certainly everybody else on the roster is making, and there's a feel for, we get it. Like the Warriors as a whole, when you talk to these guys, they understand what's happening. Kaminga thinks that he is a star. More power to him. If you have that kind of belief at 23 or 43, great. It's just not going to happen for him here. the players all see the work that he does put in. They've been around him, a lot of them, for 5 years. They want him to succeed. They just know it's not going to happen here. But again, this is where the business comes in. If you're making $25 million or so a year, there's stuff that you just got to deal with. And right now, that is what the situation that Kaminga and his group is in at the moment.
Let's go to Latrell in Hayward. Latrell, thank you for calling. What's up? What's on your mind?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Thanks for the call. Nick, I have a question for you. I think a lot of people are pointing the finger at the front office and at Kerr. I would agree. He's not the best development coach, but how much does Aaron Turner and Jonathan Kuminga's camp bear responsibility for this situation? Because he didn't sign a contract all last summer. I mean, they've been trying to, see what offers are out there. There isn't much out there for him. But I feel like a lot of this kind of like, will they or won't they thing has a lot to do with all the time wasted this past summer for them to end up with a contract that they put on the offer table, at the beginning of the summer, and they didn't sign it until the last day. You think that has a lot to do with kind of like the handcuff situation they find themselves in now?
Latrell, I think it's part of it. And to your question, let me say off the top here, there's blame all the way around. There's blame on the front office. There's blame on Kaminga, on Aaron Turner, on Kerr. Everybody takes a piece of this pie as far as the blame goes. But specific to the agent and how the agent and Kaminga have decided to handle this, absolutely it made it worse. I can't tell you the amount of people. I just kind of got back into this over the summer. There are so many people in the organization that were just so irritated at all the interviews and the stuff he was saying about Kerr publicly. The feeling was, hey, let's just kind of keep this behind the scenes. We're not going to make it public. We're going to try to do right by him as it relates to trying to do right by us, the Warriors. And by Turner going out and saying what he's saying and doing the things that have happened to that point, there's no question that things have become more inflamed. But to blame it all on him, that's not fair either. Part of this is it just has not worked. And there are so many people, guys, and you live it every single day within the fan base that say, Kaminga is better. He just hasn't gotten a chance. I've been watching his career from the early on. When he got drafted, I was still here. Now I'm back into it day by day. What I would tell you is if Steve Kerr thought that Jonathan Kaminga could help him win games consistently, he would be out there. That has not been the case. I think, again, as we outlined in the piece, the numbers back up all of this.
Oh, yes.
When Kaminga was in the starting lineup, before he got pulled out of that and before he got hurt, he was playing pretty well, but I think we'd all agree there was a decline after those first couple weeks of the season. Once Kaminga came back and he was in that reserve group, he was terrible. I don't know how anybody else can see differently on that. Now, as far as Kaminga is concerned, to his point, he said, it was after that Phoenix game a couple weeks ago, he said, I'm a perfect fit with Steph and Draymond. Well, yeah, no bleep. Right. Those guys are going to the Hall of Fame. Right. Nobody can just play with two Hall of Famers all the time. Part of what you need in the league, especially as a younger player, is to develop no matter who's out there on the floor. And if you're in the Warriors organization and you're looking at these numbers, you're saying to Kaminga, you're going, okay, where's the development when those guys aren't out there? And that's what hasn't been there.
People love to point to what's the Warriors' record when he plays versus when he doesn't, which I think is filled with fallacy. That's kind of a plus-minus thing. Your article details it. Their net rating with him as a reserve this year was worse than -8, and that is the worst of any reserve on the entire roster. That was a stat that hit me in reading what you guys wrote today. Let's go to Castlemont Corey, who has called in. Hey, Corey, thanks for calling. What you got?
Hey, fellas, thanks for having me. The last time I called in, it was on the morning roast to talk to Bonte and Joe Shafsky about the Oakland A's leaving Oakland.
Been a minute, Corey.
Thanks for Yeah, it's been a minute. How you been?
We're all right.
Well, lots happened since then.
Yeah.
Good. Well, hey, get your calculators out, fellas, because I have some pie in the sky for you. There's some significance to February 5th. On February 5th, in 2006, the Pittsburgh Steelers, I predicted that they would beat the Seattle Seahawks. And February 5th was my birthday. They won on my birthday. I'm from Pittsburgh. I've been rolling with them since 1968. But here's the significance of February 5th now. On this draft day, with your calculators out, I think if you look at the Milwaukee Bucks, if the season was over right now, they would not make the play-in. Giannis is frustrated. He wants out. The money that he makes, if I were the Warriors, I would offer up Jonathan Kaminga with his salary. I would offer up Draymond Green with his salary. I would throw in Pozinski. I would put in the 26 and 28 draft picks, and I might consider even adding Moses Moody. And the reason why is because, first of all, for Milwaukee, them getting Pods and Moody, they're getting two young guys now. They're getting Draymond Green, who still has some leadership skills and some enforcement skills. They'd be getting two players for the future in 26 and 28. And all they would have to send to us is the Greek Freak. Put him next to Butler.
Oh, that's all.
Put him next to put him next to Steph, and you could even send his brothers with him if that'll help make the money sound right.
Sure.
Okay.
Send us all the various Antetokounmpos.
Corey's got it. Nick, what would you like to say?
This is why, even when I'm not here, I love listening to y'all.
Yeah.
Because you guys make it fun no matter what the hell is happening in the world.
I like the trade, Nick. I do that trade.
From Corey's lips to Joe Lacob's ears is what I would say. I think Joe Lacob, if he's in his car on his way down here right now, is going, hell yeah, Corey.
Let's hire this Corey guy.
Let's make this thing happen.
It's Dunleavy. We got Corey.
I mean,
one hidden part of the joy of today is you can now put Jonathan Kuminga in the NBA trade machine.
Oh, my God.
He was unclickable before today, so now give us a call. It's time to have your cockamamie trade ideas.
I think, guys, in reality, of course, they'd love to add Giannis. That is the pie in the sky and has been for this team
for a long time.
For years. To Corey's point, though, and he's not alone in the fan base that thinks, hey, let's just throw all these pieces together and here's Giannis. I would tell you that the Bucks are going to get better offers than that. If Giannis really wants to be here, Giannis will have to be the one that says, I want to play with Steph. I want to be out in San Francisco, and he's got to make that happen. I think the dream scenario for the Warriors is that at some point that does happen. I would be very, very surprised if it happened before the deadline.
Well, yeah, he's very clearly said just in the last couple of weeks, in fact, that he will never, ever request a trade from Milwaukee. So that makes that idea tough. Let's do one more with Nick at least, and that's Jimmy in Bayview. Hi, Jimmy. Thank you for calling.
Oh, hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
If I were going to trade Kaminga, first of all, I'd probably want to trade him to the East. And there's an ex-coach, Kenny Atkinson, with the Cavs. The Cavs can't keep their two big men. And I was thinking, what's the temperature on a Jared Allen for Kaminga? We need a power forward. We need rebounders. We need defensive presence. And, it would be a nice landing spot for him. The money is close. I think it's 22.5 and 20. What are your thoughts on that, Nick?
Thanks, Jimmy.
The Cavs, Jimmy, they love Jared Allen. As far as I can tell, it would take a hell of a lot more than Kaminga. We're talking about several picks. But again, it actually is a nice way to wrap the caller's part, guys, about all this. Let's say in some dreamland, Jared Allen was the piece. Jared Allen is not making you that much better than whatever you're at right now. What the Warriors can get in a Kaminga trade and what they actually need from any trade, that is a gigantic gap.
There's a gap.
And that is the huge problem that Dunleavy and that staff are going to have as they try to figure out what they want to do next.
I think it would also say, Warriors would have no reservations in sending Jonathan somewhere in the West. Somewhere
East,
in California.
Anywhere.
Lakers, Kings, whatever, right?
Anywhere where they feel like they're getting value back. And again, the key is not taking money back that they don't want. That's why that Sacramento deal, assuming that it were to stay the same way with Monk, forget it. That would just shock me given the stance they've already taken.
Cousin Nick, if Jonathan does talk tonight, what are you asking him?
How is your back? Truly, and I don't even mean it like in the joking, but like, how is your back? And he can say what he wants, and then the follow up to that would be, were you really hurt when you decided to sit out? Because I think if you were looking for one issue that really busted this thing to a different place, it was that he sat, and there are plenty of people in that organization that sit there and think, I don't know if that injury was truly legit.
When you demanded a trade, how many people were in the room and how hard did they laugh? I mean, that's a fair question.
Once again, Dan Dibley, ladies and gentlemen.
Dan Dibley.
Get your credential on. Come in there tonight. No one's stopping you.
I will.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Kuminga.
Odyssey Sports, NBA insider Nick Friedel. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. Thank you, kind sir.
Yes.
Guys, it's always great to be with you. And thanks a lot.
We'll see you in the building tonight. There he goes. Okay, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And I don't want anybody who's on hold to think that means that's the end of us taking calls, because that's not the case at all. So those of you on hold on the Warriors and Kaminga situation, stay right where you are. We're coming to you next. And as we move into the 5 o'clock hour, we'll get back to a little bit of Niners as well. Let you hear what Kyle Shanahan had to say about all things Niners going into this weekend, including Fred Warner. And not only what is happening this week, but what might happen next week. So that's all coming up. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's Willard and Dibbs.
The smack talk has already started.
For one, we get a team that we don't like. Me personally, don't like nothing about them.
Yeah, well, we don't like you much either.
Let's go! Bring on the Hawks! Bring them on!
It's win or go home, and we are ready for it.
Let's go Niners! Let's go Niners!
Niners Seahawks Saturday at 5.
One game, 1 quarter. Just be your best.
We are the Bay Area's football station.
95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly flyer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. How about Post cereal, Quaker cereal, or instant oatmeal, Pop-Tarts, Rice Krispie treats, which are amazing, Welch's Fruit Snacks, Nature Valley, Nutri-Grain, or Quaker Chewy bars, and General Mills cereal, various sizes and varieties, all just $1.99 each when you buy 4. Now we go to 95.7 The Game's Pop-Tart, Dan Dibley.
And that was a lot of goodness, but there's more. Earn 4 times points on Juicy Sumo Citrus Fruit, just $2.99 per pound. Clip or click Lucerne Butter, 16-ounce selected varieties, or cage-free eggs, 18-count grade AA, just $3.99 each. Limit 2.
Over medium, thank you very much. Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items you already buy. Go to Safeway.com for more details. We'll see you in the aisle.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Team up with Stanford Blood Center and the Golden State Warriors this winter to save lives. From January 2nd to 31st, every donor who presents to donate blood at any center or drive will receive a special redemption card for a co-branded SBC Warriors sweatshirt. Wear your new sweatshirt with pride, knowing that you contributed to both the Warriors community and the life-saving work of the Stanford Blood Center. Don't miss this chance to give back and get rewarded in style. Donating blood is easy, and your gift could save a life. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org/promotions for more information.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize. Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. with 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google and Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Willard. Do you ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors. Disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit HabasLaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600 plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
To...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Nick, what would you like to say?
This is why, even when I'm not here, I love listening to y'all.
Yeah.
Because you guys make it fun, no matter what the hell is happening in the world.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, we're trying. And so I think as we move toward 5 o'clock in the Warriors and Knicks tonight, J.K. Day, Fred Warner news, all of these things. Niner injury report, Seahawks, Saturday night, 48 hours away from right now. We're going to grab bag the last hour a little bit, and a little bit of tennis, a little bit of ping pong, back and forth between Niners and Raiders. So consider the invitation thrown out to you to do the same. Niners, Warriors, it's JK Day. Fred Warner is out. We're going to lay the groundwork for you here in just a second. If you're just getting in your car, if you've had a long day at work, really, really appreciate you being with us at 95.7 The Game. Willard and Dibbs out here live at Kaya by Burma Love. You know the place, right out here outside Chase Center, Thrive City, getting ready for the Knicks in town. A bunch of newsy stuff has gone through. We're going to take some calls. We got some things to say about it. We'll go from there. Help me if I miss anything, okay?
Yep, you got it.
Number one, Fred Warner will not play this week for the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, at practice today in sweatpants and a hoodie, and you and I both thought, that's not really what we're looking for.
I mean, you're supposed to bring your helmet to practice, and this was not an Ayuk situation where they looked at him and went, you have the wrong uniform on.
You have the wrong sweats on.
Right. So Fred Warner will not play. However, Kyle Shanahan was optimistic that he will play next week should the 49ers be on the schedule. That is a huge if, to say the least. The only other Niner ruled out is Jair Brown. So D. Winters, questionable. Ricky Pearsall, questionable. He has said he intends to play. Trent Williams is not even on the report. So we'll see the way this all plays out going in to Saturday night's game. Also, Ricky Pearsall ended interviews today with a bit of a rallying cry the Niners are using at the end of conversations or whatever. They are saying FGK.
Okay.
FGK.
Forget George Kittle.
Not forget and not F George Kittle. For George Kittle.
There you go.
They are playing this weekend for George Kittle.
Love it. And I don't think that if they win that he would be available the following week with the torn Achilles. And I'm still waiting for the report today that we always hear 99.9% of the time, which is his surgery was a success.
We actually got that report.
Oh, we did? Okay.
Yes, I saw that report today. Surgery went sort of as planned. Dr. Neil Elatrash.
Oh, yeah. Yep,
that was done, and nothing really to report. Surgery done. George has got a scooter, and he's on his way.
Yep.
So that's what's going on. FGK with George Kittle. Obviously, here at the Warriors
the only
game.
other piece, I'm sorry, is the Sam Darnold oblique news.
Yes,
Did you mention that?
Thank you. No, Sam Darnold listed as questionable for the game. He was kind of in and out of practice today with an oblique injury that did come up either late yesterday or early today in practice. However, he says it is next to 0% chance that I'm not playing in this game, so he's expected to go. That's pretty much the injury situation for the 49ers. A lot more to say there on the matchup, and we will. On the Warriors side of things, yes, there's just the X's and O's. They've got a game tonight against the New York Knicks, who will be resting or will be without, I should say, two of their most important players, Jalen Brunson and Mitchell Robinson, will not play for the Knicks tonight. So going against the best opposing team on this particular homestand, the Warriors are actually a pretty big favorite in the game tonight.
Yeah, a couple of players out, and, the Warriors have had the schedule that they've been waiting for. And when we looked at the schedule way back in September, October, we earmarked this stretch. I think it's 3 weeks where you don't have to leave the time zone. You had the one road game down in L.A. against the Clippers, and you had a bunch of these games at home. And so it's a time for them to not play every single day, although they have a back-to-back that ends the homestand against Orlando and Miami. But otherwise, it's been a nice rhythm, time to rest, time to take a little bit of a break from basketball and a game every other day. And now a New York team that not only comes in without a couple of key players, but they've lost 6 of 8 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Although they've still got plenty of dudes, man, on this roster, even without those two guys. Obviously, Karl Anthony Towns, your boy OG Anunoby.
AJ Anunoby.
Mikal Bridges, Josh Hart. Those guys are all going to be on the floor tonight going against a largely healthy Dubs team. No Seth Curry. And obviously no Jonathan Kaminga, because this team doesn't play Jonathan Kaminga.
Right.
And that has now become a two-way street. Major reports coming this morning on the day that Jonathan Kaminga becomes eligible to be traded. His agent goes public demanding a trade, which we've all kind of received as the funniest trade demand I've ever heard in my life, because I've never heard. This is like yelling at your parents to bring you dinner as the plate sits down right there in front of you. It's like we're at a restaurant right now. Tell the server as they put the food down, hey, I'd like my food.
I demand my food.
It's right there. This is what we're doing right now. So that was a weird trade demand, but I get it. The Kaminga camp wants to make sure the Warriors do actually trade him over the next 3 weeks when the deadline arrives.
And I can understand why they are worried about it, because right now Jonathan Kuminga is not playing. So if he doesn't get traded and he doesn't play the rest of the regular season, well, then what's his value going to be like next year if the Warriors do not pick up the team option and JK becomes an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year? So for the Kaminga camp, they want to get somewhere new as soon as possible and go play for that team and show that team that he's good. That way his new team would ostensibly either pick up that option or tear up the option and give him a long-term deal. If he stays here and he doesn't play, now he goes into the summer as an unproven free agent, a guy who hasn't played in a long time.
Yeah, I'm not putting too much of a timeline on this other than the trade deadline itself. I think it's just a lot of posturing going on. The Warriors are saying we don't have to deal him. The league is saying we're not interested, and I am calling BS on both sides. I think that this has absolutely run its course. You don't want to push this to a point where it does become toxic. Jonathan's been a good enough soldier. He's not causing problems in the locker room, but this thing has beyond run its course. Even if it's not something that's going to be flashy or win the PR spin after the deal, the Warriors have got to get this done one way or another in the next 3 weeks. Get somebody in here who will actually play basketball, allow Jonathan to move on with his career. I believe it's not toxic yet, but it'll get there if they keep him past February 5th.
Well, it might, especially if, he's not going to play. So if he doesn't play between now and the deadline, and it looks like he won't, and then they don't trade him at the deadline, and then he doesn't play in February, March, or April, and even in the playoffs and into May, what's he supposed to do? Sit there on the bench and not play? I mean, he probably would do that for a while, but it might get to the point where they just say, don't even bother coming out of the locker room, or maybe he says, I don't want to sit on the bench anymore. So I'm with you. You need to get this done before the deadline. You need for both sides to be able to move forward. Let him go somewhere and start chapter 2 of his career. And you as a Warrior team, bring in somebody who can maybe help you. And you're not going to get a game changer, but you might get a rotational player who can come in and help you.
Well, I mean, again, to me, that's the entire deal. You're not talking about a game changer. You're just talking about game. Forget game changer. How about play in the game?
Right.
Like, I just, if everybody agrees that their view on Steve Kerr is that he doesn't believe that Jonathan can help him win basketball games, then there's got to be somebody out there who can. There's got to be somebody out there who can help you win a basketball game. Go get that person. This is a tradable, attractive contract. I don't think the Warriors have much of an excuse to keep this past the deadline. So 888-957-9570. We got some Niners stuff for you here in a little bit, but let's go back out to the phones. Jay in Oakland is with us on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Jay. We thank you for the call. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, I'm kind of bummed out that I didn't get to speak to cousin Nick because he's tapped into the Warriors, but who's better else to talk to than a guy who's tapped in with the guy who's tapped in with the Warriors? So you guys. So I guess two things, main points. One, do you guys really think there's a possibility or a timeline that JK isn't traded this season?
I mean, the only way I can answer that is like realistically, no. But yes, I mean they're allowed to do that, and Joe Lacob is that stubborn, and the Warriors are a business, and so if they truly, like, the one thing I keep stressing to people is for a trade to happen is somebody else has to want to do this too. So if there's truly not a deal to be made, could he be kept? Yes. But I don't think that's going to happen, and I don't think it's a good idea. That's the best way that I can answer it.
I was 100% that it wouldn't happen, but after hearing from the guy who is tapped in, Nick Friedel, he's of the mind that, yeah, it absolutely could be a thing. So that's got me quivering a little bit and maybe readying myself for the idea that maybe it doesn't happen.
Yeah, go ahead, though, Jay. Oh, he dropped. Okay. Yeah, I like that's where I'm at on it. And I until proven otherwise am going to believe that this is what trade season sounds like. Everybody, it's no different than going to a bar. Just act like you're not interested, even though we know that you are. And then on the other side, here's the Warriors who they need the league to think. To me, this is no different than when you're buying a car. Don't walk when you're buying a car, because if they know you need a car, then they know they're in a power position. The Warriors would love everybody believe that they can keep him here. But at minimum, it's uncomfortable. At maximum, it could get to toxic. And I don't think that's in anyone's best interest. Steve just said it to us yesterday. No one's winning here.
Right.
So do something different.
And the big problem is with Steve Kerr. Like, he's the one who is the most uncomfortable. And if the guys in the locker room, and Nick was saying this, and all the reporters we've talked to have said it, like, it's not a problem in the locker room. They like JK, and they understand the business of the NBA, and this is kind of just the way it goes. But it's really Steve Kerr. And it's wearing on Steve, I think, and how could it not? Because he does press availability almost every day.
Yep.
Put aside the interview with us, which we love to have, but he'll be talking here in the next, half hour or hour, and talking to the media, and there'll be multiple questions about JK and the trade demand and the day today and what does he think and will he play and all the rest of it. And I'm sure Steve is exhausted by it.
There's no doubt. And I remember this conversation in the off season. I thought that if they kept him, that it could get toxic. And while it hasn't gotten there yet, I do remember saying to you, you don't want to do this, because every single guy in the organization is going to end up getting asked the same question every day. And that wears any human being out. And we're there. We have arrived at everybody is worn out on answering questions about this situation.
Kind of like with your kids when they ask you over and over, and, are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Yeah.
Or even, whatever else it is, you just get pounded by the same question over and over. It's like, enough. I've answered it, and I don't know. And, okay, enough out of this. And the players, they don't really know. And the answer they're going to give is, we just want the best for JK. And in the meantime, we're going to go out there and play with whoever Steve puts on the floor and do our best to try to win basketball games.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. And coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Your call's welcome at 888-957-9570. I also think there's kind of another way of looking at this, and I don't want this to sound irresponsible, but my goodness, the Warriors are at a spot where just something different needs to happen. It feels the whole thing, and I'm not even just talking about Kaminga. You got Butler in the corner of the locker room going, we're mediocre. You got the Kaminga situation that has reached an absolute breaking point. This has gotten stale. And that's just the facts. Everybody can feel it. The Warrior basketball right now is it's not the hot thing. It's not kind of grabbing people's fire and excitement, and it's because you're kind of doing the same thing with the same people, and some of the stories are not positive. I still think that while old, they have a roster that can win basketball games. I still think the second half of a season is more important than the first, but you've got to do something to shake this whole picture up and sort of ignite your guys and capture the imagination of your fan base. It's time.
Well, it's hard to do that when you've got the same old guys and you've got a situation where, Steph is going to be Steph and he's still elite, and Jimmy Butler is, kind of plays the way Jimmy does, which is he's efficient. He's not going to overwhelm you. And unfortunately, the Draymond Green part of it, even when he plays well, nobody wants to give him credit anymore. It's when he plays poorly or when he gets ejected or when he fights with the coach. That's the only time it moves the needle. Pods is somehow the pincushion for the fans, even though he's had a good year this year. And the rest of the guys are just guys, with the exception of D'Anthony Melton, who continues to play more, play better. And he might actually be the one guy who avoids you from being truly stale in the second half, because he's a guy who is getting healthy, and he's starting to show exactly the kind of game that we all were hoping he'd regain.
Well, and I mean, even, did you listen to Draymond the other night when he was talking about the dog days?
Yep.
And how they're really in them right now and the difficulty surrounding that, and I get it. Fans never want to hear that, by the way. They don't want to hear about how tired you are with the $25 million salary. There's nothing I can do about that. It's just life. If I get it. Draymond works in a performance-based industry that's very physical, and it probably hurts. And all of the travel and all, it's exhausting. I have no doubt. So he's not wrong. Neither are the fans. Doesn't matter if he's right or wrong. Nobody wants to hear it. They just don't want to hear it. And so we've arrived at this spot where I just think everybody needs an emotional boost. Take a look at the Niners. They've all admitted it yesterday. What was so exciting about practice? Have they not reached the dog days? Half their dudes are hurt. They're on a 6-day travel week, halfway across the country, Philadelphia, back to here, now up to Seattle. They've got to be not just dog-tired, but totally beaten up.
Football doesn't do dog days, though, because it's once a week. But to your point, you're at the end of the season, and, yeah, you've done a lot already.
And why do you think Fred Warner went out there and practiced the way he did? I mean, part of it was probably to test everything. That's probably the bigger part of it. But was part of it also, hey, I can tell my guys need a boost. How about if number 54 shows up and starts practicing with you and running around and gives everybody a little bit of a juice boost when they really, really need it on a short week to the 1 seed on the road and all of that? That's a thing. Warner practicing is just like a Kaminga trade. It just changes the whole calculus of the room, and I think the Warriors need it soon.
This depends on who you acquire and what also goes out, and that's why I'm just a little curious about the Buddy Hield part of it, because he's such a great locker room guy, and, you know, Jimmy loves him. They have that whole buddy comedy, and even Steve, when we talk to him and he goes to the podium and he's like, yeah, Buddy is the same guy, even though he's getting DNPs and he's now, whatever, the 12th or 13th man on the team temporarily, he still is a guy beloved in that locker room. So you're right, where you need a boost and you need a trade. And I think about last year where that had gotten stale, and so you trade Schroeder and Slow-Mo and a couple of other guys I can't recall, and you get Jimmy Butler, and it's like you changed that whole Wiggins was one, and you changed the whole calculus of the room, and you brought in Jimmy, and that gave you the boost. I don't think that this year you get that same boost, other than you probably get a guy who comes in and plays basketball for you, and that's a little bit of a boost.
Well, I mean, what if we even thought about this from a marketing perspective right now? Because
you already had a slogan earlier this segment: Warrior basketball, we're stale.
Let's go back to Game Day Burma Box. I like that slogan a lot better. By the way, I forgot to mention, we were talking about the Game Day Burma Box here at Kaya by Burma
Game
Love.
Day Burma Box.
It's delicious, and I forgot to mention, it's only $15.
Yep.
Yeah, very, very affordable. So anyway, Game Day Burma Box, but I digress. Yeah, like, these teams compete with one another. They do. The Knicks are in town. The Niners play the Seahawks this weekend. The Giants are over here waving their arms like, we signed the number 1 international prospect.
Luis Hernandez.
They're all trying to get your attention. And I don't want to bring this into the room, but if I'm the Warriors, I am keenly aware that every weekend we arrive at could be the end of Niner season. Might be, but it's supposed to be.
Right.
So, if the Niners don't win on Saturday night, and I'm the Golden State Warriors, that is one of, not the, but one of the things I'm thinking about in terms of, okay, Bay Area sports fan, let's get your attention. And so there's no better week to do that. And by the way, I could probably make the same case even if the Niners win, because then it's going to be playoff fever. You're heading to the NFC title game, and the Warriors want their piece of the pie. This is the way the only way right now to get this done this year.
Well, the only way to get it done is to continue to win also and then move up and be exciting. But right now, if you talk about the halfway point, Warriors headlines. Let's take the Warriors headlines for the first 41. Well, one of the headlines is the ongoing saga of Jonathan Kuminga and DNPs. You know, headline number 1 is probably Steph Curry is still amazing. Headline number 2, Draymond's at it again. Headline number 3, maybe, you know, something with Jimmy Butler. He's still solid. Melton has stepped up. But as you go down the list, you quickly get to Jonathan Kuminga, DNP. So you want, as a Warrior organization, you want that story off of your newspaper, so to speak. You want something else. You want positivity. So you're right about the timing of it. If the Niners are done with their season in 2 days and 4 hours, which is possible, then it's only you, Warriors, until, well, you got the Super Bowl coming, but that's a different thing, and that's always an attraction. But as far as local sports goes, it's the Warriors until, March and spring training.
Yep, no doubt. And by the way, the one thing we also failed to mention to you off at the top of the hour in terms of kind of the news of the day, the team that has started to percolate online as far as a destination for Jonathan Kuminga is none other than the Los Angeles Lakers. And Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area, reporting that indeed Rob Pelinka is high on, that's the general manager for the Lakers, is very high on the idea of Kaminga being on the wing next to Luka Doncic with the Los Angeles Lakers.
LeBron to the Warriors.
We got a salary problem there.
Well,
a little bit of a salary problem there.
You have to throw in a little bit more. I get it. Draymond and Kaminga for LeBron. Well, I mean, many Warrior fans would be thrilled by that.
True. That's true. But
just looking at the Lakers, though, as far as a match goes, they don't have a lot of salaries that match. And even the ones that do, like Rui Hachimura at 18.2, they're not trading him. Austin Reeves making $14 million, they're not trading him. Jared Vanderbilt making 11, they're not trading him. So I wonder about the Laker match on...
Well, there's always 3-team deal possibilities.
Yep, you're right.
Always 3-team deal possibilities. So sometimes you can just look around the league, and maybe who would be coming back to the Warriors wouldn't be someone coming from the Lakers at all.
You're right.
You know what I mean? So anyway, with that, also answering a question you asked earlier that we can confirm, Fred Warner will fly with the team to Seattle. So he will be with the 49ers on Saturday night. He just won't be in uniform, but he will be there. And no doubt about it, I think telling his linebacker and defensive friends every time they come off the field, win me this game. And I'll join you next week.
And also showing them, things from, the tablet and things that he's seeing. So just an extra pair of eyes, a guy who obviously knows the scheme and has been in big moments before. And if you're talking about Kendricks and Wallow, neither of whom have played in this spot in a high-leverage game like this. So Fred Warner will be able to give real-time advice and feedback as well. So many things that he can help with beyond just the inspirational presence of being there.
I love the way this season has played out already due to the fact that you know better than anybody what a fan I have been of Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy. We threw out the question last week, and it was truly a question, not a point, but this idea of house money, which I think it dissipates a little bit when you start being able to taste moving forward and going on a run and all of that. But I tell you what, last week I think did a lot. This week might be in many ways, I don't want to say the final nail in anyone's sort of coffin, because until they win a ring, they haven't won a ring, and that's always going to be a thing. But at the same time, I don't know what anybody would have left if the Niners were able to achieve this. If they're able
have
to
left in the anti-Shanahan arsenal,
or just like what I don't even know what's left now. What's left now? I don't know if he's going to win Coach of the Year because the signature win maybe came a week too late, I guess. So it's possible that he's not going to win the award. He's going to finish top 3, no question about it. But after beating Philly, you're hearing it nationally all over. This isn't just like Coach of the Year stuff. This is one of the best individual coaching, and I'll give it to the whole staff, one of the best individual coaching staff jobs we have seen in recent memory in any sport to be able to do what they're doing right now.
And so far, what they've done is navigate a mostly easy schedule, but you did that, and you went on the road to Philly, and you won a playoff game. So, yeah, that's great. And another win would put him in a whole new stratosphere. But right now, you look at the whole coaching staff, and you say, yeah, great job. great work. And it happened even before the start of the year when you got Mac Jones, I believe, because he was integral as a backup. Brock goes out and misses, 7 games or 8 games?
8. Mac went 5-3.
So there you go. And I ran the numbers before on backup quarterbacks around the league, and outside of Mac, the winning percentage was about 25%, and he went 5-3, 63% of his wins. So that to me is where it all began. Other acquisitions throughout the year, Cleveland Ferrell, Keon White, little pieces that certainly helped, and on. And go all the way back to the draft. They got a young defense, and they brought in Saleh, and that worked out. So there's been so many things leading to a Shanahan masterclass. Shanahan! And he's been great. And then you go to Philly, and you set up the trick play. 2 plays later, you run the trick play. Brock leads you down. You win the game. There's been so many things that you put a feather in his cap, and I do look at it much more globally on the organization, what they've all done.
I'm going to ask you a question that we can throw out to the callers as well, if anybody wants to weigh in, and we'll kind of start right now and bleed it into tomorrow as well, because tomorrow is going to be heavy on, sure, we'll react to what the Warriors do tonight and what they say afterwards, but that's going to be getting ready for the NFC divisional round largely. I'll throw this out at 888-957-9570. 2-part question. I know you love those.
Love them.
But they're really kind of related to each other. Let me start with this one. Do you think the Niners can win this weekend?
Yes.
Okay, why?
Because, and I'm glad you asked me that, because I've been doing the
You're welcome, Dibs.
I've been doing the tail of the tape on the first 2 matchups, and yes, the Niners got lucky in week 1. They didn't. Jake Tonjes with a great catch. And Seattle absolutely crushed the Niners in the second one. Well, they really didn't. Each team in these 2 matchups have had 17 drives, okay? 17 drives on offense apiece. The Seahawks have scored 2 touchdowns. The Niners have scored 2 touchdowns. The Seahawks have punted 6 times. The Niners have punted 6 times.
Wow.
The Seahawks have missed 2 field goals. The Niners have missed 2 field goals. The Seahawks have made 4 field goals. The Niners have made 2. Ooh, edge to Seattle. The Seahawks have fumbled twice. The Niners have thrown 3 interceptions. Each team has turned it over on downs. Seattle once, the Niners twice. Long way of saying, if you look at the 8 quarters, it's been damn even across 8 quarters.
No doubt, but can I just, like, the devil's advocate there is game 1 between these two feels like it might as well been a year ago. That thing was all the way back in September. Fred Warner's playing, Nick Bosa's playing. I know George Kittle comes out in that game.
Early.
But the Niners pretty much played that game fully, like they started that thing fully healthy.
As did Seattle.
Correct.
And the Niners had a kicker who would be cut on, was it Monday or Tuesday after the game?
It was
promptly
the next day
after the game. And so, the Niners win the game, but they went 95 yards. They went 57, 53, 68. They moved the ball. And yes, they were fully whole in that game. Seattle had 4 3-and-outs against a Niner defense that was better, but it's not like Seattle's offense in the second game was that much better either.
Well, and that kind of brings me to my point. Like, do you wake up every day feeling the same?
No. Actually, I feel great today.
Yeah. So do I.
Thursday was a Schmidt show.
So do I. Yesterday I needed Excedrin. Like, I mean, it just, we are by definition, we are different people every single day. So even if these people are the same, then you can have a different result, but they're not the same. Like, what was happening week 1 is not what was happening week 18, and even though that was only 12 days ago, what was happening week 18 is not what's happening now.
Right.
I mean, literally, if I just say Trent Williams, I'm already talking about a different football game.
And what if you say George Kittle?
Different football game.
Right, so, and, like, you get Trent back and you lose George. I mean, if you had to pick between the two, you would pick Trent.
You'd pick Trent.
And sorry to George.
Which is an unbelievable statement, but I'd pick Trent.
And the difference between Trent and Austin Pleasance is bigger than the difference between George and Jake Tonjes, for example.
And I believe an offensive line is the heartbeat of a football team. And I think you can move mountains if a quarterback's got time. And I think you can't you can't roll a ping pong ball down the damn street if you don't. The quarterback has got to have time, period. And that's the whole deal this weekend. Brock Purdy had none of it. 2 weeks ago, Sam Darnold had plenty of it, and somehow, some way, that equation has to change. The Niners can win this football game because their quarterback's Brock Purdy and the other team has Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
And he's not as good, but he will be if you just let him sit back there.
Well, and McCaffrey's better than Charbonnet and Walker.
Sure.
But, again, if you don't stop the run, then it doesn't matter. And the big difference for me between the two games is game 2, Seattle went 12 plays, 66, and they went for it and didn't get it. Cool, 0-0.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, you're out. And then Seattle goes 3 for 35 touchdown. You go 1, 2, 3, you're out. So far the offense has done nothing. They gained 17 yards. Moorhead's punted twice. You're down 7-0, and your defense is barely getting a sip of water, and they're running back out there. So with a defense that's not dominant, you got to protect them. So I don't know if it means you take the ball first and hope that your first 15 plays can, keep them at bay, or do you stick to your guns and you defer like you always do?
I just don't know why some matchups look the way they do. It's why gambling is hard. I don't know why this just popped into my head, but this feels like about 3-4 years ago. And was it Brunskill? Somebody. The Niners were down a couple offensive linemen, and they were about to play the Rams. And we spent an entire week having watched what they did the week before, and everybody was saying the same thing. Aaron Donald is going to ruin this football game. The Niners have no way to block Aaron Donald. He's going to ruin the football game. And I don't see how the Niners are going to be able to function because of that matchup. Then we watched the game. Aaron Donald's name never came up. We never even heard from him. He never went into the backfield. Nothing ever happened. The 49ers won the football game, and we move on to the next week, once again acting like we know what's going to happen the following week. I don't know why the Niner offensive line will be able to block Seattle this time. I don't know why, but sometimes it goes that way. And Trent Williams is an answer. He is a part of that equation. I don't know that they will, but they have to. It's literally the only thing I'm looking at in this football game. I believe in the 49ers when Brock Purdy has time.
For me, it's not even about Brock Purdy having time because, as we've seen, he can get out there and make plays. And I'm thinking about the game, must have been against the Bears, where he rolled left and he did that whoop, the double shoulder.
It was against the
double
Bears.
shoulder shimmy squeeze move. And even against Philly, the touchdown pass to McCaffrey that was the game winner, he was under pressure and he stepped up and delivered it. I'm more concerned about them being able to run the ball and move the chains. If they can't run it and keep it, even if it means it's Eddie Pinheiro all day, you've got to be able to get to a point where you win the time of possession. If you can run it 30 times, you win. I think you're 58-9 under Shanahan when you run it 30 times, which means to run it 30 times, you got to run it early, in the middle, and late.
And they haven't really been able to do that all year. Like, you can convert on third down.
Yeah, they've actually run it over 30 times. I think they're 9-0 this year.
No, I know, but like if you're asking for them to run the ball, to move the sticks, they've not been very good all year long as far as their yard per carry and their ability to do that. Now, what they are very good at is converting on third down.
Right.
And what Seattle is very good at is stopping teams from converting on third down. I mean, the stats you're bringing up, I kind of dig, because I do think that this is yet another one of those matchups where it's a little bit strength on strength and weakness on weakness. The Seattle defense is phenomenal. I think the 49er offense is, or can be, phenomenal. Yeah, they're missing George Kittle. We'll see. But I think it's a high-level offense. When it comes to the other side of the ball, I think Sam Darnold's fine. That's my favorite word.
Yep.
He's fine. I'm not going to call him bad. I'm not going to rip the guy. But I don't think he's a great player. I don't think he's ever won a playoff game. I don't think that he's somebody who's going to come out there and carve you up and beat you. But he might be able to do that against this defense because they can't move the quarterback. Maybe they will this week.
Maybe.
I don't know.
And, I mean, the whole idea about carving you up, it doesn't mean that they necessarily score, because just looking at their drives, they went last game 12 plays, 66 yards, carve. 4th and goal from the 4, up. Sorry, Upton style pass breakup. You get nothing. Good day, sir. They went 10 plays for 53. Up. Their kicker sucks. He missed. You get nothing. Thank you. That's 119 yards in the first half with 0 points. So there's carve, there's bend but don't break, and then there's also keeping them from cashing in. If somebody says this to you on Saturday, I give you permission to punch him in the face, unless it's the lovely Christy or one of your kids.
I'm going to be watching. Yeah, that's who I'm going to be watching with the lovely Christy, so I'm not going to punch anybody. Although we'll be in a public place, and so if somebody could catch a stray, what's the phrase?
If somebody comes to you and says, well, they got to win the turnover battle or they're not going to win this game.
No, they don't.
They get knocked out. 4 of the last 5 times they've lost the turnover battle, they've won the game, including such games as the wild card game in Philly. They were a -2. They won the game.
These Niners are disprovers. That's what they've been all year long. The reason that you're right with what you're talking about, like the Niners don't turn the other team over at all, but they're 13-5. Like, honestly, I feel like I could. You don't want to get to the end of the season and be able to name the interceptions.
Name that pick.
But we are. We can. It's like, oh yeah, remember the Niner interceptions this year? Yeah, there was that one. There was that one, and then there was that one.
I remember the one that everybody lost their mind over. Diamador Lenore
in Houston
before the half.
Yes,
you got to get out of bounds, D.
Well, no, everyone lost their mind because I think it was their first pick of the year, and it was kind of like, well, that doesn't count. That was like
That's
a mini.
What you said.
Yeah, it was like a mini Hail Mary thing that didn't have any effect on the outcome of the game whatsoever because the clock stopped right when it was done, and that was that. I mean, honestly, how many picks do they have this year?
I was just going to ask you, and I bet Grandy could, if we played a game of Name That Pick. So Lenore has that one.
Yes.
And he has one other one.
I remember it right. I remember D. Winters in Indy.
Okay.
Pick 6.
Green check.
Okay. Let's see. Do any of the big fat guys have interceptions?
No.
No?
Lenore with 2. You mentioned D with 1.
D. Winters has 1.
Yep. Jair Brown with 2.
Oh, Carolina.
Yep.
Of course.
And then Malik Mustafa has the 6th and final pick from the Niners.
I mean,
18 games, 6 picks. That's 1 in every 3 games.
How are you going to win the turnover battle that way? You're just hoping for the other team to drop the ball.
You don't have to win the turnover battle.
Correct.
You're about to catch a stray. I'm telling you.
No, I didn't say that you need to. I'm just saying how. How are you even able to do that when you don't turn the other team over? You know, I mean, like, you're waiting for the other team to fumble, basically.
Yeah, but
and that happens here and there. Indy did it on special teams. That flipped that football game. Sam Darnold did it 2 weeks ago. They didn't jump on it. They had a shot at it.
Yep.
They didn't jump on it. But, yeah, how many fumble recoveries do they have this year?
That's a super question.
Thank you.
Even at, like, the turnover thing, they had 1 against Seattle, 1 against Chicago, 1 against Indy, 1 against Tennessee. They don't turn it over themselves a lot.
Granny says 10 fumbles.
10 fumbles recovered.
10 fumbles recovered.
Yes.
Oh, my gosh. I'd like to try to name those.
Well, the first one happened in the Seattle
big
game.
post in Seattle.
I punched it out, and I also grabbed it. The Ram game on Thursday night, Collins punched it, and he also got it.
Kyron Williams at the goal line.
Collins with the punch and grab.
That's a good one. I'm remembering again the special teams one against Indy. Right after the Niners tied at 7-7 on the kickoff.
Okay. And that was Jair Brown that forced that one.
Jair Brown forced that one.
Now, we're not counting, like, offensive ones like McKivitz. Remember, he ran down the field on offense and recovered their own fumble?
No, I'm looking at just defensive fumble recoveries.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah, I mean, that is not, like, again, to the point I think a lot of us have been trying to make. You're talking about a football team that has, lost, I mean, I don't even know how you count them up, Warner and Bosa, but, like, how many star games to injury have the Niners lost this year? Warner and Bosa.
74.
Yeah, I mean, Kittle, Purdy, Trent Williams, throw him in there. I don't know. Loosely, you start using the word star. I'm not going to use that when we get to Pearsall and Michael Williams and all that. But, like, a lot of star games to injury. There's that.
Warner, Bosa, Kittle, Williams. Purdy.
Yeah, okay, and then go next. You don't get a lot of turnovers.
Right.
You're the worst sack team in the history of the organization.
That's hyperbole.
It's not.
I think you're just saying football.
No, they're the worst 49ers sack team in history. So you don't turn the other team over. You don't get sacks. You don't move the quarterback. You often don't play with your players, and you're 13-5. What are we talking about here? I don't even know how to define this team. If somebody asked you, how about this? And you don't need to punch someone in the face for this.
I wouldn't.
It's just a question. What is the Niners' identity? How do they go about beating the opponent?
They bend but don't break. And, as a red zone defense, they're 13th, which is it's fine, especially considering what they don't have. Defensively, they make you earn it. Offensively, they play keep away. What's wrong with you?
Because that's so funny. What's your identity? Well, we bend but don't break. Like, if this were a human being, you would punch them in the face. You're like, this is flimsy. This is totally flimsy.
The opposite of flimsy.
No, we bend, but, we're just kind of there. We tackle sometimes, and we try. That's what you sound like.
You contain. Like, you play 3-2 ball games. You play in a certain style to where you're trying to dictate the tempo. You win the time of possession.
What are you awesome at?
You're awesome at beating teams that are crappy. That's what you're awesome at.
Now, that's not fair. They've beaten the Rams, Seahawks, and Eagles this year.
But what you also lost to the Rams and the Seahawks.
What's that?
You lost to Houston, the Rams, and Seattle, and Jacksonville.
No, but okay, fine. Then I beat the Bears.
Right.
Last week, for me, that's what last week did. That removed any of this crap. You can't be Schedule Sam anymore.
Oh, I'm not.
I know you're not, but a lot of people are. You're 13-5, and you went into the road to the champs, and you beat them. That's it. You can't do anymore they only beat crappy teams. No. You can't do it.
You know what they're really awesome at? And Grandy and I unearthed this when Grandy was in for you earlier this week. You were on jury duty. You know what they're really, really good at?
What are they good at?
Field goals against.
I know, which is not a thing.
It's a thing.
That's a thing. Like,
They're tied for the best in football at having the other team
That's
miss.
like saying I'm really good at watching someone else eat. Like, you're just standing there, not having anything to do with anything. That would matter if you were blocking all of the field goals.
It's like being
You're just watching them not go through the goalposts.
You could be imposing and threatening, and as a result, the kicker just can't make it. It's like being really good at parking tickets avoided, where you never pay the meter, but you just don't get tickets. It counts. That's a stat.
Shanahan does a great job of icing kickers. Well-used timeouts. Way to go, Kyle.
Does he even ice the kicker?
Never.
Most of these kicks are coming in the middle of the game.
66.7% against.
I want to play with this all day tomorrow. I just want to take calls. You tell me, what are they good at? Winning.
They're good at
football.
They're good at giving the ball to number 23 and watching him run around and get 2 or 3 yards on the ground.
What I'm getting at is obviously below the surface, there are some things that the 49ers are really good at. They just don't always necessarily pop or show up. I think it's why Kyle and Salah are getting so much love this year, because when you see what feels and looks like overachievement, you immediately go to the coach. But there's a lot of things that go into this. There are a lot of things that go into this. You've pointed to signing Mac Jones. Then there's actually the performance of Mac Jones. Then there's the performance of Brock Purdy when he's played. Christian is an obvious answer. Trent was a concern at the beginning of the year. Turns out he's had a really, really good year. He missed one game. They only scored 3 points. I don't think that's an accident. So, that's not a fun answer. But if I was like, what are they good at? Well, blocking on the left side of their line. They're really good at blocking on the left side of their line.
Yeah, you know what they're also really good at?
What?
And this is, I'm going to give you the offensive numbers as well, but they're really good at not making it harder on themselves through penalties. Defense.
That's a great point.
The defense is 29th in penalty yards against. The offense is 30th. So when you look at a team that has to win on the margins, it's a team that doesn't give themselves 1st and 15, 2nd and 20. They don't give the other team 38-yard pass interferences. The penalties that they get and I go back to parking tickets, which are delay a game, false start, all of the pre-snap BS. They don't do that ever, and occasionally they'll catch a 15.
Sure.
Jawan Jennings maybe on the sideline or, late hit on a sliding quarterback. They are very disciplined, and part of that is Brock Purdy. He gets you in and out of the huddle. They don't put themselves in bad spots. They don't hold on the offensive line very often.
This is a great point.
These are things, other than field goals against, this is probably the second most important thing. I found out on Tuesday, and Grady had the same reaction. He's like, wait, what the hell?
What are we doing?
And so as we got into it, he and I did like 8 minutes, and we're like, wait.
I actually heard some of this.
And you know what's funny this was the capper. So you and I have the bet with Steiny and Goo that will never be paid off.
Oh, it'll be paid off.
Damn right it will. Kansas City was 99% field goals against. Only one field goal was missed against them this year.
And they missed the playoffs.
Right.
There you go.
So as much as it's a random kind of cockamamie thing, if the other kicker against you happens to miss, like Seattle, as I mentioned, they missed a couple, and a lot of teams this year have missed against you, those are the little things that can help you.
Do the Niners have a Noonan guy? Like, do they have a guy who just yells Noonan? Like, right when he kills? Like, I don't know. Do they have a Noonan guy?
Philly's got Big Dom, and Kyle's got Noonan. Kyle's got Noonan.
Tim Noonan, who's always yelling over there.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
And I want him to put the whammy on the kicker and stuff.
Listen, I think your point is one that I think it's not talked about a lot.
And it's not sexy.
Well, but it was specifically key to the game that we saw last weekend. We're leading into the game, and everyone's like, look out! The ref is from Pennsylvania. And then on the way the game happens, and they're like, they got called for one flag.
Yep.
One flag. And by the way, it's a crappy call,
it was
too.
ticky-tack.
Yeah. One flag. And how many flags, just negated huge plays by the Eagles?
Yep.
A lot.
So I was mentioning it earlier where...
It's a good answer.
On that,
good answer.
Thank you.
Good answer.
They blitz Brock, and they have him sacked, but they held Tonjes down the field, and no disrespect to Tonjes, but you don't probably always have to hold him. It's not like he's going by you running a 4-3, but they held him, negate the sack, move the chains, you win. So there you go.
What else? What else? What are the Niners good at?
They're good at whatever's on that beautiful laminated play sheet because the stuff that they run, and everyone tries to copy it, it's the pre-snap motion, it's use check with the cheat motion, it's, 2 tight ends, it's 21 personnel, it's all the little things, it's 3rd and Jawan, and the big thing this year, the big difference from last year to this year, red zone offense. Last year without McCaffrey, they were not good. This year with McCaffrey, you're number one.
Yeah, you can answer running back. You can say that.
Well, and I would say running back in the red zone especially because now that you have McCaffrey back, your red zone offense is actually a thing. Last year it was, 1st and goal at the 10, Jordan Mason, nothing. Jordan Mason gets 3, 3rd and 7. They got 8 guys in the end zone. You're screwed.
Yeah. So, no, you can say that, and I do think that right now they're really good at quarterback. They're really good at quarterback. I know he threw 2 picks against Philadelphia, but I wonder, you hear this a lot. Oh, Kyle Shanahan's not good when he's trailing in the 4th quarter. And, hey, Purdy, these interceptions. What are you doing when the chips are down in the end? To me, that is damn near we'll see. If they don't win another game, maybe this will die on the vine on some level. The drive in Philadelphia is potentially a legendary drive, both for him and for Kyle Shanahan, because it represents, to you as well, it represents Happy New Year. It represents one of those things that a lot of people wondered if they could do consistently. They did it. They did it on the road in the playoffs.
They did it on the road in week 1, and, Brock gets the ball back down by 3 with 3:24 to go, and they go 68 yards. They score. They win. Mac Jones in week 3, we forget the Dominic Pooney safety that put you down 15-13, 3:15 to go, you get it back, and Mac led you down for 3. And then the other one was against Chicago, where I think it was back and forth all game long, and you get it back with 5 minutes to go down 3, and Brock leads you down again, and you win that one.
By the way, if you're going to bring up field goals against, you probably should bring up field goals for, too. I mean, I don't want to say give the organization credit because they hung on too long.
One game.
They hung on too long.
Give the kid a chance.
But they did what the Warriors need to do. Admit your mistake, go figure it out, and bring someone in who will contribute. And special teams this year has been exactly that. They've been fantastic across the board.
They've been better, for sure. And, if you look at some of the stats on, kick returns and punting hasn't been necessarily that great, but it's been a lot better than it was last year. And so you get into this game, and it may come down to whose kicker is better.
All right, we got a little treat for you. We have another unveiling. This is big on Whatnot and all of those kind of, eBay or YouTube Live. We're going to open up and find out what's in the box. What's in the Warriors box? We're going to show you, so get over to YouTube because this is going to be a little bit of a preview of something coming up that's really cool with the Warriors. We'll do that coming up next. We'll get you the engaging Dub Nation Twitter results as well with regard to a potential Jonathan Kaminga trade. Still time if you want to weigh in at 888-957-9570. Warriors and Knicks coming up in just over an hour. Also, Dibs, we are sponsored by In at the Tides.
Talk to me.
At Bodega Bay, they're back. Legendary all-you-can-eat Dungeness crab feeds at the Tides Wharf Restaurant. Just $99.95 per person. Now through March, make it a getaway and ask for the crab feed special room rate. Info at inatthetides.com. This is Willard and Dibs.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
2 left lanes blocked.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
And then a second crash in the back.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Road trip ready and adventure priced? There's a Honda for that. The Honda HR-V from your Northern California Honda dealers.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
For me personally, I just think the fact that Fred is even has a jersey on less than 100 days after what happened to him, that's just uplifts the team. That's motivation, Having him near, just having his face in his locker room, it's motivation. It helps everybody, So, yeah, I think getting him in the wake of losing Kittle doesn't make the loss any easier, no. But I do think that it does give us a little bit of boost of energy just seeing his face.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs. And as much as I love Willard, I'm more of a Dibs guy. So if you want to do what I do, go check in on Dibs and say hi to him. Get in the YouTube chat. Do it right now on 95.7 The Game.
Got to check in on him.
Got to check in now.
Are you okay?
I'm great, and sources tell me that I'm not as sunburned as they expected me to be.
No,
after the absolute bombardment.
Dude, if you would like to see two people literally look like ghosts, then go scroll back to the early parts of the show on YouTube.
Yeah. I was afraid I was going to be a fat red pumpkin by the end of the show.
You look great.
Yeah, thanks. I feel great.
You look great. Hey, let's get this. Engagement is everything on the court and in life. Vote in our Engaging Dumb Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page before every game. And yes, there is a game tonight. It's all presented by Shane Coe, your friend and jeweler. Earlier we asked, it's JK Day, so how quickly do you feel the Warriors need to get this done? Today, by the end of the homestand next Tuesday, by the trade deadline February 5th, or not at all. They don't need to trade him at all.
Nah, why bother?
All right, want to see the results?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
In a narrow victory Boy, y'all are impatient. Today, 35.4% of our voters would like Jonathan traded today.
Trades are hard.
I'm not liking your chances. It's already almost 6 o'clock. But today's not over.
No.
So today, second place narrowly, 34.2%. By the end of the trade deadline, 24.2% by the end of the homestand, and only 6.2% say that they do not need to trade him at all.
Yeah, I get that. And it's possible that he gets traded tonight and becomes a New York Knick, starting at forward, Jonathan Kaminga. He comes out in Knicks jersey. Hope they have the video tribute ready. That's such a baseball thing where a guy goes from one clubhouse to the other.
Switch him up. Well, the GM is probably in town. They can sit down and, have a drink.
Yeah.
I mean, why not? Steve Kerr did have his pregame session and spoke on this. Would you like to hear what he had to say?
Sure.
Steve Kerr on whether or not this Kaminga situation could grow to be a distraction. Quote, "It won't be a distraction. Jonathan is a great young guy. His teammates like him. He's handling himself well. There won't be a distraction."
Okay. I mean, that's great, and I take him at his word, but things can change that make this a distraction. But so far, I don't think it's been a distraction.
How are you and Jonathan doing together, Steve? Do you hate one another?
Wow.
That wasn't the actual question, but he was asked about their kind of, the coexisting. And he said, quote, "Our relationship is fine. There's not a whole lot I can say about the other stuff. It is what it is. Difficult situation for everybody. We just keep moving forward," end quote.
Yeah, that's all you can do is keep moving forward.
Today is January 15th.
JK Day.
2 weeks from tomorrow, it's Day.
Day?
That's right. On Friday, January 30th at 7 p.m., the Warriors will be taking on the Detroit Pistons right here in these hallowed grounds of Chase Center. The first 10,000 fans who come to that basketball game will receive a Draymond Green, Michigan State University bobblehead. Obviously, it's perfect with Detroit in town. Saginaw, Michigan's finest. Green played 4 seasons for Sparty between 2008 and 2012. He played in the 2009 and 2010 Final Fours, won 3 Big Ten regular season championships, captured a Big Ten tournament championship. Following the collegiate career, as we all know, he was selected by the Dubs in the second round, 35th overall of the 2012 NBA draft, and is now a 4-time NBA champion and future Hall of Famer. Draymond Green, Michigan State Sparty bobblehead.
I love it. Sagging nasty in the building.
If you're on YouTube, you're looking at it right now. Do you want to do some of the honors here? You want to open this thing
up?
Go
ahead and do it.
Why? Why are you so uncomfortable?
I'm not uncomfortable, but, I mean, you did the read. Open the box.
Okay.
What am I, your bag man? Like, you're going to do the read.
I just want you to be involved.
You're going to hog the whole read.
I'm trying.
And, I get to, be a part of the box?
Read it. I mean, no one's stopping you.
Tickets for the game are still available. Click and roll at Warriors.com.
See, you did that well.
Thank you.
All right, now, what's in the box? All right, let's pull it out. People always get upset when we do this because you ruined the value. You opened it up.
It's too late.
It's too late. Don't you want to see it?
It's like 40-year-old virgin where he had all his figures on the shelf in their original packaging.
Exactly. What's the point if you're not going to pull this thing out and take a look at it? All right, here it is, YouTube. Oh, this is where I always want to not break it. All right, there it is.
They nailed the beard.
Dude, that looks really good. It looks exactly like him. Draymond Green, everybody. What do you think, Randy?
Looks great.
I mean,
Smarty.
Sometimes the bobbleheads come out and you're like, who the hell is that guy?
What's really cool about this one?
That looks like Draymond Green.
He's got the basketball in his left hand. If you bobble his head 3 times in a row, he turns it over.
Oh, see? Damn it. I thought you were going to say the bobble starts yelling at you. Yeah,
if you tickle under the chin, then he starts to cuss you out.
Yeah, he gets a technical foul.
That's right.
Take a look. Here, take a look at that, Grandy.
Up close and personal.
Up close to the YouTube camera. There it is. The Draymond Green, Michigan State bobblehead. January 30th.
It's a great one.
Against the Pistons, who, oh, by the way, are really freaking good.
Yeah, and this bobblehead is phenomenal. I would give it a solid 9.5 out of 10 for likeness, because you're right. Sometimes these bobbleheads, it's like, oh my God, that looks like Jimmy Carter. Doesn't look like Vince Carter. What are we doing here, bobble makers? That thing's terrible.
No, this is a pretty cool thing. That'd go really well on I don't know, anybody's kind of memorabilia shelf.
Well, now that you've put your paws all over it, we can't do this, but what you can do is they're already for sale on eBay. Even though they haven't been given out yet, you can go right now and pre-buy them.
Is that true?
I guarantee it. We got the Steph Curry one.
How the hell do people know that they're going to have them?
Because these things get released and likenesses of it, so you assume you're going to get one, so you put one up for sale.
Okay.